An unforeseen incident entwined the esteemed S-Class Alpha Jiang Xinian with the Empire's most formidable Enigma Commander, Shen Yu.As pheromones spiraled out of control. 3 days of descent unfolded, transitioning from resistance to indulgence, from unfamiliarity to dependence. Jiang Xinian, outwardly aloof and solitary as a military academy prodigy, concealed a troubled past as a tragic beauty, an orphan bearing the weight of hardship. He remained indifferent to all, yet unveiled a vulnerability and clinginess in Shen Yu's presence. Shen Yu, a high-ranking and composed Enigma Commander, found himself contemplating marriage for the first time in front of the tear-streaked little Alpha. He represented the obsession he had harbored for 8 years, the only uncontrollable element outside his rationality. Chapter 1. I am here of my own accord. Knock, knock. Jiang Xinian, holding an emergency suppressant, rapped upon the door of the penthouse suite. This task was not typically assigned to a mere server, but the manager, suffering from a stomach ailment, had summoned him. After a few moments of silence, he knocked again. Knock, knock. The door opened a crack, revealing a darkened room devoid of light. Jiang Xinian hurriedly began, "Hello, I am here to deliver." Before he could finish, a hand shot out, seizing his wrist with precision and pulling him inside. Jiang Xinian's back collided heavily with the door, producing a dull thud as darkness enveloped him. A hand constricted around his throat while the other gripped his wrist, a knee wedged forcefully between his legs, rendering him utterly immobile. In a panic, he struggled, a trace of S-Class Alpha pheromones escaping. "Sir, please let me go." The man leaned closer, his scorching breath brushing against Jiang Xinian's ear, his voice hoarse and distorted. "Who are you? Who sent you?" Jiang Xinian's throat tightened as he stammered. "I am a server at this hotel," shaking the suppressant in his other hand. "I came to deliver." A faint, derisive laugh escaped from above. The hand around his throat shifted, gripping his chin to force him to look up. Suddenly, a wave of potent pheromones surged forth, overwhelming him. Jiang Xinian's body froze, followed by an uncontrollable fit of coughing. He had initially presumed the man to be a susceptible alpha, but now the pheromones he emitted were distinctly abnormal, capable of fully suppressing his own. He felt an inexplicable and foreign heat rising within him, as if drawn to the man before him. Was he an Omega? With great difficulty, Jiang Xinian raised his gaze. At 186 centimeters tall, he was already imposing, yet the man before him towered over him, unmistakably not an Omega. "I'll give you one last chance. Who sent you?" Jiang Xinian's legs had grown weak, his body reliant on the man's grip for support. The man's heated palm pressed against his waist, seeping through the thin fabric of his server's shirt, causing him to shudder. He suddenly leaned down, his nose brushing against the sensitive skin of Jiang Xinian's neck, inhaling deeply. "Your susceptibility," the man rasped, laced with an indescribable pleasure, "has been awakened by me." Jiang Xinian's eyes reddened, tears welling uncontrollably. What manner of being was this? The man wiped away his tears, instructing, "Focus." 3 days later, Shen Yu awoke. Glancing down, he beheld the sleeping little Alpha nestled in his arms. The boy's body bore a myriad of marks, remnants of their recent encounters. He gently brushed Jiang Xinian's disheveled hair aside, scrutinizing him. The little Alpha's hair was a tangled mess, his eyelids swollen, his lips cracked in several places, faint bruises visible upon his face. Even in such a state, his beauty was breathtaking, a marvel to behold. In the early hours of the first day, Shen Yu had briefly awakened on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window. At that moment, the little Alpha, cradled in his embrace, was crying so hard he could scarcely breathe. That face was even more enchanting when in tears, the wet amber eyes captivating and stirring a desire to both soothe and prolong his weeping. "I haven't yet," Shen Yu recalled. "You can still leave while there's time." The unbearable sensation brought on by the high-matching pheromones made Jiang Xinian instinctively crave more. Instead of departing, he burrowed closer into Shen Yu's embrace, seeking out his warmth. This action ignited a fervor within both men, rendering them oblivious to the world around them. Shen Yu snapped back to reality, gently caressing the boy's face, which felt soft to the touch. Jiang Xinian leaned closer, inadvertently tugging at a tender spot, causing a wince and a fit of coughs. Shen Yu awkwardly patted his back. "Are you awake?" Jiang Xinian furrowed his brow without opening his eyes, having spent the past 3 days in sleeplessness, several times feeling as though he might fade away. His eyes ached, his throat burned, and his entire body was in agony. Noticing his silence, Shen Yu drew him nearer. "Would you like some water?" Jiang Xinian nodded. Shen Yu propped himself up, enveloping Jiang Xinian in his arms, reaching for a cup on the bedside table and placing it in the boy's hands. Jiang Xinian cradled the cup, sipping slowly. His eyes remained shut, the effort of opening them too daunting, fearing the unsightly state he would behold. Shen Yu observed Jiang Xinian, noting the countless marks adorning his body, his expression darkening. "Do you know who I am?" Jiang Xinian murmured in affirmation. On the first night, while in the bathroom, they had caught a glimpse of each other in the dim light. Recognizing Shen Yu's disconcerting demeanor, combined with his own budding admiration for him, and the influence of their high pheromone compatibility, the situation had morphed into a mutual desire. Several times, he had taken the initiative to entwine himself with Shen Yu. "If you wish to report me, you may submit your materials to the military department. I will have Lin Hui assist you in organizing them." After finishing his water, Jiang Xinian felt a semblance of vitality returning. "I won't," he hesitated, feeling his throat, perplexed by its hoarse condition, and coughed lightly. "I am here of my own accord." Shen Yu disregarded his statement. Regardless of consent, the events had transpired, and he could only strive to make amends. He recognized the boy, heralded as the genius of the military academy's command department, with a remarkable transcript and an even more striking appearance. Returning the cup, he retrieved his phone to message his aide, Lin Hui. "I will take responsibility. You need not worry." Jiang Xinian dismissed this assurance. Promises from someone as powerful as Shen Yu were mere words, not to be taken seriously. Even if he were the Empire's most honorable commander, trust was not easily granted. He shifted his body, lying back down. Shen Yu watched his movements, turning off his phone. "Are you feeling unwell?" "I feel unwell everywhere," Jiang Xinian grimaced, clutching the blanket. Shen Yu hesitated before gently placing his palm against Jiang Xinian's forehead, which felt warm. "Can you move?" "I've arranged for a doctor at the Star Alliance." Jiang Xinian shook his head. "I may need to take a suppressant first." His susceptibility had been triggered, and he was still in the peak phase. The room was permeated with the overly ripe scent of peaches, a fragrance he had grown accustomed to. Meanwhile, the source of this aromatic turmoil, Shen Yu, had retracted all traces of his pheromones, leaving no scent behind. Shen Yu released a hint of his pheromones, the delicate fragrance of jasmine tempering the sweetness of the peaches, providing Jiang Xinian with brief relief, prompting him to instinctively lean closer. "I apologize. This matter is my fault." Jiang Xinian remained silent, burying his face in Shen Yu's shoulder, inhaling deeply. Seeing him in such a state, Shen Yu hesitated before wrapping his arms around him, awkwardly stroking his back. "How long does your susceptibility typically last?" 5 days. "I am an Enigma, you know." I had an inkling. Aside from Enigma, there exists nothing that can so thoroughly subdue this S-grade alpha, while simultaneously eliciting peculiar reactions from his body. Chapter 2. Jasmine. At present, I am uncertain of the reaction that the Enigma marking alpha may elicit, thus I cannot administer any inhibitors. But I can temporarily soothe with my pheromones. Lin Hui will arrive in 5 minutes. We must endure until then. Jiang Xinian absorbed none of the words spoken. He shifted his head from his shoulder to Shen Yu's neck, rubbing against his gland. Shen Yu, feeling the gentle contact, struggled to maintain steady breaths. Propping himself slightly up and sweeping his tousled lavender hair over his shoulder, he gazed down at the person nestled in his embrace. The small alpha had his eyes tightly shut, his lashes quivering, cheeks flushed an unnatural hue, and his forehead damp with sweat clinging to his skin. "Jiang Xinian," Shen Yu called softly. Jiang Xinian did not wish to be in such a state, yet his body disregarded his will, instinctively pressing closer to Shen Yu. Yearning for more pheromones, for comfort, for acclaim. The thought flashed through his mind, causing him to shudder in fear. He was an alpha, a top-tier alpha, yet the notion of desiring to be marked by another was absurd and terrifying. It was an unheard of craving. The conflict between mind and body tore at him, the constricting pain and suffocation in his chest spreading, making him unable to suppress the tears that welled up. "Are you in distress?" Jiang Xinian could not articulate a response, only managing to emit a couple of choked sounds from his throat. A knock resounded at the door, prompting Shen Yu to leap out of bed immediately. He was without a shirt, displaying several scratches and bite marks across his chest, his long hair tousled. This was the first time Lin Hui had encountered Shen Yu in such a state. He paused for a moment, handing over the items. "Boss, we have caught the person." Shen Yu did not reply, glancing at the contents of the bag. "Purchase a box of fever-reducing patches, cancel the doctor's appointment, and summon Feng Yi to my lounge at once." With that, he shut the door. Turning around, he spotted Jiang Xinian leaning against the wall, not far away. Clad in a shirt, barefoot, his swollen eyes open wide, gazing at him with a blend of innocence and confusion. Shen Yu's throat tightened. He quickly approached. He understood that marking would lead to dependency, yet he had not anticipated the severity of the situation. He scooped Jiang Xinian up in one arm, lifting him slightly. Jiang Xinian immediately wrapped his arms around his neck. "Don't go. I am not leaving. I merely came to retrieve something." Shen Yu gently set him back on the bed. Yet Jiang Xinian clung to him, unwilling to let go. "I will take you to wash up," Shen Yu said, avoiding his wounds as he gently grasped the back of his neck, then moved to get dressed. He did not expect the small alpha to manage on his own. Cooperation was all he sought from him. Jiang Xinian remained silent, burying his face in Shen Yu's neck, incessantly inhaling his pheromones. He felt he was losing his mind, unable to comprehend why he had succumbed to such a state. The moment Shen Yu was out of sight, even for a few steps, an overwhelming sense of anxiety surged within him, his mind fixated solely on finding Shen Yu and claiming his pheromones. Upon noticing the marks on Shen Yu's waist and legs, he paused momentarily. Remembering Jiang Xinian's earlier words about feeling unwell all over, he realized the truth of it. As both were inexperienced, they had indeed crossed a line in their fervor. Throughout the entire experience, Jiang Xinian had surprisingly complied with every request, following instructions obediently. Swiftly, Shen Yu guided Jiang Xinian through washing up and changing clothes, and he promptly tidied himself as well. Throughout the process, Jiang Xinian remained close, his unwavering gaze causing Shen Yu to feel a peculiar unease. He gently affixed the fever patch, and Shen Yu draped his coat over him, cradling him as they exited. Lin Hui had been waiting in the parking lot. Upon seeing Shen Yu carrying someone, he displayed no surprise and promptly opened the car door, ensuring both entered safely. "Fever patch," Lin Hui offered from the passenger seat. Shen Yu pulled the coat down slightly, revealing half of Jiang Xinian's face. "Where to?" "Star Alliance," Shen Yu replied, tearing open the fever patch and carefully applying it to his forehead. "Feng Yi is there. Let him examine you." Jiang Xinian, his mind clouded by fever, recognized Feng Yi as the most formidable military physician in the Star Alliance, a general of high rank. It was said that he had grown up alongside Shen Yu and Jiang Zhongqing, the youngest army general in the history of the Star Alliance, and the three shared an extraordinary bond. Upon their arrival, Feng Yi was leisurely sipping tea when he saw Shen Yu hurriedly entering with someone in his arms. He spluttered his drink, his eyes widening in astonishment. Shen Yu did not even glance at him, but exchanged a knowing look with Lin Hui, who promptly secured the door behind them. Shen Yu proceeded directly to the inner lounge. Feng Yi hastily dabbed his mouth with a tissue and hurried to follow. Feng Yi watched as Shen Yu carefully placed Jiang Xinian on the bed, his brows arching in surprise. This was indeed a rarity. When had the usually stoic Shen Yu ever displayed such tenderness? Shen Yu removed Jiang Xinian's outer garments, lowering his voice to Feng Yi. "Come take a look." Sensing the unfamiliar presence approaching, Jiang Xinian, who had been asleep, abruptly awoke, his S-Class Alpha pheromones erupting uncontrollably. Feng Yi was forced to retreat several steps by the overwhelming intensity of the pheromones, nearly colliding with the wall. Shen Yu quickly reacted, pulling Jiang Xinian into his embrace while releasing some of his own pheromones to soothe him. "It's all right, I'm here. After a few moments, Jiang Xinian coughed violently, gasping to retract his pheromones, his voice hoarse. "I'm sorry." Shen Yu gently patted his back. "Let Feng Yi examine you, shall we? Is that all right?" Feng Yi stood nearby, feeling slightly nauseated. Having grown up alongside Shen Yu for 27 years, It was the first time he had ever heard him speak in such a tone. He involuntarily shivered at the sound. Hearing Shen Yu's words, Jiang Xinian lifted his eyes to Feng Yi, striving to maintain politeness. I apologize for the trouble, General Feng. Feng Yi waved his hand, now recognizing who was in his good friend's arms. If one were to inquire how he knew, Feng Yi could assertively state that Jiang Xinian's face graced the top of the military academy forum weekly. Sometimes it was for breaking records, other times for innovative tactical analyses, and occasionally it was simply due to his striking visage. No need for formality, just call me brother, little Xinian. Jiang Xinian felt puzzled. How did everyone know him? The same had occurred with Shen Yu that night, when he uttered his name, startling him into immediate submission. Feng Yi retrieved a diagnostic instrument and donned gloves. Where do you feel discomfort? Eyes, throat, waist, lower abdomen, legs, glands. He hesitated, his cheeks slightly flushed, and my back also hurts. Feng Yi chuckled. Are you listing your ailments, as if ordering food? Shen Yu cast him a sidelong glance, prompting Feng Yi to click his tongue and lean in to examine Jiang Xinian's eyes. Conjunctival injection. No worries, just cry a little less next time. Feng Yi spoke as he switched on the flashlight and instructed, open your mouth. Let me examine your throat. Jiang Xinian obediently complied. After a brief inspection, Feng Yi pursed his lips and shot a glare at Shen Yu. Your throat is severely inflamed. Avoid consuming any spicy foods for the next few days. As he spoke, Feng Yi lifted the hem of Jiang Xinian's shirt. Chapter 3. A change of pillows suddenly. Shen Yu reached out and pressed down on the blanket, revealing only a small portion of his waist to Feng Yi. Feng Yi cast him an incredulous look, tugging firmly at the fabric to lift it higher. His gaze fell upon the marks, and he glared at Shen Yu again, questioning, are you even human? Shen Yu remained silent, pulling Jiang Xinian's clothing down. Feng Yi gently pressed on Jiang Xinian's lower abdomen, prompting him to flinch. Does it hurt? Yes, came the muffled reply. With each additional pressure, Jiang Xinian shuddered in response. Feng Yi withdrew his hand and turned to Shen Yu, stating, come with me. Jiang Xinian clutched his clothing tightly, unwilling to let him go. I'll be back soon. Very quickly. Feng Yi leaned closer, reassuring, just 2 minutes, little brother. Jiang Xinian gazed longingly at Shen Yu, their eyes locking for a fleeting moment before Shen Yu raised the blanket to cover his face. Watching this interaction, Feng Yi couldn't help but chuckle softly. This old beast was truly amusing. Hurry up. Once they reached the outer room, Feng Yi closed the door and directly inquired, have you taken precautions? Shen Yu nodded. Although he was uncertain why such items were stocked in the suite, they indeed were, and there had been 2 restocks during their stay. Feng Yi breathed a sigh of relief. His conscience had not entirely vanished. Will this have a significant impact on him? Yes. If you stimulate his reproductive cavity to undergo secondary development, Feng Yi paused, ensuring Shen Yu understood the implication. Shen Yu acknowledged with a grunt, indicating that at the critical moment, he had exercised his limited rationality to take precautions and resisted the urge to mark him completely. Then it's fine. His current abdominal pain is merely a result of your severity. Feng Yi couldn't help but click his tongue. Come on, he is only 20. Would it kill you to be a bit gentler? With that, he turned and pushed the door open, discovering Jiang Xinian had managed to sit up, seemingly having passed through the worst of his discomfort, briefly alert. Upon seeing the 2 return, Jiang Xinian licked his lips and politely addressed them, Commander, General Feng. Feng Yi raised an eyebrow and glanced back at Shen Yu, who furrowed his brow slightly and did not advance, leaning against the doorframe with arms crossed. I need to examine your glands, Feng Yi said, suppressing a laugh as he approached. Jiang Xinian turned his head and reached to remove the gland sticker. Despite his efforts to suppress his pheromones, some still leaked out. Feng Yi leaned in for a closer inspection and, fortunately, found only superficial injuries. However, he cautioned, you absolutely cannot be marked again in the coming days. Your glands cannot withstand another injection of Enigma pheromones. Thank you, Feng. Feng Yi interrupted him, saying, call me Brother Yi. Jiang Xinian glanced at Shen Yu, who remained expressionless, his long, pale purple hair cascading neatly over his shoulders, and his deep purple eyes betraying no emotion. He was displeased, very displeased. Hearing Jiang Xinian refer to him as commander ignited an unnamed fury within Shen Yu. as this little alpha had consistently addressed him by name during their 3 days together, regardless of the circumstances. The melody is enchanting, almost addictive. Feng Yi noticed his gaze, but paid it no mind, opting instead to retrieve his phone and add a WeChat contact. Jiang Xinian, seeing that Shen Yu remained silent, had no choice but to comply with Feng Yi's suggestion and pulled out his phone to exchange contact information. Satisfied, Feng Yi tucked his phone away, stating, "I will have the medication delivered shortly. Should you experience any discomfort, feel free to message or call me. I am available 24/7. Jiang Xinian stared at him for a few seconds, his head lowering in embarrassment as he stammered, that area." Feng immediately understood, assuring him, "No need to elaborate. I will prescribe an ointment based on my experience. If there is no improvement after 3 days, let me know." Jiang Xinian sighed in relief, murmuring, "Thank you, Brother Yi." Shen Yu's unspoken frustration flared up. The term brother made Feng Yi's heart swell with joy, his eyes sparkling with delight. Little Xinian's voice is truly melodious. That brother was exceedingly sweet. Jiang Xinian swallowed hard. Despite his current voice resembling that of a cartoon character, someone had complimented it. Feng Yi cast a smug glance at Shen Yu and continued, "If that old beast dares to bully you, just tell your brother, and I will handle him." "Have you finished?" Shen Yu.As icy voice interjected. "Indeed. Once little Xinian's sensitivity period passes, bring him in for a full examination. Ordinary inhibitors 1T suffice for him now. We must rely on your pheromones for comfort." Jiang Xinian raised his head, his back tense, and asked a question that weighed heavily on his mind. "Am I currently an Omega or an Alpha?" He could endure physical discomfort and even disregard unfamiliar desires. He could accept being told he had become an Omega. His greatest fear was the ambiguity of his second gender. The Star Alliance would never accept someone with an unclear secondary gender. "Rest assured, you remain an S-Class Alpha," Feng Yi affirmed confidently. "That will not change. However, in front of IU, under the influence of Enigma pheromones and high compatibility, you may exhibit some Omega-like traits. For instance, an extreme reliance on his pheromones. The possibility of your sensitivity phase transforming into a heat phase and a desire for his mark." After hearing this, Jiang Xinian released a significant breath. Lying back down on the bed, Feng Yi tucked him in, advising, "Get plenty of sleep these next few days to regain your strength. If you feel unwell, speak to Shen Yu directly. Request his pheromones without hesitation. This situation is of his making." Jiang Xinian buried half his face in the blanket, murmuring, "I consented. It's not his fault." Feng Yi clicked his tongue. "Someone as innocent as you, little Alpha, is easily deceived by someone like him." Jiang Xinian wished to retort, but was silenced by a mere glance from Feng Yi, opting instead to pull the blanket tighter and remain quiet. Feng Yi straightened up, satisfied, and said to Shen Yu, "Take good care of him." Shen Yu stepped aside, moving toward the bedside. Feng Yi, with a knowing smile, took his leave. "Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" Shen Yu did not sit, but stood at the bedside, looking down at him. Jiang Xinian shook his head, burying his face in Shen Yu.'s pillow, inhaling deeply the scent of jasmine, which was delightful. "Would you like to drink some water?" Jiang Xinian again shook his head. Shen Yu turned the person over, asking if he intended to suffocate himself. Jiang Xinian gazed at him, his eyes somewhat clearer, though not entirely, and tugged at the pillow. "Can you give me this?" Shen Yu fell silent for 2 seconds before withdrawing his hand, causing the little Alpha's expression to fall instantly, displeasure evident across his forehead. "This pillow is quite dirty," Shen Yu remarked as he sat at the edge of the bed, attempting to explain, "How about I take you to buy a new one?" In the past, Shen Yu was not particular about such matters. As long as it served its purpose, that was sufficient. However, things had changed. With a little Alpha by his side, he felt the need to be more discerning. Chapter 4. A pillow, or me? Jiang Xinian fixed his gaze on him, saying, "Is it because I have touched it that it has become dirty? You want to replace it, right?" "No," Shen Yu replied, pulling out a new pillow and pillowcase. "This one hasn't been washed in ages. It harbors bacteria. There are no bacteria on it, only your pheromones. I've smelled it. It's quite fragrant." Shen Yu handed him the freshly covered pillow. "This one smells nice too. Use it." Jiang Xinian leaned in closer to sniff it, then attempted to throw it away. Perhaps he suddenly remembered that it belonged to Shen Yu, so he could only express his frustration in a small outburst, tossing the pillow to the end of the bed. Shen Yu observed his childish antics and suddenly inquired, "What do you call me?" Shen Yu. At that moment, Shen Yu was certain that Jiang Xinian's body was beginning to experience another wave of heat. Otherwise, he would have distanced himself and referred to him as commander like before. Shen Yu's hand brushed against his face, warmer than before. If it's uncomfortable, why not say so? Jiang Xinian's gaze was somewhat unfocused, his lips turned down, brows furrowing as he stared at the old pillow that Shen Yu had thrown onto the sofa. "You took it away. Am I not here? Do you still need a pillow? Will you give it to me? If you want it, I will give it to you. Do you want it?" Jiang Xinian's gaze shifted to Shen Yu's face, where the split on his lip had formed a scab, and the marks had faded significantly, making him appear quite pitiful. Shen Yu raised his hand to cover his face. Jiang Xinian's eyes were too alluring to behold for long. Shen Yu had always believed himself to possess considerable self-control. Yet upon meeting Jiang Xinian, he found it severely tested. Shen Yu patiently asked once more, "Do you desire me or that pillow?" "I want you." Shen Yu released him, letting out some pheromones. Jiang Xinian relaxed entirely, snuggling closer to Shen Yu, who held his waist firmly. "Do not move, you'll hurt your back again." Jiang Xinian struggled a few times without success, then gazed at Shen Yu with longing. "Can I hug you?" "You may hug, but nothing more." Immediately, Jiang Xinian rested his head upon Shen Yu's thigh, wrapping his arms around his waist, burying his face into his abdomen. "Can I take off my clothes and hug you?" Shen Yu playfully twirled a tuft of Jiang Xinian's hair with his fingers. "Don't push your luck." Jiang Xinian responded with an "oh," nuzzling into his embrace. "Will you leave?" "No." "Then when I wake up, will you still be here?" "I will." Jiang Xinian fell silent for a moment, his hands beginning to wander beneath Shen Yu's shirt. Shen Yu grasped his wrist, commanding him not to move. Jiang Xinian murmured softly, pressing his forehead against Shen Yu's abdomen. Feeling the pain, Shen Yu sighed, releasing his wrist and gently massaging his lower back. Jiang Xinian let out a comfortable hum, his entire being softening. Lin Hui knocked on the door. "Boss, the medicine has arrived." "Come, Jiang Xinian replied. Lin Hui entered and, seeing the two embrace together, was not overly surprised. He handed over the medication, mentioning that General Feng had written the usage instructions on the box and advised moderation. Shen Yu opened the box, glanced at the instructions, and brought in a cup of water. He gently patted Jiang Xinian's back, urging him to take his medicine. Jiang Xinian lifted his head, his eyes glistening. "Will you still be here after I take the medicine?" Shen Yu supported him to sit up straight. "Yes." Lin Hui passed the cup to Jiang Xinian, without a second thought, reached for the pills and swallowed them with a swift motion, washing them down with water. His actions were decisive, devoid of hesitation. Shen Yu was somewhat taken aback. He had expected the young man to be difficult about taking the medicine, requiring coaxing and persuasion, but was surprised by his straightforwardness. Once assured that Jiang Xinian had swallowed, Shen Yu retrieved the restorative gel. "Lin Hui, please check on the agreement." "Larry nodded, I'll hide." Shen Yu unfastened the top two buttons of Jiang Xinian's shirt and turned his head. "I will apply the medication to your glands." Jiang Xinian obediently tilted his head, revealing the unfortunate state of his glands. The gel was cool and soothing as it was applied. Shen Yu gently spread the medication with his fingertips, continually massaging to promote absorption. As he did so, he noticed Jiang Xinian's breathing becoming heavier. Looking down, he found Jiang Xinian gazing up at him, his eyes soft and filled with an indescribable emotion. "Does it hurt?" Shen Yu inquired, his hand still at work. Jiang Xinian shook his head, his beautiful amber eyes misty. Simply watching him, Shen Yu swallowed hard, swiftly turning his head to cap the gel and toss it back in a box. His fingers retrieved another medication, and he positioned himself properly. Jiang Xinian remained still, continuing to observe him. Shen Yu closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. He pressed down on Jiang Xinian's shoulders, gently but firmly pinning him to the bed. Jiang Xinian protested with soft whimpers, struggling to turn over. "Be good," Shen Yu urged, one hand holding his waist while the other pulled down the blanket. This time, Shen Yu refrained from excessive massage, his actions somewhat hasty. Jiang Xinian buried himself in the blanket, emitting sounds of discomfort, trembling slightly. Suddenly, Shen Yu felt his throat dry. He tossed the remaining medicine back into the box and quickly drank the rest of Jiang Xinian's water. With only one area left to address, he pinched the medication box, his gaze resting on the cocooned Jiang Xinian, who certainly could not manage the application himself in his current state. Jiang Xinian, the young man, stirred slightly, responding with a soft sound. Shen Yu's hand slipped under the blanket, deftly grasping the waistband of his underwear and pulling it down, then lifting him to straddle his lap. Jiang Xinian instinctively wrapped his arms around Shen Yu's neck, his watery eyes gliding down to rest on Shen Yu's lips. "It may hurt a bit," Shen Yu cautioned, settling Jiang Xinian against his shoulder. "Just bear with it." Jiang Xinian, misinterpreting the situation, thought Shen Yu intended to engage in more pleasurable activities, persistently trying to pull his head away to kiss him. Shen Yu paused, confused. "I'm applying medication, not engaging in that sort of activity." Jiang Xinian, not comprehending fully, only caught one word, "do." However, Shen Yu remained firmly gripping the nape of his neck, unable to move. A flicker of anger ignited within him, and he bit down on Shen Yu's shoulder. Shen Yu allowed Jiang Xinian to bite him, twisting open the ointment and warming a small amount between his fingertips. In a mere span of seconds, the person in his embrace relentlessly assailed his self-control, a torment unlike any he had previously endured. Shen Yu withdrew momentarily, exhaling in relief as he gently patted his back, reassuring him that it would soon be over and that the pain would dissipate. Jiang Xinian buried his face in Shen Yu's neck, his voice muffled as he requested the pheromones. Shen Yu patted his back, saying he would wash his hands first. Jiang Xinian immediately raised his head, eyes filled with anxiety. "Will you come back after washing?" "I will return," Shen Yu assured him, prompting Jiang Xinian to finally release his grip. Shen Yu carefully laid him down on the bed, pulling the blanket over his chest. Jiang Xinian's gaze followed Shen Yu as he walked into the bathroom. He listened to the sound of running water that soon faded, and shortly thereafter, Shen Yu emerged. Drying his hands, Jiang Xinian promptly lifted a corner of the blanket, patting the empty space beside him. "Wait for me to change," he said, unaccustomed to lying in bed while still dressed, even if it was merely to keep Jiang Xinian company for a while. Jiang Xinian could only watch eagerly as Shen Yu slipped into the dressing room. When he reappeared, he had changed into a gray silk robe. Jiang Xinian's eyes lit up, and he once again patted the space beside him, this time with a sense of urgency. Shen Yu approached and sat on the edge of the bed, reaching out to check his forehead, which still felt slightly warm. Jiang Xinian disregarded this, directly grasping Shen Yu's robe belt and gently tugging it towards himself. Shen Yu complied, lying down as Jiang Xinian immediately nestled close, wrapping himself around him with hands and feet, inhaling deeply at his neck. "Pheromones," Jiang Xinian urged, nuzzling against Shen Yu's chin. Chapter 5. The bitter peach. In that moment, the room was filled solely with their breaths and the entangled jasmine and peach scents. Ensuring Jiang Xinian had fallen into a deep slumber, Shen Yu dimmed the wall lamp. He cautiously lifted a corner of the blanket and, though somewhat clumsily, dressed Jiang Xinian in undergarments. During this process, Jiang Xinian unconsciously emitted a couple of soft sounds but remained asleep. Shen Yu maintained the pheromone concentration in the room at a relatively stable level, ensuring it would soothe the slumbering figure before he changed into his usual attire and stepped out. After hastily consuming a few bites of food, he began to tackle the backlog of documents that had accumulated over the past 3 days. Lin Hui entered and then exited again, announcing, "Boss, here are the agreements you requested," placing 2 paper documents on the corner of the desk. Shen Yu acknowledged with a faint sound, his gaze never leaving the files in his hands. "As for Mr. Jiang, I have followed your instructions and arranged for him to take a leave from the military academy. I have also helped him resign from his previous jobs," he continued. Shen Yu.As hand paused in its annotations. "Did the school mention anything?" "No." Lin Hui shook his head. "When I went to request the leave, Professor Huang seemed quite pleased. For what he said, Mr. Jiang has hardly had a day off since the semester started." Shen Yu lifted his gaze to him, signaling him to proceed. "Professor Huang mentioned that Mr. Jiang goes to work part-time in the evenings, which is why he arrives at school particularly early in the mornings. On holidays, if not working, he spends the entire day in the training room or the library? Shen Yu fell silent for a few moments, his fingers gently tapping on the tabletop. Had his personal information been retrieved? It had. Lin Hui nodded, confirming that it had been sent to your personal encrypted email. Good, Shen Yu replied, refocusing on the documents in his hands. You may return to your tasks. Lin Hui turned and exited, closing the door behind him. Shen Yu swiftly completed the last few urgent files on his desk and opened his email. As he perused the documents, the first image that met his gaze was a passport photograph. In the picture, Jiang Xinian wore a faint smile, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, exuding the unique vigor of youth. Shen Yu stared at the photo for a couple of seconds, his brows furrowing slightly. The Jiang Xinian in the photograph bore little resemblance to the one he had interacted with over the past few days. In what way was he different? Shen Yu's fingertip traced the eyes of the person in the photograph. It was the eyes. Although the pair in the picture was equally beautiful and attempted to smile, they were tinged with indifference and an indescribable sorrow. This contrasted sharply with the Jiang Xinian he had seen in recent days, whose amber eyes, whether glistening with dependence or shimmering with a beguiling allure, always appeared vibrant and direct, even when they were red-rimmed with grievance. Shen Yu scrolled down to continue his examination. Jiang Xinian's resume was impressive, glittering with accolades. Since his enrollment, he had amassed numerous awards, academic, competitive, and practical simulation accolades, filling 3 pages with commendations. As he read further, he noted that the family section was empty and the emergency contact was the name of a welfare institution. An orphan? Yet, in recent days, Jiang Xinian's demeanor, aside from his unusual reliance on Shen Yu, had been cheerful and playful, behaving like a privileged alpha from a happy family, offering no hint of his orphan status. Lin Hui returned with new documents, and Shen Yu inquired, from where was this information obtained? Directly from the Military Academy's archives. The Military Academy's archives would be reliable. What is his reputation at school? He consulted Professor Huang. He mentioned that Mr. Zhang's professional abilities are exceptional, though he has a somewhat reclusive personality and struggles to fit in. Reclusive? Indeed, Lin Hui confirmed. Professor Huang noted that he rarely speaks or smiles, often presenting a cold and indifferent demeanor towards others. He does not participate in any activities, avoids class gatherings, does not reside on campus, and leaves immediately after classes, seldom interacting with classmates. Lin Hui paused for a moment. However, when asked for assistance, he is always willing to help. Many seek his tutoring before exams, and he never declines. Shen Yu remained silent, his gaze returning to the screen. With this information alone, he could piece together Jiang Xinian's daily life, attending classes, training, working, following a monotonous routine. Lin Hui continued his report. Previously, he held 3 jobs simultaneously: a hotel server, a night shift at a convenience store, and weekend tutoring. The tutoring involved teaching children martial arts, which paid well, but he resigned last week. Why did he resign? Shen Yu asked. The employer mentioned that he consistently arrived with injuries, causing concern among the parents. Lin Hui replied, lowering his voice. I looked into it. He seems to have participated in underground fighting. Shen Yu raised his gaze. When did this begin? It's been ongoing for nearly 2 years. Attending 2 to 3 times a week, with wins and losses in equal measure, but the odds are high. Lin Hui opened his phone, locating another document, and handed it over. This contains the records from the fighting arena. Shen Yu casually flipped through the pages, revealing Jiang Xinian's battle records, detailing victories, defeats, and the corresponding monetary amounts. He had won significantly, with substantial sums wagered on each match. Did he lack funds? It seemed likely. Larino did. His account balance consistently hovered in the 4-digit range, yet he regularly transferred a considerable sum to the Southern Welfare Institute each month. After a moment of silence, Shen Yu closed his phone and returned it to Lin Hui. Has the Welfare Institute conducted any inquiries? He asked. Yes, Lin Hui promptly responded. The director mentioned that Mr. Zhang grew up there but moved out after reaching adulthood. The conditions at the institute are poor, and the amount he sends monthly is nearly sufficient to cover the basic expenses for all the children. Shen Yu's gaze returned to the photograph. Could an alpha's sensitivity period manifest a second personality? The distinction Lin Hui articulated was entirely dissimilar from the individual he had sensed in recent days. He contemplated whether to call Feng Yi, suspecting that his pheromones might have influenced Jiang Xinian in this regard. Lin Hui hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Boss, there's one more thing. Go on. Mr. Jiang has sold pheromones on the black market." Shen Yu's pupils contracted slightly. S-Class Alpha pheromones are exceedingly rare and command a high price in illicit markets. Recently, the Star Alliance had confirmed the location involved in the illegal extraction and sale of pheromones and was preparing to apprehend the culprits. Extracting pheromones requires specialized syringes to directly draw from the glands. Without adequate anesthesia, the pain could be likened to torture. How many times? Shen Yu's voice was heavy. There are records of 4 instances. Lin Hui retrieved the documents, revealing that the earliest incident could be traced back to shortly after his differentiation at the age of 14, during his middle school years. That year witnessed a catastrophic snowstorm. Lin Hui didn't need to elaborate further. Shen Yu understood. The nationwide disaster had paralyzed the economy for an extended period, leaving countless families shattered. Conditions at a place like the Welfare Institute would have only worsened. And the remaining 3 instances? One occurred during high school to fund a surgery for another child with congenital heart disease at the institute. Another was after he received his military academy acceptance letter, prior to entering university, though the destination of those funds remains untraced for now. The last instance was a year ago, involving a considerable sum. He completely overhauled the lighting and hot water systems at the Welfare Institute, essentially renovating the entire facility. Shen Yu fell silent, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. He stared at the screen, displaying the fatigued, yet smiling identification photo, his mind uncontrollably conjuring the enchanting eyes of Jiang Xinian from the past 3 days, the way he had playfully nestled into his embrace, and the stifled gasps when he had unintentionally caused him pain. It was too disjointed, an absolute dichotomy between 2 individuals. "You may leave," he finally said. Lin Hui nodded and exited, closing the door behind him. The office fell into silence as Shen Yu picked up the phone and dialed Feng Yi's number. Chapter 6. Engaged couple Jiang Xinian slept soundly, not stirring once, dozing from morning until Shen Yu finished work. After addressing his tasks, Shen Yu glanced at the time. He had already missed the end of the workday. He stood up to stretch his stiff shoulders and approached the break room door, gently pushing it open. The room was dim, illuminated only by the faint glow of a wall lamp. Jiang Xinian remained in slumber, his posture largely unchanged as he nestled deeply into the bedding, his breath steady and elongated. Shen Yu stood at the doorway for a moment, confirming that there were no signs of awakening, before returning to his desk. He pressed the intercom. "Lin Hui, please bring in some urgent documents for processing." With Jiang Xinian in this state, he would only cling to him for pheromones upon waking. It was better to take advantage of this time to attend to work. Lin Hui soon entered, cradling a stack of files, which he gently placed on the desk. "Boss, do you need to order food?" "Not yet," Shen Yu replied, picking up the top document and settling back into his chair. Before long, there was a knock at the office door, and without waiting for Shen Yu's response, Jiang Zhongxing strode in. "I say, the sun must have risen in the west." Jiang Zhongxing approached the desk, leaning forward with his hands resting on its surface, scrutinizing Shen Yu. "Our diligent commander Shen, who works tirelessly all year round, actually took 3 days off?" Shen Yu did not lift his gaze, the pen gliding across the paper. "I was tired and needed some rest." "Just rest?" Jiang Zhongxing raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. "Then why, upon your return, did you immediately summon Feng Yi? Don't tell me you managed to injure yourself on vacation." Shen Yu remained silent, continuing to review the documents. Jiang Zhongxing moved to the side of the desk, leaning against the edge and tapping it lightly with his fingers. "Hey, don't play deaf. I heard that when you came to Xinglian today, you were holding someone." Shen Yu set down his pen, leaning back in his chair, closing his eyes to pinch the bridge of his nose, offering no rebuttal. Jiang Zhongxing's eyes widened in surprise, his voice rising no way. "Really? I thought it was just some baseless rumor. Who is it? Is the person still here?" Shen Yu frowned and shot him a glance. "Lower your voice." Jiang Zhongxing paused for a moment before glancing towards the lounge, lowering his tone. "You didn't do anything inappropriate, did you? Is that why you were in such a rush to find Feng Yi? If you're so idle, you might as well spend a few months at the border." No. Jiang Zhongqing hastily waved his hands, inching closer, his face brimming with curiosity. Quick, tell me, who is it? Do I know them? Shen Yu recalled the 3 pages of accolades belonging to Jiang Xinian, along with the frequently seen face on the military academy forum, and nodded. You should know him. Jiang Zhongqing, now impatient, pressed. Is it illegal for you to just say his name? Shen Yu remained silent, resting his eyes. What is your current relationship? Lovers? Or running buddies? Fiancés? Jiang Zhongqing was taken aback, his mouth agape, unable to close it for some time. After several seconds, he managed a couple of awkward chuckles. So you're saying, during your 3-day break, you acquired yourself a fiancé? Shen Yu, that's not how you tell a joke. Shen Yu opened his eyes, looking at him as one might observe a fool, too weary to provide further explanation. He reached for the documents at the corner of the desk, deftly flipping to the last page and signing his name with flair and decisiveness. Before he had learned of Jiang Xinian's past, he had already prepared these documents. Marrying Jiang Xinian was the most responsible course of action he could conceive regarding this matter. After discovering those details, he found himself even more eager to wed him. He realized he felt a deep tenderness for this little alpha. If, as Feng Yi suggested, Jiang Xinian reveals his most genuine and unguarded self solely in front of him, it shall indeed be a blessing for Shen Yu. He would endeavor with all his might to safeguard this precious innocence. Lacking family, he would assume the role of Jiang's first kin, not to mention the astonishing compatibility between them, which ignites a primal response at the mere sight of his eyes. Jiang Zhongqing observed as he completed the signing, then took the document and turned to the first page, which was the marriage application and prenuptial agreement from Xinglian. Are you serious? Jiang Zhongqing's voice tightened. Shen Yu capped the pen with a soft click. What other choice do I have? Jiang Zhongqing slammed the document onto the table with a loud thud. Your marriage means Zhao Shuan. Shen Yu lifted the cup of water from the table, taking a sip without revealing any emotion. What does my marriage have to do with him? He is like you for so many years and is quite unscrupulous. Are you not afraid he might do something? Shen Yu set the cup down, the base making a dull sound upon contact with the table. He is like me for many years as well, he replied, lifting his gaze to meet Jiang Zhongqing's, his tone flat and devoid of turbulence. Oh no, he has harbored a crush on me for 7 or 8 years. This revelation was pried from Shen Yu when someone had actively pursued him. The bathroom was enveloped in steam, the mirror fogged. Shen Yu pressed the heated figure against the cool surface of the mirror, his fingertips sinking into the soft flesh at his waist, his voice husky. What prompted this sudden assertiveness? Jiang Xinian tilted his head back, his atoms apple-bobbing, damp hair clinging to his forehead as he choked out Shen Yu's name. Shen Yu. Shen Yu halted his movements, curling his fingers to lift Jiang's chin, compelling him to meet his own gaze in the mirror. Do you recognize me? Yes, Jiang Xinian replied, his eyes hazy yet certain. I've liked you for a long time. Shen Yu, mischievous, ceased all actions, his thumb brushing over Jiang's lower lip. How long is a long time? 8 years. You are certain you have not mistaken me for someone else? I wouldn't mistake you. Jiang Xinian struggled to turn his head, pressing his heated cheek against Shen Yu's wrist, reiterating I wouldn't. Jiang Zhongqing was momentarily taken aback by Shen Yu's words. I didn't inquire about that. What are you boasting about? Am I boasting? Jiang Zhongqing pursed his lips in disbelief. Honestly, with a lunatic like Zhao Shuan, if he learns of your marriage, who knows what he might do? He can certainly try. Jiang Zhongqing remained somewhat incredulous, pressing further. Do you have feelings for him? Don't marry, just out of obligation. Shen Yu gently tapped his fingers on the table. Can one not consider love at first sight as genuine? Love at first sight is valid, but applying that term to you, Shen Yu. Jiang Zhongqing frowned, carefully selecting his words. It seems quite absurd. Do you understand? I am human too. Shen Yu leaned back into his chair, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Zhongqing. If you can experience love at first sight for Feng Yi, why can't I? Jiang Zhongqing inhaled sharply, his ears slightly reddening. Who the hell has fallen for Feng Yi at first sight? Shen Yu remained silent, merely watching him with a neutral expression. That was a gradual affection. Jiang Zhongqing felt uneasy under Shen Yu's gaze, turning his head to touch his nose, his voice lowering. Has he agreed? Before Shen Yu could respond, the door to the lounge clicked open gently, Both turned their heads simultaneously. Chapter 7. A kiss upon signing Jiang Xinian donned Shen Yu's pajamas. A change made midway as his previous attire was thoroughly soaked in sweat, leaving Shen Yu concerned for his comfort. The garment, though not excessively large, appeared somewhat loose on him. The pheromone scent within the room had dulled, and the heat awakened Jiang Xinian.'s instincts. His thoughts singularly focused on Shen Yu, a yearning to find him. His hazy gaze fixated on Shen Yu. Jiang Zhongqing instantly recognized the individual before him. Any doubt he harbored vanished upon seeing that familiar face. If it were indeed Jiang Xinian, then it was only natural for that old scoundrel to fall head over heels. No one could resist such a visage. Jiang Xinian, seemingly oblivious, approached Shen Yu. Shen Yu swiftly removed the jacket draped over the chair, enveloping him in its warmth. "What is the matter?" Jiang Xinian threw himself into his embrace, the pheromones fading as he murmured, "I couldn't see you." Jiang Zhongqing watched in astonishment at the scene unfolding. Who was Jiang Xinian? Renowned in the military academy for his chilling beauty, he seldom spoke more than 3 words to anyone. Now, what on earth was happening today? Had they all been possessed by some spirit? Shen Yu turned to Jiang Zhongqing, a smile playing on his lips. "Do you think he would agree?" Stunned into silence, Jiang Zhongqing slowly raised a thumb in approval. Shen Yu held Jiang Xinian close as they moved further inside, instructing Jiang Zhongqing, "Remember to close the door on your way out." As the lounge door clicked shut, Shen Yu lifted Jiang Xinian, seating him gently by the bedside. Jiang Xinian buried his face in the crook of Shen Yu's neck, his voice muffled. "You weren't here." "I assure you, it won't happen again," Shen Yu replied, one arm securely around Jiang Xinian's waist, the other soothingly patting his back. Jiang Xinian shook his head, his hair brushing against Shen Yu's chin. "I don't believe you." "Why not?" "Individuals like you often don't keep their word." Shen Yu tilted his head slightly. "Individuals like us, those in positions of power." Jiang Xinian's voice was barely audible. Several had promised donations to the orphanage, yet none followed through. They merely selected the most beautiful children. Shen Yu.'s hand paused momentarily on his back. "When did this occur?" "In my middle school years." "Were you one of those chosen?" Jiang Xinian nodded, resting his forehead against Shen Yu's collarbone. "But I am an S-Class Alpha, too aggressive. They gave up after several attempts to capture me. I tried to resist, but I was too young to be of any assistance, and many were taken away." Shen Yu fell into silence for a moment. "Was this reported?" Jiang Xinian nodded again, his breath warm against Shen Yu.'s neck. At that time, the director was not Shen Mama. The previous director was apprehended, and life in the orphanage became exceedingly difficult. Shen Yu gazed at his profile, so close yet so distant. Shortly thereafter, a snow disaster followed, marking the first time he sold his pheromones. "Would you deceive me?" Jiang Xinian suddenly inquired. "Never." This time, Jiang Xinian remained silent, his fingers fiddling with the buttons of Shen Yu's shirt. After a brief pause, Shen Yu asked, "Do you not trust me?" Jiang Xinian parted his lips, his mouth moving, yet no sound emerged. Shen Yu understood. Even in this state of muddled consciousness, where Jiang Xinian had entrusted everything to him, some elements remained elusive. For instance, complete trust. Jiang Xinian grew up in an orphanage, devoid of anyone he could trust or having been betrayed by those he once held dear. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly lifted his head, his amber eyes momentarily unfocused as they met Shen Yu's gaze. "Shen Yu," he uttered slowly, "anyone can deceive me, but do not deceive me. If you do, I shall perish." Shen Yu was taken aback, instinctively tightening his embrace. "What do you mean?" Yet, Jiang Xinian offered no further explanation, burying his face once more, inhaling deeply before planting a gentle kiss upon Shen Yu's collarbone. The following day, Shen Yu took Jiang Xinian to work as usual. The previous night had nearly escalated into an incident. Shen Yu had to summon all his self-control to halt at the last moment, only assisting him twice with his hands. Although Jiang Xinian's sensitive phase had reached its final day, his persistent allure showed no signs of waning. As Shen Yu settled into his office chair, Jiang Xinian eagerly approached, perching himself on Shen Yu's lap, arms encircling his neck. "Can I have a kiss?" Jiang Xinian gazed up at him. Shen Yu, one hand securing Jiang Xinian's waist to prevent him from falling, reached for some documents on the desk. "No." "Why not?" Jiang Xinian pressed. twirling a strand of Shen Yu's hair that hung before his chest. Shen Yu turned his head to evade the breath brushing against him. "This is the office. Then let's kiss in the lounge," Jiang Xinian insisted, nudging his nose against Shen Yu's chin. Shen Yu grasped his restless shoulder, admonishing gently, "Behave. If I finish my work early, I shall take you to buy a pillow." Jiang Xinian fell silent for a brief moment before inquiring, "Will the new pillow carry your pheromones?" "It will." Unwilling to relent, Jiang Xinian pecked at Shen Yu's neck a few more times, and upon realizing the man's indifference, he retreated to a nearby sofa, puffed up like a pufferfish, casting an aggrieved glance at Shen Yu. Shen Yu felt the weight of that distinctly resentful gaze, but refrained from looking up, knowing that if he did, he would be rendered incapable of working for the day. Jiang Xinian watched for a while, his eyelids growing heavy. He had not slept enough after their late-night escapade. After reviewing 2 documents, Shen Yu glanced toward the sofa. Jiang Xinian was curled up, already asleep. His complexion was flushed, and his brow slightly furrowed, indicating an unsettled slumber. Shen Yu reached out to check his forehead, slightly warmer than in the morning. He bent down to lift him horizontally. As his body left the ground, Jiang Xinian stirred, opening his eyes. "Shen Yu." "Yes," Shen Yu replied, carrying him towards the lounge. "I shall take you to bed to sleep." Jiang Xinian rested his head on Shen Yu's shoulder. "Will you stay with me?" "I will stay with you." A smile graced Jiang Xinian's lips as he tightened his embrace around Shen Yu's neck. "You are wonderful." At the threshold, Shen Yu paused, standing still for a moment before turning back. His fingertips brushed against the edges of the documents on the desk before he entered the lounge. He settled onto the sofa, cradling Jiang Xinian. Jiang Xinian tilted his head back, his nose grazing Shen Yu's jawline, sleepily seeking his lips. Shen Yu grasped the nape of his neck, eliciting a displeased hum from Jiang Xinian. "Do you wish to kiss?" Shen Yu inquired softly, his deep purple eyes betraying no emotion. "I do wish to kiss," Jiang Xinian replied earnestly, leaning in closer. Shen Yu raised the documents in front of him, waving them slightly, his voice soft and steady, imbued with a distinct coaxing tone. "Just sign here, and I will reward you with a kiss." Shen Yu acknowledged the unscrupulousness of his tactics, deeming them rather despicable. Taking advantage of Jiang Xinian's disoriented state and extreme reliance on him, he persuaded him to sign a legally binding agreement. However, he did not wish to prolong the situation or gamble with uncertainty. He was averse to waiting for Jiang Xinian's emotional vulnerability to dissipate, which could lead to a rational reflection that might ultimately result in refusal after a period of contemplation. He sought to possess him immediately and wholly, psychologically, physically, and legally, leaving no void and providing no means of retreat. Chapter 8. "You are jealous." Jiang Xinian did not focus on the documents Shen Yu held aloft. Instead, his gaze was fixed upon Shen Yu's eyes, those captivating violet orbs that exuded an enchanting allure. A pen was offered to him by Shen Yu. Lowering his gaze, without even glancing at the content of the documents, he decisively signed his name at the spot indicated by Shen Yu's finger. Jiang Xinian's handwriting was exquisite, elegant, and upright, imbued with character. After he finished signing, Shen Yu confirmed its accuracy, closed the document, and tossed it to the other end of the sofa. He lifted Jiang Xinian's chin and leaned down to kiss him. Jiang Xinian immediately reciprocated, wrapping his arms around Shen Yu's neck, pressing his body against him. This kiss was imbued with a soothing quality. Shen Yu patiently caressed Jiang Xinian's lips, occasionally grazing them gently with his teeth. Jiang Xinian found comfort in the kiss, emitting soft sounds from deep within his throat, his body relaxing entirely, supported only by Shen Yu's arm around his waist. As the kiss drew to a close, Jiang Xinian breathed heavily, his amber eyes glistening with moisture as they regarded Shen Yu. He softly requested more, tugging at Shen Yu's shirt collar. Shen Yu remained silent, leaning down to brush his lips against Jiang Xinian's mouth once more. "Not like this," Jiang Xinian murmured in discontent, tilting his head to seek Shen Yu's lips, yearning for that previous kiss. Shen Yu turned his head away, gently massaging the nape of Jiang Xinian's neck. "Not now." "Why?" Jiang Xinian furrowed his brow, his lips pouting. "Phone," he said, "you need a rest." Shen Yu delicately wiped the moisture from Jiang Xinian's lips with his fingertip. Jiang Xinian buried his face in Shen Yu's neck, becoming still. After a moment of waiting, just as Shen Yu was about to relax, he felt a faint sting at his neck. Jiang Xinian was biting him. It was not forceful, carrying a hint of frustration. Shen Yu allowed him to continue, his hands soothingly stroking Jiang Xinian's back. After a few nibbles, Jiang Xinian released his hold, licking the small bite mark with his tongue. "Do you want to sleep again?" Jiang Xinian shook his head, rubbing his eyes, expressing his disinterest in slumber. "Then you." Jiang Xinian seemed to suddenly recall something. Sitting up straighter, "Have I taken several days off?" "Yes. I requested 5 days for you." Jiang Xinian suddenly lifted his head, the abrupt movement straining his waist, causing him to wince slightly, his brows knitting together. "Then I must be behind on a lot of assignments." Shen Yu struggled to keep pace with Jiang Xinian's erratic thought process. Yet he gently pressed on the small of Jiang Xinian's back. "Assignments?" "Yes," Jiang Xinian replied as he reached for his phone in his pocket, unlocking it while continuing. "You have no idea. Director Huang has assigned homework. Should assignments be neglected, it would result in a deduction of regular grades, thereby jeopardizing the attainment of a full scholarship. Are you not a genius? Even geniuses must complete these assignments." "I am no genius," Jiang Xinian retorted upon casting a fleeting glance at him. "You are the genius. At the age of 21, you were already on the front lines." Shen Yu did not respond. Instead, he suddenly leaned closer, pressing his nose against the gland at Jiang Xinian's neck, inhaling gently. He tore off a corner, savoring the sensation. The alluring scent of peaches had diminished considerably, no longer as rich and sweet as before. He understood that Jiang Xinian's symptoms of sensitivity were gradually subsiding. A wave of inexplicable disappointment surged from the depths of his heart, only to be swiftly subdued. Sensing his movement, Jiang Xinian turned his head to look at him. "What is it?" Shen Yu straightened up, lifting him from the sofa. "It's nothing." He placed Jiang Xinian back onto the sofa, then turned to retrieve a bed desk from a nearby cabinet, setting it before Jiang Xinian. He then handed his tablet to him, asking, "Do you need anything else?" "Draft paper and a pen," Jiang Xinian replied. Shen Yu provided them one by one. Jiang Xinian skillfully logged into his military academy account. Opening the assignment section and gazing at the row of uncompleted items marked in red, he let out a gentle sigh. He lifted his gaze towards Shen Yu. "Could you help me print a few test papers?" Shen Yu nodded, gesturing towards the all-in-one machine in the corner. "Certainly. But how will you send them to me?" Jiang Xinian paused, subconsciously fidgeting with the edge of the tablet. "Don't we have WeChat?" Shen Yu raised an eyebrow, silently observing him. Jiang Xinian promptly retrieved his phone, unlocked the screen, opened the WeChat QR code interface, and then looked expectantly at Shen Yu. When Jiang Xinian worked on his assignments, he transformed into a different person than when he was clinging to Shen Yu. His face bore no expression, his focus entirely on the test papers, only occasionally fidgeting with his pen when he encountered a mental block. As he looked up and caught sight of Shen Yu, he returned to his calculations. After signing a document, Shen Yu raised his eyes and met Jiang Xinian's gaze. "What is it?" Jiang Xinian shook his head, the pen tip tapping against the draft paper. "It's nothing." Shen Yu regarded him for a few seconds before redirecting his attention back to the documents. The room was momentarily filled only with the rustling sound of paper and the occasional shuffling of files, until Jiang Xinian's phone suddenly rang. He paused, seemingly unaccustomed to being contacted. Glancing at the caller ID, it was Feng Yi. Jiang Xinian instinctively looked toward Shen Yu. "Answer it," Shen Yu suggested after a brief pause. Then added, "Put on speaker." Feng Yi called him brother. Jiang Xinian swallowed the remaining words, stammering as he addressed, "I.e., brother." Shen Yu set down his pen and glanced over. "Oh dear, I can hardly imagine how melodious our little Xinian's voice will be when he calls that brother." Jiang Xinian pressed his lips together, his ears flushing, clearly embarrassed by Feng Yi's teasing. "How are you feeling? Is there any discomfort remaining?" "None. Just a slight ache in my waist from the strain. That is quite normal. Next time, tell that old brute to be gentler with you." Jiang Xinian dared not respond or lift his head, gripping the edge of the table. "Are you free tonight?" "Perhaps." Jiang Xinian finally lifted his gaze towards Shen Yu, who was casually reclining in his chair, his long hair tied back and adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, lending him an air of gentleness. However, his eyes bore an icy demeanor. Upon noticing Shen Yu nodding, Jiang Xinian quickly responded, I have some. That's splendid. Today is my birthday. Let us dine together tonight. Jiang Xinian's hand, which was fidgeting on the table, froze as he realized, but I haven't prepared a birthday gift for you. No matter. Your presence is the finest gift I could receive. Then it's settled. I shall send you the restaurant address shortly, and invite your commander as well. My commander? Jiang Xinian was taken aback, and before he could process it, phone, he had already hung up. Does he often contact you? Shen Yu recalled that the two had only become friends the previous day. Jiang Xinian opened their chat history to show him. This is our first conversation. Why do you call him brother? He asked me to. You heed his words so readily? Jiang Xinian sensed the subtle drop in Shen Yu's mood and offered him a sweet smile. I listen to you as well. For instance, when you tell me to stay still, I do. When you ask me not to kiss you, I refrain. Whose words do you heed more? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xinian replied, yours. Shen Yu fell silent, merely observing him, causing Jiang Xinian to feel uneasy under his gaze. After a considerable pause, he moved the table aside and approached Shen Yu. You're unhappy. I'm not. You are. Your eyes turn cold when you're not happy. It's just natural. Jiang Xinian squeezed between his legs and cupped his face. No, your eyes are beautiful when you're happy. They draw people in. Shen Yu remained silent once more. Jiang Xinian pondered where he might have upset him and tentatively opened his mouth. Is it because I accepted Brother Yi's? Before he could finish, Shen Yu pinched his lips with his fingers, compressing them like a duck's beak. Hearing that title from Jiang Xinian's lips again made him feel an urge to eliminate Feng Yi. Chapter 9. I want you to be happy, Jiang Xinian understood, freeing his mouth from Shen Yu's grasp. Shen Yu, are you jealous? Shen Yu averted his gaze from Jiang Xinian's intense stare. No. You are. Jiang Xinian took the opportunity to sit on his lap, playfully nuzzling his chin. Don't be jealous. I won't call him that anymore. Shen Yu remained nonchalant, his arm loosely encircling Jiang Xinian's waist, offering no response. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Xinian leaned in and pecked the corner of his mouth. Shen Yu looked at him. Why didn't you ask this time? You wouldn't agree even if I did. How would you know if you don't ask? Jiang Xinian's eyes sparkled, and he leaned closer, gazing at him earnestly. May I kiss you? Shen Yu, eyeing his lips so near, coolly uttered 3 words. You may not. Jiang Xinian. Shen Yu lifted his hand and patted his thigh. Get down. Jiang Xinian froze momentarily, not moving. Shen Yu directly lifted him by the waist and set him on the ground, simultaneously retracting his pheromones. I have a meeting to attend. Jiang Xinian understood he was displeased, yet he had never comforted anyone and was at a loss. This sudden chill left him feeling perplexed. Shen Yu opened the drawer, retrieved a notebook, and stood up. Jiang Xinian immediately grasped the hem of his clothing. Will you return? Shen Yu cast a sidelong glance at him. This is my office. Jiang Xinian fell silent for a few seconds, comprehension dawning, and released his grip. Shen Yu averted his gaze, moving towards the door, resting his hand on the doorknob, and glanced back at him. Jiang Xinian stood there with his head bowed, lost in thought, his silhouette tinged with melancholy. Ultimately, it was Feng Yi's issue. The child was inherently innocent, and he had never instructed him on how to address others. It was not his fault. Jiang Xinian turned to look at him, his eyes rimmed with red, a glimmer of unshed tears clinging to his lashes. Shen Yu softened his tone. Come here. Jiang Xinian ambled over slowly, halting at a distance of an arm's length. Shen Yu drew him into an embrace, forbidding any errant thoughts. Jiang Xinian instantly reciprocated the embrace, his voice muffled against Shen Yu's chest. You retracted your pheromones. Do you dislike me? Shen Yu patted his back. I told you not to overthink. I have a meeting to attend. I cannot go with pheromones all over me. Jiang Xinian looked up at him. Shen Yu wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. This little alpha seemed to be made of water, so prone to tears. One could only imagine how pitiful he must have been while selling pheromones and engaging in underground fights. Are you not angry then? Angry. Shen Yu regarded him and added, So I shall grant you an hour. Think carefully about how to appease me. Jiang Xinian pressed his lips together. I do not know how to comfort others. Shen Yu released him. Find a way yourself. With that, he opened the door and departed. Jiang Xinian lingered for a moment before returning to the sofa to sit down. He first completed the remaining assignments, clicked submit, then picked up his phone to begin an online search. He typed, "How to appease Enigma," but found it unsatisfactory. So he deleted it and changed it to, "How to comfort a boyfriend when he's angry." He opened several threads and read them intently. As he immersed himself in the content, he felt his emotions reignite. Must it truly be done this way? When Shen Yu returned, he found Jiang Xinian absent from the office. He paused, set down his notebook, and proceeded towards the lounge. Jiang Xinian, clad in a shirt with some buttons undone, lay on the bed with his legs crossed, engrossed in his phone, exposing a considerable expanse of his fair chest, evidently freshly bathed. The marks on his legs and chest had yet to fade, drawing even more attention beneath the partially concealed shirt. Shen Yu's expression darkened as he turned the doorknob, locking it behind him. Upon hearing the noise, Jiang Xinian looked up. "You're back," he exclaimed, tossing aside his phone and rising on his knees. Shen Yu stopped at the bedside, looking down at him, his fingertips brushing against Jiang Xinian's collarbone. "Did you take a shower?" Jiang Xinian straightened his posture, tugging at the already loose collar of his shirt, leaning closer. "Shen Yu, take a whiff. Does it smell good?" Shen Yu remained still, yet his throat involuntarily tightened. "Who taught you this?" Although the little alpha had been fervent and bold these past few days, this was the first time he had so overtly enticed him. Shen Yu found it hard to believe that he had suddenly come to such realizations on his own. Jiang Xinian unabashedly confessed, "I learned it online." "What else did you learn?" Jiang Xinian wrapped his arms around Shen Yu's waist, nuzzling against his chest, stating he should take the initiative. Shen Yu's hand instinctively tangled in Jiang Xinian's damp hair, gently massaging it, his voice lowering a notch. "How do you intend to be proactive?" Jiang Xinian lifted his head, entwining his hands around his neck, pulling him down with fervor. Shen Yu complied, kneeling on the edge of the bed, his hands braced on either side of his body. He was curious to see what this little one had learned over the course of the hour. Jiang Xinian's kiss was somewhat clumsy, largely mimicking the techniques he had observed during their recent encounters. As the kiss concluded, Shen Yu remained largely unaffected, yet Jiang Xinian found himself panting. Leaning closer to Shen Yu's ear, "Brother, I'm not very skilled." The utterance of "brother" caused Shen Yu to momentarily falter, his grip on the bedsheet tightening. His voice dropping to a husky whisper, "Is that also something you learned online?" Jiang Xinian quickly shook his head, gazing earnestly at him. "No. I've come to understand that you are upset because I call others brother, so I shall only call you that from now on, if that pleases you." He pecked at the corner of Shen Yu's lips a few times. "Brother, please do not be angry." Shen Yu studied him intently for several seconds. Then suddenly, with a firm motion, he lifted Jiang Xinian off the bed and seated him on the sofa. One arm encircled his waist while the other grasped his ankle, gently caressing it. "Does it hurt still?" "Not anymore," Jiang Xinian replied, snuggling closer to him. "It truly feels better, brother." With that, he leaned in for another kiss. "What am I self-restraint?" Shen Yu questioned, gripping the nape of his neck, slightly parting their lips, his voice gravelly. "You were well aware of those 3 days." Jiang Xinian ignored his words, stubbornly attempting to kiss him again, but Shen Yu turned his head, causing the kiss to land on his jawline instead. He tightened his hold on Jiang Xinian's neck, preventing any further advances, his breath somewhat erratic. "Jiang Xinian, I am not as upright as you presume." "I know," Jiang Xinian murmured, his warm lips brushing against Shen Yu's skin. He had come to realize that this seemingly aloof and detached man harbored depths of desire beneath the surface. In moments teetering on the edge of consciousness, Jiang Xinian even wondered if Shen Yu's pent-up feelings had led to some psychological turmoil. "Did he still provoke me?" Shen Yu's voice was low, laden with warning. "I simply wish for your happiness," Jiang Xinian replied, pointing his eyes. "I find this place quite beautiful." Chapter 10. My love for learning. Lin Hui entered with a stack of documents, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Shen Yu clad in a military uniform. He placed the files on the table and extracted the topmost sheet. "Boss, here is the witness statement and the testing report for the residue found in your coffee that day." Shen Yu took it, opening it to reveal the term Enigma, and chuckled softly, tapping his fingers on the paper. "They are quite determined in their efforts against me." The individual in question was an undocumented citizen, with no identifiable information uncovered. However, there was a totem on his left shoulder. Shen Yu flipped the page, revealing an image of a deformed snake. He was not surprised. In fact, he felt a sense of familiarity. It had been some time since this symbol had made an appearance. Keep a close watch. Do not allow him to perish. Understood. Lin Hui straightened. The matter regarding the remittance to the orphanage that you instructed yesterday has been taken care of. Funds will be withdrawn from your personal account monthly. Under your sister's name. Shen Yu nodded, closed the document, and selected a few houses near the military academy with pleasant environments and gardens. Is it for a wedding home? Shen Yu replied affirmatively, preferably a larger one. Good. Should I order food? Shen Yu stood up, saying no, they would eat out. I will drive. As he pushed open the lounge door, Jiang Xinian was still asleep. Shen Yu dressed him in the newly prepared light blue pajamas, which made his skin appear even fairer. The fingertips resting on the bed occasionally twitched. Shen Yu sat beside the bed and gently touched his face. Jiang Xinian let out a soft sound. Are you hungry? A little. Jiang Xinian's voice was somewhat hoarse as he grasped Shen Yu's sleeve. Is brother still angry? Shen Yu took his hand in a reassuring grip, saying he was no longer angry. He helped Jiang Xinian out of the covers. Let's freshen up and then go eat. Watching Jiang Xinian enter the bathroom, Shen Yu changed into his regular attire from the cloakroom and retrieved an outfit for Jiang Xinian. His wardrobe had originally been a monochrome palette of black, white, and gray. But recently, with the addition of several bright pieces for Jiang Xinian, it had become more colorful. A little alpha should wear some vibrant colors. Larry, who had previously gone to Jiang Xinian's rental to tidy up, almost mistook it for the home of an elderly bureaucrat, aside from military uniforms. There were hardly any casual clothes, all in dark hues. Put this on. Shen Yu handed him the clothes. Jiang Xinian accepted them, examining them for a moment before putting them on. It was a light blue hoodie and gray sweatpants. Shen Yu watched him dress and reached out to adjust the collar. It looks good. Jiang Xinian lowered his head, tugging at the sleeves of the hoodie, feeling somewhat uneasy. Then get used to it. Shen Yu wrapped his arm around Jiang Xinian's waist, and they left. Once in the car, Shen Yu took out his tablet to handle emails and casually asked, Do you have any dietary restrictions? Jiang Xinian gazed out at the swiftly passing streets. None. But I am allergic to carrots. Shen Yu acknowledged with a sound and inquired further. What about fruits? I don't like eating fruits. Shen Yu paused, raising his eyes to look at him. Is it that you dislike a certain type or all kinds? All kinds. Jiang Xinian answered succinctly. Shen Yu furrowed his brows, observing him. He had encountered picky eaters before, but this was the first time he had met someone who was selective about fruits. Jiang Xinian pursed his lips, stating, They are too expensive. Lin Hui, driving ahead, quickly glanced in the rearview mirror, feeling a wave of sympathy for young Mr. Jiang. Shen Yu set down his tablet and gently stroked Jiang Xinian's face, his palm warm. It's all right from now on. You can have them every day. Jiang Xinian was taken aback, hastily waving his hand. That's not what I meant. I meant exactly that. Jiang Xinian stared at him for a few seconds, a smile creeping onto his lips, his eyes sparkling. Shen Yu, you are truly wonderful. Shen Yu did not respond, merely picking up the tablet once more, while his other hand reached over to hold Jiang Xinian's right hand, gently massaging his wrist. After a while, Jiang Xinian turned his head. What should we get for Ego? Shen Yu's eyes remained fixed on the tablet. A watch. Does he need a watch? Not really. Then why are we getting that? He likes them. Jiang Xinian suddenly understood, exclaiming with realization, and turned his head back to the window. The car fell silent for a moment before Shen Yu unexpectedly asked, Do you have any favorite things or hobbies? Jiang Xinian pondered for a moment and shook his head. No, he replied. In the welfare institution, there is barely enough to eat, let alone discuss likes and hobbies. He paused briefly, as if suddenly recalling something. If I had to mention one, it would be studying. Does that count? A brief silence enveloped the car. Lin Hui's hand trembled slightly on the steering wheel. In this day and age, there truly exists someone who considers studying a hobby. Shen Yu turned his gaze towards him. I shall purchase a few books for you. He offered. Jiang Xinian promptly declined. There is a library. No need to buy. Lin Hui, catching the glance Shen Yu shot him through the rearview mirror, immediately interjected, Mr. Jiang, do you think you can remember everything after just reading a book once? Bringing books home seems about right. Larry exclaimed. I shall compete fiercely with you talented folks. Noticing Lin Hui's sudden shift into melancholy, Jiang Xinian squeezed Shen Yu's hand and softly inquired, "What is wrong with him?" Shen Yu glanced sideways and replied coolly, "Jealousy." Jiang Xinian, slightly puzzled, leaned closer to Shen Yu's ear and whispered, "What is there to be jealous about? Aren't you also someone who remembers everything at a glance?" Lin Hui retorted, "Do you believe I might just jump out of the car right now?" After their meal, Shen Yu first took Jiang Xinian to buy pillows. Observing the vibrant and high-quality bed linens stirred a thought within him. The ones at home were quite aged. Several sets had already faded after numerous washes, appearing dull and somewhat stiff. He typically did not pay much attention to such matters, managing to sleep comfortably enough. Yet now, with Jiang Xinian by his side, he desired to provide him with only the best. Seizing the moment, while Jiang Xinian was engrossed in testing the pillows, he exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Hui. Why sneak around behind Jiang Xinian's back? Because they had nearly quarreled over purchasing a couple of pieces of clothing for him just moments earlier. L'un lui stu de nirbi, t'oubli entertain. Believing that his boss had already reached a low threshold of material desire, only to discover that this future little spouse exhibited an unprecedented level of thriftiness. He suddenly found himself curious about how his boss explained where the well-fitting clothes Jiang Xinian currently wore came from. From where did they originate? From the younger Shen Yu himself. Realizing that Jiang Xinian's tone had shifted, Shen Yu, the most upright commander in the empire, for the first time in his life, spoke with a twinge of dishonesty. They are from my earlier years. Luckily, Jiang Xinian, being innocent and in a vulnerable state of mind, did not delve deeper. How could clothes from 7 or 8 years ago still appear so new, let alone fit perfectly? The most absurd part was that even the shoes fit comfortably. Shen Yu. Jiang Xinian approached, cradling a pillow. "I like this one." Shen Yu touched it and told the sales associate, "I will take 4. "Why buy 4? "To replace the ones at home and in the lounge." "Very well." Lin Hui followed the sales associate to the checkout, while Shen Yu led him toward a watch shop. Chapter 11. Ai's wish for safety upon their arrival at the private room. Feng Yi stood alone on the small balcony, smoking. The young master Feng typically celebrated 2 birthdays, one with friends and another at home with great fanfare. Shen Yu took Jiang Xinian to the dining table, pulled out a chair, and said, "You sit first." He then opened the glass door and stepped inside. Hearing the commotion, Feng Yi turned around, offering a cigarette from his pack along with a lighter. Shen Yu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted it. "And what about him?" Shen Yu held a cigarette between his lips, leaning down to ignite it with the flame kindled by Feng Yi. Feng Yi smirked slightly. "What do you think?" Shen Yu inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. He mentioned he wouldn't be back for a few more days. Feng Yi did not respond, his gaze drifting to the bustling traffic below. "Have you settled things with Xiaoyan?" Shen Yu replied with a brief acknowledgement. Feng Yi exhaled a puff of smoke, a hint of a smile finally gracing his features. "That's good." He gestured toward Shen Yu with the hand holding the cigarette. "That rascal will surely cry upon his return." "Do you despise him that much?" Shen Yu flicked the ash from his cigarette. A wave of nausea washed over him. Feng Yi frowned, the sight of Shen Yu invoking a feeling of revulsion. "Then why did you agree to let Zhong Qing bring him here?" Feng Yi crushed the cigarette but into the ashtray on the railing with such force it seemed he aimed to pierce through the bottom. "That fool had to come. What choice did I have?" Shen Yu gazed at the golden ginkgo trees below, falling into contemplation. Both parties were the best of friends. One was love at first sight, while the other developed feelings over time. One concealed his emotions desperately, while the other retreated repeatedly. There was no way for him to mediate this situation. Shen Yu extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray. "When do you plan to break this silence? Does he accept AA relationships? We can't end up losing even our friendship." The two stared into the distance, momentarily silent. Feng Yi suddenly recalled something and turned to Shen Yu. "By the way, Xiaoyan's sensitive period ends today, right?" Shen Yu nodded. "His symptoms have significantly lessened today." Feng Yi patted his shoulder, suggesting he observe Xiaoyan's mental state more closely. Glancing at Jiang Xinian, who was engrossed in his phone, he lowered his voice. "After all, he is an alpha. Dealing with being marked is not an easy psychological hurdle." "Understood," Shen Yu nodded, grateful for the reminder. The door to the private room swung open. Zhong Qing stepped inside, surprised to see Jiang Xinian seated. "What are you doing here?" Recognizing the face, Jiang Xinian stood with Lin Hui, greeting General Jiang. Hearing the voice, Shen Yu opened the balcony door and approached Jiang Xinian. I brought him. Is there a problem? What could possibly be the problem? Jiang Zhongqing waved his hand dismissively and took a seat. Feng Yi followed out with a stoic expression. Noticing the absence of anyone behind Jiang Zhongqing, his brow arched slightly, but he remained silent and sat down in the main seat. Upon seeing Feng Yi take his seat, Jiang Zhongqing immediately retrieved a velvet box from his pocket and handed it over, asking if he liked it. Feng Yi accepted it nonchalantly, placing it on the table. I like it. Such indifference. Jiang Zhongqing frowned. You haven't even opened it yet. With no other option. Feng Yi opened the box. Shen Yu wrapped his arm around Jiang Xinian, adjusting his chair closer. Inside the box lay a jade pendant of exquisite green, strung with a black cord. How is it? Do you like it? Jiang Zhongqing leaned in a bit closer. Feng Yi picked up the pendant, examining it carefully, his fingers gliding over its smooth surface. Raising his gaze to Jiang Zhongqing, he remarked, everything aside from the stone that I personally unearthed is crafted by me. Jiang Zhongqing grinned, taking the pendant from the box. The details may be slightly lacking, but it is filled with my sincerity. Why give this to me? Feng Yi's voice wavered slightly. Jiang Zhongqing rose and approached him, fastening the safety amulet around his neck. Although Yi is a doctor, he also ventures to the front lines. Bullets show no mercy. May Yi remain safe. Feng Yi's eyes felt slightly moist as he gazed down at the amulet on his chest, his fingertips brushing against it. Has it been blessed? Feng Yi cleared his throat, suppressing the tinge of bitterness within. Surely, without a blessing, it wouldn't hold such significance. Of course, Jiang Zhongqing returned to his seat, having prayed earnestly at Lingqiu Temple. Ascending the steps with unwavering devotion, 3 bows and 9 prostrations, not a moment of laziness. Feng Yi's fingers suddenly froze. He found it hard to imagine how someone as carefree as Jiang Zhongqing could endure the patience required to kneel and climb those long stairs. Feng Yi opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Zhongqing flashed him a cheeky grin. Don't worry about me. It's just that my knees were bruised for a few days, nothing serious. Who is worried about you? Feng Yi chuckled softly, tucking the amulet into his collar, keeping it close to his heart. Shen Yu retrieved a carefully wrapped box from the chair behind him. It's the watch you wanted before, he announced. Jiang Zhongqing leaned in for a closer look, whistling in surprise. No way, wasn't it discontinued? Where did you find it? Shen Yu took a sip from his cup, remaining silent. Feng Yi opened the watch box and slid it onto his wrist, beaming as he admired it from side to side. Observing him, Jiang Zhongqing leaned back against the chair, arms spread wide. Well, I guess my efforts over the past half-month have been in vain. Lin Hui hurriedly pulled out a small box from his pocket, presenting it with both hands. Brother Feng Yi, just a little token of appreciation. Please don't turn your nose up at it. Feng Yi accepted it and opened it to reveal a pair of deep blue sapphire cufflinks, shimmering under the light, akin to the color of his own eyes. You little rascal, you didn't spend half your salary on these, did you? If you can't find a wife later, don't blame me. Lin Hui scratched his head, chuckling. No, as long as you like them, that's enough. The warm atmosphere in the private room felt foreign to Jiang Xinian, a realm he had never encountered before. Is this what friendship is? Feng Yi's gaze fell upon his somewhat dazed face. Little brother Xinian. Jiang Xinian immediately snapped back to reality. Sitting up straighter, brother Yi. Feng Yi frowned in discontent. Just this morning, he had been calling him Yi brother, and now he had reverted to brother Yi. Jiang Xinian quickly darted a glance at Shen Yu, hesitant to speak. Observing this little maneuver, Feng Yi instantly understood, chuckling as he turned to Shen Yu. Are you really that jealous? Regulating even how he addresses me? Shen Yu did not dispute, a slight smile gracing his lips as he held Jiang Xinian's hand. Jiang Zhongqing, sitting opposite, shook his head and clicked his tongue at the scene. By the time the two returned home, it was already past 11. Jiang Xinian, having consumed 2 glasses of fruit wine, sported a rosy complexion. Feeling dizzy? Shen Yu inquired. Jiang Xinian shook his head, leaning against the wall to change his shoes. Just a bit warm. The bed linens had already been changed by the housekeeper to a light blue, matching the outfit Jiang Xinian wore today. He stood at the bathroom door, clutching his pajamas, swaying slightly. He grasped Shen Yu's hand, his voice sticky with pleading, "Brother Shen, can you really not accompany me while I wash?" Shen Yu gently pushed him towards the bathroom. "No, you cannot." "Why not?" Jiang Xinian clung to the doorframe, reluctant to enter. Although Shen Yu had also indulged in alcohol, it was not much. The two of them in this state would likely end up bathing until dawn. He pried open Jiang Xinian's fingers and took it upon himself to wash. Jiang Xinian pouted, casting an unhappy glance at him. Shen Yu sighed softly and ruffled his hair, stating, "I'll wait for you at the door." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinian reluctantly released his grip, muttering, "You better keep your word." MHM. The sound of water flowed for several minutes before ceasing. Shen Yu stood outside, listening to the rustling of clothes inside. The door swung open, and Jiang Xinian emerged, his hair dripping with water. Shen Yu took his hand and led him towards the small sofa. He plugged in the hairdryer, while Jiang Xinian rested his forehead against Shen Yu's abdomen, yawning. A few swift motions dried his hair, after which Shen Yu playfully patted his face, urging him to sleep first. Jiang Xinian remained still, insisting, "I'll wait for you. I'm going to take a shower," Shen Yu said, pulling him up. "Then hurry." Shen Yu watched him climb into bed before he turned to enter the bathroom. By the time he emerged, Jiang Xinian had already fallen asleep, lying on his side with half of his face nestled into the new pillow. Shen Yu stood at the bedside for a moment before quietly moving to the guest room to dry his hair. The sensitive period of the little alpha had passed. What would tomorrow bring? The pair of indifferent yet sorrowful eyes unexpectedly appeared before him. He climbed into bed with great care. Just as he lay down, Jiang Xinian instinctively rolled into his arms. Shen Yu paused in the darkness, lowering his head to plant a kiss on his forehead. "Jiang Xinian," he whispered softly, "if you don't acknowledge it tomorrow, I'll lock you up." The person in his embrace unconsciously nuzzled against his chest. "Locked up until your next sensitive period." Chapter 12. Facing imprisonment at 5 in the morning, Jiang Xinian woke up precisely, not detecting the musty odor of the damp rental room. He suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. The room was engulfed in darkness, obscuring the details. "Awake?" Shen Yu's voice was slightly hoarse. Jiang Xinian turned his head sharply, vaguely discerning a figure, and the tumult of the past few days rushed back to him. He tightened his grip on the blanket, his throat constricting. Shen Yu reached out and turned on the bedside lamp. The warm yellow light dispelled some of the darkness, illuminating Jiang Xinian's slightly flustered face. "TSK. Those eyes have indeed changed. Try saying the remaining 2 words." Jiang Xinian squinted against the light, and after adjusting to it, his gaze settled on Shen Yu's face. The man's light purple hair was somewhat tousled, his expression impassive, and his violet eyes fixed intently on him. Jiang Xinian turned his head away, gripping the blanket even tighter. He opened his mouth, then shut it again. The memories were so vivid that there was no escape, including but not limited to how he had clung to the other, how he called him brother repeatedly, and how he had actively acquiesced. "Call my name." "Shen." Jiang Xinian struggled to articulate, but after a while, he could not produce the word. Shen Yu chuckled lightly. "What's wrong? Is my name difficult to say?" Jiang Xinian pinched his thigh and quickly whispered the 2 words. "Shen Yu." Louder. "Shen Yu." The final utterance satisfied Shen Yu, who glanced at his phone to check the time. It was just past 5. He reached out, grasping Jiang Xinian's arm and pulling him down. "Why rise so early?" Jiang Xinian lay stiffly in Shen Yu's embrace, as rigid as a piece of wood. "I need to go to the training room." Shen Yu, propped up on one arm, gently twirled Jiang's tousled hair with the other. "I've already resigned you from your part-time job. Focus on your studies." After a brief silence, Jiang Xinian spoke softly. "I can't resign. I need those jobs." "Short on cash." Jiang nodded. Shen Yu observed the tension in his profile, then pinched his earlobe, offering a suggestion. Jiang turned slightly to look at him, confusion evident in his eyes. "Please me," Shen Yu said, his fingers gliding along Jiang's ear to his jawline. "And I shall reward you with a salary." Jiang Xinian was perplexed, furrowing his brow. "What do you mean?" "Literally." Shen Yu leaned in closer. "Make me happy, and I'll give you money." "That's not appropriate." "What's inappropriate about it?" Shen Yu's hand rested on Jiang's waist. "Weren't you doing quite well before?" Jiang fell silent. These past few days had felt akin to a paradise, or perhaps even more blissful than paradise itself. Yet, a sense of frustration lingered within him. Why did the sensitive period spent beside Shen Yu differ so drastically from that spent under the influence of suppressants? How could he have become so clingy? Like a weaned child, crying and pleading? Would Shen Yu perceive him as a troublesome, overly sensitive alpha? He wished to approach Shen Yu, to stand beside the one he had admired since childhood, but not in this manner. Reflecting on his recent behavior, whining and seeking comfort, Jiang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing he could vanish from his own skin. How humiliating! How utterly humiliating! Shen Yu watched as Jiang Xinian stared blankly at the ceiling, his eyes unfocused, lips pale from pressing together tightly. Mistakenly believing Jiang was struggling with the notion of being marked, he tightened his embrace slightly, pinching the soft flesh at Jiang's side. Jiang Xinian. Jiang flinched at the touch, instinctively responding, What are you thinking about? Jiang lowered his gaze. Nothing. Liar. Shen Yu's fingers gently traced Jiang's cheek. Is it difficult for you to accept that an alpha like you has been marked? No. Jiang Xinian quickly rebuffed. I volunteered. I don't find it hard to accept. Being marked by you is something I never even dare to dream of. How could I find it difficult? Then what are you pondering? Jiang opened his mouth, then closed it again. The clingy affection and assertive requests replayed in his mind, causing his ears to flush with heat. Shen Yu waited a few moments, then grasped Jiang's chin, turning his face toward him. Are you worried I might leave you? Concerned that I would deny my responsibilities after a night together? Or perhaps that I would treat you poorly in the future? Jiang found himself unable to voice his thoughts, tilting his head to evade Shen Yu's gaze. Shen Yu held him steady, observing his silence, his tone flat. Jiang Xinian, we are already married. Jiang's pupils dilated sharply, his breath caught in his throat. Shen Yu retrieved his phone from the bedside table, unlocked it, and opened a message, pressing it into Jiang's hand. Dear Supreme Commander of the Star Alliance, Shen Yu, your marriage application with Mr. Jiang Xinian has been approved. According to Article 7, Section 3 of the Imperial Marriage Law, the union between the two of you is officially established from the date of issuance of this document, and it is protected under the Imperial Civil Code, the Imperial Criminal Code, the Imperial National Defense Law, and the Star Alliance Military Personnel Status and Rights Protection Law. Relevant rights and obligations are detailed in the attachment. Wishing you a joyful marriage. The time was yesterday morning. Our marriage is legally protected. Should I engage in infidelity, domestic violence, or treat you poorly, you may file a lawsuit in a military court. Jiang Xinian read the text message repeatedly, recalling the documents Shen Yu had coaxed him into signing yesterday morning. One question lingered in his mind. How could the Star Alliance be so efficient? Shen Yu observed his dazed expression, finding it endearing and feeling an urge to kiss him. After swallowing hard, he said, It's too late to have second thoughts. Regretting a military marriage could land one in prison. Jiang Xinian, whether startled or otherwise, blurted out, We can still get divorced after getting married. Shen Yu chuckled ambiguously. That is possible, but the process takes 2 years. Jiang Xinian turned off his phone, looking at him in confusion. Why is it so quick to marry, yet so lengthy to divorce? Perhaps to increase the marriage rate, Shen Yu replied. Although the little Alpha's eyes were not as alluring as they had been in recent days, they held a distinct purity and charm. Unable to resist, Shen Yu leaned in and kissed him. Jiang Xinian's body stiffened. Moments ago, he was as rigid as wood, and now turned to stone, his lips pressed tightly together. Shen Yu chuckled softly, his warm palm covering Jiang Xinian's eyes. Did no one teach you to close your eyes while kissing? The world around him faded into darkness. Sharpening his other senses, Jiang Xinian could feel Shen Yu's breath brushing against his cheek, slightly tickling. I've never been in a relationship, he admitted honestly, his voice muffled between their close lips. Shen Yu seemed pleased with this response, giving his waist a gentle squeeze. Relax, I'll teach you. His hand remained over Jiang Xinian's eyes, while the other arm wrapped around his back, pulling them closer together. Shen Yu's lips met his again, this time with greater intensity. This was her first kiss while both were still fully aware. Jiang Xinian clutched the sheets beneath him, attempting to ease his tense body. He did not find Shen Yu's sudden touch unwelcome. On the contrary, he relished it immensely. Shen Yu's tongue gently pried open Jiang Xinian's lips, his movements slow, allowing him ample time to adapt. The kiss did not last long. As Shen Yu pulled away, Jiang Xinian kept his eyes closed, his eyelashes fluttering softly. Did you get it? Jiang Xinian shook his head, his voice a bit hoarse. I might be a little slow. I can't learn it in one go. No waities. Shen Yu pecked the corner of his lips again. We have plenty of time to learn at our own pace. Chapter 13. A fortuitous location. Shen Yu, clad in a white commander's uniform, with his long hair casually tied back, sat at the dining table engrossed in his tablet, untouched breakfast beside him, evidently waiting for Jiang Xinian. Jiang Xinian pulled out a chair and sat down, taking in his surroundings. Shen Yu did not take his eyes off the tablet, asking, "What are you looking at? Did you prepare breakfast?" Shen Yu swiped the screen, butler to Shu in Xiaomei. Jiang Xinian furrowed his brows slightly, perhaps having overlooked the presence of others in the house during his earlier sensitive period. Shen Yu set down the tablet and looked up at him. Jiang Xinian donned the military academy uniform, the deep blue coat impeccably pressed, adorned on his chest with the olive branch insignia of the command department. His tie was fastidiously knotted, imparting an air of cool detachment. Shen Yu absent-mindedly rubbed his thumb. Why did he find this little alpha even more alluring in this attire? I prefer a quieter household. After Uncle Da and the others finished their meal, they departed. Jiang Xinian lifted his glass of milk, wondering if he was being too much of a bother. After taking a sip, he voiced his thought. Shen Yu replied nonchalantly, I purchased a residence for them across the street. They usually stay there and only come over when necessary. Jiang Xinian nearly choked on his milk, covering his mouth to cough, while Shen Yu handed him a couple of tissues. Jiang Xinian wiped the milk from the corner of his mouth, his eyes still glistening from the cough. Did you engage in any illicit dealings? Is the commander's salary truly that substantial? This was a two-story apartment, situated near the Star Alliance, which implied it was in the city center. Not only did he possess one, but he also acquired another for someone else. Do I appear impoverished? Jiang Xinian hastily shook his head. He was aware Shen Yu was not destitute, yet he had no inkling of his considerable wealth. The day after tomorrow is an auspicious occasion. Shen Yu suddenly shifted the topic. We shall officially register. Jiang Xinian tightened his grip on the cup, timidly gazing at Shen Yu. May I pose a question? Speak. Why do you wish to marry me? I am an orphan. Aside from providing some comfort during your sensitive period, I offer no additional support. The compatibility between them must be astonishingly high. Each exchange sent his soul soaring. And Shen Yu's experience could not be lacking either. Shen Yu leaned back in his chair, his extraordinary visage betraying no emotion. Do you believe I require marriage to solidify my status? That is not my intention. Jiang Xinian averted his gaze, biting his lip. I merely feel you have superior options. My affection for you is the finest choice. Jiang Xinian was taken aback. Any further inquiries? Jiang Xinian, incredulous, asked, You like me? Indeed, it was love at first sight. Shen Yu finished his milk and wiped his mouth. You could also interpret it as being swayed by appearances. I consider myself quite ordinary. Shen Yu cast him a peculiar glance, chuckling softly. Ordinary? How do others manage to exist? The capital had fully embraced autumn. The street leading to the military academy was lined with ginkgo trees, their beauty peaking in this season. Golden leaves cascaded from the branches, carpeting the sidewalks as the wind stirred. Numerous young couples strolled hand in hand, each face radiating blissful smiles. Jiang Xinian's gaze lingered on them for a moment. He had always believed he would grow old in solitude. The day after receiving his military academy acceptance letter, at the age of 17, he sold his pheromones. With that money, he selected a prime location for his future resting place. Having never possessed a proper home in life, he hoped to have one in death. To enrich this home, he had even planted some jasmine nearby. Initially, he had intended to plant peach trees, as there were several in the orphanage's backyard, blooming beautifully in spring and bearing delightful fruits in summer. However, he was advised by the elders that planting peach trees near graves was inauspicious, so he opted for jasmine instead. Ultimately, it too was deemed unlucky, yet the jasmine thrived remarkably. After visiting it twice, he could not bring himself to uproot it. At that time, he was unaware that Shen Yu.As pheromone had such a fragrance. It was rather serendipitous. I will pick you up after school. Shen Yu's voice interrupted his reverie. Jiang Xinian, regaining his composure, instinctively declined, Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? Shen Yu set down his tablet and gazed at him, reiterating, I will say it once more, we are already married. It is my duty to escort you to and from school. Observing Shen Yu's serious demeanor, Jiang Xinian swallowed his subsequent words, understanding the message. After a brief pause, he added softly, thank you. As Jiang Xinian entered the school, countless pairs of eyes turned towards him. It was unavoidable. His looks were simply extraordinary. Coupled with his formidable abilities, he garnered the secret admiration of many Omegas, and, truth be told, quite a few Betas and Alphas were similarly enchanted. Wow, Jiang Shen, did we just have such a serendipitous encounter? Someone exclaimed. I heard he took 5 days off due to illness. Oh dear, I hope my darling is feeling better now. Jiang Xinian paid them no heed and walked directly towards the academic building. His long leg allowed him to take large strides, leaving several who wished to engage with him trailing behind. The classroom, which had been buzzing with noise, fell silent the moment he stepped through the door. After a few seconds, murmurs began to resurface. Jiang Xinian reached his desk and unpacked his belongings. Among them was a cream-colored thermos, adorned with a note that read, Drink more warm water. The handwriting was Shen Yu's, robust and vigorous. Jiang Xinian stared at the note for several seconds before carefully peeling it off and affixing it to the inside cover of his notebook. Professor Huang entered, books in hand, and upon spotting Jiang Xinian at his seat, paused momentarily before beaming and approaching him. Feeling better? Jiang Xinian was taken aback, but quickly replied, Yes. You still look a bit pale. Perhaps you should rest for another 2 days? Professor Huang adjusted his glasses with a kind expression. After all, you already possess this knowledge. I'm truly fine now. The major assessment begins next month, and I wish to prepare thoroughly. At the mention of the major assessment, Professor Huang smiled and leaned in closer. Have you seen the document? Jiang Xinian furrowed his brow slightly. What document? Professor Huang revealed an expression of knowing. You spend your free time playing on your phone. Perhaps you should read less. He pulled out his phone, tapped a few times, and presented it to Jiang Xinian. This time, the top 3 in the major assessment can directly enter the 1st Fleet Reserve. The 1st Fleet, directly affiliated with Shen Yu. This joint examination, held every 3 years, had stringent eligibility criteria, and he had been preparing for it for 2.5 years. Professor Huang patted Jiang Xinian's shoulder. I know that entering the reserve has always been your goal. This opportunity is rare. Make sure to seize it. He paused before continuing. If you can resign from those part-time jobs, do so and take care of your health. Jiang Xinian remained silent for a moment before returning the phone. Thank you for your suggestion. I will consider it. Professor Huang was unsurprised by Jiang Xinian's response, as he had expressed similar sentiments each time, yet always ended up going. Chapter 14. It won't just be learning. Jiang Xinian did not anticipate that Shen Yu would truly come and pick him up. Logically, someone of Shen Yu's caliber should still be at the military headquarters at this hour, engrossed in a mountain of paperwork. After the school bell rang, the crowd gradually thinned. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching before getting into the car. Shen Yu observed this sequence of movements without uttering a word, merely locking the screen of his tablet and setting it aside. Jiang Xinian neatly placed his backpack on his legs, pressing his hands against the straps. His gaze fixed on the rapidly receding street scenery outside, appearing rather uneasy. After a moment of studying his profile, Shen Yu reached beside him and produced a plastic container. Gently poking his arm, Jiang Xinian stiffly turned his head. Why so tense? Shen Yu inquired, his voice steady. I won't bite. Jiang Xinian remained silent. Shen Yu directly placed the container into his hands, urging him to taste it. Jiang Xinian lowered his eyes. Inside were glistening pomegranate seeds, as translucent as rubies, radiating an enticing sheen. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Shen Yu's hand resting on his leg, the fingertips marked with faint yellow stains. Jiang Xinian's grip on the container tightened slightly. Could it be that he had peeled these seeds himself? Noticing his hesitation, Shen Yu turned to him. Don't you like pomegranates? Without waiting for a response, he deftly removed the lid, scooped a spoonful, and brought it to Jiang Xinian's lips. Open your mouth. Clearly unaccustomed to such intimacy, Jiang Xinian tensed even further. He stared at the spoon just inches away and Shen Yu's calm demeanor, his throat involuntarily bobbing. Shen Yu patiently held the spoon, waiting a moment before repeating his request. Finally, Jiang Xinian opened his mouth and allowed the pomegranate to slip inside. The sweet juice burst in his mouth. Simultaneously, Shen Yu fished out a plastic bag and handed it to him. Spit the seeds here. Jiang Xinian accepted it. Shen Yu then placed the spoon in his hand. I told you. I will make sure you have fruit every day. I am not lying. Jiang Xinian looked up at Shen Yu in astonishment, suspecting he possessed some mind-reading ability, for how else could he know what he was thinking? This bewildered expression only delighted Shen Yu further, who gently rubbed the back of his hand against Jiang Xinian's face. Hurry and eat, he urged, perhaps having adapted slightly. Jiang Xinian averted his gaze and scooped a spoonful of pomegranate for himself. He took small bites, occasionally glancing up to steal a look at Shen Yu's profile. After a while, he suddenly spoke. Can I really not take on a part-time job? No, Shen Yu replied succinctly, his gaze fixed on the tablet, his fingers gliding across the screen. You are unwilling to follow the path I have laid out for you? It's not that I'm unwilling. I simply don't know how to please others, and I'm afraid I won't do well. Shen Yu lifted his gaze from the screen, casting a sidelong glance at him. Weren't you quite successful last time? Jiang Xinian took a moment to process this, his cheeks instantly flushing as he hastily turned his head toward the window. Shen Yu chuckled softly. If you don't know how, just learn a little each day, and you'll surely master it. With that, he refrained from pressing further, knowing Jiang Xinian would eventually acquiesce. After all, he had harbored a secret admiration for him for 7 or 8 years. Indeed, after a moment of silence, Jiang Xinian seemed to resolve himself and said, I will study diligently. Shen Yu met his earnest gaze. Yes, I will check on your progress. Jiang Xinian had not anticipated this additional requirement, furrowing his brow. How will you check? What are you studying? With a gentle touch, Shen Yu pressed his fingertip to the center of Jiang Xinian's brow and lightly rubbed it, adding, do not frown. While Jiang Xinian may not excel in other areas, he is undoubtedly proficient in the art of learning. After dinner, the two retreated to their respective studies. Jiang Xinian revisited the search terms he had previously explored regarding sensitive periods, this time armed with a notebook for note-taking. He perused several popular posts and noted that the predominant advice was to take the initiative. Jiang Xinian focused on the word initiative inscribed in his notebook, encircling it with a red pen and emphatically marking it with a 5-pointed star. New questions flooded his mind. What constitutes taking the initiative? To what extent is it considered initiative? Should it resemble the clinginess he exhibited during his sensitive period? No. Jiang Xinian frowned immediately at the thought. Merely recalling his past behavior during that phase made his face flush with embarrassment, wishing he could vanish on the spot. After much deliberation, he deleted his original search term and re-entered. How to take the initiative with someone I like. From a moment he opened the first post until he turned off his phone, Jiang Xinian felt as if he had become a thoroughly cooked shrimp. He swallowed hard, perplexed by the audacity of those individuals. They dove straight into kisses and hugs, with much of the content being unsuitable for scrutiny. Glancing at his notes, he took a deep breath, intending to adopt a more moderate approach. Although he did not shy away from interacting with Shen Yu, the idea of actively embracing or kissing him at this moment felt somewhat unreasonable. He closed his notebook and switched off the desk lamp. As he passed by Shen Yu's study, he noticed the light was still on, causing him to hesitate briefly. He quickly retreated to his room to take a shower and then prepared a cup of honey water in the kitchen. After standing at the door for an extended period, mentally preparing himself, he finally mustered the courage to knock. Come in. Jiang Xinian pushed the door open, finding Shen Yu still engrossed in documents, which stirred a pang of sympathy within him. Is there something you need? Shen Yu glanced up, his lavender hair glimmering softly under the light, his gaze falling on the cup in Jiang Xinian's hand. Jiang Xinian approached, placing the cup on the corner of the desk, his voice dry. I made you honey water. Shen Yu examined the cup, then scrutinized Jiang Xinian's tense expression, raising an eyebrow. Is this what you learned? Jiang Xinian bit his lip, remaining silent, his fingers unconsciously fiddling with the seam of his pajama pants. Shen Yu did not press further, taking a sip from the cup. The temperature was just right, and the sweetness was well balanced. He set the cup down and returned his attention to Jiang Xinian, inquiring, and then, are you tired? Shen Yu's brow arched slightly. What do you think? Jiang Xinian closed his eyes for a moment, realizing he should indeed purchase 2 books on communication to study. I feel quite tired. Shen Yu set down his pen and leaned back in his chair. So? Jiang Xinian hesitated, inching closer until he stood before Shen Yu. Shall I give you a massage? Where? Though it was a perfectly normal inquiry, coming from Shen Yu, Jiang Xinian felt it carried a different connotation. He dared not meet Shen Yu's gaze. Lowering his eyes and murmuring, I could massage your head or shoulders or both. Shen Yu remained silent, merely shifting his chair back half a meter to create space for him. Jiang Xinian was momentarily taken aback and raised his eyes to look at him. Aren't you standing behind me? Shen Yu maintained his composure, gazing at him steadily, a hint of a smile curving his lips. I prefer to see your expressions from the front. Chapter 15. Who inspects whom? Just as Jiang Xinian resolved to extend his hand, it instantly retreated. His entire face flushed crimson. He couldn't help but admire Shen Yu's ability to remain unfazed, earnestly uttering such nonsensical words. Aren't you going to apply pressure? Shen Yu glanced at him. Regaining his focus, Jiang Xinian pressed his fingertips against Shen Yu's temple, applying a measured pressure. He endeavored to concentrate on the intensity of his touch and the acupoint, deliberately avoiding Shen Yu's gaze. Shen Yu, however, unabashedly observed him, appreciating the way the little alpha's brow furrowed in concentration and his lips pressed together. The scent of the shower gel Jiang Xinian commonly used, mingled with the unique fragrance of the little alpha's pheromones, stirred an unsettling desire within him. Who truly inspects whom? Shen Yu pondered for 3 seconds before deciding to act. Suddenly, he reached out and wrapped his arm around Jiang Xinian's waist, pulling him into his embrace. Taken by surprise, Jiang Xinian looked down at him in confusion. Come closer. Shen Yu's voice deepened slightly. Jiang Xinian's eyes widened. He had not intended to escalate things to this level today. His intention was merely to practice the first steps of expressing care and engaging in some physical contact. Was this development too swift? Noticing his hesitation, Shen Yu raised his hand and gave Jiang Xinian's side a gentle pat, reiterating, come closer. Jiang Xinian bit his lip, his body slightly retreating before awkwardly straddling Shen Yu's lap. He was unsure of his expression, but his face was undoubtedly as red as a ripe apple, burning with heat. To conceal his embarrassment from Shen Yu, he buried his head into the crook of Shen Yu's neck, his arms loosely encircling Shen Yu's waist. Shen Yu seemed to chuckle softly, gliding the swivel chair closer to the desk as he wrapped one arm around Jiang Xinian's waist and swiftly tapped a few times on his tablet with the other hand. He leaned over, his lips brushing against Jiang Xinian's ear, murmuring, release some pheromones for me. Jiang Xinian felt a tingling sensation and instinctively shrugged his shoulders. He lifted his head, confusion evident in his eyes. Now, surely Shen Yu still had work to do. Wouldn't he releasing pheromones now disturb his thoughts? Yes, Shen Yu replied, his gaze returning to the tablet screen as his fingers glided across it. Although Jiang Xinian was perplexed, he complied and released a small amount of his pheromones. Almost immediately, he sensed something amiss. Shen Yu's pheromones surged forth, strong yet gentle, enveloping and merging with his own subtle essence. A wave of tingling warmth coursed up his spine, his body softening as he leaned completely into Shen Yu's embrace, soft sighs escaping his lips. Noticing the shift in Jiang Xinian's demeanor, Shen Yu patted the little alpha's back with satisfaction. The sensation was far more pleasant now, unlike earlier when he had been holding a rigid stone. Jiang Xinian, overwhelmed by the high compatibility of their pheromones, felt his heart race uncontrollably and instinctively sought to retract his own pheromones. Anticipating this reaction, Shen Yu's hand, which had been resting at Jiang Xinian's waist, slid down to grasp his ankle, gradually caressing up along his calf. Jiang Xinian squirmed slightly, parting his lips as if to voice something. Silence. Shen Yu's voice was lowered, tinged with a husky tone. I am in a meeting. A meeting? Jiang Xinian was startled, quickly lifting his head, only to notice Shen Yu wearing headphones. His lips moved a few times, but no words escaped. He buried his face back down. Jiang Xinian focused intently on his exam questions when an Omega classmate approached, clutching a workbook, and paused at his desk. Jiang Shen. The other called softly. Jiang Xinian looked up from the sea of questions. Is there something you need? He recognized this Omega, Zhang Wan, who had assisted him with a group project previously. Zhang Wan nodded repeatedly, opening the workbook to point at a complex tactical analysis question. Could you explain this to me? I've asked several people, but none could clarify the thought process. Jiang Xinian glanced at the question, shifted slightly to the side, and gestured for him to sit. Sure. Zhang Wan carefully took a seat and pushed the workbook forward. Jiang Xinian picked up a pen and began to write on a piece of scrap paper while explaining, his thoughts clear and his pace steady. Initially nervous, Zhang Wan gradually absorbed the information, nodding intermittently. Do you understand? After finishing his explanation, Jiang Xinian set down the pen and looked at him. Do you need me to go over it again? Got it. Zhang Wan quickly replied, his eyes sparkling. Thank you, Jiang Shen. He gathered his books, but hesitated before leaving, his gaze lingering on Jiang Xinian's lips. Jiang Shen, with the dryness of autumn recently. You might want to eat some pears to moisten your lips. They seem to be chapped. Jiang Xinian was taken aback by the comment, raising his hand to touch his lower lip, feeling somewhat awkward as he lowered his head to avoid Zhang Wan's concerned gaze. Thank you. You're welcome. Zhang Wan smiled and hurried away with his workbook. Jiang Xinian stared at the exam paper, yet the formulas and diagrams eluded him. His mind filled with memories of being pressed against Shen Yu last night. The injury on his lips was a consequence of his distraction, which Shen Yu had punished him for. It wasn't entirely his distraction. It was due to Shen Yu's fervent kiss that nearly left him breathless. Unable to recover quickly, Shen Yu insisted on punishing him for his lack of focus. Jiang Xinian, unable to refuse Shen Yu, bore the mark of that kiss. As the lunch break bell rang, Jiang Xinian had yet to leave the classroom when his phone vibrated. The caller ID read Aunt Shen. He paused for a moment before stepping out of the classroom to answer. Yannian? Aunt Shen's voice was cheerful, accompanied by the sounds of children playing in the background. It's me. Jiang Xinian leaned against the cool wall, his voice instinctively tightening. Is something happening at the orphanage? Good news, wonderful news. Aunt Shen replied with a light tone. A lady donated a significant sum to the orphanage a few days ago. Jiang Xinian was taken aback. A donation? Which lady? She's anonymous, only leaving her surname, Song. She mentioned it was to accumulate blessings for her child. Not only this donation, but she also signed an agreement to send a fixed amount each month. An agreement? What kind of agreement? Jiang Xinian's brow furrowed instantly, his tone anxious. Aunt Shen, did you read the agreement carefully? Are there any additional conditions? Is it reliable? Don't worry. I've seen it. Mama Chen hurriedly said. I specifically asked my lawyer friend to examine it thoroughly. The agreement is flawless, merely a gift with no additional clauses. Jiang Xinian remained silent, sensing something amiss. The welfare home in the southern part of the city has been around for nearly 70 years, with records indicating that only 3 benevolent individuals have ever made donations, all of modest amounts. Those with power and influence typically opt for charitable endeavors in the city center, where visibility and prestige abound. Few would choose to support such an old and dilapidated establishment. Year after year, Jiang Xinian snapped back to reality, responding softly. Yes. Mama Chun continued, her tone softening. I called to share this good news with you, and also to remind you not to send any more money to the home. You are still a student, and earning money is not easy. Save it for some good food or a few new clothes for yourself. The home is now truly financially stable, so please take care of yourself. Jiang Xinian fell silent again, and after a moment, quietly replied, I understand. If she withdraws her support or if anything happens at the home, you must inform me immediately. All right, I know you care deeply about the family. Now go eat. Don't delay your classes. After hanging up, Jiang Xinian stood in the corridor for a moment before heading to the cafeteria. Chapter 16. A proposal of marriage. Today's fruit was autumn pears. Jiang Xinian attended a physical education class in the afternoon, dressed simply in a plain white long-sleeve shirt and black athletic pants. The marks on his neck were partially concealed by a bandage, the edges slightly peeling. Shen Yu handed him a container and carefully peeled away the bandage, tossing it into the trash. Is it sweet? Shen Yu inquired, observing him. Jiang Xinian, just biting into a piece of pear, nodded eagerly and quickly stuffed the remaining half into his mouth, spearing another piece to feed Shen Yu. Shen Yu swallowed the pear without reservation and praised him. You've improved. Keep up the good work. Noticing the flush on Jiang Xinian's face, he pressed his fingertip against the chapped corner of his lips, asking, does it hurt? Jiang Xinian shook his head. Shen Yu withdrew his hand, stating, we'll officially register tomorrow morning. I've arranged for your absence. Jiang Xinian slowed his chewing, his gaze drifting to the window. After a moment of contemplation, he ventured, are you certain? I've already answered that question last time. Shen Yu interrupted, his voice turning cold, his expression darkening. Do you not wish to marry me? It was the first time Jiang Xinian had encountered Shen Yu's stern demeanor. Momentarily stunned, he forgot how to respond. Shen Yu averted his gaze, lowering his eyes to the tablet. As you wish. Even Jiang Xinian, in his naivety, could sense Shen Yu's anger. Clutching the container, he hesitated to eat further, pursing his lips as he quickly contemplated how to appease Shen Yu. Yet, he couldn't fathom why Shen Yu was upset. Was it due to his question? Once finished, Jiang Xinian became lost in his thoughts until a sudden voice startled him, causing him to shiver. Regaining his composure, he obediently finished the remaining pear. The sweet flesh of the fruit at that moment seemed devoid of flavor. Thus, today's topic transformed from how to please the one you like to what to do when you've upset someone you cherish. Jiang Xinian frowned as he browsed through the posts, finding those beneath such threads to be rather bold, with few insightful contributions amidst a sea of reckless words. Feeling his ears burn with embarrassment, he quickly turned off his phone and pressed his flushed cheeks against the cool surface of the table. After lying there for about 10 minutes, his mind remained a chaotic mess. Yet one thought resonated clearly. It was always right to apologize first. Resolutely, he rose to seek out Shen Yu. Today, Shen Yu was not working in his study. Instead, he sat on the sofa in the living room, engaged in a phone call. His expression was grim, and his tone icy, as if he were grappling with a particularly troublesome matter. Jiang Xinian hesitated at the entrance of the living room, contemplating waiting until the call was over. After all, it would be inappropriate if it involved military secrets. However, Shen Yu did not grant him that opportunity. Catching a glimpse of him from the corner of his eye, he curtly instructed the person on the other end of the line to send a follow-up plan to his email before abruptly ending the call. He tossed his phone carelessly onto the sofa and, with a dark expression, beckoned Jiang Xinian over. A tightness gripped Jiang Xinian's heart as he approached. Standing stiffly like a student summoned to the principal's office for a transgression, his head bowed, fixated on the tips of his slippers. You need something? Shen Yu's voice was chilling, as if it could freeze the air. Jiang Xinian nodded, then immediately shook his head. Shen Yu found his reaction amusing, waiting a few moments before rising to ascend the stairs. Alarmed, Jiang Xinian instinctively reached out to grasp the hem of his shirt. I'm sorry, he stammered. Shen Yu halted, turning back to regard the hand clutching his garment. Do you understand what you did wrong? He asked, his gaze piercing. Jiang Xinian shook his head honestly, looking up timidly. Could you tell me? Shen Yu scrutinized him for several seconds before resuming his seat on the sofa, patting the space beside him. Jiang Xinian dared not sit, remaining standing. Shen Yu did not press the matter further and directly inquired, why would you ask such a question? He referred to Jiang Xinian's repeated inquiries about whether he truly wanted to marry. Jiang Xinian's fingers curled nervously. I fear you might regret it. You mentioned before that divorce could be quite troublesome. Did I not convey this to you last time? Shen Yu chuckled, albeit with irritation, raising his gaze to him. Do you still not trust me? I do not distrust you, Jiang Xinian quickly defended, but upon meeting Shen Yu.As eyes, he averted his gaze once more. I just feel you are an orphan, unworthy, not deserving of me. Am I right? Shen Yu completed his thought, struck at the heart of his insecurities. Jiang Xinian fell silent, his head drooping even lower. Perhaps it was natural for anyone to feel a sense of inferiority in the presence of someone they cherished, especially for someone like him, who had grown up in an orphanage, lacking in every regard. Recently, Jiang Xinian often pondered whether, had the manager captured someone other than him that day, would it still be him marrying Shen Yu now? Observing Jiang Xinian's demeanor, a surge of anger ignited within Shen Yu, mingled with an inexplicable restlessness and tenderness. He reached out, firmly grasping Jiang Xinian's wrist, pulling him closer and seating him in his lap. Jiang Xinian froze, too stunned to move. Shen Yu's arms enveloped him, his voice deep and resonant in his ear. Let me reiterate for the final time. What I cherish is the best, the most deserving. You need not belittle yourself or feel unworthy of me. Beyond this title, I am merely an ordinary person. The vacant hand lifted Jiang Xinian's chin, compelling him to gaze into his eyes. I am aware that our understanding of one another is still insufficient, and it is entirely reasonable for you to harbor doubts about me. It is understandable that you may not wish to marry me. I shall not impose that upon you. However, should you desire to, Jiang Xinian interrupted him, his voice soft yet resolute. He met Shen Yu's violet gaze, reiterating, I want to marry you. It is a dream I never dared to envision. How could I not desire it? Shen Yu held his gaze for several moments, the tension in his jaw easing as he released the grip on Jiang Xinian's chin. With his objective achieved, his tone softened considerably. Since you wish to marry me, there are 3 points I must clarify first. Jiang Xinian nodded promptly. Please go ahead. First, you must trust me wholeheartedly. Second, you must never lie to me. Third, do not place me on a pedestal. I am your enigma, but also your partner. For any needs you may have, feel free to approach me directly. Can you do that? Jiang Xinian nodded vigorously, affirming his capability. Afterward, he cautiously stole a glance at Shen Yu's expression and timidly inquired, Are you still angry? Shen Yu's expression remained impassive, angry. Jiang Xinian was momentarily taken aback. Blinking in confusion, he looked at Shen Yu, who was also gazing back at him, the latter's eyes fixating on his lips, rendering the implication almost explicit. However, our little alpha seemed oblivious to the signal, or perhaps he only grasped part of it, leaning in to plant a kiss on Shen Yu's cheek. Shen Yu sighed inwardly, accepting that the child had made considerable progress. Patience was key. Chapter 17. United in heart and mind, the entire affair unfolded far more swiftly than Jiang Xinian had anticipated. The process of filling out forms, signing documents, and taking photographs was completed in less than half an hour, resulting in 2 red books in his possession. He looked down at the photographs on the crimson background, his fingertips grazing over them gently. His expression in the photo appeared somewhat stiff. Although his lips were curled in a smile, his eyes conveyed lingering tension that had yet to dissipate. Shen Yu opened the car door, a smile gracing his features as he glanced at him. Still nervous? The mere mention of those words made Jiang Xinian feel entirely uncomfortable. It was exceedingly embarrassing. Aside from the previous incident during his sensitive phase, this was the second occasion he wished he could vanish. Indeed, he had felt nauseous due to his anxiety, quite literally. Upon waking that morning, he sensed something was amiss. His body was rigid, and his breathing was labored. Initially attributing it to a poor night's sleep, he had hoped it would pass. However, after getting dressed and completing his morning routine, his condition worsened. His breath became rapid, beads of cold sweat dotted his skin, and he began to sway unsteadily, nearly tumbling down the stairs, saved only by Shen Yu's quick reflexes as he caught him in his arms, averting a potential tragedy. Jiang Xinian opened his mouth, his face pale, and felt an overwhelming urge to vomit. He abruptly pushed Shen Yu away and staggered towards the nearest potted plant. Kneeling to retch, having not eaten breakfast, he could only expel a bit of sour bile. Shen Yu knelt beside him, one hand steadying his shoulder while the other gently patted his back. Jiang Xinian felt as though he were nearing death, his body growing weak, his vision blurring, a buzzing sound filling his ears, and his heart racing with intensity. He struggled to breathe, desperately gasping for air. Yet it felt as though the oxygen refused to fill his lungs. A chilling sensation spread from his limbs, rendering his entire body numb. In an instant, Shen Yu realized that Jiang Xinian was experiencing respiratory alkalosis due to overwhelming anxiety. Without hesitation, he swiftly lifted Jiang Xinian and carried him downstairs, placing him on the sofa in the living room. Jiang Xinian, listen to me. Shen Yu knelt before the sofa, taking hold of Jiang Xinian's icy hand. Breathe with me. Inhale slowly, yes, and then exhale gently. Jiang Xinian endeavored to follow Shen Yu's guidance to regulate his breathing. Shen Yu repeated the instructions time and again, sensing the warmth gradually returning to Jiang Xinian's hand. Only when Jiang Xinian's breath became steadier did he finally exhale in relief. In that moment, Shen Yu felt the tangible reality of having harbored a secret affection for Jiang Xinian for 7 or 8 years. The tension dissipated. Jiang Xinian closed his notebook and handed it to Shen Yu. Shen Yu chuckled softly, placing the notebook into his bag. Lin Hui, seated in the driver's seat, passed his phone over. Boss, the military is calling for an urgent meeting. Shen Yu glanced at it and acknowledged. Turning to Jiang Xinian, he said, I'll take you back to school first. Jiang Xinian nodded obediently. By the time Shen Yu finished the meeting, mealtime had passed, and the cafeteria was devoid of food, leaving Lin Hui no choice but to go out for takeout. Leaning against the chair's backrest, he absently rubbed 2 red books in his hands. His gaze falling upon a photograph of himself and his sister, Song Lan, displayed on the table. Jiang Xinian was without a home, and Shen Yu found himself in a similarly bleak situation. In his childhood, his father was stationed at the border for extended periods, returning home infrequently. The most common inquiries during their brief reunions were always about his studies and training. As he grew older, his father took over the family business, becoming even busier, barely exchanging 2 words throughout the year. His mother, although residing in the capital, was preoccupied with an array of salons and charitable events, leaving behind only fleeting memories of pivotal moments. His sister had always been kind to him. One could say he was raised by Song Lan, and their sibling bond was incredibly close. In such a family dynamic, there was a profound sense of mutual reliance. Unfortunately, Song Lan married when he was just 14, and they might not see each other even once a year. Madame Song Lan spoke gently and possessed a tender appearance, especially after becoming a mother. She radiated a divine aura, exuding a purifying effect on even the most irredeemable individuals who approached her. Regrettably, her husband did not love her. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to call Song Lan. She answered promptly, the background filled with the sounds of children babbling. Are you? Her voice carried a note of surprise, as Shen Yu was usually busy at this hour, and they hadn't been in touch for quite some time. Shen Yu responded with a simple What is the matter? From her end, the gentle sounds of soothing a child could be heard, and the child's cooing quieted down. With a light-hearted tone, Shen Yu announced, I'm getting married. There was a brief silence on the other end. Even the soft padding sounds ceased. What did you say? I'm getting married, Shen Yu repeated, gently tapping Jiang Xinian's face with his fingertip, having just completed the registration. Another pause enveloped Song Lan's end, but Shen Yu was patient, his gaze lingering on the photograph, awaiting her response. After a while, Song Lan finally spoke up. Do you like him? Yes, it was love at first sight. And does he like you? Shen Yu's lips curled into a smile, his voice imbued with delight. I like him, have harbored a secret admiration for 7 or 8 years. Song Lan, feeling a weight lift from her heart, responded with a lighter tone. Congratulations. When will you bring him to meet your sister? Shen Yu leaned back against the chair, unfazed by Song Lan's reaction. Throughout his life, she had always wholeheartedly supported him in pursuing his passions, once telling him long ago that as long as he truly loved someone, their family background or a gender mattered not. In due time, I shall bring him to see you. No need to come find me. I will be returning to the capital with your nephew next week. This time, Shen Yu paused, fiddling with his fingers. What prompted this sudden decision to return? It's been 2 years since I last went home. I find myself missing it. Shen Yu refrained from probing further, simply stating, I will send someone to pick you up. There's no need. I've already purchased my ticket. Shen Yu furrowed his brow. Send me your flight details. All right. Song Lan hesitated briefly before her voice brightened with genuine warmth. Wishing you happiness in your new marriage. Dear brother, treat him well. Do not let him down. Shen Yu responded with a soft After ending the call, he placed the red book into the safe, standing with his hands in his pockets by the window. Below, the old ginkgo tree had shed most of its leaves, leaving only a few desolate, yellowed remnants clinging to the branches. Song Lan had been married to C.G. Fan, the eldest son of the C family, for 14 years, enduring the trials and tribulations of marriage without complaint. In the early years, her in-laws had treated her with a degree of courtesy, given her status as the daughter of the Shen family. Yet, as the years passed without the sound of a child, the barbs and insinuations grew sharper, suggesting that there was something amiss with Song Lan's health, that she could not bear children. This gossip reached the capital, causing her father, Shen Zheng, to feel disgraced. And their relationship soured after several contentious encounters. A turning point came 2 years prior, when Song Lan became pregnant. On the day of her delivery, Shen Yu flew in overnight to be by her side. As contractions gripped her, causing cold sweat to bead on her forehead, Song Lan shed no tears. Yet when she saw Shen Yu push open the delivery room door, she broke down in sobs. C.G. Fawn, having rushed over from some lavish affair, still bore traces of lipstick on his collar. Initially, only 2 nurses had accompanied the C family, but within half an hour of Shen Yu's arrival, the entire extended family had crowded into the corridor. Throughout, Shen Yu remained silent, his gaze fixed on the closed door of the delivery room, emanating a chill that silenced even those from the C family who might have approached him. When Song Lan was wheeled out, her complexion pale and frail, her first words were, "You hold him." She hoped her child would possess the same bravery as his uncle. Shen Yu stepped forward, disregarding the hesitant C.G. Fawn beside him, and carefully took the tiny, wrinkled infant from the nurse's arms. He gazed down at his nephew, then looked at his sister, whose face resembled that of a ghost. After a few seconds of silence, he asked, "Should we consider divorce?" Song Lan, staring at the swaddled child, let silent tears fall, eventually shaking her head in refusal. He did not press her further, turning to address the C family, holding the child in his arms. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable weight. "I trust you all will provide ample care moving forward." With that singular statement, the members of the C family understood the implicit warning, nodding in agreement. Subsequently, Shen Yu had a private discussion with C.G. Fawn. What was explicitly mentioned remains unknown to all. It is only evident that thereafter, C.G. Fawn maintained a period of composure, or at least appeared to do so on the surface. Now, Song Lan has unexpectedly declared her intention to return, an action that is rather unusual. Given her temperament, she would never take the initiative to speak unless she were truly unable to endure the situation any longer. Shen Yu withdrew his gaze and picked up his phone, sending a message to an unknown recipient. Chapter 18. A request from another for Jiang Xinian. Life post-marriage bore little difference from his previous existence. He attended classes during the day, diligently preparing for the impending significant assessment, and returned in the evening to partake in Shen Yu's lessons, eager to graduate soon. Shen Yu noticed that Jiang Xinian's eyes seemed particularly evasive tonight, several times. As he glanced over, Jiang Xinian would immediately lower his gaze or feign interest elsewhere, his face adorned with a faint blush that extended from his ears to his neck. "Is something amiss?" Shen Yu set down his tablet and reached out to touch Jiang Xinian's forehead. The temperature was normal. He compared it with his own forehead, confirming there were no issues. "No, nothing is wrong." Jiang Xinian shook his head, subtly leaning back to avoid Shen Yu's hand. Shen Yu retracted his hand, observing him in silence. This was indeed peculiar. Later, after taking a shower, Jiang Xinian entered the study, clad in a newly purchased set of pajamas. He deliberately unbuttoned the top 2 buttons, revealing a delicate collarbone and an elegantly shaped neck, still marked by faint, lingering traces of a blush. Shen Yu narrowed his eyes and set down his tablet. There was undoubtedly something amiss. With clear intent, Jiang Xinian approached him directly and settled onto his lap. Despite having undergone more than a week of rigorous training, Jiang Xinian had become more proactive, though his body remained somewhat stiff. "What are you doing?" Shen Yu's hand hovered gently at his waist. Jiang Xinian did not respond immediately. Instead, he leaned in and planted a quick kiss on Shen Yu's lips before speaking. His voice slightly tense. "Can we discuss something?" Shen Yu chuckled, having been waiting for this moment. He leaned back slightly, regarding Jiang Xinian. "Go ahead." Jiang Xinian organized his thoughts. "With the major assessment approaching, I would like to spend more time in the training room at night." Shen Yu did not provide an immediate answer, but posed another question. "Do you wish to join the reserve forces?" Jiang Xinian nodded, his expression earnest. Shen Yu studied him. "Why do you desire this?" "It is my dream." Jiang Xinian paused. "And it brings me closer to you." Shen Yu's fingers gently caressed the fabric of his pajamas. "Isn't this close enough? We share meals and living quarters, spending nearly all our time together outside of work." "That is different." Jiang Xinian furrowed his brow slightly, attempting to explain, "It is not this kind of closeness I seek." I desire to stand side by side, to be within proximity in each other's realms. Shen Yu did not respond immediately. Before Jiang Xinian had become his wife, he had indeed looked forward to the prospect of his inclusion. Such exceptional talent deserved to belong to the Star Alliance. However, with their current relationship, his feelings became inevitably skewed by personal desires. The eastern region had recently begun to stir with activity. Joining the reserves now would likely lead him to the front lines. Jiang Xinian observed Shen Yu's expression, cautiously inquiring, "Do you not want me to join?" "No," said Yu the naive. He gazed at Jiang Xinian, aware that the other's prodigious talent should not be confined to the military academy. This young alpha would undoubtedly emerge as an exceptional commander in the future. He simply redirected the conversation back to Jiang Xinian. Shen Yu raised his eyes. "Do you wish for my consent?" "I do." Shen Yu leaned in closer, his breath brushing against Jiang Xinian's ear. "What do I gain from this?" After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xinian wrapped his arms around Shen Yu's neck and, using the knowledge Shen Yu had imparted, awkwardly pressed his lips against his. Shen Yu reciprocated for a while, then pulled back slightly, his voice hoarse. "Is that all?" Jiang Xinian was momentarily taken aback, sensing some undeniable change. His face flushed deeper, and his hands hesitated, slowly drifting downward. During this time, the two had engaged in tender kisses daily, to the point where their lips felt numb, oblivious to the world around them. Yet, Shen Yu had never progressed beyond that. Occasionally, Jiang Xinian would wake in the dead of night to see the bathroom light on, the sound of running water emanating from within. He understood that Shen Yu was being considerate of his physical state, recalling their earlier entanglements, knowing Shen Yu must be enduring considerable restraint. "Can I help you?" Jiang Xinian's voice was barely a whisper. Shen Yu swallowed hard, resting his forehead against Jiang Xinian's, his voice low. "Call my name." Jiang Xinian emitted a soft, confused hum. Shen Yu planted a gentle peck on his lips, coaxing, "Call my name, dear." The endearment sent a shiver through Jiang Xinian, rendering him breathless. Obediently, he murmured, "Shen Yu." It was in that moment, when Jiang Xinian first uttered his name, that Shen Yu realized his own vulnerability. Whenever Jiang Xinian softened his tone and gazed at him with those glistening amber eyes, he would find himself unable to contain his response. An uncontrollable yearning that surged within him. This moment was no different. Shen Yu inhaled deeply, watching the glistening-eyed young alpha in his embrace, ultimately succumbing to tenderness. He gripped Jiang Xinian's waist, lifting him slightly to bring them closer together. "We can go to the training room." Shen Yu.'s voice was husky, warm breath caressing Jiang Xinian's ear. "But you must return by 10 at the latest. I will come to fetch you." Jiang Xinian's eyes brightened. "Really?" "Yes," Shen Yu affirmed, his fingers brushing against Jiang Xinian's heated cheek. His purple gaze remained fixed on him, a smile curving his lips, akin to a rabbit obliviously caught in a snare. Jiang Xinian, recalling his earlier promise, felt a twinge of embarrassment and turned his face away, softly asking, "Do you prefer to stay here or return to the room? What do you wish to be?" Shen Yu tossed the question back to him. Jiang Xinian, feeling uneasy under his gaze, buried his head into Shen Yu's neck, mumbling, "Let us return to the room." Shen Yu chuckled softly, ruffling Jiang Xinian's hair, and with that position, he lifted him up. From that day forward, Jiang Xinian spent every day in the training room until 9:40, tidying up his belongings, and promptly getting into the car by 10. Shen Yu came every night without fail, and on several occasions, he rushed over from banquets, still carrying a faint scent of alcohol. Jiang Xinian felt that this was too taxing for him. One time while in the car, noticing the faint shadows beneath Shen Yu's eyes, he couldn't help but suggest that it would suffice to have the driver pick him up. Shen Yu said nothing at the time, merely casting him a fleeting glance. The following day, Jiang Xinian's hand ached so much that he could barely hold pen, and from that moment on, he dared not speak again. The autumn rain fell incessantly, as if the heavens had torn open a seam, pouring down in a continuous drizzle. It was not heavy, just a persistent patter that seemed never-ending. With only 3 days remaining until the major assessment, Jiang Xinian wished he could reside in the training room, pushing himself to the limits of endurance. Hence, Shen Yu did not take him along to pick up Song Wan. Song Wan was supposed to have arrived in the capital the previous week. However, due to an unexpected situation, she had called Shen Yu to inform him that her arrival was postponed to today. Donning a black windbreaker, with his light purple hair casually tied back, Shen Yu leaned against the railing opposite the VIP exit, smoking alongside Feng Yi. Lin Hui had matters to attend to at home, and coincidentally, Feng Yi had come to deliver Jiang Xinian's medical report, so the two had come together. Feng Yi flicked the ash from his cigarette. Little Nian is not facing any major issues, merely a degree of malnutrition. No abnormalities were detected in the glands for the time being, but considering you mentioned he had sold pheromones before, that certainly could be detrimental. It just hasn't manifested yet. I recommend a checkup every 3 months. Shen Yu nodded slightly, inhaling from his cigarette. In due time, bring him in for a comprehensive examination. Feng Yi agreed. It is indeed prudent to conduct one. It would be wise to include a psychological evaluation as well. Shen Yu did not counter, turning to extinguish his cigarette. Chapter 19. Return and divorce before long. Song Wan appeared amidst the crowd, cradling Si Zhao-he, though she wore sunglasses and a mask. Shen Yu recognized her at once. Lowering his gaze to brush away non-existent ash from his attire, he stepped forward to greet her. Upon seeing the two of them, Song Wan paused momentarily, surprised. Removing her sunglasses and stowing them in her coat pocket, she revealed eyes strikingly similar to Shen Yu's, albeit softer in expression. She smiled gently at the two. Yu Xiao, what a pleasant surprise to see you both here. Shen Yu did not immediately respond, his gaze sweeping behind her to ensure no unwelcome presence lingered, and only then did his expression soften somewhat. Feng Yi had already stepped closer, cheerfully reaching out to tease Si Zhao-he, who was nestled in Song Wan's arms. Sister Wan is back. Of course, I had to come and greet you. Si Zhao-he, unfamiliar with Feng Yi, turned his little head away and buried it deeper into Song Wan's neck, leaving only the back of his head visible to him. Song Wan gently patted her son's back, softly coaxing. Little treasure, this is Uncle Feng Yi. Mommy has told you about him. Don't you remember? Si Zhao-he, nestled in her embrace, emitted a soft grunt of discontent, tightening his little arms around her neck. Feng Yi, undeterred by the apparent awkwardness, casually pulled over a nearby suitcase. No worries, little Zhao, he is just shy meeting me for the first time. Come on, let us step outside. It's quite crowded here. The three walked side by side towards the exit. Si Zhao-he, nestled in Song Wan's arms, subtly turned his head, his big, round eyes glancing at Shen Yu, who had been relatively silent. Shen Yu noticed the child's gaze and looked down. He had expected this little one to react just like the children of his subordinates in the Star Union building, who would cry at the slightest glance from him. Unexpectedly, Si Zhao-he not only refrained from crying, but also reached out his hand towards him, his small mouth forming the indistinct words, Uncle. Upon hearing this, Song Wan tilted her head to glance at Shen Yu, her eyes filled with laughter, and gently ruffled Si Zhao's soft hair, exclaiming, Our little treasure is truly clever. Recognizing his uncle, Shen Yu remained silent, deliberately slowing his pace by half a step, maintaining a distance that allowed Si Zhao-he to see him the moment he lifted his gaze. His attention shifted from the child to Song Lan's profile, and he was startled to realize how much weight she had lost, her entire being exuding an air of fatigue. Neither of the siblings had returned to the old residence, both tacitly avoiding any mention of it. Instead, they had come to the Haitang Bay villa owned by Song Lan. This house was purchased by Song Lan with her first earnings and was entrusted to Shen Yu for management after their marriage. The villa boasted lush greenery and a favorable location. Shen Yu had previously planted Song Lan's favorite cherry blossoms, but sadly, at this time of year, only the bare silver-gray branches remained, standing amidst the misty rain. Si Zhao had just begun to walk, still unsteady. As they entered the house, Feng Yi bent down to follow closely behind him, mirroring his steps, a smile that was hard to contain gracing his face, occasionally reaching out to protect him. Fearful that this little ancestor might fall, Song Lan instructed the nanny to unpack the luggage and brought water for everyone, placing it on the coffee table. Turning back to witness this scene, she cheerfully remarked, Lily adores children so much. You should hurry and have one of your own. Yu is already married. Feng Yi straightened up, dramatically sighing, I would love to, but it's not happening. Song Lan picked up her cup, her tone casual. Is that so? And yet you still like him? Feng Yi mumbled an affirmative, his gaze following the swaying Si Zhaohe. If you like him, go after it, Song Lan suggested. Taking a sip of water, don't leave any regrets. This realization had dawned upon her a few years back when she returned to the capital for the new year and dined with her younger brothers. Having sensed something at the time, initially, she thought she might have misinterpreted the situation and confirmed her suspicions only after consulting Shen Yu privately. Now, she found herself even more perplexed. Clearly, both parties were interested, so why weren't they together? Shen Yu echoed Jiang Zhongqing's words. Everyone has their own rhythm. Feng Yi let out a wry smile, steadying the swaying Si Zhaohe. How would you know unless you ask? Well, let us leave it for now. He waved his hand, trying to keep the mood light. When Yu and Xiaoyan have their second child, I'll come and hold one for a while. With their looks, I can only imagine how beautiful the baby would be. Finally breaking his silence, Shen Yu spoke with a steady tone. No children. Feng Yi clicked his tongue. Turning to look at him, your disinterest in children doesn't mean Xiaoyan feels the same. You can't deny him the right to be a dad. Song Lan observed Shen Yu's distinct profile and gently mediated. That's a valid point, but Xiaoyan is still too young. Let's wait a bit longer. Shen Yu did not respond. It wasn't that he disliked children. On the contrary, he yearned to have a child with Jiang Xinian, one that would carry both their bloodlines. Yet the haunting memories of Song Lan's labor, the stark white lights, the beads of sweat on her forehead, the pale hands gripping the sheets, and the fragile, pale face when she was brought out, were all too vivid and etched in his mind. He couldn't bear it. After dinner, Feng Yi sat cross-legged on the carpet, accompanying Si Zhaohe in his play with building blocks. Shen Yu lifted his teacup, his gaze drifting over to Song Lan's slightly weary profile. She was watching Si Zhaohe, her eyes somewhat vacant. Feng Yi, Shen Yu spoke. Feng Yi looked up. Take the little one to the toy room to play, Shen Yu said in a neutral tone. Song Lan, regaining her composure, interjected, no need, he is still too young to understand. She forced a smile, adding, Xiao Yi is not a stranger. Shen Yu did not insist, setting down his teacup, his body slightly turning towards Song Lan, patiently awaiting her response. Song Lan took a deep breath, managing a smile that seemed to release a burden. You are not mistaken. Her voice was soft yet remarkably clear. I have returned to file for divorce. Feng Yi's head shot up, his eyes widening in disbelief, and the building blocks slipped from his hands onto the carpet. Divorce? Sister Lan, are you serious? He asked incredulously. A few years ago, when Song Lan faced immense difficulties, she never mentioned divorce. What could have happened this time? Ignoring Feng Yi's shocked expression, Song Lan spoke calmly, as if discussing someone else's affair. He has been abusive. Bringing other Omegas home for affairs is one thing, but I turn a blind eye to that. She paused, her fingertips trembling slightly. The C family even went so far as to secretly extract Xiao Bao's pheromones for testing in my absence. Had they lost their minds? Feng Yi exclaimed, standing abruptly, his voice raised. Xiao Bao is so young. Extracting pheromones from such a small child could profoundly affect his future differentiation. They have indeed lost their sanity. They just want to know whether Xiao Bao will differentiate into an alpha or an omega. A bunch of fools. Feng Yi fumed, pacing back and forth. What era is this? Why are they still perpetuating the AO divide? Have they not evolved with humanity? I must get a divorce, Song Lan declared, looking at Shen Yu with a determination she had never exhibited before. Shen Yu listened quietly, expecting his sister to revert to her old habit of masking her troubles with false cheerfulness, even preparing himself to uncover her facade. He was taken aback by her directness this time. Leaning forward, he handed her a tissue, and only then did she realize tears had fallen without her notice. I understand. Shen Yu's voice remained steady, imbued with a reassuring strength. I will find the best legal team. You can stay here peacefully. I will handle everything else. Feng Yi plopped back down onto the carpet, embracing the bewildered Si Zhaohe, muttering a curse under his breath. Chapter 20. Overexertion. Si Zhaohe wobbled to his feet, taking small, unsteady steps toward Shen Yu. He sniffed at Shen Yu's pants, then turned to Song Lan, mumbling, Mommy Peach. Shen Yu reached out, pinching the soft, pudgy cheek of the child, marveling at its incredible softness. He mused that if he could nurture his own little alpha to such a degree, it would be a delightful sensation beyond imagination. Song Lan understood her son's words and smiled. Is Xiao Bao saying that uncle smells like peaches? Si Zhao, he nodded vigorously before turning back to pat Shen Yu's leg, repeating peach. It must have been an accidental transfer of Nian's pheromones, Shen Yu explained. Since the last time he had referred to Jiang Xinian as the good cub, he had developed a new term of endearment. Jiang Xinian had insisted that in public, he should only call him Nian cub, while in private, he could use good cub. Feng Yi, standing nearby, made a few sarcastic sounds, inquiring if it was an unintentional mess, suggesting that he knew the truth. Shen Yu paid no heed to his teasing and addressed Song Lan, stating that after the major assessment concluded, he would bring the child to meet her. All right, Song Lan nodded, asking him to inform her in advance so she could prepare a gift for the meeting. Shen Yu lifted Si Zhaohe, placing him on his lap. The little one, curious, reached out to grasp Shen Yu's light purple hair, glancing at Song Lan. The resemblance between his mother's eyes and his uncle's was evident, though their hair colors differed. Song Lan possessed a mane of pure black straight hair. Do not tug at your uncle's hair, Song Lan gently admonished, reaching out to retrieve her son. However, Si Zhaohe squirmed, nestled against Shen Yu, unwilling to leave. His small hands now playing with the zipper of Shen Yu's tactical jacket. It's fine. Shen Yu adjusted his position to make the child more comfortable. Allow him to stay. Feng Yi sat cross-legged on the carpet, propping his chin up as he observed the pair of uncle and nephew. Sister Lan, look at Shen Yu.As demeanor. He will undoubtedly make a splendid father in the future. Song Lan smiled tenderly, her gaze flitting between her brother and her son. That will be the best outcome. Shen Yu did not refute her, lowering his eyes to see Zhaohe in his embrace. After a while, as time drew near, they prepared to pick up Jiang Xinian from the military academy. Feng Yi volunteered to drive, having long coveted this Cullinan. Shen Yu did not contest, as he had no desire to drive. A free chauffeur was an opportunity not to be missed. Jiang Xinian stood beneath a streetlight, holding an umbrella. Raindrops danced in the dim glow, pattering softly against the umbrella's surface. Today, he had come out earlier than usual. The training room had become insufficient, and he had given it to someone else. Additionally, glancing at his slightly trembling fingertips, he sensed that he might indeed have reached his limit. Feeling a weight in his chest, somewhat fatigued, the thought took him by surprise. His previous life had seemed far more exhausting. He would work in several places throughout the day, managing only 3 or 4 hours of sleep, surviving solely on nutritional supplements and sheer willpower. It was remarkable that he had endured such days in silence for so long. Was it because he now recognized he had someone to rely on that he subconsciously permitted himself to feel weary? Was this change for better or worse? The car came to a steady stop before him. Concerned that Shen Yu might worry, Jiang Xinian took a deep breath, forced a smile, and opened the door to enter. Why are you so early today? Shen Yu inquired, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Xinian's face. Jiang Xinian tucked his wet umbrella neatly at his feet and replied honestly, I'm a bit tired. Don't push yourself too hard, little Xinian, came the familiar voice from the driver's seat. It was only then that Jiang Xinian noticed it was Feng Yi behind the wheel. He straightened slightly and immediately greeted, hello, brother Feng Yi. Little Xinian is quite polite. Feng Yi chuckled, steering the car away from the school gate. As they passed beneath a streetlight, a brief beam illuminated the interior of the car. Feng Yi quickly glanced at the rearview mirror, his brow furrowing slightly. Little Xinian, are you certain it's just fatigue you're feeling? Your complexion is quite poor. Jiang Xinian's expression stiffened, seemingly caught off guard that Feng Yi could discern his discomfort under such lighting. He raised a hand to touch his face, feeling its chill, and confessed, I feel weak all over, and my chest feels a bit heavy. Shen Yu also reached out to touch his forehead. Jiang Xinian obediently leaned towards him. What exactly does it feel like? Is it as though something is pressing down, or is it a sharp, piercing pain? Feng Yi's tone turned serious. It feels like something is pressing down, and breathing is somewhat labored. Feng Yi gently tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. Has this occurred before? Jiang Xinian hesitated for a moment, ultimately nodding and murmuring softly. Besides fatigue and chest tightness, are there any other symptoms? Such as dizziness, palpitations, numbness in the limbs, or nausea? Jiang Xinian carefully assessed. My head feels a bit heavy, but nothing else for now. Feng Yi glanced at Jiang Xinian again through the rearview mirror. His tone more assured. It sounds like you're just overtired. Your body has reached its limits and is protesting. Have you experienced something similar before, albeit less pronounced? Jiang Xinian, yes. That's right, Feng Yi said while maneuvering the steering wheel. You've been enduring it for too long. Your body has grown numb. Now that you finally relax, you become sensitive. Heed my advice. Get a good night's sleep and reduce your training tomorrow. Don't push yourself. Jiang Xinian seemed inclined to argue, but Shen Yu suddenly embraced him. Jiang Xinian's body instinctively stiffened, words caught in his throat. Wrapped in the delicate and lingering scent of jasmine, he gradually softened. The pheromones, though subtle, enveloped him, seeping into his being and gently soothing his taut, aching nerves. Jiang Xinian slumped into Shen Yu's arms, his forehead resting against the other's shoulder, heavy eyelids drooping. Sleep for a while. Shen Yu's voice resonated from above, deep and steady. I'll wake you when we get home. Jiang Xinian mumbled a vague response, the tip of his nose brushing against the cool fabric of Shen Yu's tactical jacket, inhaling the reassuring scent, and soon his consciousness began to blur. He felt like a block of ice melting under the sun, slowly sinking into warm waters. Feng Yi, catching sight of this through the rearview mirror, silently smirked and lowered the music in the car. Confirming that Jiang Xinian had fallen asleep, Feng Yi spoke again. Is he pushing himself to join the reserves? Shen Yu replied affirmatively, his gaze lowered to the person in his embrace, ensuring he was comfortable as he had fully cradled him. Jiang Xinian's face pressed against his chest. Soundly asleep. No wonder. Feng Yi drove into the underground garage and posed another question. Are you willing to let him go? He has a bright future ahead. Feng Yi scoffed, choosing not to confront him, unfastening his seatbelt and opening the rear door. Monitor his temperature and physical condition tonight. If he experiences convulsions, difficulty breathing, or a high fever that persists, call me immediately. Shen Yu carried Jiang Xinian out of the car and thanked Feng Yi. Feng Yi shifted uncomfortably. Speak properly. Shen Yu shot him a glance, carrying Jiang Xinian away. Chapter 21. Belonging to a puppy. As soon as Jiang Xinian touched the bed, he awoke, his eyelids half lifted, grasping Shen Yu's hand as he was about to remove his outer jacket. It's dirty. Though he was exhausted to the point of confusion, he remembered that Shen Yu disliked lying on the bed in outerwear. Shen Yu did not halt his movements, continuing to unzip the jacket. I'm taking it off for you. Jiang Xinian, however, did not release his grip, his brows slightly furrowed as if he suddenly recalled a matter of greater importance. His homework had yet to be submitted. Shen Yu observed his dazed yet earnest expression, finding it somewhat amusing, and inquired, Do you wish to submit it? Indeed, Jiang Xinian nodded, his voice soft yet resolute. Shen Yu, responding to the pressure of Jiang's hand, lifted him from the bed, cradling him in an embrace. Though Jiang was not entirely awake, he instinctively tilted his head, pressing his lips against Shen Yu's in an inexperienced kiss. For reasons unknown, Jiang Xinian had grown bolder that evening. His tongue tentatively brushed against Shen Yu's. Though it was a fleeting contact, it marked a significant advancement for him. Shen Yu guided him gently, deliberately releasing more of his pheromones. Under the influence of their high compatibility, Jiang Xinian's natural peach scent began to permeate the air uncontrollably, causing his body to soften. After patiently responding for a while, Shen Yu sensed the quickening of Jiang's breath and appropriately withdrew, cradling the back of his head and guiding his face to rest against his neck. Jiang Xinian hesitated momentarily, then pressed his nose against the fragrant cluster of jasmine, softly biting Shen Yu's sensitive spot. Shen Yu pinched the flesh at the nape of his neck in a warning gesture. What are you doing? Jiang Xinian's voice was muffled, laced with an inexplicable sense of grievance. I don't know, I can't help it. Shen Yu turned his head closer to Jiang's neck, carefully savoring the intensified peach scent, questioning, Is your sensitive period approaching? Jiang Xinian did not respond, instead biting him again, this time with a firmer grip, leaving a faint mark, still murmuring, I don't know. Shen Yu was tickled by this slightly petulant gesture, playfully swatting his side. Are you a dog? Jiang Xinian remained silent, his lips fervently exploring Shen Yu's sensitive area with an unusual urgency. Shen Yu immediately sensed something was amiss. The little alpha was far too proactive today. This behavior had last surfaced during his sensitive period. However, the troubling issue was that only 20 days had passed. This cycle was decidedly irregular. Typically, the sensitive period for an S-Class Alpha spans about 40 to 50 days, possibly arriving earlier, but never this early. Jiang Xinian lifted his gaze, his amber eyes glistening with unshed tears, revealing unmasked adoration and dependence. As Shen Yu.As gaze fell upon him, his abdomen tightened. Jiang Xinian's voice had transformed, soft and sticky, tinged with an unusual hoarseness. Alarm bells rang in Shen Yu.As mind as he swiftly covered Jiang's eyes with his hand, simultaneously averting his face to escape that dangerously alluring gaze. Jiang Xinian, dissatisfied, shook his head and attempted to push away the covering over his eyes, softly pleading, "I want just a little more pheromone, please, just a bit, can I?" Shen Yu remained unmoving, his other hand gripping Jiang Xinian's wrist, noting the astonishing quickness of his pulse. "Have you encountered anyone or anything particularly special today?" he asked, his tone serious. Jiang Xinian appeared momentarily taken aback by the question, shaking his head in confusion, his body instinctively burrowing into Shen Yu.As embrace, his nose inhaling the faint jasmine scent in the air. The training was unbearably difficult for Shen Yu, his demeanor distinctly off, as if he had been ignited by some external catalyst, yet more fraught and unhinged than during a vulnerable period. The thought that surfaced in his mind was inducer. Aside from discomfort, was there any other malaise? Shen Yu released the hand that had been covering his eyes, instead cradling his face to compel him to focus. Xinian, weakened by the heat, gazed vacantly, striving to fixate on Shen Yu, his heart racing with panic as he became incoherent, his hands instinctively clutching at Shen Yu's shirt. Craving the pheromones, Shen Yu grasped Xinian's restless waist, releasing more soothing pheromones. With his other hand, he swiftly dialed Feng Yi's number. "What's wrong? Feng Yi answered promptly. Is it little brother Xinian who's feeling unwell?" Shen Yu looked down at Xinian, whose eyes were glazed and nuzzling against his neck. His voice low, "He's been drugged." Feng Yi fell silent for a moment before his tone turned icy. "Inducer?" "Yes, it's already taking effect." Feng Yi cursed under his breath, followed by the sharp sound of tires screeching against the pavement. "Wait, I'll turn around immediately." After hanging up, Shen Yu gazed at the person in his arms. Xinian's cheeks were flushed, his eyes shimmering with overt desire. He whimpered, tilting his head to seek Shen Yu's lips. Shen Yu, unable to withstand the sight, leaned down to bestow a restrained kiss upon his fevered lips. "Be good. Think carefully," he murmured, pressing his forehead against Xinian's. His voice gentle. "Did you come into contact with anyone today, or consume, or smell anything unusual?" Xinian, eagerly sucking on his lips, responded intermittently. "No. I was in the training room, didn't touch anything else." His entire body was burning, fingers desperately clutching Shen Yu's collar. Just as Shen Yu thought he wouldn't uncover anything further, Xinian suddenly paused, mumbling indistinctly, "No." There was a floral scent. Shen Yu's expression sharpened, gently grasping his chin to focus his attention. "What floral scent? Clarify." "It wasn't jasmine," Xinian replied, his brow furrowing in discomfort as he seemed to struggle with his recollection. "It was a foul smell." "Where did you smell it? In the training room?" Xinian shook his head, his body beginning to squirm restlessly again, unable to remember, as if he was rambling, yet also as if he wasn't. Shen Yu's gaze darkened. The training room was a public space, crowded and filled with distractions. If someone had acted with malicious intent, it would indeed be difficult to guard against. It remained uncertain whether he was the sole target or if it was a broader scheme. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Lin Hui. Xinian buried his face in Shen Yu's neck, breathing rapidly, weakly clawing at Shen Yu's back. "Shen Yu, I feel unwell." "I know," Shen Yu replied in a low voice, his palms soothingly gliding along Xinian's spine, as if calming a frightened creature. "Feng Yi will be here soon. Just hold on a little longer." Feng Yi retrieved the emergency kit that Shen Yu had prepared in the car, walking toward the elevator while calling the hospital. "Yes, prepare an isolation room." S-Class Alpha. Will arrive in approximately 20 minutes. Just as he ended the call, a call from Jiang Xinian came through. Phone E, fixated on the flashing digits. Spoke tersely, "What is it? Are you at the hospital?" Jiang Xinian's side was eerily quiet. "No. Can you come over?" The elevator doors chimed open, and Phone E hurriedly stepped out, leaving behind a terse remark. "No." Jiang Xinian paused momentarily before shifting the topic. "Are you and you together?" Feng Yi, having exhausted his patience, abruptly hung up. He pressed his fingerprint to enter, only to find the situation far worse than he had anticipated. The entire room was enveloped in the overwhelming pheromones of an uncontrollable S-rank alpha. The once gentle and sweet peach fragrance had transformed into something sharp, violent, and aggressive, weighing heavily on his chest. Feng Yi swiftly traversed the living room toward the master bedroom. The closer he approached the master suite, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The sweetness of the peach mingled with an unmistakable sense of painful urgency. Chapter 22. He is showering. He raised his hand to knock. Shen Yu suddenly opened his eyes, pulling away from Jiang Xinian's swollen lips, and hoarsely said, "Come in." Jiang Xinian immediately expressed his dissatisfaction with a soft whine, pulling Shen Yu's neck down to him. Eagerly pressing his lips against Shen Yu's once more, biting and sucking in a frenzy. Shen Yu tilted his head slightly to evade, breath unsteady as he coaxed, "Be good. All right?" Feng Yi entered the room, appearing oblivious to the scene before him. He efficiently opened the first aid kit at the door, retrieving a sedative. "You continue to respond to him. Keep him in this state." Holding the prepared syringe, he attempted to approach the bedside. Jiang Xinian, immersed in the kiss, suddenly halted all movements and whipped his head around, his gaze fierce, locking on to Feng Yi as he approached. Shen Yu reacted swiftly, gripping the nape of Jiang Xinian's neck and leaning in to kiss him again. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Yi lunged forward, his movements precise and swift, plunging the needle into Jiang Xinian's arm and administering the medication. Jiang Xinian's body jolted violently, emitting a short, muffled groan, instinctively wanting to struggle, but was firmly held in Shen Yu's embrace. Feng Yi withdrew the needle and pressed a cotton swab against the injection site. Addressing Shen Yu, "The effects of the medication will take a few minutes to manifest. I'll wait downstairs. Do not cease the soothing of his pheromones." With that, he tidied up and swiftly exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. Once downstairs, Feng Yi retrieved a pack of cigarettes, shaking one out and placing it between his lips but refraining from lighting it. Recalling the earlier phone call with Jiang Xinian, which had been met with silence, he dialed back. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, he scoffed, rolling the cigarette between his fingers, and made one final call. This time it connected, but the voice on the other end was not Jiang Xinian's. Instead, it was a clear, somewhat timid male voice. "Ega?" It was Zhao Xuan. Feng Yi pressed his tongue against his cheek, suppressing the urge to hang up immediately, his voice cold. "Where is Jiang Xinian?" "Brother Xinian went to take a shower." Zhao Xuan's tone sounded innocent, with an inexplicable hint of panic. "Ego, please don't misunderstand. I accidentally spilled soup all over Brother Xinian's clothes, so he had to go shower and change." Feng Yi narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the tightly shut bedroom door on the second floor, his voice devoid of emotion. "Is that so? Where is he?" "At the hospital. My old ailment flared up again, and Brother Xinian came to see me, so he brought me to the hospital." Zhao Xuan coughed a few times, his voice faint. "When will he return?" Feng Yi waited. "Just came back a couple of days ago." Cough, cough, cough. "Please rest well." Feng Yi, disinterested in continuing the conversation, abruptly interrupted and hung up the call. "All right, goodbye." "Brother A.E." Zhao Xuan replied obediently. With the call disconnected, Feng Yi stared at the dimming screen, a wave of frustration constricting his chest. He raised a hand to massage his brow, discarding the crumpled cigarette into the trash bin. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, the sound of a door opening resonated from the second floor. Shen Yu descended, cradling Jiang Xinian in his arms. The little alpha's face was nestled deep within his embrace, swathed in a coat that left only a tuft of hair visible. Feng Yi immediately composed himself and approached, reaching out to check the warmth and pulse at Jiang Xinian's neck. It appeared stable for the moment. Has the gland patch been applied? He inquired. Yes, Shen Yu replied, his voice slightly hoarse. Feng Yi looked up at him. Shen Yu's expression was inscrutable, yet a few strands of hair were dampened by sweat, and his eyes bore traces of lingering bloodshot veins. What about you? Feng Yi gestured towards the emergency kit he had brought. Do you need an injection of suppressants to alleviate the situation? In their predetermined fates, a mere trace of pheromone could ignite an inferno, leaving nothing but ashes behind. The induced state of Jiang Xinian had caused an explosive influx of pheromones to assault Shen Yu's senses. Under such circumstances, Feng Yi truly admired Shen Yu's ability to retain his composure and restrain Jiang Xinian, rather than succumbing to primal instincts and marking him. However, this did not imply that Shen Yu was unaffected. Enigma's possessiveness and protective instincts were likely at their zenith. Shen Yu glanced down at the slumbering Jiang Xinian, shaking his head. No need. Let's head to the hospital first. Feng Yi ceased his persuasion, picking up the emergency kit and holding the door for him. Upon their arrival at the hospital, Feng Yi's apprentice and assistant, Yao, was already waiting at the designated entrance with a mobile stretcher. Commander, Master, she greeted. Without further ado, Feng Yi inquired, is the isolation room prepared? It is ready. Everything is being handled to the highest standards, Yao responded with a steady pace, moving to lift the blanket on the stretcher. Shen Yu adjusted Jiang Xinian slightly, shaking his head in response to Yao's actions. She instinctively glanced towards Feng Yi, who waved her off. This way. Their marriage had not been made public, and with Jiang Xinian being a military academy student, any photographs or rumors about his presence in a specialized hospital at this time would bring forth considerable complications. Feng Yi led the way, circumventing the brightly lit main hall towards the private passage. Once inside the isolation room, Shen Yu carefully placed Jiang Xinian on the hospital bed. Yao promptly approached, expertly connecting the vital signs monitor and applying electrode pads. The cold touch caused Jiang Xinian, still in slumber, to furrow his brow slightly. Draw blood, conduct a comprehensive toxicology screening, and test for glandular stress responses, Feng Yi instructed, donning gloves as he picked up a small flashlight. Gently lifting Jiang Xinian's eyelid to examine his pupils, Yao skillfully applied a pressure band, disinfected the area, and performed the puncture. Dark red blood swiftly flowing into the collection tube. Shen Yu stood at the foot of the bed, observing Jiang Xinian's pale, tranquil face, his jawline taut with tension. The monitor emitted a steady, soft ticking sound, displaying heart rate and blood pressure readings. After completing the initial examination, Feng Yi straightened, discarding his gloves into the medical waste bin. It will take at least half an hour to receive the results. Yao took the materials and exited, leaving only the three of them in the room. Feng Yi leaned against the wall, his hands tucked into his pockets, his gaze fixed upon the slumbering Jiang Xinian on the hospital bed. Suddenly, he smirked and said, "Let us discuss something amusing. Xiao has returned. Jiang Zhongqing is with him. He just called me, inquiring if you were with me." I chuckled, surmising that he must have been unable to reach you directly, hence the indirect approach to contact me. Shen Yu clasped Jiang Xinian's hand, feeling its coolness, and gently tucked it back under the covers, meticulously adjusting the blanket's corners before speaking in a steady voice. "Is there something you need?" "Indeed there is," Feng Yi drawled, a hint of mockery in his eyes. "He wishes to see you. And isn't it rather coincidental? He is currently in the hospital. Did Jiang Zhongqing inform him of my marriage?" Feng Yi revealed an enigmatic smile. "He desires to go together." Xiao was the son of their combat course instructor from their military school-affiliated high school. Unlike Feng Yi and Jiang Zhongqing, who grew up together in the same compound, Xiao had barged into their class during high school, leveraging his father's connections. From the moment Xiao arrived, he had fixated on Shen Yu and Jiang Zhongqing, particularly on Shen Yu, whose affected demeanor made Feng Yi feel nauseous. He could not comprehend how an alpha could adopt such repulsive expressions, constantly addressing him as Brother Yu. Chapter 23. What are you pretending? Shen Yu gazed at Jiang Xinian's peaceful sleeping face, his voice devoid of inflection. "Call Jiang Zhongqing to see me." "Now?" Feng Yi straightened up, concerned whether it might alert others. "Let be," Shen Yu replied. Feng Yi glanced at Jiang Xinian on the bed. Very well, I shall fetch him. The person was summoned, but his expression was far from pleasant. Not only did Feng Yi wear a stern face, but Jiang Zhongqing also appeared frighteningly pale. The two stood at the isolation room's door like sentinels. Feng Yi raised his hand and rapped on the observation window's glass, producing two sharp knocks, signaling Shen Yu to come out and speak. Shen Yu glanced at the sleeping Jiang Xinian before cautiously stepping out, his gaze sweeping between the two. What is it? Jiang Zhongqing swallowed hard, seemingly hesitant, and after a few seconds, he hoarsely uttered, "He is an Omega." Shen Yu.As brow furrowed slightly. What do you mean? Feng Yi crossed his arms and interjected. What it means is he took a differentiation agent, forcibly altering his secondary gender from Alpha to Omega. Shen Yu.As' expression darkened instantly. In the Empire, differentiation agents were strictly prohibited, and unauthorized use was a legal offense. Jiang Zhongqing's face was a mask of disbelief. Is he out his mind? Feng Yi shot him a sidelong glance, his words laced with sarcasm. Oh, the sun must be rising from the west today. Why aren't you defending Urinin? Isn't it perfect? He now transformed into the Omega you desire, making marriage a logical conclusion. Something in Feng Yi's words struck a nerve in Jiang Zhongqing, who abruptly turned and glared at him. Who the hell told you I like Omegas? Feng Yi was momentarily taken aback by the outburst, instinctively retorting, Then what do you like? I prefer alphas, Jiang Zhongqing stated, fixing his gaze on Feng Yi, enunciating each word distinctly. Shen Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, her gaze flitting back and forth between the two men without uttering a word. Feng Yi was momentarily taken aback, his heart skipping a beat as his eyes widened slightly. Are you joking? I am not jesting, Jiang Zhongqing replied with unwavering conviction, locking his gaze on Feng Yi's face. Now that the matter had been broached, there was no longer anything to conceal. I do not harbor feelings for Omegas, nor do I for him. Feng Yi had never anticipated that the answer he had longed for would come under such circumstances, leaving him utterly unprepared. He swallowed hard, attempting to mask his discomfort with sarcasm. Come off it. If you dislike him, why defend him so ardently? Jiang Zhongqing pressed his lips together, falling silent. What could he say? That his kindness toward Zhao Shuan was merely a facade to hide his own affections for Feng Yi? He cast a pleading glance at Shen Yu. Shen Yu glanced at him with an expression of exasperation, delivering his words in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. Did you inform him of my marriage? Jiang Zhongqing nodded. On the day he returned, he couldn't reach you, so he asked me to pick him up. He kept inquiring about you in the car, and I grew somewhat annoyed, so I mentioned your marriage. Neither Shen Yu nor Feng Yi responded. Observing their silence, Jiang Zhongqing suddenly realized, oh no, lowering his voice. It couldn't be that he was behind a matter concerning Xiaoyan, could it? Despite knowing Zhao Shuan's instability and his almost twisted psychology regarding Shen Yu, he had not expected him to dare take such direct action against Jiang Xinian. Feng Yi straightened up from the wall, his sapphire-like eyes glinting coldly under the light. That is merely our conjecture. Jiang Zhongqing fell silent for a few seconds. He is capable of such deeds. Shen Yu chose not to pursue that line of thought, instead posing another question. How did you discover he had transformed into an Omega? Feng Yi let out a short, contemptuous snort, casting Jiang Zhongqing a significant look. The laboratory saw him deliver the sample and sent the report directly to me. Moreover, Feng Yi turned to Shen Yu. His compatibility with you is remarkably high, at 90. He must have done this for you. Jiang Zhongqing also gazed at Shen Yu, interrupting Feng Yi. See what I told you last time? I said he would stir up trouble once he learned of your marriage. Feng Yi retorted. And who informed him? Jiang Zhongqing was momentarily speechless, managing a wry smile as he slapped his own mouth. That's my fault. I take responsibility. Allow me to investigate this, as Zhao Shuan still trusts me. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi began to speak sarcastically. You seem to trust him quite a bit as well. Otherwise, why would you call him an? Jiang Zhongqing sensed that Feng Yi was particularly irritable today, exploding at every comment, and his retorts lacked coherence. He stared at him for a few seconds. Are you nearing your sensitive period? Then he muttered, but you still have a few days before that. Feng Yi shot him another disdainful look. about to retort when the monitoring device suddenly emitted a sharp alarm. As the effects of the tranquilizer wore off, Jiang Xinian abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils unfocused, waves of heat crashing over him more violently than before, drowning him in an overwhelming tide from which he could not escape. Instinctively, he scanned the surroundings, failing to recognize any familiar faces, panic rising within him. In the next moment, Shen Yu's anxious visage appeared before him. Shen Yu released his pheromones and bent down to embrace him. Nian's eye. Tears streamed down Jiang Xinian's face, and he immediately reciprocated the embrace, burying his face in Shen Yu's chest. You were not here, you were never here. Shen Yu understood he was referring to the last time he had awakened alone during the sensitive period. A pang of sorrow gripped his heart as he lowered his head to place a gentle kiss on Jiang Xinian's damp forehead. I apologize, it won't happen again. You said that last time, Jiang Xinian accused, lifting his tear-filled eyes. Shen Yu was momentarily taken aback by his words, seeing the small alpha's pitiful and dependent gaze. He tightened his embrace and spoke earnestly. I promise this is the last time. I will write you a letter of guarantee, all right? Jiang Xinian remained silent, his lips beginning to wander restlessly along Shen Yu's neck, seeking the comforting source of jasmine that would ease his anxiety. At that moment, Feng Yi, who had been closely monitoring the data, spoke up. Tear off his gland patch. Keeping it on any longer won't benefit him. Shen Yu complied and tore it off. Instantly, the sweet scent of peach rushed towards him, swirling joyfully around him, each strand melding into his body, intertwining with his blood, resonating through his heart and limbs. Shen Yu closed his eyes, the veins on his temples becoming pronounced as he suppressed the unusual sensations within his body. Feng Yi, standing nearby, stumbled back a few steps, and Jiang Zhongqing quickly moved to assist him, signaling him to be cautious. Yao, a beta, was oblivious to the overwhelming pheromones filling the room. She hurried in with a report, handing the folder to Feng Yi while calling out the names. Commander, Master, General Jiang. Feng Yi took it and swiftly glanced through the test results. His gaze passed over several key data points, and his brow slightly relaxed. Fortunately, it's just ordinary. Jiang Zhongqing leaned in to glance at the report, then turned to look towards the bed with a tone full of skepticism. Are you sure? Can ordinary substances reduce an S-Class Alpha to such a state? He pointed at Jiang Xinian, who had climbed onto Shen Yu, his legs wrapping around the latter's waist, urgently seeking kisses. Feng Yi closed the folder and shot Jiang Zhongqing a glance. It's normal. The compatibility is too high. A little catalysis is enough to ignite a wildfire. Shen Yu supported Jiang Xinian's bottom to prevent him from slipping, tilting his head to evade his seeking lips. Antidote? There is no specific antidote, Feng Yi replied, handing the report to Yao. An inhibitor or a marking. The concentration of the drug in his system isn't too high. It can be metabolized. Jiang Xinian whimpered in dissatisfaction, cupping Shen Yu's face with both hands, stubbornly searching for his lips. Feng Yi continued. However, I suggest a temporary marking. From the data, the effect of the inhibitor will be somewhat slow. It may take until the day after tomorrow to completely subside. Jiang Zhongqing immediately frowned, echoing Feng Yi's words. The day after tomorrow is the assessment. He turned to Shen Yu, his tone serious. If he takes the inhibitor, he certainly won't be in optimal condition on the day of the assessment. Shen Yu did not respond immediately. He looked down at Jiang Xinian, who was continually rubbing against him, having already unzipped his jacket and kissing him indiscriminately, and asked in a hushed voice, Do you want the inhibitor or me? Feng Yi and Jiang Zhongqing exchanged a glance, reading the same unspoken question in each other's eyes. What are you pretending for? Without hesitation, Jiang Xinian replied, I want you. Shen Yu had truly reached his limit. He turned to the person behind him and asked, Aren't you leaving yet? Feng Yi, with both hands, pulled out the bewildered Jiang Zhongqing and Yao, gently pressing the curtain switch. Shen Yu had endured for an entire night. His self-control was long exhausted. He raised his fingers to lift the small alpha's chin and bestowed a soft kiss upon him. At that moment, the violet eyes exuded an irresistible allure as a deep, lingering voice brushed against Jiang Xinian's ear. Help me with the moon exchange. Chapter 24. My dearest brother, the two of them lost track of time. It was only when Feng Yi closed the door that he suddenly remembered the isolation room lacked safety measures. However, the two inside were already taut with anticipation. Unable to hold back any longer, he dared not enter at that moment, fearing misfortune. Instead, he paced anxiously outside, eventually cursing under his breath and resigning himself to leave. It was around 5 in the morning when the sky began to brighten faintly that Feng Yi finally entered the isolation room, carrying nutrient solution and mineral water. As soon as he stepped inside, the person on the bed abruptly opened his eyes. Those violet orbs under the dim light appeared even sharper and colder, locking onto the intruder. Upon recognizing him, Shen Yu's vigilance dissipated, and he closed his eyes again, weariness weighing heavily upon him. Feng Yi gently placed the items on the bedside table and asked in a hushed tone, "How are you?" Shen Yu did not open his eyes, his voice gravelly and barely audible as he replied, "Temporarily stable." After speaking, he instinctively tightened his grip around Jiang Xinian's waist. Jiang Xinian, nestled in his embrace, slept soundly, his cheeks flushed and breathing steady. Feng Yi was startled by his voice, furrowing his brow in concern. "Why is your voice so hoarse? It's worse than a broken gong." Shen Yu, fatigued, lifted his eyelids to glance at him before heavily closing them again, too indifferent to respond. Observing Shen Yu's unsatisfied demeanor, Feng Yi's gaze shifted to the peacefully slumbering Jiang Xinian, and suddenly he realized, his eyes widening in shock. "Oh my, are you all right holding it in like this?" He stepped closer, bending down incredulously to inquire, "What if you can't recover later?" Shen Yu, irritated by the noise, shot him a glare. Feng Yi, startled by the intensity of his gaze, straightened up and studied Shen Yu for several seconds, his expression shifting from shock to disbelief, finally settling into awe as he gave Shen Yu a thumbs up, sincerely exclaiming, "Bro, you're truly impressive." After saying this, Feng Yi leaned down to check Jiang Xinian's condition, then straightened up to glance at the monitoring device. The temperature has decreased, and the heart rate has stabilized. He spoke softly, tapping the screen of the device a few times to quickly scan the historical records. "Once he wakes up, I'll draw some blood to see if the medication has been metabolized completely." Feng Yi turned to Shen Yu and asked, "Do you have a temporary mark?" Shen Yu's chin moved slightly as he replied softly. Feng Yi nodded, placing his hands in the pockets of his lab coat. "Then let him stay by your side for the next couple of days. You know how much little Xinian relies on you right now. The false susceptibility period is still a period of vulnerability. Don't take it lightly." Shen Yu acknowledged with another soft "All right, I'll take my leave then." Feng Yi waved his hand, turning towards the door with light footsteps. "I've left the nutrient solution and water here for you. If you can't hold out, have a bit. You both should get some more rest." The isolation room is located on the top floor, accessible only by card, and ordinary elevators cannot reach it. As Feng Yi entered the stairwell, someone covered his mouth and nose, startling him. Instinctively, he stepped on the foot of the person behind him. To his surprise, the individual reacted swiftly, lifting his leg and pinning Feng Yi against the wall. "What an unfortunate position." "Sure, it's me," came Jiang Zhongqing's voice, low and soothing. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi's tense muscles relaxed instantly, and he ceased his resistance, muttering a muffled curse, the words indistinct due to the hand covering his mouth. Zhao Xuan was guarding below, and Jiang Zhongqing's voice remained subdued, revealing that he had been waiting since last night, having learned of a Yu's presence here through some unknown source. Feng Yi shook his head vigorously and attempted to pry Jiang Zhongqing's hand away from his mouth, managing to squeeze out, "Can you please let me go?" Instead of loosening his grip, Jiang Zhongqing pressed him harder against the wall, their bodies nearly melding together. Feng Yi's face flushed instantly, and he froze, focusing all his attention on the person behind him. He could feel Jiang Zhongqing's nose inching closer to his neck. The warm breath mingled with the scent of rum wafting over him. In that moment of vulnerability, Feng Yi found himself weak-kneed, heart racing. In a daze, he thought he heard the man behind him chuckle softly. Is the sensitive period really approaching? Why so early? Feng Yi struggled slightly, lowering his voice. "What are you doing?" At the same time, he elbowed backward, only to be held tighter by Jiang Zhongqing. Although they had shared many physical encounters since childhood, being enveloped like this so intimately with a first. Jiang Zhongqing did not respond immediately. His gaze swept across the stairwell below to ensure that their earlier commotion had gone unnoticed before he slightly eased his grip. I'm not going crazy. I'm just concerned about you. As soon as Feng Yi's feet touched the ground, he took a large step to the side, pulling his white coat together. His hands clasped tightly in front of his chest, turning to glare at him, his ears burning. I don't need your concern. Jiang Zhongqing stepped forward. A playful smile on his face. You do. Feng Yi rolled his eyes at him and turned to head downstairs. Zhao Xuan was indeed waiting below. Feng Yi did not pause, his tone laced with impatience. So what? It's not the first time I'm unhappy with him. He turned his face slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Zhongqing. You better not show up at the same time as me, or he might start to suspect. Jiang Zhongqing stood still, the smile fading from his face as he watched Feng Yi leave. All right, you go first. Feng Yi swiped his card to open the door to the safety passage. And indeed, Zhao Xuan was sitting on a bench in the corridor, engrossed in his phone. Upon hearing the door open, Zhao Xuan looked up, forcing a sweet smile. Brother. Feng Yi nodded expressionlessly, not slowing his pace, intending to walk past him. However, Zhao Xuan stood up, quickly stepping in front of him, his tone laced with feigned concern. Brother, did something happen to you? I heard he came to the hospital last night. Yes, all right. I sent. Feng Yi halted his steps, raising his gaze to meet him with a frigid expression. Who told you that? Zhao Xuan, feeling somewhat guilty under his scrutinizing stare, averted his eyes momentarily, his voice faltering. I heard from someone else. They said they saw him at the hospital last night. Unfazed, Feng Yi replied in a flat tone. He hasn't mentioned anything to me. How could that be? Zhao Xuan furrowed his brow, incredulous. You and brother, you have always been close. How could you not know about his affairs? Feng Yi curled the corner of his mouth into a humorless smile. You know well of our relationship. So do you truly believe I would disclose his whereabouts to you? With that, he disregarded Zhao Xuan entirely, circumventing him and striding away. Upon returning to his office, Feng Yi shut the door behind him and leaned against it, massaging his throbbing temples. Turning around, he was taken aback to find a vibrant bouquet of teddy sunflowers gracing his desk. He paused, instinctively glancing around the empty room. Raising an eyebrow, he approached the desk. The golden sunflowers were in full bloom, their fuzzy petals particularly endearing against the backdrop of autumn's desolation. He reached out to caress a petal, his fingers brushing against a stiff card nestled among the flowers. Extracting the card, he opened it. My dearest brother, long time no see. Have you missed me? Chapter 25. Shelter me. The card bore no signature, yet Feng Yi recognized the handwriting immediately. He flicked the card with his finger and scoffed. The writing is as atrocious as ever. No sooner had he spoken than the office door was thrust open. A tall alpha clad in a bright yellow hoodie, a black coat, and distressed jeans leaned casually against the doorframe. His hair, dyed an extravagant silver gray, adorned with a row of glimmering earrings. He grinned widely, revealing two sharp canine teeth, his voice playfully elongated. Brother, do you miss me? Feng Yi turned, languidly leaning against the edge of his desk, pinching the card between two fingers. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the card soaring toward the doorway. What did you return? Xiao Mingli, beaming, caught the card midair and stepped closer, tucking it into Feng Yi's pocket. Gazing into Feng Yi's blue eyes, he persistently inquired, I just landed. Do you really not miss me? Why come here instead of going home after your flight? Feng Yi raised a finger to Xiao Mingli's forehead, gently pushing him away. Xiao Mingli seized Feng Yi's wrist, his tone shifting to one of feigned despair, though he refrained from answering the question. Brother, can you shelter me for a few days? Feng Yi yanked his hand back, shooting him an exasperated glare. Get lost. You have a house. That's not the same, Xiao Mingli retorted immediately, leaning closer until his nose nearly brushed against Feng Yi's hair. My place is empty and freezing. Your home is warm and filled with the delightful scent of mint. Feng Yi sidestepped, picking up a medical file from the desk and lightly swatting it against Xiao Mingli's arm. Enough with this nonsense. Hurry back home. Xiao Mingli, upon receiving a light hit, instead burst into a more joyful laugh. He seized Feng Yi's wrist, which held the medical record folder with one hand, while his other arm draped over Feng Yi's shoulder, his body leaning into him as he playfully whined, "I can't go, brother. My jet lag hasn't T-adjusted yet, and I'm feeling dizzy. Can you bear to leave me wandering the streets alone? What if I faint outside?" Feng, momentarily jolted by his grip, frowned and elbowed him. "If you faint, I'll just send you to the emergency room. Let go. You're too heavy." Unyielding, Xia Mingli tightened his embrace, resting his chin in the nook of Feng Yi's shoulder, muttering in a low voice, "Brother, I'm hungry. The airplane food was dreadful. Please let me stay for a meal. Once I eat, I promise to leave. Is that all right?" Feng Yi attempted to pry off the hands clutching his shoulder, but to no avail, as Xia Mingli possessed surprising strength. With a resigned sigh, he relented. "Just one meal. But you must leave immediately afterward." Xia Mingli's eyes sparkled with delight as he looked up at him, pushing his luck further. "Then I want to eat the sweet and sour ribs you make. In the cafeteria, eat it or not." Feng Yi finally broke free, straightening his wrinkled lab coat. He bent down to retrieve his meal card from the drawer and tossed it to Xia Mingli. "Go by yourself and don't bother me here." Xia Mingli caught the card, twirling it on his fingertips, and cheekily asked, "What about you, brother? Aren't you eating?" "I'll go after my rounds," Feng Yi replied, picking up the round notes from the table and walking past him towards the door. "Return the card to the nurse station after you finish." Xia Mingli called after him, raising his voice, "Then hurry up. I'll wait for you." Feng Yi did not turn back, merely waved his hand to signal him to hurry along. Once Feng Yi's figure disappeared down the corridor, the smile faded from Xia Mingli's face. He turned to the person behind him. "What have you done to my brother?" Jiang Xinian, who had been leaning against the wall, straightened up at that moment, hands stuffed in his pockets. Slightly taller than Xia Mingli, he lowered his gaze, his eyes resting on Xia Mingli's sullen face, his tone calm, yet laced with provocation. "He carries my scent." He paused deliberately, then continued in a leisurely manner. "What do you think?" Xia Mingli's fists clenched instantly, veins bulging on the back of his hands. As he gritted his teeth, "Aren't you fond of that?" Jiang Xinian scoffed, casually adjusting his cuff, deftly avoiding Xia Mingli's fiery glare. "Who told you that?" Ignoring the question, Xia Mingli stepped closer, his tone menacing. "I warn you, keep your distance from my brother and refrain from touching him." A smirk curled Jiang Xinian's lips, full of challenge. "Kid, matters between me and your brother are none of your business." Xia Mingli retorted with a cold laugh. "Matters between you and my brother? What business could there be? After all these years beside him, have you crossed the line? Didn't you just ask?" Jiang Xinian reached out to adjust Xia Mingli's hoodie collar. "Where else would my pheromones come from if I hadn't kissed him?" Xia Mingli stared at him for a few seconds, then stepped back, producing a knowing smile, remaining silent. Feng Yi observed the two seated across from each other, feeling overwhelmed. He set down his chopsticks and rubbed his temples. "Why haven't you left yet?" He directed his impatient gaze at Jiang Xinian. Jiang Xinian took a bite of his meal, chewed thoughtfully, and then replied leisurely, "The task is not yet complete." Feng Yi rolled his eyes and shifted his attention elsewhere. "What about you? Why haven't you left yet?" Xia Mingli immediately set down his chopsticks, resting his chin on his hand, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Feng Yi. "I'm waiting for my brother to finish work so we can dine together." He tilted his head slightly, his voice sticky with affection. "I can't eat without my brother here." Feng Yi felt a surge of nausea at his words. He pointed decisively at Jiang Xinian, his tone firm. "You, finish up quickly and head back. Ayu's already taken Xiaoyan away." Then, turning to Xia Mingli, his voice grew colder. "Once you're done, get lost." Jiang Xinian remained silent, merely tugging at the corner of his mouth when he heard Feng Yi's command to Xia Mingli. Xia Mingli pouted, muttering softly, "Brother is so fierce." Feng Yi, uninterested in his complaints, picked up his chopsticks again, aggressively prodding at the rice in his bowl. In the next moment, a chicken leg descended from above. Following closely, a piece of rib, drenched in rich sauce, landed beside it. Feng Yi's hand paused. The chopsticks halted midair as he lifted his gaze to scan the two individuals across the table, his brows furrowing. "Have you both lost your minds?" Jiang Xinian maintained his composure, pushing rice around in his bowl. "You're too thin. You should eat more. Beside him, Xiao immediately chimed in, grinning broadly as he pointed at the rib. Brother loves braised ribs the most. Jiang Zhongxing remained silent, quietly removing the vegetables from Feng Yi's bowl, the motion appearing practiced despite it being their first attempt. The underlying reason was fear of retribution from Feng Yi, which, in simpler terms, was cowardice. Xiao, not to be outdone, promptly removed the carrot slices from Jiang Zhongqing's bowl. The two exchanged a glance, sparks flying between them. Feng Yi stared at the pair in exasperation, opening his mouth, yet failing to find suitable words to express his sentiments, ultimately lowering his gaze to resume eating. After a while, Xiao suddenly remarked, "Brother, the password at home hasn't he changed, right? I'll head back first and wait for you. He intends to stay at your place?" Jiang Zhongqing glanced at Feng Yi, seeking confirmation. Feng Yi, uncertain himself, surprisingly responded with a non-committal Startled by his own response, he quickly raised his head to look at Jiang Zhongqing, who shot him a cold smile. "I'm going too." Chapter 26. You are truly disgusting. As the end of the workday approached, Feng Yi called Shen Yu to inquire about Jiang Xinian's condition. Receiving an affirmative response, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just as he hung up, Jiang Zhongqing sauntered in, closing the door behind him. Feng Yi tossed his phone back onto the table, producing a soft thud, and looked up at him. "What is the matter?" Jiang Zhongqing approached, hands buried in his pockets, leaning slightly forward, his gaze fixed on Feng Yi's face. "I have something to discuss." Feng Yi crossed his arms, tilting his chin slightly. "Speak." Not detecting any unpleasant odor, Jiang Zhongqing straightened up, maintaining a calm demeanor. "I'm feeling a bit unwell." Feng Yi scrutinized him for a few moments, his brow furrowing slightly. Indeed, Jiang Zhongqing's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, his lips lacking color. Stepping closer, Feng Yi reached out to touch Jiang Zhongqing's forehead. The temperature felt normal. Feng Yi withdrew his hand, his tone laced with skepticism. "Where do you feel unwell?" "You don't have a fever." Jiang Zhongqing raised his hand to massage his temples, deliberately avoiding Feng Yi's gaze. "Perhaps I have a slight cold. The heating and air conditioning at home are both broken, making it unbearably cold." Feng Yi scoffed and turned back to the table to gather his belongings. "Brother, you spent the night at the hospital. Could you not come up with a more plausible excuse?" Jiang Zhongqing took a step closer, leaning against the edge of the table, and candidly admitted, "I'm just not at ease with that kid living with you." Feng Yi removed his white lab coat and carelessly hung it in the nearby wardrobe. "He is my. What is there to be concerned about?" Jiang Zhongqing grasped Feng Yi's shirt sleeve, halting his movements. Feng Yi turned to look at him, and Jiang Zhongqing's expression was grave. "What does being half-siblings even mean? Moreover, are you oblivious to his feelings for you?" Feng Yi withdrew his sleeve and resumed adjusting his tie, his tone tinged with exasperation. "He's just a little kid." Jiang Zhongqing straightened up, raising his voice slightly. "He is 22 years old. Are you seriously calling him a little kid?" Feng Yi paused his tie-tying, completely turning to face Jiang Zhongqing. Jiang Zhongqing had been acting oddly these past few days, first confessing an unexpected attraction to alphas, then displaying intimacy in the stairwell this morning, and now expressing concern about his living arrangement with Xiao. A fleeting thought crossed Feng Yi's mind. He crossed his arms and scrutinized Jiang Zhongqing, his brow furrowing deeper, before suddenly speaking. "Jiang Zhongqing, you can't possibly be." Jiang Zhongqing's heart leapt into his throat, his apple tightening. No, he was not ready to confess, had yet to clarify Feng Yi's feelings for him, and hadn't even prepared a bouquet of flowers. Was he truly about to declare his feelings in this dismal office without any warning? What would Feng Yi think? Would he slap himself or kick him? Using his usual tone to say, "It's impossible. I consider you a brother. You want to sleep with me?" "Jiang Zhongqing, that's disgusting." Feng Yi stroked his chin, continuing to speak to himself. "You must have been stimulated by Zhao Xuan turning into an omega." Jiang Zhongqing's heart plummeted and then soared again, akin to a ride on a free-fall tower. His clenched fists loosened and tightened again, and he closed his eyes in silence. "You might as well ask me if I have feelings for you." Seeing him silent, Feng Yi's complexion alternated between red and pale, growing more convinced of his suspicions. He leaned in closer, adopting a clinical tone. "You see, you like alphas. Zhao Xuan was previously an alpha, and now he's suddenly an Omega. You've been shaken. You can't accept it, which explains your unusual behavior these past few days. After saying this, he nodded to himself, believing he had grasped the situation. Jiang Zhongqing took a deep breath, nearly exasperated by Feng Yi's peculiar reasoning. Gritting his teeth, he managed to utter, "You damn." Suddenly recalling something, he shifted the conversation. "What little genius you are. I was indeed shaken, which is why I can't live alone. I'm afraid I might not be able to handle it and might resort to desperate measures. Aren't you with Zhao Xuan? With him around, what do you have to fear?" With that, Feng Yi picked up the bouquet of Teddy sunflowers and sidestepped him as he attempted to leave. Jiang Zhongqing firmly grasped his wrist, while deftly tossing the bouquet into the trash bin with his other hand. Feng Yi offered no protest to his actions, as he had intended to discard it anyway. Jiang Zhongqing found himself unable to refute Feng Yi. He indeed needed to remain close to Zhao Xuan, not only to uncover the truth behind Jiang Xinian's drugging, but, more importantly, to trace the source of the agents in Zhao Xuan's possession. These substances were illegal, and obtaining them was no simple feat yet. A sense of unease gnawed at him, leaving him restless over Xia Mingli. When Xia Mingli first arrived at Feng Yi's home, he was merely 4 years old, a tiny figure who trailed after Feng Yi with infectious enthusiasm, calling out sweetly. At that time, neither Shen Yu nor Jiang Zhongqing found this sudden addition bothersome. They would occasionally include him in their games of soccer or tree climbing, until that fateful year arrived. During a theater club event, a stroke of misfortune led to Feng Yi drawing the role of a princess. Jiang Zhongqing vividly recalled that afternoon. Feng Yi awkwardly emerged from the changing room clad in a pink dress, a golden wig atop his head, accentuating his striking blue eyes. Clearly uncomfortable, he tugged at the hem of his gown while grumbling, even attempting a spin to gauge the dress's extravagance. That turn spiraled directly into Jiang Zhongqing's heart. He could hear the deafening thrum of his heartbeat, each pulse resonating against his eardrums, leaving his limbs numb and his mind gasping for air. Thus, Shen Yu would claim that Jiang Zhongqing had fallen for Feng Yi at first sight. Even Jiang Zhongqing himself could not articulate it. Perhaps he had long harbored feelings, but it was undeniably on that day that he truly recognized his heart's desires. From that moment onward, inexplicably, he began to harbor an aversion towards Xia Mingli. Despite the latter's tender age, time would reveal that Jiang Zhongqing's wariness and animosity towards Xia Mingli were entirely warranted. On the night of Xia Mingli's coming-of-age celebration, the festivities stretched late into the evening. As the nominal guest of honor, Feng inevitably found himself indulged with a few drinks. His tolerance was already limited, and after a few glasses, his gaze grew unfocused, his reactions dulled. As the banquet concluded and guests departed, Feng Yi felt stifled and sought the fresh air of the terrace at the end of the hotel corridor. Upon noticing this, Xia Mingli swiftly followed him. In a secluded corner of the corridor, he quickened his pace, catching Feng Yi from behind. Dazed, Feng Yi turned to see who it was, but before he could discern, Xia Mingli leaned in and pressed his lips gently against his cheek. The action was fleeting, infused with the reckless impulse of youth. Feng Yi's eyes widened in shock. Half sobered, he exclaimed, "Xia Mingli." He raised his hand to push Xia Mingli away, attempting to create distance between them. However, Xia Mingli's grip on his wrist was strong, pulling him closer instead. The towering figure of the Alpha stood even taller than Feng Yi. "Today, I have reached adulthood." Feng Yi struggled against him, but to no avail, his brows furrowing in distress. "Let go." At that moment, Jiang Zhongqing seized Xia Mingli by the shoulder, forcefully separating the two and positioning himself protectively in front of Feng Yi. Jiang Zhongqing's face was so dark it seemed one could draw water from it, his voice laced with restrained fury. "What are you doing?" Xia Mingli was momentarily caught off balance, but quickly steadied himself, defiantly glaring back at Jiang Zhongqing with a hint of provocation. "None of your business." Jiang Zhongqing took a step forward, the potent aggression of an S-Class Alpha emanating from him, clearly issuing a warning. "I'll say this one last time. Keep your distance from him." The tension between the two alphas was palpable, their pheromones clashing subtly in the narrow corridor. Feng Yi was firmly shielded behind Jiang Zhongqing, feeling increasingly unwell from the earlier pushing and tension, and reached out to grasp the hem of Jiang Zhongqing's garment, resting his forehead against the Alpha's back. Jiang Zhongqing felt the weight and warmth against his back, his body stiffening slightly. Without turning around, he accurately reached back, encircling Feng Yi and shielding him behind himself. Fixating on Xia Mingli, he reiterated, "Did you hear me?" Xia Mingli, witnessing Feng Yi's reliance on Jiang Zhongqing, darkened his gaze, clenched his fists, but ultimately refrained from further words and turned to leave. Jiang Zhongqing exhaled in relief, turning to face the figure nestled in his embrace. Feng Yi's cheeks were flushed with an unusual hue, clearly intoxicated. "Are you all right?" Jiang Zhongqing asked softly, brushing his fingertip against Feng Yi's lips, suppressing the urge to claim him. Feng Yi shook his head, remaining silent, burying his face deeper into Jiang Zhongqing's neck, his breath hot against the skin. After a moment, Jiang Zhongqing lifted him into his arms. Chapter 27. I will provide you a home in the car. Lin Hui handed over a tablet. "Boss, everything is ready." Shen Yu accepted it with one hand, reviewing the defense layout and operational plan thoroughly before nodding in approval. The video only captured Mr. Jiang during his second visit to sell pheromones. Lin Hui's voice dropped, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the sleeping figure in Shen Yu's arms. All other footage had been destroyed. Shen Yu's eyes shifted from the tablet to the small Alpha's face, who had been restless before their departure but was now peacefully slumbering. "Send it to me." Lin Hui hesitated briefly. "You should prepare yourself." The image was quite blurry, obscuring facial features, relying solely on movements and body shapes for identification. Jiang Xinian was brought in, familiar with the routine, lying down on that bed. He was then restrained, his limbs bound, his head angled to expose his glands. "No anesiche?" Administering it would alter the concentration. The entire process lasted several minutes. Jiang Xinian remained silent, only occasionally reacting to pain with a twitch or a kick, but was swiftly subdued by the doctors, akin to a fish on a chopping board, at their mercy. At the conclusion, he was helped to his feet, staggering several steps, leaning against the wall to regain his composure. A doctor handed him the payment, and Jiang Xinian politely expressed his gratitude. After counting the money, he supported himself against the wall as he walked out, his body swaying precariously. Shen Yu could scarcely fathom the agony of extracting pheromones without anesthesia. He could only recall the sight of the small Alpha, gasping for breath through tears. "You, have you considered that this is the true state of little Nian?" He grew up in an orphanage, devoid of anyone to rely on, necessitating his independence and resilience. He understood that he could only depend on himself for everything. Thus he tightened himself like a taut string, refusing to relax even a little. However, the circumstances have changed. You have marked him. This dependence is not merely upon pheromones, but rather a complete surrender of his body and spirit. Knowing you're behind him, that string naturally loosens. Now, he indulges in childlike behavior, whining about pain and discomfort, crying at the slightest provocation, and seeking embraces. Perhaps this is his most authentic self, a version that only manifests in your presence. In other words, before you, he can finally feel secure enough to be a child. The atmosphere inside the car momentarily grew tense. Jiang Xinian let out a few soft sounds, bringing Shen Yu back to his senses. He gently patted Jiang's back while releasing a wave of pheromones to envelop him, planting a kiss on his warm forehead. "It's all over now, Yin Zai. All the suffering has passed. I will provide you with a home and all my love. Here, you can always feel safe being a child." The underground black market lay hidden behind the bustling commercial center of the capital. It is hard to fathom how such a place dares to exist so brazenly here. It truly exemplifies the old adage of darkness lurking beneath the light. The cordon has been established, and many have been apprehended, squatting with their hands on their heads against the wall. "Commander," a general saluted upon seeing him approach. Shen Yu returned the gesture. "Major General Bai, how is the situation?" The operation was highly successful, Bai Iran reported, following in his footsteps. 3 hideouts were simultaneously raided, and not a single person escaped. Shen Yu nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your hard work," Bai Iran observed as Shen Yu crossed the caution line, feeling a flicker of confusion. But he followed along. "Do you wish to inspect below?" Shen Yu responded with an affirmative grunt. The air below was foul, a nauseating mix of disinfectant, the metallic scent of blood, and something putrid and moldy. The ground was sticky, uncomfortable underfoot. In the corners, there were heaps of medical waste yet to be cleared, stained with dark red smudges. He examined each room and ultimately found the one from the video. Ran sensed the sudden drop in Shen Yu's demeanor. Was there something in this room that had not been investigated? He anxiously surveyed the area multiple times. Shen Yu paused at the doorway before entering, picking up a specially designed syringe from the tray and measuring its length. The needle was as long as his entire hand. His throat tightened, making it hard to breathe, and his heart raced. Clenching his jaw, he scanned the room once more, then abruptly discarded the syringe and turned to leave. Ran seized a passing soldier. Lowering his voice, "Conduct a thorough search of this room again." Lin Hui approached him as he exited. "Boss, the identity has been confirmed. Additionally, we have made an unexpected discovery." Shen Yu glanced at the tablet. This individual has been in close contact with Secretary Meng, who works alongside Congressman Meng, whose full name is Meng Jian. This secretary was previously seen at the orphanage in the southern part of the city, selecting children. Investigate further. Understood. Shen Yu opened the car door to find Jiang Xinian still asleep. He raised his hand to sniff his clothing, concerned that any unpleasant odor might disturb the little alpha. On the way back, the rain intensified, with heavy droplets splattering against the car window, creating a cacophony. The windshield wipers moved rhythmically from side to side, illuminating the wet road ahead with the car's headlights, casting a shimmering halo of light. As they approached the entrance of the community, Shen Yu instructed Lin Hui to activate the turn signal and park the car by the roadside. He unfurled an umbrella and walked beneath a sycamore tree. From the inner pocket of his coat, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Though he rarely smoked, especially in front of Jiang Xinian, never once indulging, he felt an overwhelming need to quell the tumultuous turmoil within him. He extracted a cigarette, lowered his head, and ignited it. A deep inhalation filled his lungs with the acrid smoke, granting him a fleeting sense of numbness. Yet his mind involuntarily flashed through a series of distressing images. Shen Yu continued to smoke several cigarettes, until the suffocating sensation in his chest was somewhat subdued by the tobacco and the brisk wind, before extinguishing the last one. The cold air, mingled with droplets of rain, brushed against his face, bringing him a semblance of clarity. He opened the car door and returned inside, the faint scent of smoke clinging to him. Jiang Xinian had already awakened, sitting upright and gazing vacantly out at the rain-soaked scenery. Upon hearing the movement, he turned his head, his eyes still clouded with sleep, yet devoid of the urgent need to seek comfort as he had before. A wave of relief washed over Shen Yu, surmising that the effects of the medication within Jiang Xinian had likely diminished. However, Jiang Xinian merely observed him quietly for a couple of seconds before shifting closer, resting his forehead against Shen Yu's shoulder. Shen Yu was taken aback momentarily, then instinctively wrapped his arm around him. Jiang Xinian gently inhaled the scent from his shoulder and whispered, "You smoked." Shen Yu replied with a soft his palm caressing the expanse of Jiang Xinian's back. "Why did you smoke?" Jiang Xinian's voice was still laced with sleep, yet his tone was earnest. "Are you unhappy?" From the front seat, Lin Hui caught Shen Yu's gaze through the rearview mirror, understanding the unspoken cue to start the car and ease into the community. After a few moments of silence, Shen Yu quietly responded, "No, I just felt like it." Jiang Xinian lifted his head, his amber eyes searching Shen Yu's. "Can I have one? I want to know what it feels like to smoke." "Absolutely not," Shen Yu declined firmly. Using his fingertip to gently brush against Jiang Xinian's warm cheek, "I'll quit." Jiang Xinian blinked, seemingly perplexed by Shen Yu's sudden resolve. Why? He lowered his head, his forehead lightly resting against Jiang Xinian's, his voice slow and deliberate. "Because you don't like it." Chapter 28. Jiang Shen is indeed Jiang Shen. The major assessment was divided into two parts, theory and practical application. The theoretical examination was to be undertaken first. After 2 days of rest, Jiang Xinian's health was restored, though he felt somewhat weak. Shen Yu tirelessly orchestrated a myriad of fireworks for him, without restraint. Whatever Jiang Xinian desired, he received. Upon learning they would share the same examination venue, Jiang patiently awaited Jiang Xinian outside. As she spotted him, concern etched across her face, she approached and scrutinized him from head to toe. His pallor was notable, dark circles evident beneath his eyes, and his lips devoid of color. Yet aside from that, no other abnormalities were apparent. Jiang inched closer. Are you all right? I heard you took a leave of absence these past 2 days. Jiang Xinian shook his head, his pace unbroken. I'm fine. Jiang followed closely, her brow furrowed with worry. Has someone from the practical department been troubling you? Last week, as usual, Jiang Xinian returned home at the designated time. As he passed by the old equipment room behind the training hall, he heard the sounds of weeping and unbearable insults emanating from within. He paused momentarily, listening intently for 2 seconds before resolutely kicking open the door. Inside the equipment room, Jiang was cornered against the wall by 3 alphas, his collar torn asunder, and his small face was marred by terror and traces of dried tears. Upon seeing Jiang Xinian silhouetted in the doorway, his eyes widened in desperation, as if he had spotted a lifeline, and he began to struggle fiercely. Jiang Xinian's gaze swept across the dimly lit room, finally settling on the towering alpha in the lead, his voice devoid of inflection. Engaging in bullying? The alpha, taken aback at first by his presence, quickly mustered a nonchalant grin. Jiang, it's a misunderstanding. I'm just having fun with my boyfriend here. You needn't concern yourself. As he spoke, he deliberately squeezed Jiang shoulder. Ignoring the alpha's words, Jiang Xinian removed his coat and approached. Release him. The jovial expression on the alpha's face faltered, his tone growing more serious. I told you, it's just some playful banter between couples. Can't you comprehend human speech? Jiang Xinian halted before him, standing slightly taller than the alpha, his amber eyes glinting with frost. Let him go. Having witnessed numerous instances of bullying during his time at the orphanage, and having been a victim himself, he harbored a profound aversion to such behavior. Therefore, whenever faced with such circumstances, he felt compelled to intervene. Otherwise, he would be plagued with unease for the rest of his life. The alpha, feeling the weight of Jiang Xinian's gaze, loosened his grip. Seizing the moment, Jiang broke free, and Jiang Xinian tossed his coat to him. Jiang quickly wrapped himself in it, retreating to a corner. The alpha, struggling to maintain his composure, attempted to salvage his bravado. You think calling you Shen makes you a deity? I warn you, mind your own business. Jiang Xinian's gaze traversed the trio, his tone unwavering. Are you all together, or shall we take this one by one? The alpha scoffed, trying to regain his footing. In theory, you're indeed impressive. But when it comes to fighting, that's our domain. Jiang Xinian nodded. Let us see then. The incessant taunts drove the alpha into a rage, and he swung a punch. Jiang Xinian's brow relaxed. This was the moment he had been waiting for. As long as he did not strike first, and refrained from causing severe harm, anything was permissible. He sidestepped the punch, deftly grasping the opponent's wrist and pulling it down, while simultaneously driving his left knee sharply into the alpha's abdomen. Jiang Xinian's strikes were not brutal, but he targeted the most painful spots. A tactic taught to him by a veteran during his days in underground fighting. Inflict the least amount of damage while swiftly incapacitating the opponent. The entire altercation lasted no more than 10 minutes. Jiang Xinian pinned the alpha firmly to the ground, his knee pressing against the opponent's back. Apologize. The alpha, gasping for breath with his face pressed against the dusty floor, struggled briefly, but found himself unable to move, ultimately forced to humbly mumble an apology toward Jiang. Jiang Xinian released him, standing up and brushing off the dust from his trousers. The other 2 alphas hurriedly approached to assist their comrade, all 3 appearing somewhat disheveled, their eyes reflecting a mixture of resentment and fear as they regarded Jiang Xinian. As he was leaving, the alpha pinned to the ground shot a fierce glare at Jiang Xinian and spat. Jiang Xinian, you better wait for me. Within a couple of days, Jiang Xinian took a leave of absence, which instantly set Jiang on edge. He feared that Jiang Xinian had fallen victim to retaliation from those individuals. Attempting to reach out to Jiang Xinian for clarity, he soon discovered that no one in the class possessed his contact information. In a state of anxiety, Jiang even sought out Professor Huang, who merely stated that Jiang Xinian had personal matters to attend to and had taken 2 days off. The phrase personal matters only heightened Jiang Wan's trepidation. What kind of personal matters warranted such an abrupt leave? The more he pondered, the more uneasy he became, nearly resorting to asking his father to leverage some connections to locate him. Fortunately, today he spotted a seemingly unscathed Jiang Xinian outside the examination hall. Jiang Xinian reassured him. "It's nothing. I'm just handling some matters." Jiang Wan sighed in relief, donning a beaming smile as he encouraged, "Good luck on the exam, Jiang Shun." "You too." The exam proved to be exceedingly simple, so much so that Jiang Xinian wondered if he had picked up the wrong paper. He raised his hand to signal the invigilating teacher and whispered, "Excuse me, is this the final assessment paper? It seems rather easy." The invigilator's expression was complex, hesitating to respond before simply nodding. It is worth noting that this paper had been internally tested among the faculty, with the highest score not exceeding 103. Jiang Xinian, feeling a bit embarrassed, bit his lip and began answering the questions. He set a personal record, submitting his paper and leaving within half an hour. As the final assessment was conducted in real time and consisted entirely of multiple-choice questions, he received immediate feedback upon submission, with a maximum score of 150. Jiang Xinian's name appeared at the top, 150 points, standing beneath the enormous electronic screen at the entrance of the academic building. Shen Yu noticed Jiang Xinian's name flash across the display and instinctively glanced at the time, chuckling softly. His little alpha truly was remarkable. Noticing Shen Yu's smile directed at the scoreboard, Principal Chai leaned in closer, remarking, "Commander, Jiang Xinian is a once-in-a-century genius." "I am aware," Shen Yu interrupted, his gaze remaining fixed on the name at the pinnacle. Just as he spoke, Jiang Xinian's figure emerged beyond the safety line, clearly taken aback by Shen Yu's presence. His eyes lit up with surprise, filling his face with astonishment. Instinctively, he took a few quick steps forward, but upon noticing the school leaders and several familiar high-ranking military officers beside Shen Yu, he hesitated, almost retreating. Sensing this, Shen Yu called out, "Come here." Jiang Xinian was reluctant to approach. He wished to keep their relationship concealed from others. It was inconsequential how he was perceived, but he did not want Shen Yu to be discussed by anyone. He hesitated before trudging over, stopping a couple of arms' lengths away from Shen Yu. Lowering his gaze as he timidly addressed him, "Commander." Shen Yu, previously relaxed, furrowed his brow slightly, his expression darkening. Chapter 29. "I have been too gentle with you." Jiang Xinian understood that Shen Yu was upset. Principal Chai glanced between Shen Yu and the visibly uncomfortable Jiang Xinian, tentatively inquiring, "Commander, do you know this student?" Shen Yu's gaze remained glued to Jiang Xinian, his voice even and unwavering. "I do." Almost simultaneously, Jiang Xinian blurted out, "I don't know him." The moment the words escaped his lips, he found himself momentarily stunned. The atmosphere was thick with tension, akin to the saying, "Not a single silver piece here," causing the air to stagnate for several moments. Principal Chai's smile froze, and his gaze darted back and forth between the two individuals, suddenly realizing that something was amiss between them. Clearing his throat twice in an attempt to ease the situation, he redirected the conversation. "Well, Jiang, how did you find the questions this time?" Jiang Xinian, still reeling from his earlier verbal slip, instinctively replied, "They were quite simple, lacking in challenge." The muscles on Principal Chai's face twitched slightly, forcing a dry laugh. "Ah, I see." He was well aware of the difficulty of the questions, and Jiang Xinian's response left him at a loss for words. The atmosphere grew awkward. Shen Yu no longer glanced at Jiang Xinian, turning to walk towards the parking area, dismissively uttering two words, "I'm leaving." Principal Chai hastily followed, mimicking his pace. "How about we have a meal before you go, Commander?" "No." Senjuri Plaid Kuli. His steps unwavering. "I have matters to attend to this afternoon." "Understood." Principal Chai nodded repeatedly, signaling his comprehension as he escorted him to the car. Jiang Xinian trailed behind silently, his steps heavy. Lin Hui had already raised the partition between the front and back seats, creating a private space. Jiang Xinian sat upright, hands resting on his knees, fingers nervously fidgeting with the fabric of his uniform trousers. He dare not look directly at Shen Yu. instead cautiously stealing glances at him through the reflection in the car window. On the third furtive glance, Shen Yu suddenly turned his head, accurately capturing Jiang Xinian's gaze, and reached out to grasp the young alpha's chin with a firm grip, compelling him to face him. "Do you so desperately wish to distance yourself from me?" Shen Yu's voice was low, his violet eyes glinting with an icy demeanor. Jiang Xinian winced from the pressure, his heart racing as he quickly shook his head. "It's not that, I just feel." "Feel what?" Shen Yu interrupted, applying more pressure with his fingertips. "Jiang Xinian, have I been too gentle with you? Do you think I lack temper?" The formal use of his name sent a jolt through Jiang Xinian. It had been a long time since Shen Yu had addressed him so. He shook his head vigorously, his eyes stinging with unshed tears. "After all this time, you still can't remember?" Shen Yu's gaze was fierce. "I remember," Jiang Xinian replied quietly. "Is that so?" Shen Yu scoffed, his fingers caressing Jiang Xinian's chin. "Then what do you mean by denying it so outright just now?" Jiang Xinian opened his mouth to protest, but found himself unable to lie to Shen Yu. All his insecurities and doubts seemed so feeble under Shen Yu's piercing gaze. Ultimately, he bit down on his lip, lowering his eyes to evade that frosty stare. Shen Yu released his grip, no longer looking at him, leaning back against the seat and closing his eyes. The pressure inside the car was suffocatingly low, weighing heavily on Jiang Xinian's chest and making it difficult for him to breathe. After a considerable pause, Jiang Xinian finally spoke softly. "I'm sorry." Shen Yu responded with utter silence, seemingly oblivious to the words, his eyes still closed in contemplation. Observing his demeanor, the small alpha fell quiet, averting his gaze and curling up to diminish his presence, even consciously softening his breath. This act only served to amuse Shen Yu, who had initially wished for the small alpha to comfort him. Instead, this foolish child chose to hide away. A surge of frustration ignited within him. Suddenly, he grasped Jiang Xinian's hand and pressed it against the car window, leaning his body forward, capturing the small alpha's startled expression. "Do you realize I am angry?" Shen Yu's voice was low, imbued with a sense of pressure. Jiang Xinian nodded hurriedly. "Knowing I'm angry, do you not wish to find a way to appease me?" The small alpha's face flushed instantly, his gaze evasive. "Here?" Shen Yu narrowed his eyes. "Where would you prefer?" Jiang Xinian had initially intended to soothe Shen Yu in his office, feeling somewhat restrained in the car, especially with Lin Hui present in front. Shen Yu's patience had worn thin. After tending to the small alpha these past few days, while suppressing his own feelings, it was only fitting he sought some recompense. "I don't care where you want to go." Shen Yu pressed forward again, their noses nearly touching, "but right now I wish to be in the car." Jiang Xinian cast a glance at the partition that had fully risen, his voice trembling. "Lin Hui, he can't hear us," Shen Yu interrupted. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Jiang Xinian had no choice but to summon his courage, inching closer until his lips brushed gently against Shen Yu's chin, then separating instantly. Shen Yu released his hold, returning to his seat, casting a sideways glance at him, his violet eyes beginning to mesmerize once more. The small alpha licked his dry lips, reaching out to steady himself on Shen Yu's shoulder, straddling his lap. The rear space of the modified Cullinan was ample, yet both of them were relatively tall, making the space feel somewhat constricted. Jiang Xinian could only press tightly against Shen Yu, lowering his head to gaze at him. Shen Yu had not tied his hair today. His light purple locks cascaded freely, spilling over his shoulders. Clad in the white commander uniform that Jiang Xinian adored, the collar impeccably neat, he exuded both restraint and allure. Jiang Xinian swallowed hard, leaning down to kiss him. This kiss did not last long. Jiang Xinian pulled back slightly, breathing heavily, carefully scrutinizing Shen Yu's expression. Shen Yu had long desired to witness Jiang Xinian, dressed in that deep blue school uniform, display such intimacy. He relished in seeing the small alpha's cool demeanor transform under his influence, his captivating eyes shimmering solely for him. The enigma of possessiveness within Shen Yu found profound satisfaction. "Nianzai," Shen Yu's voice was somewhat hoarse, his fingertips brushing against Jiang Xinian's flushed cheek. "Do not feel inferior. You are the best." Jiang Xinian stared at him in silence. The notion of inferiority had shadowed him for over 20 years, deeply ingrained. and the desire to eradicate it was not a task to be accomplished overnight. This was understood by both. Shen Yu ceased his words, gripping the small Alpha's nape, and kissed him once more. As their breaths grew unsteady from the kiss, Jiang Xinian, concerned about dirtying Shen Yu's attire, pressed his hand against his chest, wishing to detach himself. Sensing his intention, Shen Yu grasped his wrist, saying, "No need." "There's a need." Jiang Xinian obstinately shook his head, his voice still laced with the aftermath of their kiss, yet his gaze remained earnest. "I want you to be happy, Shen Yu." Shen Yu gazed deeply into his eyes, his fingers brushing against the cheek of the small Alpha, ultimately releasing his grip. Jiang Xinian tilted his head back to glance at Shen Yu before lowering it once more. The car journeyed from the military academy all the way to the Star Alliance, lingering in the parking lot for an indeterminate duration, long enough for Lin Hui to contemplate checking if the two had fainted. Shen Yu lifted the slightly dazed individual, uncapped a water bottle, and handed it to him. The small Alpha took a few sips from his hand, the corners of his mouth still dusted with snowflakes. Shen Yu wiped them away with his fingertip, then encircled his waist and kissed him again, this kiss imbued with an uncharacteristic tenderness. "It has been overwhelming these past few days," Shen Yu murmured, resting his forehead against Jiang Xinian's, his voice gravelly. "Just take a moment to breathe, all right?" Jiang Xinian, still somewhat dazed, nodded and leaned into his embrace. Shen Yu held him close to help him regain his composure, placing gentle kisses upon his forehead. Chapter 30, an isolated island. The following day, Shen Yu drove Jiang Xinian back to the military academy. Once the car had come to a halt, he did not immediately unlock the doors. Instead, he turned and retrieved a small medical kit from the back seat. "Come here," Shen Yu instructed. Jiang Xinian obediently leaned forward. Shen Yu unzipped the medical kit, revealing a neatly organized array of potent suppressants, blood-clotting gel, disinfectant tablets, and an emergency relaxant. He picked up one of the suppressants and tucked it into Jiang Xinian's combat uniform pocket, fastening the button slowly to ensure he understood its placement. "I don't know if the false sensitivity period will affect your original cycle. You must be vigilant. If anything feels off, use this immediately." Shen Yu pressed his finger against the pocket. "Do not endure it, understood?" Jiang Xinian nodded, understood. Shen Yu then took the slender emergency relaxant and placed it in his other pocket. "This one should only be used when you cannot hold on any longer. It is potent, and the side effects are significant." "I understand," Jiang Xinian replied. Shen Yu checked the fastenings of both pockets to ensure their security, then zipped up the medical kit and stowed it in the side pocket of Jiang Xinian's backpack. Having completed these tasks, he cradled Jiang Xinian's face in his hands, his thumbs brushing gently beneath his eyes. "Xinian," he spoke in a low voice, his violet eyes reflecting an uncommon seriousness. "The situation on the island is complex. You must prioritize your safety." Jiang Xinian, meeting his gaze, replied with equal gravity, "You too." Shen Yu leaned in and pressed a firm kiss upon his lips, parting swiftly. "I will return as quickly as possible." Late last night, urgent reports indicated that the separatist forces in the eastern region had stirred again, frequently testing the safety line. The old fools in parliament still advocated for negotiation, while Shen Yu sat at the end of the long table, his knuckles tapping rhythmically against the surface, refraining from rebuttal. He had no desire for war. Once hostilities commenced, it would be a drain on resources, a river of bloodshed, and countless families would be shattered, many left homeless. Jiang Xinian reached out and adjusted his collar, which was not particularly disheveled. "It's all right, as long as you return safely. I will wait for you." Shen Yu grasped his hand, giving it a gentle squeeze before leaning down to plant a kiss on his lips, as if he could never get enough. The practical assessment was to take place on a desolate island. This island had once been a focal point of national attention due to the presence of a pheromone research facility. However, for various reasons, it had been relocated, leaving the island in complete abandonment. The transport aircraft roared loudly as its doors swung open, letting in a rush of briny sea air. Jiang Xinian tightened the straps of his backpack and leaped out. The parachute deployed smoothly, guiding him in a gentle descent toward a stretch of silvery beach. As his feet touched the sand, it crunched beneath him. He quickly unfastened the parachute lines and scanned his surroundings. Before him lay an endless expanse of dark green rainforest, where towering trees twisted and turned, their branches contorted, and vines hung down like serpents. The air was tinged with a faint odor of decay and dampness, prompting Jiang Xinian to adjust his black mask. After checking his equipment, he selected a direction and prepared to venture deeper into the rainforest in search of a vantage point and a water source. The rules of the assessment were straightforward yet harsh. Eliminate others to earn points, survive for 3 days, and rank according to the final score. As he entered the rainforest, he quickly sensed something was amiss. The vines before him lay trampled, and the muddy ground bore chaotic footprints. Crouching down, he parted the crushed foliage with his fingers, noting the fresh breaks in the plant stems, evidence of recent passage. He squinted, counting the direction and depth of the footprints. There were at least 5 individuals, resembling a small team. This was concerning. To ensure fairness, the school had assigned only 1 student to each drop zone. Raising his hand to glance at his wrist-mounted locator, he found no signal. A wave of anxiety washed over him. This device was intended for the school to monitor students' locations in real time, facilitating quick retrieval after elimination. But now, it was utterly devoid of reception. Who had infiltrated the island? After several attempts to reboot, the screen still displayed no signal. Unable to communicate with the outside world, Jiang Xinian pondered for a moment before deciding to follow the footprints. The deeper he ventured, the heavier his heart felt. The individuals ahead were clearly well-trained. Their method of clearing a path was remarkably professional, with neatly severed tree branches and consistent stride intervals. He passed by 2 supply stations, both of which he inspected, finding the provisions intact, further corroborating his suspicions. He pocketed some alpha nutritional supplements and first aid supplies before continuing down the path. After walking for about 10 minutes, he heard faint sounds ahead. Quickly slipping into the nearby thicket and parting the broad leaves, he caught sight of Zhang Wan. The Omega had evidently sensed something unusual as well. He crouched low to examine the ground, reaching out to touch the cross-section of a branch severed by a sharp blade. Murmuring in confusion, Jiang Xinian's gaze sharpened, and he advanced swiftly, covering Zhang Wan's mouth from behind and pulling him into the dense underbrush. Zhang Wan froze in fear, instinctively struggling. Quiet, Jiang Xinian whispered into his ear, his voice barely above a murmur. Someone's coming. Recognizing Jiang Xinian's voice, Zhang Wan relaxed instantly, nodding to indicate his understanding. Only then did Jiang Xinian release his grip, and the 2 of them crouched behind the bushes, holding their breath. Jiang Xinian cautiously parted a small gap in the foliage. Before him, 3 figures clad in camouflage combat uniforms, their faces painted with war paint, emerged from a nearby path, rifles in hand, their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings. One of the shorter individuals irritably kicked a stone at his feet, exclaiming, "Damn it, where is that base? We've been going in circles for ages and still haven't found it." Beside him, an alpha holding a map pointed in a certain direction, saying, "This is the location marked on the map. See?" The short alpha shot him a glare, hissing, "Keep your voice down. Do you want everyone to know we're here?" "Sorry, boss," the map-holding alpha replied, lowering his voice. "Look over there, there's a path." The third alpha crouched down to examine the ground's traces, then stood up. "TSK. Judging by these footprints and their techniques, this must have been left by He-1 and his team. All right, let's hurry and catch up with him." The 3 discussed as they quickened their pace, their figures soon vanishing into the depths of the dense forest. Zhang Wan furrowed his brow and whispered, "They are armed with standard rifles commonly used by the Eastern rebel forces." Jiang Xinian turned to him, asking, "How do you know?" "I accidentally saw my dad's analysis report on the situation in the Eastern Theater," Zhang Wan replied, lowering his voice further. The photo attached shows those armed individuals wielding the same kind of weapon. The stock has a distinctive groove marking. "Your father is?" Jiang Xinian inquired. Zhang Wan appeared somewhat embarrassed, scratching his nose. "Li Jingquan." Jiang Xinian was taken aback. Li Jingquan, the youngest senior senator in the empire in recent years, renowned for his hardline approach. Zhang Wan quickly added, "Oh, I take my surname from my daddy," not wishing to pry into others' family matters. Jiang Xinian turned his gaze back to the direction where the 3 had disappeared, his tone serious. "They mentioned searching for a base. It must be that abandoned pheromone research facility." Zhang paused, then suddenly asked, Jiang Shun, have you ever heard of Dr. Wen Jiuhan? Jiang Xinian shook his head. No. Zhang leaned in closer, lowering his voice to a near whisper, imbued with an indescribable gravity. He was one of the core researchers in that laboratory. Rumor has it he advocated for bizarre and even forbidden experimental directions, such as attempts at gene hybridization between humans and animals, and even forced fusion or alteration of secondary sexual characteristics in human experimentation. Later, the Star Alliance discovered it. It caused quite the uproar, with the commander personally leading a team to seal the laboratory and arrest him. Jiang Xinian felt a sense of foreboding rise within him as Zhang spoke. Suddenly, Zhang stood up, his expression agitated, nearly colliding with Jiang Xinian's chin. They wouldn't be here looking for Dr. Wen Jiuhan's experimental data, would they? Chapter 31. I hate gifted freaks, Jiang Xinian asked. Wasn't the experimental data destroyed back then? Zhang shook his head, responding in a breathy tone. I can't say for sure. I just heard my dad mention that Wen Jiuhan is particularly cunning and seems to have several backups hidden in different locations. Jiang Xinian's brow tightened. If that's the case, we must find a way to stop them, or a faint sound, distinct from the natural sounds of the jungle, suddenly pierced the air, akin to something swiftly slicing through the leaves. The two individuals fell silent in an instant, exchanging a glance. Zhang silently mouthed a word, gesturing with a finger beside his lips, silencer. Jiang Xinian nodded. It appeared that the trio they had encountered earlier were equipped with far more advanced and professional gear than they had anticipated. Jiang Xinian turned to Zhang and lowered his voice. Are you afraid? Zhang tugged at the corner of his mouth. However, there was little mirth in his eyes. Jiang, you underestimate me far too much. Jiang Xinian pressed his lips together, unable to conceal his skepticism. He did not believe that Omegas were inherently weak. Yet the vivid memory of Zhang being cornered and bullied by several alphas in the equipment room lingered in his mind. Sensing his thoughts, Zhang hastily clarified, his cheeks slightly flushed. That day was the first day of my heat period. I was utterly weak and feeble. Otherwise, I would have been so defenseless. Jiang Xinian chose not to elaborate further, simply stating, stay close to me and watch your step. Zhang nodded earnestly, his expression turning serious. Jiang Xinian signaled, and the two of them crouched low, stealthily advancing towards the location from whence the gunfire had emanated, taking advantage of the dense foliage for cover. The layer of decomposed matter beneath their feet was thick and soft, necessitating utmost caution to avoid making any sound. Jiang Xinian led the way, each step deftly placed, while vigilantly scanning their surroundings, with Zhang closely trailing behind. After traversing approximately several dozen meters, Jiang Xinian suddenly halted, raising his fist. Zhang immediately crouched down. Jiang Xinian parted a massive banana leaf before him, his pupils constricting. In the clearing ahead lay a student clad in military academy combat attire, shot in the abdomen, his mouth stuffed with a cloth, only able to emit muffled whimpers. No wonder there were no cries for help. 3 armed assailants surrounded him. The one holding the map kicked the wounded student, turning to the shorter one. Boss, should we finish him off? To avoid complications. The shorter one frowned and waved his hand. Why jump straight to killing? The Bodhisattva would be displeased. Yes, you're right, boss, the third one quickly nodded, bending down to search the injured student. What about this guy? Just leave him here? The shorter one grunted, pressing his palms together and bowing to the surroundings. Just leave him here. Life and death are up to fate, and the Bodhisattva won't blame us. Boss, he has food on him, as well as 2 nutrient packs. The searcher raised the supplies he found. Fine, take them. The shorter one waved his hand, and the 3 men ceased to regard the writhing student on the ground, turning to continue down the path they had trampled. Jiang Xinian narrowed his eyes, silently calculating the odds of engagement. After a moment, he relaxed his clenched fist and signaled to Zhang to remain hidden. With a considerable distance separating them and the armed men, and with the latter still wielding firearms, it was highly likely they would be shot before getting close. As the footsteps of the trio receded, fading into the depths of the forest, Jiang Xinian remained still, waiting a few more minutes to ensure they had truly departed without laying an ambush. Only then did he gesture for Zhang and together they swiftly dashed into the center of the clearing. Jiang Xinian knelt on one knee, quickly surveying the surroundings while maintaining vigilance. The student's abdominal gunshot wound continued to ooze blood, his complexion pale and cold sweat soaking his hair. Zhang Wan tore the cloth from the injured student's mouth, and he gasped for air, his gaze unfocused. "Don't move. Apply pressure here." Jiang Xinian tore open his combat uniform and issued orders to Zhang Wan, simultaneously retrieving a medical kit given by Shen Yu from the side pocket of his backpack. The individual, weak and barely opening his eyes, recognized him and trembled. "They have guns, you know." "Do not speak. Conserve your strength," Jiang Xinian replied calmly as he continued his actions, applying hemostatic gel around the wound, followed by tightly wrapping a bandage for pressure. Seeing him about to close his eyes, Zhang Wan hurriedly spoke. "Which department are you from? What is your name?" "I am from Communication Class B," Lu Feng came to reply. "Do you know about the special channel at the military academy?" Zhang Wan's voice was filled with urgency. The military academy possessed a special channel that, under most circumstances, would not be blocked, yet only a few were aware of it. Lu Feng nodded and unfastened the positioning communicator from his left wrist, handing it to Zhang Wan. "I have it set up, but no one speaks." Zhang Wan adjusted the volume down and tucked it into his embrace. "You need it more than we do. Just tell me which channel." Lu Feng hesitantly recited a series of numbers, and Zhang Wan quickly tuned in, confirming it was indeed silent, as Lu Feng had stated. "Can you walk?" Jiang Xinian inquired after tending to the wound, helping Lu Feng to his feet. Lu Feng attempted to move, but winced in pain. "No, I can't." Jiang Xinian frowned. Carrying an injured comrade through this perilous rainforest was exceedingly dangerous due to the large target it presented and the slow pace it necessitated. They needed to find a place to conceal him. Without hesitation, Jiang Xinian instructed Zhang Wan to assist him. Together, they supported Lu Feng, moving him to a nearby rocky depression partially concealed by vines and bushes. Zhang Wan tore off some branches and leaves to enhance the camouflage. "Listen, Lu Feng." Jiang Xinian crouched down, locking eyes with him. "We must seek help or find a way to contact the outside world. Stay here, remain quiet, and minimize movement to reduce bleeding. We will return for you." Lu Feng weakly nodded. "Thank you, Jiang Xian. Please be careful." Jiang Xinian handed him a bottle of water and 2 nutritional supplements before swiftly departing with Zhang Wan, erasing their traces. Jiang Xinian adjusted his positioning communicator to the special channel as well. Zhang Wan, somewhat surprised, asked, "Jiang Xian, do you know this channel?" Jiang Xinian's fingers raced swiftly across the cold screen, his gaze never lifting. "I just found out." Zhang Wan licked his dry lips, incredulous. "You mean you memorized the entire string of numbers while bandaging Lu Feng?" Jiang Xinian confirmed with a nod, pressing the confirmation button. The communicator's screen flickered, indicating a successful connection, though only a faint static noise could be heard. "I detest talent," Zhang Wan muttered quietly, wiping the sweat and humidity from his face. The two refrained from continuing along the path they had trodden. Jiang Xinian surveyed their surroundings and pointed to a section of the hillside partially obscured by vines. "Let us check over there." Clearing the damp vines revealed a small cave barely large enough for 2 or 3 people. The air inside was earthy but relatively dry. Jiang Xinian entered first, quickly scanning the area for any dangerous creatures, and only after confirming it was safe did he beckon Zhang Wan to come inside. Zhang Wan obediently crawled in, sitting down abruptly on the ground. "What now? Do we just wait here? Let's attempt to establish contact first." Jiang Xinian crouched at the mouth of the cave, his body blocking most of the light, leaving only a narrow slit to observe the outside world. He spoke into the communicator in a hushed tone. "This is Jiang Xinian from Command Class A. Please respond." He repeated, "This is Jiang Xinian from Command Class A. Please respond." The only reply was the intermittent crackle of static. He altered his approach. "There are illegal armed forces landing on the island, equipped with standard weaponry. Suspected target, an abandoned laboratory. Please respond." Still, silence prevailed. After several attempts, he finally heard a cold male voice after a burst of static. "Combat Department, Han Yunka." Chapter 32. 3 unfortunate souls. Jiang Xinian had heard of Han Yunka, the grandson of General Han, whose parents had both sacrificed for the nation. General Han was quite strict with him, Aside from necessary examinations and training, Han Yunke did not attend school, yet he consistently achieved excellent grades, typically ranking second. Thus, Jiang Xinian had a notable impression of him. Jiang Xinian tightened his grip on the communicator button. Han Yunke, this is Jiang Xinian. What is your current location? After a brief hiss of static, the response came, District D, near the old observation tower. Instantly, a map of the island surfaced in Jiang Xinian's mind. The observation tower in District D was situated at a high point on the southeastern side of the island, offering a broad view, making it easy to defend, yet difficult to assault, an ideal meeting point. However, it was somewhat distant from their current position, requiring traversal through a swamp and a densely vegetated valley. We need to converge. The observation tower is an ideal stronghold, but the path is unsafe. Move northwest along the ridge line from the eastern side, and take care to avoid the swamp in Snake Valley. I will navigate around from the west to meet at Eagle Beak Rock, which is at a higher elevation, allowing for observation of the swamp and the route leading to the laboratory. Jiang Xinian swiftly issued the commands, each place name articulated with clarity and precision. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the communicator. Estimated time of arrival? Jiang Xinian raised his eyes to estimate the time and distance through the gaps in the vines. Within an hour. Maintain a clear channel. Refrain from communication unless necessary. If there is a situation, tap the microphone in a short burst. 3 quick taps followed by 2 slow taps as a danger signal. Received. 1 hour later. Eagle Beak Rock. Han Yunke responded succinctly, and the monotony of static returned as the communicator resumed its dull hum. Zhang Wan listened in astonishment. From gathering information to analyzing the terrain, and finally devising a meeting plan with a designated signal, Jiang Xinian accomplished it all in less than 3 minutes. His commands clear and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Jiang Xinian truly lived up to his reputation. He stood up, brushing off the dirt from his tactical uniform. Let's go. His words were concise, as he was the first to crawl out of the cave, cautiously scanning the surroundings before signaling Zhang Wan to follow. An hour later, at Eagle Beak Rock, Han Yunke had arrived before them, leaning against a weathered boulder, loading bullets in his rifle. Hearing the faint sound of footsteps, he instantly raised his weapon, only lowering it upon recognizing Jiang Xinian and Zhang Wan, who also carried firearms. It was those 3 unfortunate souls again. One insisted on going to the restroom alone and was met with Zhang Wan's knife, which severed his throat. The remaining 2 met their fate at the hands of Jiang Xinian, who snapped their necks. Jiang Xinian approached Zhang Wan. What is the situation? Han Yunke chambered around with deft precision. Not good. From the observation tower, I can see at least 3 teams, well-equipped and displaying tactical proficiency far beyond that of ordinary bandits. They are advancing in a fan-shaped formation towards the site of the laboratory. He gestured in a direction. 10 minutes ago, there was a brief exchange of gunfire over there, likely a confrontation with other students. Jiang Xinian furrowed his brow. Have we established contact with the outside world? Han Yunke shook his head, his expression grave. All conventional channels have been blocked. This special channel has only managed to connect with 2 individuals besides you, and the signal is quite poor. I've instructed them to converge towards Eagle Beak Rock. Inside the temporary command post of the military academy, the atmosphere was tense. A massive electronic sand table displayed the sparse distribution of green dots representing the cadets. Some flickered with blue light, while others simply vanished. Principal Chai was drenched in sweat, his hands pressed against the control panel, knuckles whitening. Several senior instructors surrounded him, their faces equally grim. The signal has been completely jammed across all frequencies. We are utterly cut off from the island. Preliminary assessments suggest military-grade equipment, stated the technical officer, his voice dry. At that moment, the main screen of the command post lit up, and the alert tone indicating a signal connection caused everyone to perk up. Shen Yu's face appeared on the screen. Commander, Principal Chai grasped onto this lifeline. Shen Yu forewent any pleasantries and directly addressed the issue at hand. Situation report. The assessment island has been invaded by unidentified armed personnel. They arrived prepared, severing all our external communications, including the military academy's special channels. It is known that some cadets have been injured, but the specifics remain unclear. Principal Chai spoke rapidly, striving to maintain composure. What is the scale of the invasion? What equipment do they possess? He wiped the sweat from his brow. At this moment, it remains uncertain. A faint signal sound broke through, and a technical officer quickly responded. This is the command unit Jiang Xinian. Please acknowledge receipt. Hearing Jiang Xinian's voice, Shen Yu's brow relaxed slightly, though his face remained ominously dark. Principal Chai immediately addressed the microphone. Student Jiang, this is the temporary command post of the military academy. Please report your situation. The microphone only emitted a crackling static. Interspersed with Jiang Xinian's intermittent voice, Command Unit Jiang Xinian, please respond. Principal Chai repeated the request several times, but there was still no reply. The signal had been completely severed. Jiang Xinian attempted twice more, but the communicator only yielded static with no further response. He decisively abandoned the effort, switching the communicator back to silent receive mode. Still unable to establish contact, he turned his gaze towards the two classmates who had successfully regrouped. Along with Han Yunk and Zhang Wan, Jiang Xinian crouched down, swiftly sketching a rudimentary map in the mud with a branch. We are currently at Eagle Beak Rock. He indicated the location. Han Yunk observed at least 3 enemy teams moving towards the site of the laboratory. The situation on the island is unclear, and we are outnumbered. He looked up, surveying the 4 who had gathered around him, his gaze steady. The urgent priority is to locate other students and consolidate our forces. Moving as 5 poses too large a target, I suggest we split into 2 groups. I am paired with Zhang Wan, and we proceed in this direction, where the branches carve an arc, leading deep into the rainforest. Han Yunker, take the 2 from the reconnaissance department and flank from the other side. If you encounter any other students, guide them to gather here. Understood. Han Yunker nodded, signaling the 2 reconnaissance department alphas to check their equipment. In 1 hour, regardless of how many individuals are found, we shall regroup here. If one party fails to arrive, the other shall wait no more than 15 minutes before advancing towards the laboratory, adapting to the circumstances. Understood. Move out. Without further ado, the 5 swiftly divided into 2 groups, silently merging into the dense green barrier. Jiang Xinian and Zhang Wan had walked for approximately 20 minutes when faint sounds of breaking branches reached their ears. Jiang Xinian immediately raised his hand in a fist, and the 2 crouched behind a cluster of enormous ferns. Zhang Wan held her breath, her hand resting on the dagger at her waist. Through the gaps in the leaves, they spotted 2 students clad in combat uniforms, guns drawn and back-to-back, advancing cautiously. Jiang Xinian signaled with a military code, causing the 2 to momentarily freeze before quickly approaching them. Jiang Xinian identified himself first. Command Department, Class A, Jiang Xinian. The 2 responded instantly, their voices tinged with the relief of finding their comrades. Combat Department, Class A, Qian Hao. Combat Department, Class A, Song Qiming. Jiang Xinian nodded, gesturing to Zhang Wan to adjust their communicators to a special channel. Zhang Wan stepped forward, took the communicator from Qian Hao, and deftly manipulated the controls. Song Qiming also willingly removed his communicator and handed it over. While remaining vigilant of their surroundings, Jiang Xinian lowered his voice. You brought the map, right? Ensure your safety and try to locate more classmates. Then escort them to Eagle's Beak Rock. We will regroup in 40 minutes. Understood. Chapter 33. Can we reach him? After completing the first round, Shen Yu returned to the lounge. He loosened his tightly fastened collar and moved to the window, gazing down at the street where pedestrians and vehicles appeared as tiny ants. Jiang Zhongqing sank into the sofa, grabbing a bottle of mineral water and drinking half in one go, wiping his mouth with his sleeve, his brow furrowed. Damn it. All this rambling and not a single honest word. He abruptly straightened up, looking at the tall figure by the window. Ah, you. I feel this is a diversion. Shen Yu did not turn around, his voice calm and unwavering. Is Wen Zhuhan still securely contained? Yes. In the highest security prison, triple-layered inside and out. Jiang Zhongqing's response was resolute. Only then did Shen Yu turn around, his expression neutral, yet his eyes were heavy. He took out his phone and called Principal Chai. Commander. Principal Chai's voice came through immediately, tinged with unmasked urgency. What is the situation? We're still unable to make contact. The interference is too strong. All our attempts have failed. Principal Chai's voice trembled slightly, but Admiral Bai's Tiger Hornet team has already landed on the island, and the first and second teams are en route. We hope to locate the students soon. Shen Yu paused for 2 seconds. Attempt to restore the special communication channel, using the highest authority to force a breach. Understood. I will have someone take care of it immediately. Principal Chai responded promptly. Shen Yu ended the call. Jiang Zhongqing fixed his gaze upon him. Do you intend to hurry back? Shen Yu approached the single armchair, sank into it, leaned back, and closed his eyes, his fingertips pressing against his throbbing temples. Let us have 2 more rounds of discussion. If this deliberate circumlocution continues, we shall withdraw. Jiang Zhongqing exhaled deeply, nodding in acquiescence. At the designated meeting point, Jiang Xinian arrived punctually with his team. Along the way, they had neutralized several patrols, procuring firearms and some supplies. Upon counting the heads, including himself and Zhang Wan, they now numbered 27. As dusk fell, Jiang Xinian distributed the collected compressed biscuits and water among the group, cautioning, we cannot light a fire. It would be too conspicuous. The temperature would drop at night, necessitating close proximity for warmth. They would take turns on watch in pairs, switching every 2 hours. Han Yunker tore open a biscuit packet, declaring, I will keep watch with you first. Jiang Xinian nodded, quickly finishing his portion and draining his water, then, weapon in hand, he and Han Yunker stepped out from their temporary refuge in the rocky crevice. Eagle Beak Rock, elevated and expansive, offered a clear line of sight. The night enveloped them like thick ink, blurring further under the feeble moonlight. Below lay the sole path leading to the experimental base, an ideal setting for sniping. Han Yunker crouched behind the rocks, observing the terrain through night vision goggles, whispering. Jiang Xinian responded with a hum, adjusting his position to alleviate the discomfort of the cold stone beneath him. He steadied his weapon, fingers lightly resting on the trigger guard. Silence reigned between them, save for the wind's whisper and the distant chirping of unknown insects. As the latter part of the night set in, temperatures plummeted, their breaths crystallizing into white mist. Nearing the witching hour, in the deepest darkness, Jiang Xinian detected an unusual sound. He nudged Han Yunker with his elbow, and both raised their firearms simultaneously. Several shadowy figures, cloaked by the underbrush, stealthily approached Eagle Beak Rock, moving with professional precision and seamless coordination. Jiang Xinian held his breath, gently pressing his index finger against the trigger. Just as the adversaries entered firing range and Han Yunker prepared to act, Jiang Xinian caught a glimpse of a blurred insignia on the arm of the foremost figure in the faint light. He abruptly reached out, pressing down on Han Yunker's barrel. Allies, Jiang Xinian whispered, his voice barely above a murmur. Almost simultaneously, the intruders noticed their presence. Red dots swiftly targeting their hiding spot. A deep voice commanded, do not move. Identify yourselves. Central Military Academy, Command Department, Class A, Jiang Xinian. Combat Department, Class A, Han Yunker. A brief silence enveloped the scene before a flurry of movement ensued as several figures approached rapidly. Leading them was a young officer with a stern demeanor, his gaze sweeping over the 3rd Division, 1st Fleet, Major General by Iran. He displayed his credentials before gesturing for his men to lower their weapons. Jiang Xinian and Han Yunker immediately stood at attention, rendering a crisp military salute. Bai Iran returned the gesture, inquiring, what is the situation? How many students are here? Including us, there are 27 in total, Jiang Xinian replied, stepping aside to clear the passage. It's windy outside. Let us discuss inside, sir. The students nestled within the crevice stirred awake, regarding the suddenly appeared soldiers with trepidation. Bai Iran signaled for them to relax, while a few soldiers positioned themselves around the perimeter, maintaining vigilance. Bai Iran activated the electronic sand table he carried, its ethereal blue light illuminating his serious countenance. After our landing on the island, the signal was severely disrupted, and we were unable to establish stable communication with the command center. Principal Chai and his team are endeavoring to restore the special communication channels, which should be operational by this morning at the latest. Jiang Xinian squatted beside the sand table, his finger resting on a specific point. If you can land on the island, you can certainly leave it. Here, he tapped the coordinates lightly, indicating an injured person with a gunshot wound to the abdomen, who had lost considerable blood and required immediate medical assistance. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Yiran gave the order to act. Watching them depart, Jiang Xinian continued, "They are here to retrieve the experimental data left behind by Wen Zhuhan. Choosing this timing to land suggests they are aware of our practical assessment and have thus diminished the island's defense systems." Han Yunker, clutching his weapon, interjected coldly, "Those experimental data must not be allowed to leave with them." His words remained unfinished, yet the gravity of the situation was clear to all present. The eastern region is fraught with peril. Should the armed factions acquire such prohibited data pertaining to genetic modification and secondary sex enhancement, their intentions are all too evident. Bai Yiran's expression grew grave as he articulated his primary mission. "I have received orders to evacuate you all." Jiang Xinian met his gaze, his tone calm. "First, evacuate the Omega and the injured. The rest is voluntary." This did not comply with the orders issued. Bai Yiran's brow furrowed tightly as he directly refused, reiterating, "I have been instructed to evacuate all of you, with no exceptions for leaving personnel behind to engage in military operations." "Whose orders?" Jiang Xinian probed. "The commander's." Bai Yiran replied. Jiang Xinian appeared momentarily taken aback before asking, "Although the signal is blocked, you have other means to contact him, correct?" Bai Yiran's expression shifted slightly. This was military confidential information. How could the student possibly know? Noticing the scrutiny and skepticism in Bai Yiran's gaze, Jiang Xinian remained unfazed, calmly stating, "Tell him. Jiang Xinian is looking for him." Bai Yiran fixed his gaze on him, silently emitting pheromones that conveyed a warning, a common method of asserting pressure among alphas. Han Yunker stepped forward, positioning himself slightly in front of Jiang Xinian. "General, your pheromone level is insufficient. Please restrain it." Bai Yiran's expression stiffened, feeling somewhat awkward as he rubbed his nose, silently retracting his pheromones. He could indeed sense the invisible pressure emanating from both the student and Jiang Xinian, which far surpassed his own. At that moment, members of the Tiger Bee squad returned quietly to the rendezvous point, accompanied by several classmates. Upon seeing Jiang Xinian, their eyes sparkled with hope, as if they had found their anchor, and they hurried forward. Jiang Shen whispered a student with facial abrasions, "We captured 2 stragglers and found this on them." He handed over a small spray canister. Jiang Xinian took a glance, his expression darkening, before tossing it to Bai Yiran. Han Yunker looked at Bai Yiran and proposed, "General, while it is still dark, let us send a group away. Whatever number can be evacuated, let be done." Bai Yiran gazed at the Omega induction agent in his hand, his face paling dramatically. He took a deep breath, made a decision, and gestured to his subordinates. "Prepare the emergency communication devices and activate the highest encryption channel." He looked up and fixed a profound gaze upon Jiang Xinian. "I am solely responsible for sending out the communication request. Whether the commander answers, I cannot guarantee." Chapter 34. A call for fortitude. As anticipated, the connection was not established. The communicator emitted a prolonged, cold, busy tone, repeating monotonously. Bai Yiran cast a glance at Jiang Xinian, but said nothing, severing the second attempt. The soldiers behind him had already accounted for the Omega and the injured who needed evacuation, preparing for departure. Zhang Wan stepped before Jiang Xinian. "Jiang, I know you will not leave. Even if it means defying orders, you will stay to prevent them from obtaining the data." Jiang Xinian remained silent, merely observing him. Zhang Wan inhaled deeply and continued, "I will take the shot. The commander's sniping record was set during my first year at the academy." He raised his hand, pointing to the solitary path shrouded in night that led to the laboratory. "I will guard this route for you." No sooner had Zhang Wan finished speaking than the remaining individuals voiced their agreement. They were the future soldiers of the Empire, imbued with valor and responsibility. At such a critical juncture, they could not be cowards. Bai Yiran scrutinized Jiang Xinian for a few seconds before turning to whisper rapid instructions to a nearby soldier. The soldier nodded and promptly departed with the assembled team. After sending off the first group, Bai Yiran returned to Jiang Xinian. The first and second squads have already landed from other areas to provide support. The aerial fleet will reach the designated position by this morning. Jiang, are you certain you wish to defy orders and remain here? The general's countenance appeared exceptionally resolute in the dim light of dawn. We cannot wait until morning. They're already inside the laboratory. By tonight, at the latest, they will surely obtain the data and withdraw. Once the data is taken off the island, interception will be exceedingly difficult. Have you considered the consequences? Defying military orders, even if successful, may lead to severe repercussions afterward. I accept the consequences, Jiang Xinian replied without a hint of hesitation. He raised his gaze to Bai Iran. Yet at this moment, I cannot withdraw. I cannot be a coward. Bai Iran silently regarded him for a moment before suddenly raising his hand and clapping forcefully on his shoulder, producing a dull sound. Good lad. There was a hint of admiration in his tone. Now tell me your plan. Jiang Xinian immediately crouched down, picking up a stone and swiftly drawing in the mud. Bai Iran and the other remaining students gathered around. Bai Iran stood by, observing as Jiang Xinian articulated the task with clarity and a steady pace, momentarily seeing another person through him. This manner of conducting affairs, this tone of speech, was strikingly reminiscent of someone else. Once Jiang Xinian finished outlining the plan, he discarded the stone and stood up, his gaze sweeping over the group. Once again, our objective is to buy time while awaiting reinforcements. Everyone, prioritize your safety. If the situation becomes untenable, evacuate immediately according to the contingency plan. Understood. The group responded in hushed unison. All right. Jiang Xinian took a deep breath, checked the equipment, and took his position for the ambush as per the plan. Action. The restoration of the special channel progressed far more swiftly than anticipated. As Jiang Xinian and his team settled into their predetermined ambush point, the anxious voice of Principal Chai crackled through the positioning communicator. This is the Military Academy's temporary command center. Please respond. I repeat, this is the Military Academy's temporary command center. Please respond. Jiang Xinian lowered his voice and pressed the communication button. Jiang Xinian responding. Jiang Xinian responding. Principal Chai, on the verge of tears, spoke with a quivering tone. Student Jiang, please report the current situation. While remaining vigilant of his surroundings, Jiang Xinian succinctly conveyed the status to Principal Chai. After he finished, there was a brief silence on the other end. Then, Shen Yu's cold voice pierced through. Jiang Xinian, who permitted you to defy orders and act on your own accord? Bai Iran's heart tightened as he reached out to Jiang Xinian, signaling him to hand over the communicator for him to explain. Jiang Xinian refused. He was not yet a formal soldier. The worst consequence he faced was a demerit, losing the opportunity to enter the reserves. However, Bai Iran was different. As an active duty officer, defiance of military orders could lead to demotion or even a court-martial. Shen Yu's voice resonated once more, the oppressive tension palpable through the static. Do you understand the consequences? Jiang Xinian swallowed hard and replied softly, I understand. Shen Yu suddenly laughed, a chilling sound in the current atmosphere. I hope you truly comprehend. Such a tone indicated that Shen Yu was seething with anger. Jiang Xinian opened his mouth, softening his voice. I will bear all repercussions alone. Do you aspire to be a hero? Shen Yu's voice was stern. Do you possess the qualifications for that? Jiang Xinian remained silent for a moment. If this were to be their final communication, he did not wish for it to conclude with a quarrel and frigid warnings. He inhaled deeply, disregarding the various gazes directed at him, and gently spoke. Shen Yu. The bystanders, eavesdropping intently, widened their eyes in disbelief at his direct address of the commander. Jiang Xinian had many things to express, yet at that moment, only one phrase surfaced. Have you returned safely? There was a pause of approximately 2 seconds on the other end before Shen Yu responded, his emotions indiscernible. Jiang Xinian exhaled, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. That's good. With that, he denied Shen Yu any further opportunity to speak, promptly switching the communicator back to silent mode. He surveyed the diverse expressions of the crowd and gestured. The onlookers immediately snapped back from their state of passive observation. Shen Yu stared at the disconnected communicator, stunned for several seconds. He and Jiang Zhongqing had hurried back, still breathless, only to hear the members of the Tiger Bee squad reporting to Principal Chai. upon learning that Jiang Xinian and a dozen Alpha students were refusing to leave. Determined to safeguard the data at all costs, a surge of blood rushed to his head, and he nearly lost his balance. That little rascal, Principal Chai beside him, dared not utter a word, continuously wiping sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. Jiang Zhongxing licked his dry lips, attempting to ease the tension. Well, young brother Nian is also considering the greater good. He is both brave and strategic. A single glance from Shen Yu silenced him, the atmosphere freezing instantly. Jiang Zhongxing's latter remark stuck in his throat, and he touched his nose, opting for silence. The last time he had seen Shen Yu this furious was several years ago at a peace conference in the West. The seasoned veterans, known for their fickleness, demanded exorbitant prices at the negotiation table, only to tear up the agreements once the discussions concluded. Shen Yu remained silent during this ordeal, but the following day, he brought his fleet to the brink of confrontation, and within 3 months, the West was entirely rebranded. Now, they are compliant and submissive. Jiang Zhongxing instinctively touched his backside, murmuring, "Take care, little brother." As anticipated by Jiang Xinian and his companions, around 4 in the morning, they commenced their withdrawal. Initially, only a few pioneers emerged, quietly taken down by knives. 2 subsequent teams followed suit, but the individuals inside began to sense something amiss. When the third wave ventured out, their footsteps noticeably slowed, weapons drawn, scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. "An ambush," one of them growled, raising his weapon towards the general direction where Jiang Xinian and his comrades were concealed, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Bullets struck the trees and soil, creating a cacophony of sound as splintered wood and dirt flew. "Down!" Jiang Xinian hissed, forcefully pressing a classmate's head down. Bullets whizzed past just above them. The adversaries ceased their probing, their firepower intensifying. Clearly, they realized that a quiet retreat was no longer feasible and resolved to break through forcefully. "Zhang Wan," Jiang Xinian snapped into the communicator. "Here, take out that machine gunner." "Understood." No sooner had he spoken than a gunshot rang out, and the armed assailant below, who had been firing wildly, collapsed, his machine gun silenced. "Well done," Han Yunke praised quietly, seizing the opportunity to peek out and execute a precise shot that felled another who attempted to retrieve the machine gun. The enemy, momentarily shaken by this accurate sniping, hesitated in their fire. "Scatter! Seek cover! They have a sniper!" came the frantic shouts from below, spoken in the Eastern dialect. The remaining personnel immediately dispersed, utilizing trees and debris as shields, beginning an organized counterattack. Bullets rained down like a torrential storm, pinning Jiang Xinian and his team down. "We cannot allow them to establish fire superiority," Jiang Xinian shouted to Bai Iran beside him. "We need to force them out." Bai Iran nodded, removing a smoke grenade from his tactical vest, pulling the pin, and hurling it towards the enemy's hiding spot. A thick white smoke billowed forth, obscuring visibility. "Han Yunke, you take the left. Qian Hao, Song Qiming the right. Everyone else, follow me from the front. Watch for crossfire." Jiang Xinian commanded swiftly, his voice clear amidst the gunfire. "Move." Chapter 35. Don't speak, just weep under the cover of smoke. Everyone sprang from their hiding spots in groups of 3, advancing in alternation while firing. The enemy clearly did not anticipate that these student soldiers possessed such formidable combat skills and coordination, leading to their disarray within the smoke. Jiang Xinian rolled behind a sturdy tree trunk, bullets closely trailing him, tearing the bark apart. 1 o'clock, behind the rocks too. Han Yunke's voice crackled through the communicator. Jiang Xinian quickly adjusted his aim and indeed spotted gun barrels glinting behind 2 large stones. He signaled, and a classmate understood, producing a hand grenade, delaying for 2 seconds before tossing it. Boom! The explosion resonated, accompanied by anguished cries. The battle escalated rapidly into a state of fervor. The cacophony of gunfire, explosions, cries, and screams shattered the tranquility of the dawn. "Jiang Shen, they are outnumbering us more than we anticipated." Qian Hao gasped. "The right flank is becoming compromised." Jiang Xinian peered over, and indeed, 7 or 8 adversaries were attempting to encircle them from the right. "Zhang Wan, can you see the right flank? The angle is unfavorable." obstructed by the trees. Zhang Wan's voice conveyed urgency. Jiang Xinian furrowed his brow, preparing to adjust their strategy. Suddenly, a rocket propelled with a fiery tail struck a nearby barricade, sending debris and dirt soaring into the air. The force of the blast knocked Jiang Xinian off balance, leaving a ringing in his ears. Jiang Xinian, Jiang Shen. He shook his head, spitting out mud, a sharp pain radiating from his left arm, likely from shrapnel or flying debris. I'm Fine, he declared, raising his weapon once more. They have heavy firepower. Exercise caution. The opponents, cornered, began to employ heavy weaponry recklessly in their attempt to break free. Rockets rained down in succession, illuminating the jungle with explosive light. Wiping the mud from his face, Jiang Xinian turned his head towards Bai Yiran and roared, "Major General, how long until reinforcements arrive?" Bai Yiran, seizing a moment amidst the explosions, glanced at his watch and replied swiftly, "At least 20 minutes." Jiang Xinian fell silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the intensifying enemy fire, decisively commanding. "We cannot withstand this any longer. Fall back, implement Plan B. Retreat to Point B. Everyone, listen up." Han Yunk immediately relayed the command through the communicator, alternate cover. "Retreat to Point B. I repeat, retreat to Point B." With the order given, the well-trained students sprang into action. Pairing up, one would provide covering fire while the other withdrew, executing the maneuver seamlessly without losing formation. "Zhang Wan," Jiang Xinian called out, while firing intermittently and retreating, "You go last." "Understood," Zhang Wan responded coolly, the distinct thud of the sniper rifle echoing as she accurately took down an enemy attempting to pursue, buying precious time for the others. The team swiftly and orderly transitioned towards the rear to Point B. Jiang Xinian and Han Yunk held the rear, expending an entire magazine before ducking into the dense underbrush. Disappearing from sight, the enemy pursued, but lost their target, resorting to blind fire into the foliage. The students who reached Point B first had constructed a rudimentary defensive position utilizing rocks and ravines. Jiang Xinian was the last to dash into the defensive perimeter, sliding against a large rock and gasping for breath. The wound on his left arm had reopened during the run, blood soaking through the sleeve of his combat uniform. "Jiang Shen, you're injured?" A nearby student noticed the blood on his arm. "It's a minor injury," Jiang Xinian replied, tearing a strip of fabric to bind the wound tightly, his gaze alert towards the direction from which they had come. Indeed, within minutes, the roar of engines grew nearer. 3 modified off-road vehicles, reinforced with steel plates and mounted with machine guns, crashed through the low brush, barreling towards them. The machine guns atop the vehicles unleashed a torrent of fire, bullets raining down upon their rocky shelter, sending shards of stone flying. "Take cover. Don't expose yourselves," Bai Yiran called out loudly. Jiang Xinian crouched behind a rock as bullets struck the surface with a dull thud. He glanced at Bai Yiran, signaling him to proceed as planned. Bai Yiran nodded and whispered into the communicator, "Prepare." The first all-terrain vehicle charged recklessly at the forefront, on the brink of crossing the rocky terrain. Just as its front wheels pressed upon what appeared to be a smooth patch of sand, an explosive detonation erupted. The preset explosives were remotely triggered, sending a colossal fireball skyward. The vehicle was flipped over, its wheels spinning helplessly, engulfed in flames that blocked the path. The second and third vehicles screeched to a halt. Armed militants jumped out in panic, using their vehicles as cover, guns raised and scanning the surroundings. "Fire!" Jiang Xinian commanded. The students, lying in ambush among the rocks, immediately opened fire. From their elevated position and behind cover, they quickly gained the upper hand. The enemy, stunned by this sudden onslaught, cowered behind their vehicles, reluctant to expose themselves. "Conserve ammunition. Fire in bursts." The battle fell into a brief stalemate. However, the opponent's numerical and firepower superiority remained daunting. Should they regroup and launch a strong counterattack, the situation would still be dire. Jiang Xinian leaned against the rock, straining to listen. Besides the nearby gunfire, a rhythmic buzzing sound approached rapidly from the distant sky. He looked up through the crevices of the rocks. Bai Yiran evidently heard it too, his face momentarily relaxing with relief as he murmured, "They're here." No sooner had he spoken than several aircraft adorned with the Star Federation insignia pierced through the dawn mist, appearing over the island. The armed militants below noticed the unexpected aerial guests and immediately fell into chaos. Some attempted to fire into the sky, while others sought to abandon their vehicles and flee into the dense forest. "All units, attention!" Jiang Xinian shouted into the communicator. "Aerial support has arrived. Find cover to avoid friendly fire." Without hesitation, the aircraft unleashed their firepower with precision, scattering debris. In mere seconds, the resistance forces below were thoroughly eradicated. A slightly larger aircraft descended, hovering over the rocky area, strong gusts of wind making it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. The hatch opened, and a rapid descent line was dropped. Fully armed soldiers of the Star Federation swiftly descended to the ground, establishing a perimeter. Iran immediately stepped forward, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Jiang Zhongqing leading the team, seemingly surprised by his presence here. Observing this scene, Jiang Xinian felt the tension in his body finally ease. A wave of exhaustion washed over him as he slowly sank to the ground, exhaling deeply. It was only then that the sharp pain from the wound on his left arm made itself known. Jiang Zhongqing gestured towards Lin Hui behind him, indicating for Bai Yiran to report the situation, while he quickly approached Jiang Xinian, crouching to assess his condition. "Little brother," he said. Jiang Xinian lifted his somewhat pale face and replied, "General." Jiang Zhongqing clicked his tongue, "Call me brother." Jiang Xinian pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Jiang Zhongqing did not press further. Instead, he began to unwrap the makeshift bandages on his arm, revealing the raw flesh beneath, and inhaled sharply. As he retrieved a sterilized gauze from his emergency kit to press against the wound, he lowered his voice, "Brother, let me tell you, once we disembark the plane and see you, you must cry immediately. Cry as pitifully as you can. Remember?" Jiang Xinian's eyelashes fluttered, his voice a bit hoarse. "Is he very angry?" Jiang Zhongqing continued his task, glancing at him with an expression of admiration that Jiang Xinian could not comprehend. "What do you think?" Feng Yi descended from the medical aircraft, approaching him with an unusual solemnity that replaced his usual smile. He pushed past Jiang Zhongqing and squatted before Jiang Xinian, taking hold of his arm, his demeanor unusually grave. "Little Year, listen to me. When you see you, don't say a word. Just cry. Hold him and cry." "Oh," Jiang Zhongqing chuckled lightly, looking at Feng Yi. "We're truly in sync, thinking along the same lines." Feng Yi ignored him, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Xinian's eyes, his tone heavy. "I am not joking with you. You have truly crossed the line this time. You hold you dear, and yet you silently committed such a significant act." Jiang Xinian cast his eyes downward, observing his arm, freshly bandaged by Feng Yi, and murmured, "I understand." Jiang Zhongqing patted his uninjured shoulder, sighing, "As long as you understand. Remember our words. Your approach must be gentle, never confront him head-on." In the distance, Lin Hui had concluded a brief exchange with Bai Yiran and gestured toward them. Jiang Zhongqing and Feng Yi supported Jiang Xinian from either side, lifting him from the ground. Chapter 36. "He is your wife." The aircraft came to a halt, and the cabin door gradually opened. The waiting medical team rushed forward to assist. Shen Yu stood not far away, clad in Jiang Xinian's favorite white commander's uniform, draped with a black coat. His gaze pierced through the crowd, landing squarely on Jiang Xinian. The young Alpha's eyes met his across the distance, his eyelids growing warm, yet dry, unable to shed a single tear. Feng Yi stepped forward with a swift motion, seemingly unintentionally blocking their line of sight, casting frantic glances at Jiang Xinian, raising his voice deliberately. "Little Year, aside from your arm, do you feel unwell anywhere else? Are you dizzy? Nauseous?" Jiang Xinian either did not receive the signal or was too preoccupied to notice. His gaze remained stubbornly fixed on Shen Yu as he approached step by step. Seeing this, Feng Yi closed his eyes and stepped aside, thinking, "Brother, I truly cannot save you now." Shen Yu halted before Jiang Xinian, lowering his gaze upon him, his expression neutral, his voice devoid of discernible emotion. "Come with me." Jiang Xinian pressed his lips together and followed. Shen Yu led him into a sterile examination room, locking the door behind them. The space was small, containing only an examination bed and some basic medical equipment. "Undress," Shen Yu commanded. Jiang Xinian looked at him, his throat tightening. He longed to explain that only his arm was injured and that he was otherwise unharmed. Yet he could not deceive Shen Yu, nor could he bring himself to lie. Ultimately, in silence, he used his uninjured right hand to unfasten the buttons of his combat uniform. The single-handed task proved cumbersome and slow. Shen Yu, perhaps unable to bear the sight or having exhausted his patience, stepped in to assist, swiftly helping him out of the garment. The slender form of young Alpha was exposed under the bright lights, with large patches of bruises and abrasions visible across his chest, waist, abdomen, and back, starkly contrasting against his fair skin. Jiang Xinian's fingers rested on his waistband, his voice barely above a whisper. "Should I take off my pants?" "Yes." Jiang Xinian obediently slipped off his trousers, revealing numerous scrapes and bruises on his knees and legs. Shen Yu took a step back, scrutinizing him from head to toe. After a moment of silence, Shen Yu finally spoke, his voice deep and calm. "Jiang Xinian, you've certainly grown bold." With that, he draped his coat over the young Alpha. Avoiding further eye contact, he strode directly towards the door. Jiang Xinian's heart lurched, and he grasped Shen Yu's wrist, casting a sideways glance at him. "Shen Yu." Shen Yu halted, refusing to turn back, forcefully breaking free from his grip and exiting the room. Jiang Xinian stood frozen for a while before pulling up his trousers. The combat uniform was too filthy for him to wear, so he wrapped himself in Shen Yu's coat, taking a deep breath of the faint jasmine fragrance it carried. Leaning against the edge of the bed, he hung his head, his mind a tumult of thoughts on how to placate Shen Yu's anger. A knock at the door broke his reverie, a couple of deliberate taps. "Come in," he called. It was Han Yunk, holding a set of clean military school uniforms. "This is for you." Han Yunk handed over the clothes, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Xinian's wrapped form, his tone devoid of emotion. "Are you in a relationship with the commander?" Jiang Xinian accepted the uniform, murmuring a quiet thank you. "We're not dating, we're married." Han Yunk's expression remained unchanged as he nodded. "Oh, he is your husband." Jiang Xinian paused momentarily. The term husband felt foreign to him. He had never referred to Shen Yu in such a manner. Noticing his silence, Han Yunk raised an eyebrow and added, "Are you on top? Is he your wife?" "No." Jiang Xinian's ears flushed slightly, his voice rising and then quickly lowering. The last two words, "he is my husband," nearly tumbled out in a rush. Han Yunk clicked his tongue inwardly, surprised by the disparity in Jiang Xinian's demeanor. Unflinching against armed assailants, yet so innocent when it came to matters of the heart. He pulled out his phone. "My grandfather is here to pick me up. Should I leave him my contact information?" Jiang Xinian patted his pockets, realizing his phone was not on him, having surrendered it before boarding the island. "You say it, and I'll remember. I'll add you when I get back." Han Yunke, trusting in Jiang Xinian's memory, directly recited a string of numbers. Jiang Xinian quietly repeated them to confirm accuracy. "All right, I'm off," Han Yunk said briskly, turning on his heel and closing the door behind him. Jiang Xinian changed into the uniform, pocketing the inhibitors and calming agents that Shen Yu had prepared for him. He stepped outside and found the logistics teacher to retrieve his phone. Upon turning it on, a message from Shen Yu illuminated the screen. "Go see Feng Yi for an examination. Stay there and don't leave." Jiang Xinian replied with a simple okay. He indeed needed to consult Feng Yi, as his glands felt slightly inflamed, suggesting that the recent false susceptibility period had not disrupted his usual cycle. However, Shen Yu was in a fit of anger, and he dared not hope for the solace of Shen Yu's pheromones, so he sought to prepare some suppressants first. He approached the makeshift medical station, where Feng Yi was tending to Qian Hao's leg injury. Qian Hao noticed him first, flashing a grin. "Jiang Shen, have you finished your examination?" Feng Yi did not look up, his hands continuing their work. "Sit tight for a moment." Jiang Xinian settled onto a nearby folding stool, replying to Qian Hao, "Not yet." Qian Hao responded with an "oh," as if a thought had just struck him, adding, "Make sure to have Dr. Feng pay special attention to your head." Feng Yi cast a sidelong glance at Qian Hao. Jiang Shen had previously been knocked over by a rocket blast. "Easy there, Dr. Feng." Feng Yi eased his grip, apologizing. his expression grave as he turned his gaze toward Jiang Xinian, little brother. Jiang Xinian remained silent. Whether it was due to exhaustion or the sudden release of pent-up tension, a wave of intense dizziness washed over him. His eyelids felt heavy, making it difficult to lift them. His ears began to buzz, and his field of vision rapidly narrowed, fading to black. He wished to speak, yet no sound emerged, and his body leaned to one side. Feng Yi, quick on his feet, dropped the gauze and caught him, allowing him to lean against him. Qianhao deftly tied off the end of the bandage, hopping off the bed with concern. What's wrong with Jiang? Feng Yi did not respond, pulling out a walkie-talkie with an anxious tone. C-103, C-103, we need a stretcher. Arrange for a CT and MRI immediately. Speed it up. Static crackled over the walkie-talkie. Received. Feng Yi swiftly checked Jiang Xinian's pupil response. While not looking up, he asked Qianhao, aside from his arm, does he have any other injuries? Qianhao shook his head. All I know is that the explosion was quite severe and the blast point was very close to him. Thank you. Qianhao waved his hand. I'll take my leave now. Keep your leg dry, avoid exertion, and rest for 3 days if possible. Thank you, Dr. Feng. The stretcher arrived promptly, and 2 medical personnel efficiently lifted Jiang Xinian onto it, securing him in place. Feng Yi followed closely behind as the group hurried toward the radiology room. Feng Yi attempted to call Shen Yu again, but still no answer. He clicked his tongue in frustration and instead dialed Jiang Zhongqing. Jiang Zhongqing answered quickly, the background noise somewhat chaotic. What is the matter? Miss me after just a while? Feng Yi had no time for banter. Is Are you with you? Yes. Tell him to answer the phone, quickly. Hello. Listen to me. Feng Yi spoke rapidly. Little brother Xinian has been knocked over by a rocket blast. His classmate said the explosion was very close. He has now lost consciousness. The preliminary assessment indicates a concussion, but intracranial bleeding cannot be ruled out. If it's the latter, I need you to sign the surgical consent form. A silence followed. Then Shen Yu's weary voice responded, understood. Chapter 37. Longing to see Shen Yu, Jiang Xinian opened his eyes to a hazy view, the light piercing and painful. He attempted to raise his hand to shield his eyes, but as soon as he moved, Feng Yi's voice came from beside him. Don't move. There's a needle in your hand. Do you feel any discomfort? Only then did he notice the unusual sensation on the back of his hand, obediently lying back down. His voice rough and hoarse. I can't see clearly. Feng Yi leaned in closer, examining his pupils. Normal. This reaction is typical of a concussion. You will recover in a while. Little Alpha closed his eyes in reassurance upon hearing his words. Feng Yi gazed at his pale face and sighed. Aren't you going to ask about anything else? Jiang Xinian's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he whispered, Has he come to see me? He has, Feng Yi replied, pulling up a chair to sit down. He just finished wiping you down and left. You frightened him. I have never seen you look so grim. Little brother, you should sincerely apologize to him. Jiang Xinian recalled the look in Shen Yu's eyes not long ago and spoke with a hoarse voice. He doesn't want to see me or speak to me. That's not true. He cannot bring himself to be that cruel to you. At that moment, Jiang Xinian truly felt like crying. The memory of Shen Yu's beautiful eyes, filled with sorrow and anger, made it difficult for him to breathe. He had upset Shen Yu once again. A whirlwind of emotions surged within him. Sadness, fear, relief, exhaustion, stimulating his tear ducts. Tears flowed silently down his cheeks, dampening his temples. Feng Yi, feeling heartbroken, gently wiped the wet traces from his face with a tissue. Please don't cry, my dear. Is something bothering you? Is your head hurting badly? Jiang Xinian's nose turned red, his brows furrowed, and tears streamed down uncontrollably like beads from a broken string. Feng Yi caught the increasingly rich scent of peaches and instantly realized, I will call you over. Jiang Xinian shook his head, his voice tinged with tears. Just a dose of the suppressant will suffice. Little brother, in your condition, you need his pheromones to soothe you. Jiang Xinian shook his head again, his resolve unyielding. Do not disturb him. Just bring me the suppressant. Feng Yi studied him for a few seconds before conceding. All right, wait here. I will go get it. He turned and pulled out his phone to send a message to Shen Yu. This was Jiang Xinian's first sensitive period after being marked. It could not be taken lightly. During this phase, Little alphas seemed to have an inclination to cry, as if they were trying to make up for all the tears they had not shed before. When Feng Yi returned to the bedside, little alpha's eyes were already swollen from crying, and a large wet patch had formed on the pillow. As he tore open the packaging and injected the medication into the four, he softened his voice. "My dear, please stop crying. It pains your brother to see you like this." Jiang Xinian choked out a thank you. "Sleep for a while. When you wake up, Shen Yu will be here." When Jiang Xinian awoke again, his vision had somewhat improved. Although still unclear, he could at least discern the general outlines. Squinting, he glanced out the window. The sky was dimming, indicating it was likely evening. The room was eerily quiet, save for the rhythmic ticking of medical equipment. After scanning the room and finding no one, he noticed the air was devoid of the scent of jasmine. Shen Yu had not come. This realization made little Alpha's nose tingle with acidity, and his eyes began to warm with tears. His glands throbbed painfully, and he felt an overwhelming emptiness in his heart, causing him to panic. He understood that his sensitive period had not officially begun. The current feelings were merely precursors, yet his yearning for Shen Yu's pheromones had already infiltrated his body. He longed to see Shen Yu, desperately so. Once the thought emerged, it became uncontrollable, surging forth like a flood, overwhelming and tumultuous. Shen Yu must be very busy now, dealing with matters in the East, the follow-up on the island, and other things he was unaware of. Having already provoked desire, he could no longer act thoughtlessly and pester him. No one appreciates disobedient children. However, the longing to see Shen Yu was overwhelming, even if it were just to catch a glimpse of him from afar. Ultimately, desire triumphed over caution. Jiang Xinian tucked his phone into the pocket of his hospital gown and, using his uninjured right arm, propped himself up to sit. To his astonishment, apart from a slight heaviness in his head, he did not experience the anticipated dizziness or nausea. This revelation emboldened him. He gingerly slipped his feet into the slippers beside the bed and, bracing himself against the edge, tentatively stood up. Although a wave of dizziness washed over him, he managed to maintain his balance. Leaning against the wall, he shuffled cautiously toward the door. It was only then that he realized he had been moved to another room. Looking around, it bore a resemblance not to a hospital, but rather to a luxurious hotel suite. As he pulled open the door, he was confronted by a wall. Jiang Xinian's heart skipped a beat, and he reluctantly raised his gaze, only to behold Shen Yu's sullen countenance. Yet, the view was obscured. The small Alpha could only discern Shen Yu's silhouette, while the expression was merely a figment of his imagination. His face appeared grim, with the corners of his eyes drooping, brows slightly furrowed, and lips pressed together. Those beautiful eyes regarded him coldly, filled with discontent. "Where are you going?" Shen Yu's voice was calm, making it difficult to ascertain whether he was indeed angry. Jiang Xinian strained to see his face, but clarity eluded him. He lowered his head despondently and confessed, "I wanted to find you. What do you want with me?" Jiang Xinian's nose nearly brushed against Shen Yu's clothing, his nostrils flaring like a curious kitten. The small Alpha yearned to embrace Shen Yu, but hesitated, raising his hands only to let them fall again. Receiving no reply, Shen Yu cast his eyes downward, discreetly retracting the hint of his pheromones. Jiang Xinian froze, grasping the fabric of Shen Yu's shirt. Panic etched across his features as he looked up at him. Had he truly withdrawn his pheromones? Did he genuinely despise him now? Would he cast him away like those two families did, sending him back to the orphanage? Shen Yu observed his distress with keen awareness, gripping his wrist and pulling him away. He turned and closed the door behind him, effectively blocking Jiang Xinian's entry. Jiang Xinian found Shen Yu's demeanor both incredulous and somewhat understandable. After all, it was he who had disobeyed orders and brought himself to this state. So Shen Yu's anger was warranted. Yet, at that moment, he was ensnared by the emotional turmoil of his sensitive period and the discomfort from his concussion, rendering rational thought impossible. The only thought that spiraled through his mind was that Shen Yu no longer wanted him. He would no longer provide his pheromones. Nor would he embrace or kiss him, nor would he lovingly call him Nianzai. Tears streamed down his face, splattering onto the ground, while his glands began to heat up, releasing a scent of peach, laden with helplessness and grievance, which futilely roamed the room, yearning for the comfort of Jasmine. Shen Yu sat on a nearby sofa, his long legs crossed, his features shrouded in shadow as he quietly watched him. He could not afford to soften his heart. He must not show any leniency. If this little rascal did not learn a lesson, he would dare to do it again. Jiang Xinian's vision blurred further, the dizziness crashing over him like a tidal wave, his stomach churning violently. Instinctively, he covered his mouth as he gagged, teetering forward. He managed to brace himself with his left hand, but ultimately collapsed heavily onto the floor. The small alpha curled up in a corner, retching incessantly, tears and snot streaming down his face, leaving him in a pitiable state. The agony of his glands intertwined with a deep-seated panic that threatened to tear him apart. Shen Yu's crossed legs fell to the ground the moment Jiang Xinian collapsed, his body leaning forward, elbows resting on his knees, his jaw clenched tightly. Before coming, he had consulted Feng Yi, who assured him that such a level of stimulation was within a controllable range and would not result in more severe harm. Jiang Xinian was not the only one suffering. He was too. When he received the call from Feng Yi that morning, hearing the words intracranial hemorrhage and surgery notice, his blood ran cold, and darkness enveloped his vision. He had never felt such fear in his life. In that moment, all thoughts of disobeying military orders and acting independently were cast aside, leaving only an overwhelming sense of dread. He began to regret not embracing him in the examination room, not kissing him, not telling him, "You are very brave." He blamed himself for not being thorough enough during the examination and for being stingy with that bit of comfort out of anger. Chapter 38. Truly aware of his mistakes, he waited until Jiang Xinian's movements subsided before rising to approach him, kneeling on one knee before him. The small alpha instantly propped himself up and fell into his embrace, burying his damp face in Shen Yu's neck, greedily inhaling his scent. However, Shen Yu did not reciprocate the embrace and skillfully suppressed his pheromones, releasing not even a hint. After allowing Jiang Xinian to cling to him for a while, Shen Yu finally spoke. "Do you know where you went wrong?" Jiang Xinian sniffled, his voice thick with nasal congestion, his words fragmented. "I shouldn't have disobeyed orders. I shouldn't have acted independently. I shouldn't have hung up on you." Shen Yu listened in silence, waiting for the small alpha to finish his disjointed confession before lifting him up and carrying him to the bathroom, setting him down on the edge of the sink. Jiang Xinian's sobs did not cease, his shoulders shaking, eyes fixed on Shen Yu, fearful that he might vanish at any moment. Shen Yu twisted a warm towel and, with movements that were not particularly gentle, wiped away the traces of tears in his disheveled state. He maintained a tight-lipped silence, avoiding eye contact and refraining from releasing any pheromones. The silence loomed like a high wall between them. This unvoiced torment was more painful for Jiang Xinian than any reprimand, causing his eyes to redden once more, threatening another bout of tears. After wringing out the towel and hanging it back up, Shen Yu observed his distress and emotionlessly remarked, "If you cry again, I will leave." The words frightened Jiang Xinian, causing him to immediately tilt his head back and stifle his tears, pitifully asking, "Is there anything I haven't addressed? Please tell me, don't ignore me." Shen Yu carried him out to change clothes, leaving behind 3 words, "Think for yourself." He placed him on the sofa and went to retrieve the pajamas he had brought from home. Jiang Xinian squinted, following Shen Yu's figure with his gaze, his lips turning pale until he saw Shen Yu approaching with something in hand, which made him relax a little. The sensitive body of the small alpha appeared to be very reactive. As Shen Yu helped him out of his clothes, his fingers inevitably brushed against him, causing the person beneath his fingertips to shudder with each contact. Jiang Xinian dared not reach out to embrace him, only gazing at him with red-rimmed eyes. Squinting in a daze, Shen Yu did not lift his eyes, wholly focused on his task. Suddenly, he pressed Jiang Xinian down onto the sofa, one hand supporting his waist while the other swiftly pulled down his pants. Jiang Xinian was momentarily taken aback by the sudden action, mistakenly believing that Shen Yu intended to do something to him. Realizing the man was in a furious state, he instinctively wished to ask him to be gentler. Shen Yu. Noticing Jiang trembling, Shen Yu's hand brushed against his face. Cold? Seizing the opportunity, Jiang grasped his hand, nuzzling it in a manner that was both obedient and endearing, not cold. He bit his lip, his eyes tinged with crimson. "Could you lean in a little?" Upon hearing this, Shen Yu retracted his hand abruptly. "No." The little alpha gazed at him in confusion, questioning if he had grown to loathe himself to such an extent. Before he could gather his thoughts, Shen Yu had already acted, flipping him over entirely. For the next 5 minutes, the little alpha was tossed about like a fish, subjected to relentless teasing. Shen Yu's fingers lightly traced the bruises, counting each one, over 40 in total, varying in size. Standing tall, he looked down at Jiang, a short, cold laugh escaping his throat. Hearing that sound, Jiang rushed to embrace his waist. "I heard you laugh." Did a cold laugh count as laughter? It did. Jiang tilted his face upward, his vision blurred, squinting in an effort to focus on Shen Yu.As face. He playfully kissed Shen Yu's abdomen. "You laughed. Can you tell me what I haven't yet realized?" The little alpha's warm lips, pressed through the thin fabric of the shirt, left an imprint on Shen Yu's skin, causing his stomach to clench violently. Jiang looked up at him, his amber eyes misty and rimmed with red, presenting a visage of utter vulnerability. Shen Yu swallowed hard, quickly averting his gaze. He bent down, gripping Jiang's ankle with one hand while deftly pulling up his pajama bottoms with the other. Finally, he lifted Jiang's hips, fully securing the pants in place. As they drew closer, Jiang instantly wrapped his arms around Shen Yu's neck, pressing his body against him, his voice thick with emotion. "Can we hug, please?" Shen Yu glanced at the pheromone monitor in the corner. The little alpha's hormone levels had already entered a sensitive phase. 2 days ahead of schedule, yet still within the normal fluctuation range. He suppressed the instinctive reaction stirring within him, gently pushing Jiang away and swiftly helping him into his sleepwear. "Lie down." Jiang slowly lowered his hands, closing his eyes, and when he opened them again, he wore a face that seemed on the verge of tears. His mouth drooped, brows furrowed, his entire expression replete with grievance. Shen Yu, steeling his heart, spoke, crying one to help. Afterward, he straightened up and retrieved a blanket they frequently used at home, draping it over Jiang. The blanket was infused with the scent of their combined pheromones. Jiang turned onto his side, wrapping his legs around it tightly, burying his head within, inhaling deeply. Shen Yu paid him no mind, changing the hospital sheets to his own. Once arranged, he laid Jiang on the bed, pulling the covers over him and ensuring he wouldn't roll off before heading off to wash up. The sound of water splashed softly. Before long, Shen Yu emerged wrapped in a towel, his long hair elegantly twisted up, droplets cascading down his firm chest and abdomen. Approaching the bedside, he observed Jiang still inhaling the fragrance of the blanket, releasing subtle pheromones, watching him with keen interest. Indeed, in the next moment, the young alpha released the blanket and crawled towards him with all fours. "What are you doing?" Shen Yu gazed down at him from a commanding height. Jiang Xinian did not respond. Instead, he wrapped his arms around Shen Yu's waist, his lips exuding a fervent warmth as they grazed Shen Yu's slightly damp abdomen, ascending gradually. His actions were devoid of any method, driven solely by instinct. Shen Yu did not impede his advances, watching as the young alpha knelt and pressed kisses against his chest. Just as Jiang Xinian's lips were about to brush against his collarbone, Shen Yu abruptly lifted his chin, retracting all his pheromones. "Do you understand where you went wrong?" The sudden absence of pheromones amplified Jiang Xinian's helplessness and panic. He longed to nod in acknowledgement, but upon meeting Shen Yu's piercing gaze, he could only shake his head in honesty. In a matter of moments, tears brimmed in his eyes. He feared that Shen Yu would utter even more resolute words. And in a moment of desperation, he raised his hand to cover Shen Yu's mouth. "Please, don't say those heart-wrenching words." Considering the four-needle on the back of his hand, Shen Yu grasped Jiang Xinian's wrist gently, creating a slight gap as his voice thundered down upon him. "Have you ever considered that while my words cause you distress, your actions have inflicted immeasurable sorrow upon me?" Jiang Xinian's sobs suddenly ceased. At that moment, he comprehended Shen Yu's deepest frustration, not the disobedience, nor the impulsive actions, but rather the reckless disregard for his own well-being. The injuries he had sustained without valuing his own life. The young alpha felt as though all his strength had been drained, collapsing back onto the bed. Yet in the next instant, he once again encircled Shen Yu's waist, pressing his cheek tightly against him, terrified of losing him. "Did you ever think," Shen Yu continued, gazing down at the tuft of hair. When you recklessly charged ahead, did you consider the warnings I gave you before you set out? Did you think of me? Did you contemplate how I awaited your return at home? These words pierced through Jiang Xinian's muddled mind, penetrating deep into his soul. He had always been alone, navigating through life by himself. Engaging in underground fights, injuries were commonplace, aside from fractures that warranted a visit to the hospital. He would let the other wounds heal on their own. He had long forgotten the sensation of being cared for, of someone awaiting his return. Jiang Xinian's sobs subsided, and with a hoarse voice, he murmured, "I'm sorry, I didn't know." He released his grip, letting his hands fall weakly at his sides. His voice barely a whisper, "I didn't mean to. No one ever told me these things before. I apologize for causing you pain." The air fell silent for a moment, and Shen Yu felt a pang in his heart, the anger dissipating significantly. When he spoke again, his tone had softened considerably. "I cannot change how you were before. But now, Jiang Xinian, you have a family, people who love you. You're no longer an orphan. If you find yourself in trouble or injured, there will be those who will worry, who will feel pain, who will be anxious about you. Do you know that this morning, he called me to say you." This was the first time Jiang Xinian had ever heard Shen Yu express so many words with such fervor. "I'm sorry," the young Alpha interjected, unable to bear it any longer. He then embraced Shen Yu once more, fervently placing a kiss on his warm abdomen. "I'm sorry, Shen Yu, I truly am." Shen Yu took a deep breath, exhaling slowly as he held the other person close. Chapter 39. I haven't forgiven you yet. The little Alpha, sensing a softening in his demeanor, began to kiss him again. Jiang Xinian felt the warmth of his skin beneath his lips, the sensation coursing through him as he traced the prominent veins on Shen Yu's abdomen with his tongue. Shen Yu's breath quickened, his waist tightening as he gazed down at him, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Is it nice?" Jiang Xinian lifted his head, a radiant spring glow illuminating his cool features as he gazed at him with infatuation. He began to tug at the bothersome towel around Shen Yu's waist, earnestly responding, "It is nice." Shen Yu's thoughts stirred, and he released a hint of pheromones, subtly enticing Jiang Xinian. The little Alpha hesitated for a moment, his hands growing increasingly frantic. The towel seemed to be an inseparable part of Shen Yu, refusing to budge despite his efforts. Jiang Xinian, now thoroughly anxious, gasped for breath, pressing his forehead against Shen Yu's abdomen, and his hand slipped beneath the towel, groping haphazardly upwards. Noticing his boldness, Shen Yu grasped his wrist. "Don't move. There's a needle." Jiang Xinian lifted his face, his eyes reddened, pleading for a hug. "No hugs." Shen Yu released him, draping a nearby robe over himself, fastening it loosely. With a flick of his finger, the tightly secured towel fell to the ground. Jiang Xinian squinted in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how effortlessly Shen Yu had removed it. Shen Yu cupped his face, his thumb caressing the corners of Jiang Xinian's eyes. "Can you still not see clearly?" Jiang Xinian nodded, grasping Shen Yu's wrist, his expression pitiful. "Could you share a bit of your pheromones?" "No, senjuri plaid carefully." The little Alpha pouted, shaking off his hand, leaning forward as if to leap into his embrace. Fearing he might actually succeed, Shen Yu immediately bent down to wrap him up, carrying him to the sofa and settling him across his lap. "Aside from your eyes, is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable?" Shen Yu's gaze swept from his face to his left arm and then to his right hand. This brought a smile to Jiang Xinian's face as he nestled into Shen Yu's neck, inhaling deeply, his voice muffled. "I feel a bit dizzy. Do you still feel like vomiting?" "Not anymore." After a moment of silence, the little Alpha could no longer resist, lifting his head to seek Shen Yu's lips. He leaned in several times, only to be thwarted as Shen Yu turned his head away. Jiang Xinian, feeling vexed, firmly held Shen Yu's head, his tone serious. "Stay still." Shen Yu found it amusing, one arm encircling Jiang Xinian's waist while the other slid beneath the hem of his nightgown, pinching the soft flesh at his side. That spot was the little Alpha's most sensitive area. Whenever they kissed, a mere touch there would render Jiang Xinian, who had been rigid, utterly pliable. Now was no exception. Jiang Xinian shuddered, a tingling sensation racing up from his spine, manifesting in a soft whimper as his lips stubbornly pressed forward. Shen Yu, intent on teasing him, leaned back as Jiang Xinian moved closer, maintaining an exasperatingly near, yet unreachable distance. Jiang Xinian, desperate, emitted a frustrated whine, his hands moving to the back of Shen Yu's neck, attempting to pull him closer. "Don't pull too hard," Shen Yu said, leaning in slightly as he wished. One hand securing Jiang Xinian's head against his shoulder, adjusting the needle that had skewed and needed to be reinserted. "Then let me kiss you." "On what grounds?" Shen Yu raised an eyebrow, his fingertips tracing circles on his side. I felt discomfort as Jiang Xinian began to act coy, pecking at his collarbone again and again, but Shen Yu firmly refused. Those who have erred have no right to such affections. Jiang Xinian halted his actions, lifted his head, and sincerely apologized. "I know I was wrong," I replied. "I have yet to forgive you." Jiang Xinian was taken aback by my words, pausing for a few seconds before weakly asking, "What must I do to earn your forgiveness?" Reflecting on this, I thought of the prodigy from the directing department. "I am not," Jiang Xinian instinctively retorted, burying his face once more, his voice dropping. "You are." Unable to devise a solution, Jiang Xinian succumbed to sleep after dinner. Shen Yu stood by the bed with crossed arms, observing Feng, Yi, and Yao Yao as they conducted a routine check on Jiang Xinian. Feng Yi put away his small flashlight, stating, "There are no significant issues. Let him rest well tonight. Do not disturb him." He placed 2 powerful suppressants on the bedside table, saying, "Keep this one for him. If the monitoring device alarms and exceeds the safety threshold, administer a dose. Remember, do not mark him temporarily. He cannot withstand the impact of your pheromones in his current physical and mental state." Shen Yu nodded, indicating he understood. After seeing them off, Shen Yu returned to the bedside, tucking the blanket that Jiang Xinian had nudged aside. He then turned and headed to the adjoining study to accompany the young Alpha. He had moved all his work online. Upon opening his computer and logging into WeChat, Feng Yi's message popped up. "There are no safety measures in the room. Bear with it tonight. I will come by tomorrow to replenish your supplies." Shen Yu glanced at it, but chose not to respond. He had no intention of engaging in such activities while Jiang Xinian was in this state. Even if he did, it would be when Jiang Xinian felt better the following day, ensuring he would learn from the experience. After a while, Feng Yi, seeing no reply from Shen Yu, grumbled under his breath and returned to the office. Upon entering, he found Jiang Zhongqing sprawled lazily in his swivel chair, swaying back and forth. Feng Yi closed the door and approached him, slightly furrowing his brow. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Zhongqing had been left by Shen Yu at the military academy to handle subsequent matters, and he should have been quite busy. "I missed you," Jiang Zhongqing grinned, standing up to relinquish the chair to Feng Yi. Feng Yi shot him a disdainful look and sat down irritably. "You're insane." Jiang Zhongqing abruptly spun the chair around, leaning closer, his hands resting on the armrests, effectively enclosing Feng Yi in his personal space. Feng Yi leaned against the back of the chair, feeling cornered. "What do you want?" Jiang Zhongqing tilted his head and sniffed at his neck, causing Feng to tense up uncomfortably, his toes curling. "Is that kid still at your place?" Jiang Zhongqing's voice dropped low, laced with unmistakable displeasure. Besides his own minty scent, Feng Yi detected a faint, unfamiliar hint of cedarwood, summermingleys. Returning to his senses, Feng Yi raised a hand to push Jiang Zhongqing's shoulder, indicating he should keep his distance. "I told you he would move in a couple of days." Jiang Zhongqing seized his resisting hand, his eyes brimming with irritation and possessiveness. "Make him leave immediately." Feng Yi's heart raced under the intensity of that gaze, the proximity between them overwhelming as the rich aroma of rum flooded his senses, leaving him dizzy. Amidst the confusion, a greater question lingered. Why? Why was there no aversion? The presence of 2 S-grade alphas should, in theory, be mutually repellent, potentially inciting conflict. Much like Xiaomingli, who skillfully restrains his pheromones, the mere proximity of such alphas inevitably leaves an imprint, provoking an inherent discomfort. Yet, why is Jiang Zhongqing different? What madness is this? Feng Yi attempted to retract his hand, but to no avail. Jiang Zhongqing moved closer, their noses nearly touching. "I do not want him residing in your home." Feng Yi chuckled, a mix of amusement and anger. "You don't want to? On what grounds do you oppose?" Jiang Zhongqing's gaze fixed on Feng Yi's moving lips, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. simply because I find him displeasing. Feng Yi's eyelashes fluttered as he pulled the hem of his white coat to cover himself, internally chastising his own lack of resolve. His gaze inadvertently drifted toward a certain area. The hand held by Jiang Zhongqing instinctively recoiled, mistaking this as an attempt to withdraw. Jiang Zhongqing tightened his grip, his thumb teasingly brushing against Feng Yi's palm. Feng Yi's hand was soft, with delicate skin, entirely unlike his own, which bore the hardened calluses from daily handling of firearms. In disbelief, Feng Yi raised his eyes to meet Jiang Zhongqing's, his clear blue irises reflecting the strikingly handsome, yet slightly roguish face before him. How could Jiang Zhongqing elicit such a response from him? And such an intense one at that. In this moment, Jiang Zhongqing yearned to disregard all restraint and kiss him, to witness the myriad expressions that would dance across the face, usually marked by aloofness and jest, as he succumbed to emotion beneath him. Chapter 40. Behave and do not provoke. Meet Jiang Zhongqing swallowed hard. Now was not the time. Feng Yi's orientation had always been ambiguous. They had known each other for nearly 30 years, yet he had never witnessed Feng engage romantically with anyone. Countless admirers, both Omegas and Alphas, had courted him, yet Feng Yi had never acquiesced. Consequently, Jiang Zhongqing remained perplexed regarding the type of partner Feng Yi truly desired. Gazing into Jiang Zhongqing's face, which was so close, Feng Yi discerned something deeper. Initially, he had surmised that Jiang Zhongqing's unusual behavior stemmed from the sudden revelation of Zhao Xuan's Omega status. However, he now entertained another theory. Jiang Zhongqing, are you envious of Xiaomingli? Jiang Zhongqing hesitated before responding, his fingertips brushing against Feng Yi's chest until they encountered a hard, circular object, prompting a non-committal sound. It was the peace symbol he had gifted. Attempting to withdraw his hand, he found it firmly pressed against Feng Yi's chest. Feng Yi raised his gaze to Jiang Zhongqing, a smile curving his lips. Jiang Zhongqing, you have feelings for me. This declaration struck like thunder, leaving Jiang Zhongqing's ears ringing. The world blurred and faded, leaving only the clarity of the moment, so vivid that he could see the fine hairs on Feng Yi's face, the gentle flutter of his long lashes, his crimson lips, and the deep blue of his eyes reminiscent of the ocean. His heart raced, threatening to burst from his chest, warmth flooding through him, his lips trembling as he tightened his grip. Feng Yi was no better off. He regretted pressing Jiang Zhongqing's hand against his chest. His erratic heartbeat resonated through Jiang Zhongqing's palm without reservation. Suddenly, Jiang Zhongqing released his hand, shifting to grasp the nape of Feng Yi's neck, and kissed him. Feng Yi's lips were exactly as he had imagined, soft, imbued with a slight chill, reminiscent of jelly. Jiang Zhongqing kissed him tenderly. For a fleeting moment, Feng Yi was taken aback, but then he closed his eyes, draping his arms over Jiang Zhongqing's shoulders, and began to reciprocate the kiss. This gesture offered Jiang Zhongqing immense encouragement. With a firm embrace, he lifted Feng Yi entirely, turning to sit in a chair, cradling him in his arms for a kiss. As the kiss concluded, Jiang Zhongqing buried his head in the crook of Feng Yi's neck, his breath slightly labored, his voice muffled. What about you? Do you like me? Feng Yi inhaled deeply, calming his racing heart before responding. Yes. Jiang Xinian awoke feeling utterly unwell, drenched in sweat, his lunar core throbbing painfully. Instinctively, he sought out Shen Yu, suddenly realizing that he could see clearly. Suppressing the panic within, he scanned the room. The only light came from beneath the door leading to the study. He threw off the covers and hurried over, using the last vestiges of his rationality to knock on the door. Gumin, as Jiang Xinian pushed the door open and laid eyes on Shen Yu. A haze enveloped him. Shen Yu looked up, speaking into the microphone. Take a 10-minute break. He removed his headphones and gestured to the small Alpha. Jiang Xinian leaped into his arms, tears streaming down his face. Shen Yu embraced him, gently patting his damp back, his voice low. Can you see clearly now? Jiang Xinian nodded against him, his hair brushing against Shen Yu's chin. Why don't you accuse me of not being here this time? The small Alpha lifted his head, gazing at him with a look of longing. I daren't. Shen Yu chuckled softly, reaching for the phone on the table to unlock it. Showing him the alarm clock on the screen, I set an alarm. Phone, he said you took some medicine and would sleep for about 3 hours. Why did you wake up early? Feeling unwell, Shen Yu.As Xinian grasped Shen Yu's hand and placed it on his lunar core. Feel it, it's very hot. It's burning. Shen Yu felt the unusual warmth beneath his palm, responding with a non-committal hum. The small alpha tilted his face upward, pleading, "Can I have a bit of your pheromones?" "Just a little." Shen Yu regarded him, feigning inquiry. "What if I refuse?" "You wouldn't," Jiang Xinian asserted confidently. Shen Yu raised an eyebrow. "Who told you I wouldn't?" "Brother Feng, Jiang Xinian admitted candidly. Shen Yu chuckled again. "You certainly have sold him out." Jiang Xinian's lips lingered on Shen Yu's neck and jawline, his breath warm, inching closer to his lips, only to be halted by Shen Yu's hand. "Xinian." Shen Yu's voice carried a warning. "Don't provoke me at this moment." The small alpha was beyond heeding such caution. His hands were pinned to his thighs, immobile. Yet that did not deter him. He lowered his head, disregarding all restraint, and kissed fervently. Shen Yu released his grip, instead covering his mouth. Breath heavy. "You know well how my self-control fares in your presence. Be obedient, Xinian, don't provoke me." Jiang Xinian gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. That looked more lethal than any action. Shen Yu struggled to divert his gaze, releasing a hint of pheromones. Like a long-awaited rain after a drought. Jiang Xinian eagerly leaned in, fervently inhaling, his lips brushing against Shen Yu's neck, occasionally leaving soft kisses. Shen Yu gently patted his back. "It's all right, little pup." The young alpha emitted 2 discontented grunts. "I must resume the meeting. Can you manage to remain silent?" Jiang Xinian nodded. Shen Yu activated the microphone and addressed his waiting subordinates with calm authority. "All right, please continue." "Commander, after discussion, we believe that Jiang and his peers have contributed more than they faltered. Indeed, although their methods were somewhat inappropriate, they successfully thwarted the attack, resulting in no casualties on our side. A major reprimand should be avoided. Perhaps a minor infraction will suffice, preserving their eligibility for the reserves." Shen Yu's voice was resolute. "No, a soldier's foremost duty is to obey orders, and he has failed to meet even the most basic expectation." The high-ranking officials fell silent. Who claimed that the commander had a close relationship with that student? He is, after all, not yet a formal soldier. Jiang Xinian had already loosened Shen Yu's robe, hastily adjusting it. Shen Yu remained unperturbed. He will be commissioned next semester. Is that not far off? An awkward silence ensued. Seizing the moment, Jiang Xinian finally pressed his long-desired lips against Shen Yu's, who did not resist. "Commander, do you mean to adhere strictly to regulations?" Shen Yu slightly turned his head, evading the young alpha's advancing lips, and replied affirmatively. "Ah, but beyond regulations, there exists human sentiment, Commander. These young individuals, particularly Jiang, have demonstrated remarkable courage, decisiveness, and commandability during this incident. It is evident to all, in such a dire situation, isolated and outnumbered, he was able to swiftly organize effective resistance by time and await reinforcements, thus averting the worst outcome. The future of the Star Alliance requires such bold and insightful youth." Shen Yu lowered his gaze, observing Jiang Xinian, contemplating his extraordinary bravery. This little rascal's audacity was not trivial. Errors are errors. Shen Yu's voice remained steady. "Is balancing merits and faults not acceptable?" "Not acceptable." The other side fell silent once more. Shen Yu muted the microphone, looking at the young alpha. "Release me." Jiang Xinian not only refused to comply, but also adopted a provocative stance. Shen Yu emitted a light, ambiguous chuckle, pulling him forward until the young alpha's waist pressed against the edge of the desk. "Commander, how about a minor infraction, a formal reprimand, and a 5,000-word reflection? What do you think?" Shen Yu retrieved a clean handkerchief from the drawer with one hand, folded it neatly, and stuffed it into Jiang Xinian's mouth. "Bite down. You're not to spit it out or make a sound." Jiang Xinian looked at him in bewilderment, uncertain of Shen Yu's intentions. Chapter 41. "I'm a coward." Shen Yu activated the microphone. "What about the eligibility for reserves?" "The other side, you may guess. Our recommendation is to retain it." Shen Yu disregarded the tears streaming from the young alpha. His voice remained steady and devoid of any tremor. "Is this recommendation agreeable to all?" "Agreed." Seeing his objective achieved, Shen Yu's empty hand gently restrained the young alpha. Jiang Xinian suddenly clutched Shen Yu.As clothing, his eyes wide with disbelief. Shen Yu, addressing the microphone, maintained his usual tone. If that is the case, then let it be so. Thank you all for your hard work. Not all, not at all. It is our duty. Shen Yu, Lin Hui, dissolved the meeting. It was not until the words "end" appeared on the screen that Shen Yu released his grip. He showed no mercy and with a gentle tone, inquired, "Why have you stopped playing?" Jiang Xinian desperately shook his head, reaching out for a handkerchief. Shen Yu intercepted his wrist, asserting no. The little alpha gazed at him with teary eyes. Shen Yu wiped away the tear from the corner of his eye with his thumb, saying, "Why are you crying? My dear, I told you not to provoke me at this moment." Jiang Xinian, still struggling, turned his head away to spit out the handkerchief and clung to him, calling out, "Brother, brother." Shen Yu remained unresponsive, observing the state of the person in his arms. Jiang Xinian was initially taken aback, then began to sob uncontrollably. Shen Yu withdrew his hand, stating, "I have not yet forgiven you, my dear." For the following half hour, no matter how much Jiang Xinian cried, pleaded, or kissed him, Shen Yu remained unmoved, even administering a sedative. Ultimately, the little alpha, in a huff, fell asleep in Shen Yu's embrace. Xiao Mingli felt as if the sky had collapsed. He had merely been away for one night, and not only did his brother reek of rum, but he had also brought the very source of it back. That person lay brazenly on his brother's bed, one arm tightly wrapped around his waist. Feng, he lay with his back to the door, curled in Jiang Zhongqing's arms. Deep in slumber, Xiao Mingli trembled with rage, his jaw clenched tightly. The sound of the door opening startled Jiang Zhongqing awake. Frowning, he looked at the petrified figure in the doorway and asked, "What is it?" He instinctively pulled Feng closer, draping the blanket over his back. Xiao Mingli clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms, his voice escaping through gritted teeth. "What have you done to my brother?" Jiang Zhongqing scoffed, retorting provocatively, "What do you think? We are adults. Do I need to teach you?" Xiao Mingli stepped forward, his eyes reddening. "Aren't you fond of that Zhao? What do you take him for?" Feng stirred at the commotion, mumbling incoherently. Jiang Zhongqing immediately lowered his head, gently patting Feng Yi's back. His voice barely above a whisper, "Keep it down. Your brother just fell asleep." When he looked up again, his expression turned cold. "To answer you." "Fine. I will make it crystal clear today. I, Jiang Zhongqing, have only ever held feelings for your brother Feng Yi since sophomore year. There's never been anyone else, nor will there ever be." Xiao Mingli stared at him for several seconds before suddenly asking, "Brother, what should I call him? Sister-in-law or brother-in-law?" Jiang Zhongqing lowered his head, only then realizing that Feng Yi had woken up at some point and was now looking at him. Feng Yi lazily replied, "Call me sister-in-law." Xiao Mingli displayed a peculiar yet elated smile, mocking, "Oh, so you are the one from below." Jiang Zhongqing narrowed his eyes, scanning between Feng Yi and Xiao Mingli, his jaw tightening. Xiao Mingli, in high spirits, even waved his hand cheerfully. "Sister-in-law, don't get the wrong idea. I indeed used to like him, but now I only see him as an older brother." Jiang Zhongqing snorted in disbelief. "I have no reason to deceive you." Xiao Mingli moistened his somewhat parched lips, adopting a more earnest expression. "I have a partner, and we share a deep affection," he asserted. Jiang Zhongqing immediately turned his gaze toward Feng Yi, silently inquiring. Feng Yi adjusted his position in Jiang's embrace, seeking a more comfortable posture, and nodded in affirmation. "Yes, we've been together for over a year." Jiang Zhongqing's expression froze, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but swallowed his words, his Adam's apple moving awkwardly. His hand, resting on Feng Yi's waist, felt misplaced. He was unsure whether to withdraw it or leave it be. Had all his recent agitation, unease, and childish provocations merely been an elaborate performance? Had he been overly sentimental? An indescribable wave of embarrassment and shame surged to his head, rendering his ears flushed. Xiao Mingli observed Jiang Zhongqing's shifting complexion with a hint of amusement. He endeavored to maintain a serious demeanor and waved at Feng Yi. "Brother, I'm leaving now. Call if you need anything." Feng Yi buried his face in Jiang Zhongqing's embrace, replying indistinctly. Xiao Mingli, in high spirits, turned back toward Jiang Zhongqing, enunciating clearly, "Sister-in-law, farewell." Jiang Zhongqing's jaw twitched, squeezing out two words through clenched teeth, "Get lost." Unable to contain himself, Xiao Mingli chuckled softly and promptly exited, shutting the door behind him. The room fell silent. Jiang Zhongqing remained in a state of profound confusion and embarrassment, motionless for an extended period. Feng Yi stirred in his embrace, lifting his face, his blue eyes still bearing the remnants of sleep. "What's wrong?" he asked. Jiang Zhongqing snapped back to reality, looking down at the person in his arms. "Was that intentional?" Feng Yi paused for a moment, then responded candidly, "Not entirely. I was using him to gauge your feelings." The smile faded from Jiang Zhongqing's face. "Is that amusing?" Feng Yi met his gaze, pausing for 2 seconds before suppressing his smile. "Not really." Rising, he donned the robe that lay on the floor, adding, "I wasn't trying to toy with you." He looked at Jiang Zhongqing, still seated on the bed. "You mentioned you liked me since sophomore year. I like you a bit earlier." Jiang Zhongqing's pupils contracted, his hand instinctively gripping the bedspread. Feng Yi tied the sash of his robe and approached the window. Turning his back to Jiang, his voice steady, "I initially planned to confess after the exams." He raised his hand, brushing the morning dew that had condensed on the glass. Unfortunately, Zhao Xuan intervened. Jiang Zhongqing swallowed hard, preparing to speak, but Feng Yi did not afford him the opportunity. Regarding him, Feng Yi turned back. Leaning against the window sill, the morning light casting a hazy glow around him, obscuring his emotional state, ever protective and attentive. "There were several instances where you prioritized him over me." Jiang Zhongqing opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. "That was because it doesn't matter why," Feng Yi interrupted, sighing and rubbing his forehead, appearing somewhat weary. "I am uncertain of your orientation and your true feelings. I can only probe. At times, your actions lead me to believe you might have a slight affection for me." Feng Yi lowered his hand, his gaze resting on Jiang Zhongqing's face, as if peering through him into a more distant past. However, the following day, he observed Jiang's increasing tenderness and consideration toward Zhao Xuan, leading him to feel that he was merely regarded as a friend, a childhood companion. Chapter 42. Wishes fulfilled. These sentiments were thoughts Feng Yi had never shared with Jiang Zhongqing. From his own perspective, he realized how despicable he had been. "I am a coward, especially when it comes to you, and this affection I hold for you. I dare not directly inquire about your orientation, nor confess my feelings. My desire to embrace you, to kiss you, to be intimate. I fear you might deem me a pervert, and that we would not even be able to remain friends." Feng Yi raised his hand to wipe his face, coughed a couple of times, and cleared the heaviness from his throat. "It was the sudden return of Xiao Mingli that made me sense something was amiss with you. That is why I felt compelled to provoke you a little. If you perceive this as a game, I sincerely apologize." With that, he placed his hand on the doorknob and turned it. Fortunately, nothing had transpired the previous night, otherwise, you would have despised me for eternity. The door opened and gently closed again. Feng Yi had not intended to voice these thoughts, finding them somewhat pretentious. When he had casually blurted out, "Jiang Zhongqing, you like me," the previous evening, he should have measured his heart rate, which likely would have soared to 300. A light cough escaped him, as pangs of sorrow surged within him, his eyes stinging with warmth. Approaching the kitchen island, he filled a cup with cold water and drank deeply. Indeed, he and Jiang Zhongqing had not reached the final step the night before, yet they had indulged in everything else, kissing, touching, their essences intertwining without restraint. Jiang Zhongqing's mind was a whirl, akin to being struck with a blunt object. He sat in a daze for several minutes before abruptly rolling out of bed, nearly tripping over his crumpled pants. Cursing under his breath, he hastily pulled them on, struggling with the zipper that snagged on the fabric before finally managing to fasten it. Feng Yi reclined on the lazy sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, eyes closed, the morning light casting a delicate golden outline around him. His breathing was light, making it indistinguishable whether he was asleep or awake. Jiang Zhongqing approached, crouching before him, his throat tightening as he spoke in a husky voice. "You are not the coward. I am." Feng Yi remained still, his eyes still shut, though his lashes fluttered slightly. Jiang Zhongxing noticed this and reached out, his fingertips nearly brushing Feng Yi's cheek before retracting, forming a fist and resting it on his knee. Over the years, observing those around Feng, he had left him perplexed about the type he truly favored, Alpha, Omega, or Beta. He feared that if he were to be candid, Feng, he might find him repulsive, and they would lose even their brotherly bond. He licked his dry lips and continued, being kind to Zhao Shuan is a foolish tactic. I wanted to conceal my affections for you and gauge a reaction. I did not anticipate that my actions would cause you such distress. I should have been bolder. If I had addressed this sooner, perhaps we would not have had to dance around the issue for so long. He inhaled deeply, gazing at the faintly reddened corners of Feng Yi's eyes, his heart twisting painfully. Feng Yi, I genuinely care for you. Feng Yi was not one to cry. He had never been prone to tears throughout his life. In nearly 30 years of life, it was only on the night of his mother's passing that he wept openly. Yet now, something swirled in his eyes, a mixture of bitterness and heat, utterly uncontrollable. A single tear traced its way down his temple, swiftly disappearing into his hairline. Jiang Zhongxing, taken aback, fumbled anxiously to wipe it away with his fingertips, his movements both clumsy and cautious. He leaned forward, his arms slipping beneath Feng Yi's neck, pulling both the person and the blanket into his embrace. The lazy sofa could hardly bear the weight of two, sinking even deeper. Do not cry, my dear. Jiang Zhongxing's voice was soft, laden with profound tenderness. All of this is my fault. I overthink, I am immature, I am cowardly. What I said earlier was thoughtless. I did not mean it that way. Holding Feng Yi close, he felt the tremors of his sobs, gently stroking his back as one would soothe a frightened cat. I truly do not believe you're playing with me, Jiang Zhongxing asserted earnestly. I just momentarily lost my way, feeling embarrassed and stubborn. Feng Yi shifted slightly, attempting to pull away, his voice thick with emotion. What are you being stubborn about? Jiang Zhongxing tightened his embrace, feeling foolish. With a self-deprecating smile, he admitted, I am indeed foolish. He lowered his gaze, affectionately ruffling Feng Yi's hair. So, Dr. Feng, may I request an opportunity? What opportunity? The chance to formally pursue you. Jiang Zhongxing leaned back slightly to look at him, his eyes sparkling with excitement, from sending flowers to dining out and watching films, step by step, according to the process. Feng Yi remained silent, gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. Jiang Zhongxing, feeling a pang of anxiety, added, of course, if you find it cumbersome and wish to skip the formalities and go straight to the point, I am perfectly fine with that. Finally, Feng Yi could not help but smile, though he quickly composed himself, lightly kicking him with his foot. Dream on. Jiang Zhongxing seized his ankle in response, his palm warm. Then it is settled. Starting today, I, Jiang Zhongxing, shall formally pursue Feng Yi. Feng Yi allowed him to hold on, and after a few seconds, he barely whispered an affirmative sound. A weight lifted from Jiang Zhongxing's heart, elated to the point of wanting to leap. He swiftly pressed a kiss to Feng Yi's forehead. Observing his delight, much of the bitterness in Feng Yi's heart dissipated. I'm hungry. Let us cook. All right. Jiang Zhongxing reluctantly released him, rising to say, let me show you my culinary skills. Feng Yi chuckled softly, raising his hand to cover his eyes, avoiding his gaze. After years of unfulfilled wishes finally realized, one should feel joy, yet why did tears remain so close? In the afternoon, the two of them visited the hospital. Upon opening the door, a sweet fragrance enveloped them. Shen Yu.As pheromones were perfectly balanced, filling the room like an invisible warm embrace, inviting and soothing. Jiang Xinian sat on the sofa, indulging in cake. Hearing the door open, he lifted his gaze. Feng Yi and Jiang Zhongxing exchanged a glance. They had reconciled. Feng Yi was the first to smile and speak. Xiaoyan, how are you feeling today? Brother Feng Yi, Jiang Xinian called out, then turned his attention to Jiang Zhongxing. Pausing for a moment before respectfully addressing him, General. Jiang Zhongxing immediately clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, striding over and sitting down with a flourish, deliberately adopting a stern expression. Hey, why is he called brother and I am referred to as General? Is that not a bit too distant? Jiang Xinian did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to look at Shen Yu beside him. Shen Yu glanced at Jiang Zhongqing, then at Feng Yi, before nodding. With permission granted, Jiang Xinian turned back to Jiang Zhongqing and obediently corrected himself. Zhongqing ge. Jiang Zhongqing exaggeratedly exclaimed, turning to Shen Yu and exclaiming, "Aren't you a bit too controlling? Does little brother Nian have to seek your approval to address someone?" Shen Yu raised an eyebrow. "And what of it?" Chapter 43. Fangs in the East. Lin Hui knocked and entered, addressing Boss Zhongqing ge, Feng Yi ge. He handed over the documents in his hand, which contained the final decisions regarding the students involved from the military academy. Shen Yu took the papers, flipping straight to the last page to sign, without a glance. Jiang Zhongqing leaned closer. "Let me see." Feng Yi lowered his head to conduct a routine examination on Jiang Xinian, tearing off the tape from his wrist. "The 4 can be removed. It might hurt a bit, so bear with it." Shen Yu wrapped his arms around the little alpha from behind and asked Jiang Zhongqing, "Weren't you at the meeting last night?" Jiang Zhongqing, feeling a bit guilty, glanced at Feng Yi and rubbed his nose. "Of course I was there. I listened very attentively." Shen Yu chuckled softly, but said nothing. Jiang Zhongqing felt a little uneasy under his gaze, reading rapidly before handing the documents back to Lin Hui, emphasizing, "Of course. I am very dedicated to my work." Shen Yu, disinterested in exposing him, redirected his attention to Jiang Xinian, pressing down firmly on the injection site on the little alpha's hand. "By the way," Jiang Zhongqing cleared his throat, changing the subject, "I found the 2 rascals who administered the sedative to little brother Nian. They are both alphas from the tactical department." Xiao Wu investigated and reported that they had a conflict with little brother Nian, seeking revenge deliberately. However, I discovered that their personal accounts had received a substantial mysterious transfer not long ago, which leads back to Zhao Xuan's circle. Shen Yu's expression remained unfazed. "Do you have photos?" "I do. Let me find them," Jiang Zhongqing said, reaching for his phone. "That's unnecessary," Jiang Xinian interjected, frowning slightly. "I know who it is. Recently, they bullied Zhang Wan in the equipment room, and I had a scuffle with them." Shen Yu looked down at him. "Why didn't you tell me?" Jiang Xinian pressed his lips together, his voice lowering. "I thought it was a minor issue. I wasn't injured, so I didn't mention it to you." Shen Yu stated solemnly, "There is no distinction of minor or major when it comes to your matters." Jiang Zhongqing exaggeratedly pouted, mimicking in a mockingly high-pitched voice. "There is no distinction of minor or major when it comes to your matters." Shen Yu remained speechless, while Jiang Xinian felt embarrassed. Feng Yi expressed disdain, and Lin Hui bit his lip. Lin Hui looked to Shen Yu, seeking guidance. "Boss, how should we handle these 2 students?" "Compile all the evidence meticulously," Shen Yu replied with a detached tone, treating it as a formal matter. "Report truthfully to the school and adhere strictly to the regulations." Lin Hui nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood." Jiang Zhongqing added, "I'll keep a closer watch on Zhao Xuan for a while longer. I have a feeling that kid is up to something." Shen Yu did not comment on this. Turning to Feng Yi, "Take Nian to conduct a pheromone level test." Feng Yi gently patted Jiang Xinian's shoulder, saying, "Let us go." "Little brother, it won't take long." Jiang Xinian hesitated, his fingers entwining with Shen Yu's sleeve as he looked up, asking, "Will you still be here when I return?" Shen Yu clasped his fingers in return and reassured him with a gentle squeeze, "I will be." Yet, Jiang Xinian pursed his lips, still apprehensive. "What if you're not?" A flicker of amusement danced in Shen Yu's eyes as he lifted a hand to brush against his cheek. "That won't happen. I've written you a guarantee." With that, Jiang Xinian felt a slight sense of relief, reluctantly releasing his hold and turning back multiple times as he followed Feng Yi out. The door clicked shut, and silence enveloped the hospital room. The softness faded from Shen Yu's visage as he picked up the tablet beside him, unlocking it to retrieve an encrypted document, which he handed to Jiang Zhongqing. "Take a look at this." Shen Yu's voice was low and serious. Jiang Zhongqing's earlier levity vanished as he accepted the tablet, swiftly scanning its contents. The screen displayed close-up images of a terrorist's left shoulder, adorned with a grotesquely twisted black snake tattoo. "Fanya." Jiang Zhongqing's expression turned grave, his posture straightening as the earlier nonchalance dissipated. They had been tracking this organization for 2 years. With no moral boundaries, they engaged in arms dealing, espionage, assassination, and subversion. all actions aimed at destabilizing the empire's peace. One significant reason for the ongoing stalemate in the East was Feng Ye's relentless support, continuously supplying funds and weapons to their cause. One of Feng Ye's primary objectives was the elimination of Shen Yu, fully aware that he was the empire's stabilizing force. If Shen Yu were to fall, chaos would ensue within the imperial defenses, providing them an opportunity to seize power. It was during Shen Yu's first encounter with Jiang Xinian that he had been ensnared by Feng Ye's machinations and drugged. "Damn it, they're haunting us," Jiang Zhongqing muttered under his breath, returning the tablet to Shen Yu. Realizing their adversaries were resolute in their intentions to create turmoil, stalling negotiations while simultaneously dispatching operatives to the island, targeting Wen Zhouhan's data. It was likely they also sought to exploit the situation to strike at the students participating in the assessment, for they were the future of the Star Alliance. Shen Yu raised his gaze, his violet eyes devoid of warmth. "To resolve the Eastern issue, we must first eradicate Feng Ye." Jiang Zhongqing's expression darkened, nodding in agreement. His fists clenched audibly. "These scoundrels are like rats drawn to the stench of decay. If they fail this time, they will certainly return." Lan Yu, who had remained silent at the side, stepped forward and spoke softly. "Boss, regarding Secretary Meng Jian and Wang Zhe, there's been a development." He continued. "In addition to illegal pheromone trafficking, they are also implicated in human trafficking and an extensive gray industrial chain." "Human trafficking?" Jiang Zhongqing's voice rose. "What does this industrial chain entail?" Shen Yu inquired, his tone steady yet imbued with an unspoken pressure. Lan Yu promptly responded. "Preliminary investigations reveal that they lure and abduct omegas and a small number of specially constituted alphas, transporting them through illicit channels. A portion is allocated to satisfy the peculiar inclinations of certain individuals, while another segment," he hesitated momentarily, as if contemplating his words, "is utilized for illicit biological experiments. Organ transplants and the like." The room fell into an oppressive silence. Shen Yu was momentarily silent. Is the evidence conclusive? The intelligence currently at hand points quite clearly in one direction, yet direct evidence remains to be unearthed. The adversary is cunning, employing layers of intermediaries and numerous shell companies as a facade, Lin Hui replied. Shen Yu's gaze shifted to Jiang Zhongqing. "Let the Eastern negotiations be delayed by the parliament for now. You are to personally lead a team of utterly reliable individuals, in collaboration with the intelligence department, to thoroughly excavate this lead. Start with that secretary and ensure no associated personnel are overlooked." Jiang Zhongqing immediately straightened his posture, understood. Shen Yu then turned to Lin Hui. "Investigate whether there are intersections between the fangs and this gray industrial chain. Additionally, reinforce the covert surveillance around Nian's vicinity. No unfamiliar faces are permitted within 100 meters of his area without my explicit consent." "Yes, boss." Chapter 44. I need to use the restroom. Shen Yu watched as the little alpha climbed onto him for the fourth time, seeking affection, and he closed his eyes, letting out a silent sigh. After confirming he was well following an afternoon hospital checkup, he returned home with his companions. Upon entering the house, Jiang Xinian immediately latched onto him like a boneless creature, demanding kisses, hugs, and pheromones. Shen Yu initially intended to remain steadfast, but he could not resist the pitiful expression of the little alpha. With glistening amber eyes misted with tears, he looked at Shen Yu as though he were an abandoned puppy. Ultimately, Shen Yu's resolve softened, fearing he might hurt Jiang Xinian's recently recovered body. He used both hands to support him. As fate would have it, within half an hour, the individual once again clung to him. Shen Yu, concerned about him falling, steadied his waist, gazing down at him with a hint of exasperation. "Your energy is quite abundant, isn't it?" Jiang Xinian tilted his face up, nuzzling Shen Yu's chin with his nose, playfully imploring. "Shen Yu, brother, just one kiss, please." As he spoke, his lips inched closer. Shen Yu slightly leaned back, glancing at the meeting interface still active on his computer screen. "I am working, dear. This meeting is of great importance. But I want to kiss you," Jiang Xinian persisted, his fingers tugging gently at the sash of Shen Yu's robe. "That is not permissible either." Shen Yu's tone remained calm and unyielding. "You must be patient. I will come to accompany you once I finish my work." The little Alpha appeared dissatisfied, but lacked the audacity to truly interrupt Shen Yu's work. So he resorted to an alternative, burying his face in Shen Yu's neck, inhaling deeply. His hands, however, were restless, igniting sparks of mischief. Shen Yu's breath momentarily faltered. He tightened his grip around Jiang Xinian's waist, yet his expression remained unchanged, attentively listening to his subordinate's report and occasionally offering succinct directives. It was as if the little Alpha, who was currently harassing him, did not exist. When Jiang Xinian noticed Shen Yu's indifference, he felt somewhat disheartened, letting out a few soft huffs before settling down. Sullenly nestled in Shen Yu's embrace, he took out his phone and aimlessly scrolled. The room was filled only with Shen Yu's deep responses and the occasional clatter of the keyboard. Eventually, Jiang Xinian drifted off to sleep. The phone slipped from my hand with a soft thud, rousing me from my stupor. I mumbled groggily. Shen Yu paused in his typing, glancing down at me. Jiang Xinian rubbed his eyes, slid off Shen Yu's lap, and crouched beneath the desk to retrieve his phone. You all likely understand what he saw. Noticing the commotion, Shen Yu immediately cast his gaze downwards, his eyes silently inquiring. Jiang Xinian, avoiding his gaze, nestled further in. In this moment, the little Alpha abandoned his phone, embracing Shen Yu instead, tugging at the bow tie. Shen Yu lifted his face, once more seeking answers through his eyes. The amber depths of Jiang Xinian's gaze brimmed with adoration. Reflecting only Shen Yu. Shen Yu's eyes flickered, his throat tightening. Is it truly such affection? Jiang Xinian nodded. Shen Yu found himself more patient than a ninja turtle. He relinquished his hold, leaning back into the chair. The little Alpha, receiving tacit approval, brightened with joy. Shen Yu endeavored to maintain steady breaths, his gaze fixed on the computer screen, yet he could no longer absorb the specifics of the reports presented by his subordinates. Time passed unnoticed until Jiang Xinian's knees began to ache. He looked up at Shen Yu, irritation etched on his face. Shen Yu, give it to me. The word give remains unpronounced. Shen Yu glanced at the screen, muted the sound, and hoarsely replied, There's no water. The little Alpha, undeterred, insisted, give it to me. As before, the two engaged in a silent standoff for several seconds before Shen Yu succumbed. He truly found it impossible to refuse Jiang Xinian. Jiang Xinian interpreted this as further permission. Suddenly recalling something, he stood up, chin raised, a triumphant expression adorning his face. You didn't give it to me last night, so I won't give it to you. As before, Shen Yu looked up at him, emitting a few cold huffs from his throat. He had initially intended to overlook this audacious little rascal, but Jiang Xinian seemed intent on provoking him. Are you certain? Shen Yu's voice dropped. Jiang Xinian nodded emphatically from his elevated position. Shen Yu checked the time, 10 minutes remaining. Very well, he could endure for another 10 minutes. After that, if he didn't make this little troublemaker cry, he would no longer bear the surname Shen. Jiang Xinian remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Gleefully bending to retrieve his phone from beneath the desk, a foolish grin on his face as he made his way out. His cheerfulness was short-lived. As Shen Yu wiped the tears from the little Alpha's face, he feigned confusion, asking, Why are you crying, my dear? Jiang Xinian struggled to articulate a response. His glare intended for Shen Yu, instead resembling a playful pout. Like a feisty kitten, he swatted at Shen Yu without causing any real harm. Seizing a brief opportunity, Jiang Xinian awkwardly managed to squeeze out a few words, expressing his need to use the restroom. Shen Yu leaned in closer, his voice maliciously teasing. What are you thinking? I can't hear you. Jiang Xinian, embarrassed, shut his eyes, his voice tinged with tears as he repeated, I need to go to the bathroom. Shen Yu remained impassive as he straightened up, his tone calm and unyielding. Right here. Jiang Xinian opened his mouth, but found himself unable to speak. Burying his face into the pillow, attempting to stifle himself in a bid to escape this nightmarish dream. In a moment of sheer bewilderment, little Alpha's mind succumbed to a complete shutdown, rendering him momentarily incapable of even shedding tears, his entire being frozen in place. After a prolonged pause, he finally erupted into a wail, more poignant and shattered than ever before. Shen Yu allowed him to cry for a while before lifting him up and settling onto the small sofa in the bedroom. He tenderly kissed the tears from Jiang Xinian's face, his tone and actions in stark contrast. Why such fierce tears? It's all right, my dear. We can replace it. If you keep crying like this, what will happen to your voice tomorrow? In a fit of frustration, Jiang Xinian bit down on Shen Yu's shoulder with considerable force. Shen Yu paid him no mind, pressing him down gently at the waist, his voice deepening. My dear, the more you cry, the less I'll let you off the hook. Let me ask you once again. Do you understand your mistake? Did you consider the consequences of defying orders? Jiang Xinian, amidst his sobs, stammered out a response, his voice shaky. In an attempt to placate Shen Yu, his muddled mind recalled the 2 words spoken by Han Yunkai. Husband. Shen Yu paused, gripping his chin to compel him to meet his gaze, his violet eyes fathomless. What did you call me? Jiang Xinian, his eyes blurred with tears, repeated, husband. He had hoped that uttering this would bring Shen Yu some peace, that he would relent. Unbeknownst to him, it only fueled the flames. For the remainder of that night, Jiang Xinian repeated the phrase over and over, his voice tinged with sobs. Chapter 45. Coercion. The following morning, Lin Hui waited downstairs at Shen Yu's residence for over 10 minutes, his mind perplexed. Shen Yu was always punctual, and such a delay was unprecedented. Just as he hesitated to make a call, the building's entrance swung open. Shen Yu emerged, cradling a thoroughly bundled Jiang Xinian in his arms. Though faint shadows lingered beneath his eyes, his brow was relaxed, exuding an air of satisfaction. Lin Hui promptly exited the vehicle and opened the back door. Once Shen Yu had settled in, he raised his gaze to Lin Hui and said, Let's go. The car glided smoothly onto the road. Lin Hui glanced in the rearview mirror and reported softly, Boss, I've sent the details of the wedding houses to your email. There are 5, all fully furnished, and I have personally inspected them. The environment and facilities are satisfactory. Shen Yu acknowledged with a soft HM, his fingers gently untangling Jiang Xinian's tousled hair. Initially, he had intended to purchase a bare shell and gradually furnish it with Jiang Xinian. But with both of them occupied, they decided to opt for a ready-made option, planning to make alterations if necessary. All right, I'll take a look when I have time. Lin Hui continued. As for Sister Lan, the C family is opposed to the divorce. Si Jifan has reached the capital, but has yet to approach Sister Lan. I've assigned additional personnel to her side. Why the opposition? Lan Yu, glancing at him through the mirror, replied steadily. Most likely due to considerations for your side. The C family has a batch of special effect drugs currently stalled in the approval process, which would typically take at least 6 months. With your connections, they could hit the market in as little as 3 months. Shen Yu scoffed. Go and warn them. If they refuse to divorce, I'll ensure this batch of drugs never sees the light of day. Understood, Lin Hui responded, his gaze scanning the road ahead as he adjusted the steering wheel. Shen Yu lowered his gaze toward the person nestled in his arms, his fingertip gently brushing against Jiang Xinian's chapped lip. He spoke in a softened tone. Have you requested leave for Nian? Yes, came the reply. The military academy has granted all involved students a uniform 15-day leave, ostensibly for mental adjustment and physical recovery. Shen Yu acknowledged this with a nod, leaning back against the chair's backrest and closing his eyes to rest. At that moment, Jiang Zhongxing, awakened by the sound of the door opening, stretched and rose from the sofa. Upon seeing him, Shen Yu paused for a moment. What brings you here? Jiang Zhongxing rubbed his eyes. I need to discuss something important with you. Lin Hui quickly approached and opened the door to the lounge. Shen Yu shook his head and walked directly to the sofa, bring out the blanket and pillow. Jiang Zhongxing followed closely, craning his neck to observe Shen Yu's actions. Unable to suppress his curiosity, how is little Nian doing? Without lifting his head, Shen Yu brushed aside the stray hair from Jiang Xinian's forehead. Quite well. Jiang Zhongxing frowned, scrutinizing the apparent red marks on the young alpha's face, leaning in closer. Really? It doesn't seem that way to me. He pointed, here, and here. So red. Did you hit him? Shen Yu, disinterested in the inquiry, adjusted the pillow in his hands and covered Jiang Xinian with the blanket. Undeterred, Jiang Zhongxing lowered his voice, his tone laced with barely concealed excitement. Come on, did you lay a hand on him? I must tell you, Shen Yu, domestic violence is a crime. I support little Nian in taking legal action against you. Irritated by the incessant chatter, Shen Yu rolled his eyes and straightened up, his tone icy. What do you want? Jiang Zhongxing immediately adopted a serious expression. It's urgent, of utmost importance. Seeing his demeanor, Shen Yu understood and turned his face away in silence. I'm not interested in hearing it. He was all too familiar with Jiang Zhongxing's penchant for exaggerating trivial matters into grand affairs. Wait, Jiang Zhongxing grasped his arm, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Could you perhaps share some insights? Shen Yu raised an eyebrow, shaking off his grip as he settled down behind his desk. Looking up at him with a flat tone, insights in what regard? Jiang Zhongxing scratched his nose, his gaze evasive, his voice dropping even lower. Ahem, in that area. You know, the one involving the bed. Shen Yu scrutinized him for a few seconds before teasing. So eager? I'm not eager. Jiang Zhongxing's voice abruptly rose, causing Shen Yu to frown and glance toward Jiang Xinian. Realizing his error, Jiang Zhongxing quickly lowered his voice, his face flushed with urgency. It's about AE. Last night, he almost, well, you know. Shen Yu diverted his gaze, casually remarking, you can't manage? Jiang Zhongxing exploded, nearly jumping up. What the hell leads you to think I can't? We had a go at it. But he was in pain, so I stopped. He raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. I thought since you were married, you might have some experience to share. Shen Yu regarded him with a neutral expression, contemplating for a few moments before arriving at a conclusion. No experience, but exceptional talent. Jiang Zhongxing stared at him, attempting to discern the truth behind those words, internally cursing. Insane. Shen Yu interjected. Is there anything else? Jiang Zhongxing wiped his face and fished out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, handing it over. He asked me to give this to you. It's little Nian's medical report. He requested that you call him when you have a moment. Shen Yu accepted the paper and unfolded it. The gaze swiftly traversed the various data before settling on a line at the end of the report. The gland exhibits slight fibrosis. Conservative treatment is advised, with regular follow-ups. This examination had been insisted upon by phone the previous day, suggesting it would offer some peace of mind. Jiang Zhongxing leaned forward, attempting to decipher the words but to no avail, and thus inquired, is everything all right? Shen Yu folded the report and casually placed it on the desk, his voice steady. It's nothing. Oh, Jiang Zhongxing nodded, recalling another matter. By the way, there's a new development regarding Zhao Xuan. The surveillance team reported that he visited 3 pharmacies last night, purchasing a considerable amount of hemostatic and anti-inflammatory medications. I suspect he may be harboring someone at home. Shen Yu raised his eyes, looked for an opportunity to investigate further. Understood, Jiang Zhongxing replied, turning towards the door. His hand grasped the doorknob, but he paused, turning back with a hint of reluctance. Don't you have any experience to share? Shen had already picked up a document to peruse. None. Jiang Zhongxing clicked his tongue and exited. As noon approached, Jiang Xinian awoke. His eyes fluttered open, immediately searching for Shen Yu. He sat up abruptly and, upon spotting Shen Yu at a distance, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Shen Yu brought a cup of warm water and offered it to Jiang Xinian. Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Xinian sipped from the cup, his voice still laced with sleepiness. My back aches and my stomach hurts. Shen Yu settled beside him, pressing the cup into his hands while his palm rested on Jiang Xinian's lower back, gently kneading the tense muscles. The warmth of Shen Yu's hand soothed the discomfort, causing the young alpha to blissfully squint his eyes. Once the water was finished, Shen Yu placed the cup on the coffee table. Jiang Xinian immediately wriggled out from under the blankets, using both hands and feet to move into Shen Yu's embrace, burying his nose in the crook of Shen Yu's neck to inhale the comforting scent of jasmine. Shen Yu paused momentarily, patting his back. Are you hungry? Jiang Xinian nodded. Shen Yu called for Lin Hui to fetch some food. Lowering his gaze to the little octopus in his arms, he mused, Are you so fond of my pheromones? Jiang Xinian looked up, his amber eyes reflecting the light from the window, gazing earnestly at him. It's not just your pheromones. It's you. Shen Yu was amused by this unexpected confession, a smile blossoming in his eyes as he lowered his head to gently bump his forehead against Jiang Xinian's. I feel the same. The little alpha beamed sweetly and nestled back into his embrace. Shen Yu's gaze fell upon the gland on Jiang Xinian's neck, where he had left a temporary mark the previous night, with faint redness surrounding the bite. The sweet peach aroma emanating from the young alpha mingled with his jasmine scent, a silent declaration of possession that filled him with profound satisfaction. He leaned down, his lips softly grazing the mark. Chapter 46. My own anger. Jiang Xinian sensed that Shen Yu was not in high spirits, burdened by unspoken thoughts. The complexity of emotions swirling in those violet eyes eluded his understanding. He disliked it, disliked seeing Shen Yu unhappy, disliked the coldness in his gaze. After their meal, the two washed up and lay down in bed, intending to take a nap. The sensitive young alpha could not let such a splendid opportunity pass by. As soon as he lay down, he nestled into Shen Yu's embrace, rubbing his face against the crook of his neck, kissing him while murmuring, "Are you unhappy, brother?" Shen Yu wrapped his arms around him, gently patting his back. At these words, he paused momentarily, his voice low. No. Jiang Xinian lifted his head, his fingers caressing Shen Yu's brow bone, softly tracing it. "You are?" His fingertips glided along the contours to the corners of his eyes. "When you're not happy. This area feels cold. I can tell." Shen Yu grasped his restless hand, bringing it to his lips, kissing the tips of his fingers. After a few moments of silence, he softly acknowledged with a faint Jiang Xinian gazed at him. "Are you still angry with me?" Shen Yu shook his head, intertwining his fingers with Jiang Xinian's. "I'm angry with myself." The little alpha, confused, blinked and inquired, "What do you mean?" Shen Yu did not respond, his other hand moving to Jiang Xinian's waist. The little alpha instinctively shrank his neck, letting out a soft hum. Shen Yu.As fingertip gently caressed that patch of skin, his gaze inscrutable. "It means nothing." He evaded the question, withdrawing his hand and pressing Jiang Xinian closer. "Shall we sleep for a while? We stayed up too late last night." Jiang Xinian shook his head, wriggling out of his embrace, burrowing beneath the covers. Shen Yu understood his intention and did not stop him, grabbing a nearby pillow to support his head, adjusting his position to observe Jiang Xinian's movements. The back of his hand rested against the little alpha's face, tenderly calling, "Good cub." He was indeed angry with himself. If he had been more attentive, more guarded, and had arranged for more people around him, perhaps no one would have found the opportunity to administer the pheromone. Perhaps it would not have triggered the underlying ailment. Feng Yi had mentioned that the slight glandular fibrosis could currently be managed but not cured. This indicated that the gland's function would gradually decline over time, unless a potent pheromone was continuously infused to maintain its activity and slow the process. Otherwise, in the later stages, the secretion of pheromones would completely deplete, leading to systemic organ failure, at which point there would be no remedy. "Hush, good cub." Shen Yu snapped back to reality, inhaling deeply, his fingers gathering Jiang Xinian's head, gently pulling him back. Jiang Xinian lifted his head, with his amber eyes filled with raw desire. Shen Yu covered his eyes. "There's nothing," his voice slightly hoarse. Attempting to negotiate, "Shall we go home and do it? All right?" Clearly, it was not all right. The little alpha removed Shen Yu's hand, clasping it tightly, eagerly tugging at his sleepwear. Shen Yu reacted swiftly, seizing his wrist, pulling him down forcefully while tightening his embrace, resting his chin atop his head. "Be obedient. This is very dangerous." Jiang Xinian struggled in his arms, lifting his face, his gaze resolute. "I know." "Know what?" Shen Yu frowned. "That this will trigger the secondary development of the reproductive system." "How do you know?" Jiang Xinian confessed honestly. "Brother Feng Yi told me." Shen Yu was almost amused by his frustration, knowing that you still dare. Before he could finish, Jiang Xinian unexpectedly interrupted. "I want to have a baby with you." The words of Feng Yi echoed in Shen Yu's ears. Temporary markings may offer a fleeting respite, yet they require the infusion of your pheromones every few days or weekly. This approach merely addresses the symptoms without resolving the underlying issue. Frequent temporary markings can also burden his glands. It is advisable to pursue a complete and permanent marking. Once a lasting bond is established, your pheromones will naturally nourish his glands, necessitating only periodic injections during sensitive phases. This method is more efficient and beneficial for him. Shen Yu fell silent for a few moments, responding only with, "He is still young." Feng Yi sighed. "At 21, he is no longer a child." The process of fibrosis is accelerating. Currently, it is mild, but without intervention, it could progress to moderate within 3 months. He will increasingly rely on your pheromones, and it will never be sufficient. Surely, you have noticed that during this sensitive phase, Xiao Nian is more clingy than before? Feng, yi si trisit. If you decide to fully mark him, it is imperative that Xiao Nian's biological cycles undergo a second maturation phase to reach a stable state. The time left for you is limited. Seeing Shen Yu lost in thought, the little alpha bit down gently on his collarbone, leaving a faint mark. Why are you distracted while holding me? Shen Yu winced, lowering his head to plant a kiss on his forehead. I apologize. Jiang Xinian, undeterred, nudged Shen Yu's jaw with his nose. Is it because you don't want to have a little baby with me? Shen Yu's Adam's apple bobbed as he avoided the intensity of his gaze. That's not it. What is it then? Jiang Xinian pressed. Shen Yu opened his mouth, but the considerations regarding health, risks, and timing lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. Ultimately, he merely lowered his head to silence Jiang Xinian's inquiries. Let us wait a little longer. We'll reassess once the sensitive phase has passed. If the situation worsens, we can discuss it thoroughly with the little alpha then. Jiang Xinian slept through the afternoon, and in a hazy state, he felt someone stirring him. Struggling to open his eyes, he blinked until his vision cleared, revealing Shen Yu dressing him in a sweater. Where are we going? His voice was thick with sleep as he rubbed his eyes. Shen Yu did not respond immediately. Instead, he pressed the back of his hand against Jiang Xinian's forehead, furrowing his brow. He turned to retrieve a fever patch from the drawer. We're going to see your sister, Shen Yu said, carefully applying it. Jiang Xinian roused slightly. My sister? He looked up at him. Yes, she returned to the capital a few days ago. Shen Yu picked up a gland patch, signaling him to tilt his head. Jiang Xinian sat up straight, fully awake now. But I haven't prepared anything. His eyes darted around the empty bedside, as if he could conjure gifts from thin air. Everything is ready for you, don't worry. Shen Yu retrieved a thick coat from the wardrobe. The gifts are in the car. Jiang Xinian was now completely awake, gripping Shen Yu's wrist with a hint of anxiety in his voice. Will she like me? What if she doesn't? Shen Yu clasped his hand in reassurance, his fingers gently rubbing over the back of Jiang Xinian's hand. No one could possibly dislike you, dear one. His tone was resolute as he led Jiang Xinian out of bed and helped him into his shoes. Feng Yi and Jiang Zhongxing were already waiting in the office. Upon seeing them emerge, Feng immediately stepped forward, examining Jiang Xinian's complexion closely. Xiao Nian, how are you feeling today? Jiang Xinian replied, "I'm all right." Feng Yi turned to Shen Yu and inquired, have you measured your hormone levels? Jiang Xinian looked at Shen Yu with a hint of confusion. Unfazed, Shen Yu replied to Feng Yi, I will check them when I get home tonight. All right. Feng Yi nodded. The medication has already been delivered to your house. What medication? Jiang Xinian immediately turned to Shen Yu, concern etched on his face. Feng Yi chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. It's not for IU, it's for you. Some immune-boosting drugs. Jiang Xinian sighed in relief and responded with a soft "Oh. Don't worry, everyone. Everything will be fine," he reassured them. Chapter 47. Uncle Xiangxiang. The group strolled towards the parking lot, exchanging laughter and banter. Jiang Zhongqing casually draped his arm over Lin Hui's shoulder and playfully asked, Come on, Huier, tell me the truth. Have you found a girlfriend? If not, I have a few promising omegas I can introduce you to. Lin Hui's ears flushed slightly as he shyly smiled. I have found one. We've been dating for over a year. What? Really? Feng Yi exclaimed, nearly colliding with Lin Hui, his eyes wide with disbelief. Why have I never heard you mention this? Who is she? What does she look like? Do you have a picture? Lin Hui recoiled slightly at the barrage of questions, scratching his nose. She was studying abroad until recently and just came back. Jiang Zhongqing raised an eyebrow and whistled. Wow, a year-long long-distance romance? Lin Hui nodded affirmatively, mumbling in agreement. Jiang Zhongqing's curiosity piqued. He tightened his grip around Lin Hui's neck. Come on, tell us how you met. Lin Hui's gaze flickered away, his cheeks visibly reddening as he lowered his voice. We met while gaming. A gaming homasi. Feng Yi's voice rose in pitch, drawing the attention of Shen Yu and Jiang Xinian, who turned to glance back at them. Lin Hui quickly waved his hands in explanation. No, it's not entirely a gaming romance. We video chat frequently, and we've met in person several times. Upon reaching the cars, Jiang Zhongqing glanced at the two parked vehicles and turned to Feng Yi. Are we taking your car or mine? Still reeling from the shock of Lin Hui's romantic revelation, Feng Yi absent-mindedly gestured yours. He then leaned closer to Lin Hui, eager to continue the gossip. However, Jiang Zhongqing seized Lin Hui's arm and said to Feng, "All right, you can ride with Xiao Yin and the others." He gestured towards Shen Yu and Jiang Xinian, then turned back to Lin Hui with a grin. "I'll ride with Hui'er. I have a few things to discuss with him." Feng Yi squinted suspiciously, glancing between Jiang Zhongqing and Lin Hui. "What is going on? Is there something I'm not supposed to hear?" Jiang Zhongqing gently pushed Lin Hui towards his car's back seat and turned to Feng Yi with a charming smile. "Be good, just go ahead." Feng Yi clicked his tongue in reluctance, but was half playfully shoved towards Shen Yu's car. Shen Yu took a glance at the car with its closed door, said nothing, and opened the passenger door for Jiang Xinian, shielding his head as he helped him inside. Song Lan waited with Si Zhaohe at the entrance, and upon seeing their car arrive in the courtyard, she greeted them with a smile. Jiang Xinian took a deep breath, steadying himself as he gazed at the house before him. Shen Yu exited the car first, walked around, and opened the door for him. Noticing Jiang Xinian's hesitation, he gently touched his face, asking, "What's wrong?" Jiang Xinian shook his head silently and unbuckled his seatbelt before stepping out of the car. With his legs feeling somewhat unsteady, he instinctively grasped Shen Yu's arm. Shen Yu, in turn, clasped the little alpha's arm, guiding him towards Song Lan. "This is my sister and my little nephew," Shen Yu introduced softly. Song Lan, cradling the child, smiled gently. Jiang Xinian felt a lump form in his throat. Unable to swallow or spit it out, and after a moment of struggle, he tremulously uttered, "Sister." His voice was dry and strained. Song Lan seemed oblivious to his discomfort, responding with a smile, "Hello, Longyan." In her arms, Si Zhaohe stared wide-eyed, curiously observing Jiang Xinian. As he gazed upon the face before him, so similar to Shen Yu's, his vision suddenly blurred, and the world appeared to warp for a fleeting moment. His body swayed slightly. Shen Yu immediately steadied him, frowning as he inquired, "What's wrong?" Jiang Xinian shook his head, lowering his gaze to evade Shen Yu's probing eyes, murmuring, "It's nothing, just lost my balance." At that moment, Feng Yi approached from behind, carrying several exquisite gift boxes, and smiled to lighten the mood. "Sister Lan," he called. Song Lan's attention shifted to him, playfully scolding, "Why bring gifts when you come?" Feng Yi handed over the gift boxes and subtly gestured toward Jiang Xinian, saying, "Oh, these aren't tea from me. They are from little Nian. It's his first time meeting you, so he wanted to make it special." Song Lan's smile deepened as she turned to Jiang Xinian. "Thank you, little Nian. It's too generous of you. Come inside quickly. It's cold outside, and I wouldn't want you to catch a chill." She stepped aside to allow them entry, adding, "I have a gift for you as well." Jiang Xinian forced a stiff smile at Song Lan and followed Shen Yu across the threshold, his gaze sweeping through the entryway and into the living room. After changing his shoes, Shen Yu brought over a pair of new cotton slippers and placed them by his feet. Si Zhaohe wriggled out of Song Lan's arms and unsteadily approached the entryway. "Feng Yi," exclaimed, rushing to shield him, wary of a potential fall. Si Zhaohe stopped before Jiang Xinian, tilted his little head upwards, and pointed at him with his chubby hand, turned to Song Lan to babble, "Peach, peach." Song Lan laughed, replying, "This is also your uncle, your real uncle." Si Zhaohe advanced, grasping Jiang Xinian's hand that hung by his side, exclaiming, "Fragrant uncle, fragrant." Feng Yi bent down, arms outstretched as if to embrace him. "You little rascal, you have great taste. This uncle is the most handsome and fragrant. Isn Tihi." Si Zhaohe deftly dodged Feng Yi's hands, wrapping his arms around Jiang Xinian's leg, and eagerly repeated, "Uncle fragrant, fragrant." The little alpha's body tensed at once, instinctively looking to Shen Yu with a gaze filled with confusion and a plea for help. Shen Yu had just removed Jiang Xinian's shoes and straightened up, effortlessly scooping up Si Zhaohe. The sudden lift caught Si Zhaohe off guard, but soon wonder took over, and he erupted into gleeful, high-pitched laughter, clapping his small hands in delight. Feng Yi feigned sorrow, pouting, "Well, after all this, it seems you like me the least." "Not at all." Song Lan interjected with a smile. "We adore little Yi, uncle too." Feng Yi quickly chimed in, "It's all right. I bet he likes Jiang Zhongqing the least. Ha ha ha. Shen Yu refrained from joining their playful banter, holding Si Zhao he in one arm while taking Jiang Xinian by the hand with the other, leading him toward the sofa in the living room. The group settled down. As soon as Si Zhao wriggled his body, he leaped from Shen Yu's lap toward Jiang Xinian, arms outstretched, repeatedly chanting, "Hug, Uncle Xiang." Jiang Xinian gazed into his round, sparkling eyes and offered a faint smile, extending a finger to gently grasp the little one's flailing hand. Si Zhaohe instantly beamed as if he had acquired a precious treasure, leaning forward with even more enthusiasm. "Hug. Hug, Uncle." "Oh dear," Feng Yi, observing from the side, couldn't help but tease. "You really adore this uncle, don't you?" Shen Yu turned his gaze toward Jiang Xinian, his voice measured and calm. "Would you like to hold him?" Jiang Xinian hesitated, his eyes flitting between Shen Yu and the expectant face of Si Zhaohe. Ultimately, he extended his arms, skillfully cradling the little fellow, once nestled in Jiang Xinian's embrace. Si Zhaohe's curiosity piqued as he attempted to reach for the fever-reducing patch on Jiang Xinian's forehead. Shen Yu gently intercepted the child's hand, saying, "You can't play with that." Si Zhaohe, undeterred, wrapped his arms around Jiang Xinian's neck and planted several playful kisses on his face, leaving behind wet imprints of saliva. Feng Yi, witnessing Shen Yu's suddenly darkened expression, couldn't suppress a laugh. "Come on, isn't this a bit much, big brother? Are you really jealous of your own nephew?" Shen Yu pursed his lips in silence, delicately wiping Jiang Xinian's face with a tissue. Jiang Zhongqing and Lin Hui arrived shortly thereafter. Feng Yi looked up at them. "What took you so long? Why did you arrive later than us?" "Nothing much," Jiang Zhongqing casually replied while removing his outer coat. "We just had to wait at a few more red lights." As he spoke, he opened his arms toward Si Zhaohe, adopting a gesture of invitation. "Come here, little treasure. Uncle Zhongqing wants a hug." Si Zhaohe immediately turned his head, burying himself in Jiang Xinian's embrace, muttering stubbornly, "No, no." Laughter erupted among the group, and Jiang Zhongqing, both amused and exasperated, approached and poked Si Zhaohe's shoulder. "Hey, you may struggle with other words, but you pronounce no quite clearly." Song Lan descended the stairs holding an exquisitely packaged gift box. Noticing everyone had gathered, she smiled and nodded to the waiting nanny. "Zhang Ma, you may serve the dishes now." Upon seeing Song Lan, Jiang Zhongqing and Lin Hui greeted her in unison. Song Lan smiled and acknowledged them, then walked over to Jiang Xinian, presenting the gift. "Xinian, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. A small token for you. Hope you like it." With Si Zhaohe in his arms, Jiang Xinian found it somewhat cumbersome, prompting Shen Yu to naturally extend his hand to receive the gift box. Speaking on his behalf, "Thank you, sister." Song Lan observed Jiang Xinian holding Si Zhaohe, and her gaze softened. "It seems the little treasure really likes you. Do come over to play often." Perhaps having adjusted a bit, Jiang Xinian lifted his head to meet Song Lan's eyes, feeling enveloped by maternal warmth that radiated from her, gentle and inviting, making one instinctively yearn to draw closer. Chapter 48. A playful little one today marks Si Zhaohe's birthday. After the meal, the group lingered in the living room, awaiting the arrival of the cake Feng Yi had ordered. A cluster of adults crowded onto the carpet, vying for Si Zhaohe's attention. While it was referred to as a group of adults, it primarily consisted of Jiang Zhongqing and Feng Yi, with Lin Hui seated at a distance on a single armchair, smiling as he enjoyed the lively spectacle. Shen Yu sat beside Jiang Xinian, his arm casually draped around the small alpha's waist. Regardless of how the two played, Si Zhaohe remained unfazed, firmly adhering to Jiang Xinian, twisting his body to evade the grasp of others, while protesting with soft babbles. The young alpha, feeling somewhat uncomfortable after a while, experienced a throbbing sensation in his temples and an unsettling chill coursing through him. Si Zhaohe squirmed in his embrace, his small hands occasionally thumping against his chest, causing a slight wave of nausea. Jiang Xinian pressed his lips together, his complexion paling, yet he persevered in silence, unwilling to dampen the spirits of the gathering, particularly in the presence of his older sister, Shen Yu. Shen Yu's attention remained fixated on him, observing the situation. She reached out and extracted Si Zhaohe from his arms, casually passing him to the winking Jiang Zhongqing beside her. Oh dear. Jiang Zhongqing fumbled to catch the suddenly handed-over bundle of flesh. Shen Yu paid him no mind, wrapping her arm around Jiang Xinian's waist, drawing him closer into her embrace, as she peeled off a fever patch and affixed it to his forehead. The touch was scorching, with no sign of the temperature abating. Shen Yu frowned, exchanging a silent glance with Feng Yi, who, sensing the gravity of the moment, subdued his playful demeanor and nodded slightly. Noticing the commotion, Song Lan set her teacup down and inquired with concern, "Is Xiaoyan unwell? Why does he look so pale?" Shen Yu tightened her hold on Jiang Xinian's hand, maintaining a steady voice. "It's just a sensitive period. He's experiencing a bit of heat, which is normal." Song Lan immediately sprang to her feet. "I'll fetch the medicine box." She hurried to the cabinet, retrieving a family medicine kit and rummaging through it for a new fever patch, tearing open the packaging. "You, could you part Xiaoyan's hair a little?" Shen Yu complied. Song Lan leaned down gently, applying the patch to his forehead. She was so close, enveloped in a soothing scent that was neither perfume nor laundry detergent, but rather a soft, warm aroma that emanated from her being, possessing a comforting quality. For a moment, Jiang Xinian found himself hesitant to breathe, his gaze fixated on the carpet. Once the patch was in place, Song Lan smoothed its edges with her fingertips. Her voice gentle. "If you're not feeling well, there's no need to push through. The guest rooms upstairs are prepared for you, and you may rest at any time." As Song Lan straightened to tidy up the medicine kit, the young Alpha nodded vacantly, his gaze unconsciously following her figure. A sudden, unfamiliar pang of bittersweetness surged within him. Throughout his life, Jiang Xinian had never once envisioned the visage of his mother. He had believed himself to be cold-hearted, harboring disdain for his biological parents who had abandoned him, thus refusing to entertain any notion. It was only at this moment, inhaling the scent that clung to Song Lan, feeling the warmth of her fingertips and the concern in her words, that he abruptly realized it was not his indifference, but rather a lack of concrete prototype. His barren imagination had been incapable of conjuring an image of a good mother. Si Zhaohe, having been playfully tossed in the air by Jiang Zhongqing, soon began to whine for Jiang Xinian again. The young Alpha regained some composure, a faint smile gracing his face as he reached out to receive the child. Yet, Shen Yu's arm intercepted first, her voice soft yet firm. "Uncle is unwell. Be a good boy and play with Uncle Zhongqing." Si Zhaohe blinked his large eyes, glancing between Shen Yu and Jiang Xinian as if he understood. He extended his chubby little hand, gently touching his forehead, then pointed at Jiang Xinian. His small face scrunched up in seriousness as he garbled, but earnest words came forth. "Sick." Song Lan, standing nearby, tenderly corrected him. "Baby, Uncle is not sick. Just feeling a bit unwell." "What did Mommy teach you before? When someone is unwell, what should we do?" Si Zhaohe immediately wriggled from Jiang Zhongqing's arms to the ground, made his way to the coffee table, picked up the unfinished cup of warm water from Song Lan, and approached Jiang Xinian, striving to lift the cup high. "Uncle, drink." The little fellow wore an earnest expression, spilling a few drops in the process. Jiang Xinian's heart softened, and he quickly bent down to accept the cup, his fingertips brushing against Si Zhaohe's warm little hand, giving it a gentle squeeze as he spoke softly. "Thank you, he." Si Zhaohe mimicked him, cutely responding, "Thank you." Everyone erupted in laughter. Observing Jiang Xinian's patient and gentle demeanor, Song Lan's gaze softened, and she quietly inquired, "Does Xiaoyan really like children?" Holding the cup of water, the warmth seeped through the glass into his palm. He nodded lightly, his voice barely above a whisper. When he was at the orphanage, he began helping with the younger children at the age of 5. Children are wonderful, innocent, playful, devoid of malice. If you treat them well, they will like you, hug you, kiss you, and when apart, express their longing for you. They do not insult, they do not target, they do not isolate, nor do they resort to violence while blaming you for it. Loving children is delightful. Feng immediately chimed in. "Once you get your health back, you can have one with you to play with. I'll be the godfather." Shen Yu didn't even lift his eyelids, retorting blandly, "If you want to play, make your own." Feng, he clicked his tongue and nudged Jiang Zhongqing beside him. "How can I give birth?" Jiang Zhongqing can't either. Shen Yu raised an eyebrow, shifting his gaze to Jiang Zhongqing, who shook his head gently. Song Lan caught their subtle gestures, her eyes lighting up with surprise as she looked at Feng Yi and Jiang Zhongqing. Are you two together? Jiang Zhongqing scratched his head, a bit shy, chuckling. Not yet. Sister Lan, I'm pursuing him. Song Lan felt a surge of joy in her heart. The ship she was rooting for was indeed real. Jiang Xinian, not paying much attention to the commotion, leaned closer to Shen Yu and whispered in his ear, Shen Yu, do you truly not like children? He had asked twice at noon, and Feng Yi had brought it up again. Shen Yu's answers had been ambiguous, leaving him unsettled. Shen Yu turned his head, his violet eyes meeting Jiang Xinian's anxious gaze. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke softly. It's not that I dislike them. He raised his hand, using his fingertip to wipe away a bead of sweat forming on Jiang Xinian's forehead. I'm just concerned that it might be too burdensome for you. Jiang Xinian was taken aback, completely unprepared for such an answer. He opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Shen Yu observed his stunned expression and gently patted his back. Let us discuss this topic another time. The doorbell rang, and Lin Hui stood up to answer the door. Upon seeing him, the person outside saluted, lowering their voice. Deputy Officer Lin Ji Fan has arrived, causing quite a commotion at the community entrance, wanting to see Ms. Song. Lin Hui took the cake, his expression unchanging. Tie him up and gag him. The shadowy figure acknowledged and swiftly departed. Chapter 49. Seeking one's own reasons, Lin Hui placed the cake upon the coffee table, untied the ribbon, and lifted the lid. A meticulously crafted cream cake in the shape of an airplane was revealed. Si Zhaohe, nestled in Jiang Zhongqing's embrace, excitedly pointed at the cake, babbling incoherently, plain chicken. Jiang Zhongqing chuckled and corrected him. It's an airplane, not a chicken. Si Zhaohe pouted, clearly on the verge of disappointment. Jiang Zhongqing quickly conceded, repeatedly affirming, all right. It's a chicken, chicken, chicken. Our little treasure is absolutely right. Feng Yi produced a candle shaped like the number 2, inserted it into the cake, lit it, and turned to Lin Hui, saying, Huier, turn off the lights. As the lights dimmed, the candlelight flickered. Everyone clapped their hands and sang the birthday song. Si Zhaohe mimicked his uncles, clapping his tiny hands enthusiastically, his eyes squinting with joy. Once the song concluded, Feng Yi handed a plastic knife to Song Lan, indicating that she should cut the first slice with Si Zhaohe. Song Lan grasped her son's small hand and gently made the cut. Feng Yi raised his teacup, proclaiming, Let's wish our little treasure a happy birthday. And let us also toast to Sister Lan, who became a remarkable mother 2 years ago. You've worked hard. Song Lan accepted the teacup from Feng Yi with a radiant smile, taking a delicate sip. You've always had a way with words since childhood, as if your mouth were coated in honey. Shen Yu exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Hui, who silently exited the living room. Si Zhaohe extended his tiny finger, dabbed a bit of cream from the cake onto his face, and wobbled as he offered the first piece of cake to Jiang Xinian. The young Alpha, taken aback, hurriedly accepted it with both hands, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. Shen Yu casually wiped a smudge of cream from the corner of Jiang Xinian's mouth and remarked, Si Jifan has arrived. As Feng Yi was wiping Si Zhaohe's hands, he erupted, raising his voice, That scoundrel dares to come? Shen Yu, who had little taste for sweets, was not offered any cake by Song Lan. However, the young Alpha, eager to share, speared a small piece with his fork and insisted on feeding it to him. Shen Yu glanced at him and opened his mouth to take a bite. Song Lan wore a neutral expression, seemingly unaffected by the mention of that name. Shen Yu chewed the sweet cream, swallowing it with a calm demeanor. There's no time like the present. Let him come in and sign the agreement. Jiang Zhongqing scooped up Si Zhaohe, grinning widely. I think that's a splendid idea. Today is a fine day for such matters. Song Lan couldn't help but chuckle softly, her gaze sweeping over her younger brothers before she ascended the stairs to retrieve the divorce agreement. Before long, Si Jifan, with his mouth gagged and hands bound, was pushed inside by Lin Hui. His steps faltered, and he fell to his knees at Song Lan's feet. She looked down at him, a cold smile gracing her lips. It's not yet New Year. Why such a grand gesture? Si Jifan's eyes were bloodshot, fixated on her. a muffled sound emanating from his throat as his body trembled with rage. Lin Hui delivered a forceful kick to his back, not holding back. Can't you even manage your own eyes? C.G. Fan was sent sprawling on the ground, awkwardly surveying his surroundings. Shen Yu sat on the sofa, embracing the unfamiliar young alpha. Jiang Zhongxing and Feng Yi stood on either side of Song Lan, arms crossed, their expressions unfriendly, while Lin Hui blocked C.G. Fan from behind. In an instant, C.G. Fan discerned the predicament before him, realizing he stood no chance of victory. The remnants of his bravado evaporated into thin air as he struggled to lift his head, forcing a contorted, sycophantic smile. Shen Yu, disinterested in idle chatter, seized the agreement from the table and flung it before him. Towering over him, the overwhelming pressure sent shivers down C.G. Fan's spine. Desperately shaking his head, he emitted muffled whimpers. Shen Yu tilted his head slightly, and Lin Hui, understanding the cue, stepped forward to remove the rag from C.G. Fan's mouth. Gasping for breath, C.G. Fan was left speechless as Shen Yu spoke, his tone inscrutable. The C family has a batch of special effect drugs pending approval. If you sign this, I will ensure they receive favorable attention. All of C.G. Fan's prepared lamentations lodged in his throat, rendering him momentarily speechless. This was indeed the reason the C family was reluctant to divorce. It was not the entirety of the truth. He aimed to ensure that Song Lan left with nothing, not even a single coin. With a quick shift of his gaze, C.G. Fan inched forward, his knees grazing the carpet as he leaned closer to Song Lan, softening his tone and pleading. Lan, grant me another chance, I implore you. I swear I will change. A child cannot grow up without a father. Can they? Seated in her chair, Song Lan leaned forward slightly, her fingertip lifting his chin. You all know by now that Xiao Bao is an omega of no use to the C family's lineage. Why cling to me? Moreover, if you divorce me, you can naturally marry Zhao Shui, and the child in her womb will be a legitimate heir to the C family. The color drained from C.G. Fan's face in an instant. He had hidden Zhao Shui so well that even his mother was unaware. How did Song Lan come to know? It was as if she had pierced through his thoughts, a smirk gracing her lips as she added fuel to the fire. It's been 4 or 5 months, hasn't it? Delay any longer, and her pregnancy will be impossible to conceal. Another thunderbolt struck, leaving C.G. Fan reeling. Song Lan withdrew her hand, methodically wiping her fingertips with a tissue. You often claim I lack generosity, that I am pretentious, falsely virtuous, and utterly dull. I never dispute it, for I am indeed that person. She paused, her gaze sparkling with amusement as she continued. But you failed to mention one crucial detail. I possess a ruthless heart. Should you refuse today, there will be no opportunity for Zhao Shui to enter your life again, and your child may never see the light of day. C.G. Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at her. Such words, such a tone of utter ruthlessness, could not possibly emerge from the lips of the typically gentle and submissive Song Lan. Jiang Zhongxing stepped forward, freeing his wrists from their bindings and placing a pen in his hand, patiently advising, Brother, if I were you, I would choose to leave. Divorce. Marry the one you love, and together witness the birth and growth of your child. How blissful that would be. Feng Yi chimed in, crossing his arms. Exactly. Besides, the most honorable commander of the empire has made an exception to help you out. It's a double blessing. What more is there to consider? C.G. Fan fell silent for a moment, his chest heaving violently before he finally turned to Shen Yu, his voice hoarse. Fine. If you want me to divorce, I will. But you must first draft a guarantee, ensuring that the drugs will be successfully launched. With gritted teeth, he resolutely declared that Song Lan would leave with nothing. Otherwise, he would rather die than part ways, vowing to drag her down and torment her for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Song Lan revealed a cryptic smile and replied succinctly, Very well. Noticing her stance, Shen Yu felt no need to engage in further banter with C.G. Fan and calmly instructed, Lin Hui, fetch me paper and pen. Shen Yu swiftly penned a concise document, affixed it with a personal seal, and tossed it before C.G. Fan. C.G. Fan picked up the seemingly weightless yet burdensome paper, scrutinizing it meticulously twice to ensure its accuracy. Finally, a look of uncontainable joy spread across his face as he hastily signed the divorce agreement. The moment his pen was set down, Feng Yi promptly stuffed the cloth back in his mouth, while Jiang Zhongqing adeptly restrained his hands behind his back. Si Jifan, terrified, struggled and emitted muffled sounds. Song Wan picked up the signed agreement, gently blowing on the still-drying ink, and beckoned to Si Zhaohe, who was being cradled by Zhang Ma, speaking in a tone as gentle as if commenting on the pleasant weather. Come here, little treasure, and say goodbye to your uncle. The room was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Feng Yi and Jiang Zhongqing exchanged surprised glances. Even Shen Yu raised an eyebrow. Taking her son from Zhang Ma, Song Wan turned to gaze at Si Jifan, who trembled violently from shock and fear, and suddenly laughed. Are you so astonished? Do you know why, after all these years of marriage, we have yet to bear children? She continued, her tone casual. Do you understand why your entourage of admirers, with the exception of Zhao Shui, remains silent? Chapter 50. Not suitable for children. She admired Si Jifan's vividly changing complexion for a moment before stating nonchalantly, "It is because you suffer from azoospermia, Master Si." Si Jifan shook his head vehemently, emitting strange sounds from his throat. His eyes bloodshot as if they might pop from their sockets. Of course, we have never shared a bed. Even if I wished to conceive, your child would be beyond my reach. Wondering how I accomplish this? It's quite simple, really, with medication. The moment you enter my chamber, I light incense, and with a mere roll of my eyes, the night is lost. Today, I feel generous, so I shall bestow upon you another secret. The child within Zhao Shui is not yours either. In fact, Zhao Shui herself was orchestrated by me. Si Jifan's eyes bulged with rage, veins throbbing on his forehead as he struggled forward. Song Luan straightened, her gaze devoid of the usual softness, and surveyed him with disdain. Still yearning to return to the Si family? Planning to expose me? Alas, the Si family has already undergone a transformation. You may not know, but the old master of the Si family passed away last night. Tell me, with you absent, who do you think will inherit that position? Si Jifan's entire being slumped, resembling a puddle of mud, his eyes growing vacant. Cradling Si Zhaohe, she cast one last glance at Si Jifan on the floor. Surely, you do not genuinely believe that the daughter of the Shen family is so lackluster. Shen Yu.As tout l'ennui. Transfer the previously gathered evidence to the police department. Lin Hui responded promptly, seizing Si Jifan and dragging him out as if he were refused. Song Lan settled beside Jiang Xinian, noticing that the little alpha's expression had grown even more sullen than before. She offered him a gentle smile and inquired, "Did I frighten you?" The little alpha shook his head, gazing at her with admiration. "No, sister, you are very impressive." Song Lan was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile, her eyes curving beautifully. "Is that so?" Feng Yi immediately leaned in, animatedly interjecting, "I told you. How could Sister Lan possibly be weak? She is capable of sending an alpha flying, the omega among omegas." Song Lan chuckled, gently interrupting him. Let us not dwell on past events. Her gaze swept over the few individuals seated around her, and she sincerely expressed, "Thank you all for today." Jiang Zhongqing waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. "Sister Lan, we are family. There is no need for thanks." Feng Yi, curiosity piqued yet slightly bashful, asked, "So, who exactly is the father of that little treasure?" Song Lan lifted her teacup and took a sip. "He is the illegitimate son of the Si family. The third brother of Si Jifan, Si Wang." She set down her cup and added, "However, he will soon be the rightful head of the Si family." Feng Yi blinked in realization, slapping his thigh excitedly. "Oh, so the entire Si family will soon belong to you. What a thrilling plot twist in real life." Song Lan smiled, but did not respond. Initially, she had contemplated building a harmonious life with Si Jifan, as it was a family alliance. She sought not a perfect partnership, but at least mutual respect. However, Si Jifan proved to be quite unworthy, daring to entertain other omegas on their wedding day. No matter how much Song Lan considered the greater good, she could not swallow such humiliation. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Moreover, this friend was extraordinarily handsome, gentle, and considerate towards her, making it difficult not to fall in love. Later that night, Jiang Xinian was awakened by a surge of heat and nightmares. Groggy, he let out a soft sound and instinctively reached out beside him. Shen Yu immediately tightened his embrace, resting his chin atop the little alpha's head. "I'm here," he murmured, his voice thick with sleep and slightly hoarse. Jiang Xinian, still in a haze, instinctively wrapped his arms around Shen Yu, his body curling around him like an octopus. He buried his face in Shen Yu's neck, inhaling deeply. The delicate, lingering scent of jasmine gradually calmed his racing heart. Shen Yu shifted back slightly, raising a hand to check his forehead. He was sweaty, though not as hot as he had been earlier. Feeling somewhat reassured, he asked softly, "What is wrong?" Jiang Xinian, eyes still closed, pressed closer and mumbled, "I had a nightmare." Shen Yu, feeling the little alpha cling tightly, attempted to create some space. However, as he moved, Jiang Xinian clung even more fiercely. The little alpha let out a soft sound, as if startled, shrinking back. But Shen Yu held him in place, pressing down on his waist, and chuckled lowly. "What are you retreating for?" This roused Jiang Xinian from his drowsiness, his ears turning warm as he whispered, "Nothing." "What was the dream about?" Shen Yu inquired, gently patting his back. In order to prevent further entanglement, Jiang Xinian cautiously pushed aside the objects, redirecting his focus while snugly pressing against Shen Yu. The layout of his sister's house bore a striking resemblance to that of my first foster parents. A sense of discomfort washed over me. "It's all right. We won't meet my sister there next time," I murmured. "Would she think I'm being overly sensitive?" Jiang Xinian lifted his gaze, striving to discern Shen Yu's expression. Shen Yu did not respond immediately, shifting slightly. "It's your turn now, dear cub." The young alpha blinked, feeling a tad bashful as he instinctively moved back. But Shen Yu held onto his waist, preventing any retreat. "Is it difficult to bear?" Shen Yu inquired. Based on the previous sensitivity period, this rascal could be quite demanding. Jiang Xinian nodded obediently, his throat dry. "You won't think I'm being finicky," he said. Shen Yu, while unfastening the buttons of his nightgown, replied, "Everyone has their fears. It is entirely normal. Is that so? Do you have anything you fear?" Shen Yu guided his hand to the sash of the robe, encouraging him to untie it. "Before I met you, I didn't. Now I do." As the fabric fell away, the young alpha eagerly leaned in, tilting his head to inquire, "Are you afraid of me?" Shen Yu allowed him this freedom, a soft chuckle escaping his throat. "It's not you I fear, but the troubles that may befall you. Any trouble, great or small, I dread." Jiang Xinian fell silent as Shen Yu removed his nightgown, placing his lips upon his shoulder, patiently awaiting the young alpha's next words. "What if one day I were to die?" Shen Yu interjected, biting his lip. "Do not utter such words, dear cub." Jiang Xinian touched his own lips, nodding solemnly in the darkness. Recalling Feng Yi's earlier warning, Shen Yu reached for the hormone testing device from the bedside. "Let us measure the hormone levels before proceeding." Jiang Xinian's restless hands stilled as he glanced at him, somewhat reluctantly climbing onto Shen Yu, turning his head to expose the gland on the side of his neck. The levels remained elevated. Shen Yu frowned, hesitating briefly before picking up his phone to call Feng Yi. The ringing persisted for quite some time before it was answered, followed by the sound of rustling fabric and peculiar noises. Shen Yu glanced at his phone to ensure he dialed correctly before speaking. "The hormone levels are still quite high." Feng Yi's voice came through, punctuated by a sharp intake of breath, followed by a muffled sound as if someone had covered his mouth. "By how much does it exceed the normal range?" Shen Yu observed the device. 70. Feng Yi's voice was intermittent, mingled with uneven breaths. "Taking 3 pills can temporarily alleviate the marking, but do not." Shen Yu hung up before he could finish. Jiang Xinian lay on Shen Yu.As chest, curiosity etched across his face. "What about Brother Feng Yi?" Shen Yu tossed the phone back onto the bedside table, expressionless, and poked his cheek. "Not suitable for children." "You've certainly engaged in many unsuitable activities," Jiang Xinian countered, playfully poking back. Chapter 51. Strikingly handsome. Once Jiang Xinian's sensitivity period concluded, Shen Yu promptly took him to Feng Yi for an examination. Although the young alpha did not understand the necessity of a follow-up so soon, he complied willingly with the entire process. Following the examination, Shen Yu instructed Lin Hui to escort him to the military academy. Jiang Xinian stood at the threshold of the principal's office, meticulously reviewing his letter of reflection once more. Satisfied with its content, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. Come in. Upon entering, Jiang Xinian approached the desk and bowed slightly. Principal Chai, who had been engrossed in his writing, looked up, adjusted his glasses, and upon recognizing him, a smile graced his face. Ah, student Jiang, has your injury healed? He gestured toward the chair opposite him. Please sit. No need to stand. Thank you for your concern. I am well now. Jiang Xinian remained standing, extending his hands to present the letter. Principal Chai accepted it and casually placed it atop a stack of documents while regarding Jiang with a look of concern. That is good to hear. Young people recover quickly, but one must also be mindful of rest. Have you reported to the reserves? I will after submitting this letter. Principal Chai nodded, his tone gentle. Student Jiang, while the manner of your actions was somewhat inappropriate, your courage and performance in the moment did not go unnoticed by many teachers. Once you are in the reserves, do your best and remember to visit often. I will. Go on now. Principal Chai waved his hand and resumed his writing. Jiang Xinian bowed slightly once more before exiting the office, gently closing the door behind him. As he turned, he nearly collided with another person, Han Yunque, who appeared to be there to submit his own letter of reflection. Han Yunque scrutinized him from head to toe. Is your injury all right? Jiang Xinian shook his head. It's fine now. Wait for me a moment, Han Yunque said, raising the paper in his hand. I'll submit this first. The young alpha nodded in agreement, and the two proceeded down the stairs side by side. Han Yunque glanced at him. Why haven't you replied to my messages? Jiang Xinian paused, instinctively reaching for his pocket. I'm sorry, I don't use my phone much. A look of surprise crossed Han Yunque's face. In this day and age, there are still those who do not engage with their phones? Jiang Xinian bit his lip, appearing somewhat embarrassed, and added, I'll remember to reply next time. If there is something urgent, feel free to call me. Observing Jiang Xinian's earnest explanation, Han Yunque raised an eyebrow and leaned closer. Has your husband ever mentioned that you are quite adorable? Instantly, Jiang Xinian's ears flushed crimson, and he stepped back, awkwardly averting his gaze. The mere mention of those words conjured uncontrollable memories of that night, causing his cheeks to burn. However, Shen Yu had indeed never referred to him as adorable. Noticing his reaction, Han Yunque chuckled softly and patted his shoulder. All right, let us go. This time, the reserves were not solely selecting individuals from the Capital Military Academy, but also exceptional talents from various regional military schools, totaling 12 candidates. All were alphas, currently gathered in a small conference room at the registration center. Bai Yiran was absorbed in reviewing documents when he heard the commotion. Looking up, he smiled upon seeing them. Finally, you two have arrived. Jiang Xinian and Han Yunque, upon recognizing him, promptly aligned their legs and saluted respectfully. General, Bai Yiran waved his hand and pulled 2 registration forms from the table, pushing them toward them. All right, there are no strict protocols here. Just fill out the forms. The two nodded and picked up the forms, stepping aside to complete them. As Han Yunque wrote, he inquired, General, is it mandatory to stay in the dormitory? It isn't necessary, but a report must be submitted. I am aware of your situation. Simply have the old general sign it and submit it. Han Yunque replied affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinian paused momentarily, the tip of his pen hesitating. I suppose I will not be staying in the dormitory. Bai Yiran glanced at him, perplexed. The Star Alliance had conducted thorough background checks on this group. He recalled that Jiang Xinian's file indicated he was an orphan. Where will you stay if not in the dormitory? Jiang Xinian was momentarily at a loss for words. He certainly could not directly state that he was residing with your superior. While he racked his brain for a plausible explanation, the conference room door swung open. Shen Yu, clad in immaculate Commander-S uniform, entered with an impassive expression, followed by Jiang Zhongqing and Lin Hui. Commander! Everyone instantly rose to their feet, standing tall, their voices synchronized. Jiang Xinian stood as well, his gaze fixed upon Shen Yu, seemingly transfixed. Shen Yu did not acknowledge anyone, proceeding directly to the main seat to sit down. With Jiang Zhongqing and Lin Hui taking their respective places, Shen Yu clasped his hands atop the table, his gaze sweeping across the room, causing every alpha who met his eyes to involuntarily straighten and lift their chests. "Sit," Shen Yu commanded, his voice neither loud nor harsh, yet imbued with a potent sense of authority. The crowd promptly sat down, their backs straight. Jiang Xinian continued to watch Shen Yu intently. He had encountered many facets of Shen Yu before: gentle, angry, helpless, and even emotional. However, this imposing, austere presence, radiating formidable pressure, was a sight he had never witnessed before. Shen Yu began to speak, addressing the discipline requirements for the reserves and outlining future training plans. His speech was steady and coherent, devoid of any superfluous words. Our diligent student, for the first time in his life, unabashedly lost focus in such a formal setting. His gaze fixated on Shen Yu's visage, from the strands of hair cascading from his temples to the proud bridge of his nose, and finally to his thin lips. Whenever Shen Yu spoke, his Adam's apple would occasionally bob, causing Jiang Xinian's gaze to follow suit. Suddenly, the small alpha felt the conference room growing warm. His throat parched and his legs weak. Shen Yu's remarks were succinct and impactful, concluding in under 10 minutes. He stood up. "Specific matters will be arranged by Major General Bai." Dismissed. Lin Hui did not leave. He lingered, whispering a few words into Bai Yiran's ear. Bai Yiran remained unfazed, nodding repeatedly as he approached Jiang Xinian. "Have you completed it?" "Almost." The young alpha wrote swiftly, but when he reached the emergency contact section, his hand moved faster than his mind, instinctively jotting down the orphanage's number. Lin Hui, noticing this, cleared his throat and pointed to that section of the form. Jiang Xinian, realizing his mistake, sheepishly looked up at Bai Yiran. "Major General, may I have another sheet? I made an error." "Certainly." Bai Yiran retrieved another blank form from the table and handed it to him. Lin Hui reached out, snatched the erroneous paper from Jiang Xinian, tore it into pieces, crumpled it, and tossed it into the corner trash bin, then shot Jiang Xinian a knowing glance. If the superior were to see this, the lady of the house might be in for another round of trouble. Once Han Yunkai completed his form, he stood up to hand it to Bai Yiran and nudged Jiang Xinian's arm. "I'll be leaving now. See you in 3 days." Jiang Xinian nodded at him. "I will keep an eye on the information, rest assured." Han Yunkai chuckled softly, gestured a farewell, and turned to leave. One by one, the others finished their tasks, and it was only then that Lin Hui took a seat beside him, leaning slightly forward, lowering his voice to say, "The boss seems to be in a rather foul mood." Jiang Xinian paused in filling out the form, lifted his gaze towards Lin Hui. His brow furrowed. What's wrong with him? He appeared in a bad mood this morning, and after reviewing a few documents, his demeanor worsened. Jiang Xinian pressed his lips together, meticulously recalling every detail from this morning. He stood up to submit the completed form to Bai Yiran, expressed his gratitude, and followed Lin Hui outside. "I understand." Jiang Xinian nodded at Lin Hui, his tone imbued with appreciation. "Thank you, brother Lin Hui." Lin Hui waved his hand dismissively as they walked side by side towards Shen Yu's office. "No need for thanks." Jiang Xinian pushed the door open, only to find Shen Yu absent. He felt a twinge of curiosity and glanced up at the clock on the wall. It was unusual for Shen Yu to be away at this hour. A small gap in the break room door caught his attention, and he approached it. Chapter 52. "I will always be with you." Shen Yu stood by the window, a hint of crimson between his fingers, as grayish-white smoke slowly ascended. Jiang Xinian hesitated, recalling that this was his first time witnessing Shen Yu smoking. Hearing the movement, Shen Yu's shoulder twitched slightly as he promptly extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray on the windowsill, then pushed the window open. The chill of late autumn gusted in, tousling Shen Yu's long hair. "Wait a moment, dear." Shen Yu's voice was slightly hoarse, tinged with the lingering taste of smoke, which was unappealing. Jiang Xinian paid little attention to the unpleasant scent. He stepped forward and embraced him. Shen Yu looked down at him, surprised at the rare initiative shown by the little alpha while sober. "What's the matter?" Jiang Xinian inquired, his voice subdued. Shen Yu wrapped his arms around Jiang Xinian's waist, cradling the back of his neck, pulling him entirely into his embrace. "It's nothing." Jiang Xinian loosened his grip, tilting his head slightly to meet his gaze. "You're lying." Shen Yu remained silent, the back of his hand brushing against the little alpha's cheek, tenderly nuzzling. After a moment of quiet, Shen Yu finally spoke softly. Dear, is it true what you said before about wanting to have a baby with me? Jiang Xinian was taken aback by the question, momentarily stunned before nodding. It's true. He scrutinized Shen Yu's expression carefully. Is this what is troubling you? Shen Yu did not respond directly. Instead, he probed further. Why? You're only 21. Most people your age aren't even contemplating such matters. Besides, you're an alpha. This isn't merely a physical transformation. It is predominantly a psychological one. Jiang Xinian pressed his lips together, speaking softly. It's not a sudden thought. He grasped Shen Yu's hand, intertwining his fingers. Ever since you mentioned wanting to give me a home, I've been pondering this. A home should not just be the two of us. It should also include a child connected to you by blood, watching them grow and waiting for you to return home. Only then does it truly feel like a home. Shen Yu listened in silence, his other hand lifting to gently brush away the hint of moisture at the corner of Jiang Xinian's eye. The little alpha rarely expressed himself so eloquently while sober, unless these thoughts had circulated in his mind countless times, allowing them to flow forth so effortlessly. Don't you find it burdensome? Shen Yu inquired. Pregnancy, childbirth, and caring for the baby can be quite exhausting. You will stay by my side, won't you? The young alpha tilted his face upwards, his amber eyes sparkling, reflecting the light from the window as well as Shen Yu.As visage, exuding complete trust and dependence. Shen Yu gazed at him, the shadows that had crept into his heart due to the examination results dissipating a little under that gaze. He tightened his arm around Jiang Xinian's waist, drawing him in closer, and solemnly declared, Yes, I will accompany you, always. Forever. The following day, Jiang Xinian sat up in bed, tousling his disheveled hair and sleepily surveying the bedroom. Shen Yu was absent, having gone to work. The young alpha lingered for a few seconds before suddenly lying back down, turning to bury his face in Shen Yu.As pillow, inhaling deeply, lost in ecstasy. The door creaked open. Jiang Xinian froze, lifting his eyes to see Shen Yu leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, dressed in a deep blue sports outfit, his long hair casually tied back. A few stray strands falling over his forehead, he appeared refreshingly youthful, akin to a college student. Jiang Xinian quickly released the blanket, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment, feeling as though he had been caught in the act of mischief. Why didn't he go to work? The young alpha stammered, desperately seeking conversation. Shen Yu noticed his flushed cheeks and restless gaze, chuckling softly as he approached and sat down, his hand brushing against the young alpha's face gently. He found himself particularly fond of this gesture lately. I took the day off. I have something very important to share. Jiang Xinian, perplexed, responded with a tentative Shen Yu extended his hand, lifting him up. Let's go see our new home. Jiang Xinian froze in his embrace, and as realization dawned, he looked up at him, his eyes gradually lighting up. Is it the one we chose together last time? The one with the big yard? Indeed, Shen Yu replied, lowering his head to plant a kiss on him. Everything has been rearranged according to your preferences, and we planted peach and jasmine trees. This villa is conveniently located near the Star Alliance and the military academy. The gray courtyard walls were not tall, allowing glimpses of the treetops peeking over. Shen Yu used his fingerprint to unlock the iron gate, stepping aside to let Jiang Xinian enter first. The yard appeared even more spacious than it did in the photos. On that early autumn morning, the yellowing lawn glistened with dew, flanked by two sturdy peach trees. Shen Yu had specifically sought them from Lingxiu Temple, reputed to be over 100 years old, with beautiful blossoms and delectable fruit. Beside the peach trees stood a row of jasmine, carefully covered with a layer of insulation. Awaiting the spring, Jiang Xinian stood at the entrance of the yard, his gaze sweeping across to the corner where a brand new swing set awaited. Surprised, he turned to Shen Yu. You actually installed it. Shen Yu remained silent, taking his hand and leading him over. He tugged at the swing's chain to ensure its stability and extended his hand towards him. Would you like to give it a try? Jiang Xinian nodded, cautiously sitting on the wooden seat and gripping the chains on either side. Shen Yu positioned himself behind him, gently pushing him forward. It doesn't matter if you've never played before. I will make sure to give you all the experiences you missed out on. Jiang Xinian remained silent, his gaze fixed on the ground, which seemed to oscillate between proximity and distance. A sense of melancholy washed over him, prompting him to tilt his head back and allow the wind to dry the moisture lingering in his eyes. He had a home now, truly a home, and it was shared with Shen Yu. To him, the concept of home felt so distant, almost ethereal. The collective dormitory of the welfare institution, the guest rooms of adoptive families, and the rented apartments he occupied after adulthood all fell short of the essence of home. He felt like a drifting reed. Wherever the currents took him was where he would remain, retreating into corners to heal whenever he was wounded or distressed. He had long accustomed himself to solitude, forcing himself to abandon any yearning for unattainable desires. Yet, Shen Yu appeared like a beacon in his barren world, cultivating a patch of warmth and sowing seeds of hope. After a moment of gentle persuasion, Shen Yu placed his hand on Jiang Xinian's shoulder, bringing the swing to a gradual halt. "Let us go inside and take a look," he suggested. Jiang Xinian nodded and rose from the swing, placing his hand in Shen Yu's. As the door opened, a spacious and bright living room unfolded before them. The sofa, a soft cream hue, was adorned with a few casually tossed warm orange and gray-blue cushions. The wooden floor reflected the light streaming in through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The entire room radiated a warm ambience, exuding coziness. "Change your shoes, dear," Shen Yu's voice interrupted his reverie. Jiang Xinian glanced down to find a pair of fluffy blue slippers at his feet, identical to those Shen Yu wore. The first floor comprised the living room, kitchen, dining area, and 2 guest rooms. As Shen Yu guided him through, he continued to elaborate. "The second floor houses our bedroom, study, and—" He paused, opening a door to reveal a room that was temporarily vacant, awaiting Jiang Xinian's thoughts on its purpose. Standing at the threshold, Jiang Xinian gazed into the room, which boasted ample natural light and significant space, brimming with endless possibilities. He envisioned a cradle, or perhaps a small figure playing within. His baby, the offspring of him and Shen Yu. This thought emerged once more with an unprecedented clarity and yearning. Previously, his desire for a child stemmed more from an abstract pursuit of a complete family, intending to secure their home through this child. Yet now, standing in this space that truly belonged to them, imagining the laughter and joy of a child running about, he felt the profound call of shared bloodlines. It was not a task, nor a means of validation, but rather a natural extension of overflowing love. With Shen Yu in this home, he yearned for a gift that encapsulated the imprints of their lives together. Make sure the little ones go to bed early after watching. Good night. Love you all. Chapter 53. Our home, dear? Shen Yu gently called out as he noticed Jiang Xinian lost in thought, staring at the empty room. Jiang Xinian snapped back to reality, turning to Shen Yu with sincerity. "Shen Yu, I love it here." Shen Yu's lips curved into a smile as he took Jiang Xinian's hand, leading him to explore the bedroom. The master bedroom, located at the end of the second floor, also featured a massive floor-to-ceiling window, facing the peach tree and jasmine bushes in the yard. As they approached the window, Shen Yu wrapped his arms around him from behind, resting his chin in the nook of Jiang Xinian's neck. Once the stone bench and table arrive, you can read or daydream there. When the peach tree blossoms and bears fruit, and the jasmine blooms, it will be fragrant. Jiang Xinian leaned back into Shen Yu's embrace, feeling the warmth and rhythm of his heartbeat. He inhaled deeply, his eyes welling with unbidden tears, and hurriedly turned away to bury his face in Shen Yu's chest, unwilling for him to witness his moment of weakness. Shen Yu asked nothing, simply turned his head and bestowed a gentle kiss upon his ear. "Shen Yu, thank you." Shen Yu fell silent for a few seconds, releasing him and cradling the small Alpha's face. Jiang Xinian's eyes were red, resembling a distressed rabbit, yet he stubbornly refrained from allowing his tears to fall. Shen Yu brushed his thumb across the corner of his eye, his violet gaze imbued with an unprecedented gentleness and resolve. "I should be the one thanking you, Nianzi." "Thank me for what?" Jiang Xinian asked, puzzled. "Thank you for coming into my life." Shen Yu lowered his head, their foreheads touching, his voice as soft as a sigh. "Thank you for loving me for 8 years. I'm truly grateful." This confession shattered Jiang Xinian.'s defenses. Tears cascaded down his cheeks uncontrollably. Yet this time he did not shy away. Instead, he clung tightly to Shen Yu.'s waist, allowing himself to weep freely. It was not mere sorrow or grievance, but rather the culmination of over 20 years of loneliness and unease finally finding an outlet. The intensity of the reserve training was akin to that experience during military school. Apart from Han Yunque, Jiang Xinian remained as reticent as ever, avoiding social interactions and seeking out Shen Yu immediately after training. Initially, some speculated that he was merely pretending to be aloof, but soon, in the face of undeniable prowess, he was deemed a genius, perpetually inclined to solitude. Today, Shen Yu was on a mission, and after training, Jiang Xinian returned home with Han Yunque. Their companionship stemmed from a previous encounter when the small Alpha had chanced upon Han Yunque walking his dog during an evening stroll with Shen Yu. Discovering that the esteemed General Han had purchased a residence for him in the area, they parted ways at the intersection, and upon entering the house, the lights were aglow, signaling the presence of Uncle De. As he changed his shoes, Uncle De emerged from the kitchen, carrying a spread of dishes to set upon the dining table. Jiang Xinian approached. "Thank you, Uncle De." Uncle De removed his apron and smiled. "I shall take my leave now, madam." Jiang Xinian nodded in acknowledgement. Shen Yu preferred not to have outsiders linger in their home for too long, thus having arranged for Uncle De and the others to acquire a house next door. Jiang Xinian took a few bites, the food exquisite, yet his appetite eluded him. Suddenly, his phone vibrated on the table, and he glanced at the screen. It was Mother Chun. She rarely reached out first. The last time she called was to share the news of a significant donation made to the orphanage, which she was eager to relay to him. With this thought, the small Alpha's heart softened. After returning from Songlan's, he had speculated that the benefactor was none other than Shen Yu, donating in the name of his sister. He set down his chopsticks and answered the call. "Mother Chun." On the other end, Mother Chen's voice trembled with urgency and a hint of tears. "Nian, little Pearl is missing." Jiang Xinian abruptly stood, his knee colliding with the table leg, producing a dull thud. Ignoring the pain, he exclaimed, "What? Please don't panic. Take your time to explain." As he spoke, he hopped on one foot toward the entrance to put on his shoes, his movements frantic. Mother Chen's voice was choked with emotion, her words tumbling out in disarray. Yesterday afternoon, little Pearl went missing. We were playing in the yard, and in the brief moment I stepped inside to fetch a drink, the person vanished without a trace. We searched every possible location, the alley, the small park, and the nearby shops. We reported to the police, but as of now, there hasn't been a single update. Jiang Xinian put on his shoes, hastily tying his laces, and said, "Don't panic, I'll be there shortly. You all go check with the nearby shops again to see if any surveillance footage captured anything." "All right, Nian, please be careful on your way here." Once Jiang Xinian hung up, he dashed out the door, only to be reminded by the night breeze that he didn't have a driver's license. He paused for a moment before quickly retrieving Han Yunque's number and dialing it. "Han Yunque, are you busy at the moment? Could you take me to the South City Welfare Institute?" Hearing his anxious tone, Han Yunque didn't question him further and replied, "Sure." 3 minutes later, a luxury sports car came to a stop before Jiang Xinian. The passenger window rolled down, and Han Yunque tilted his head, saying, "Get in." Jiang Xinian opened the car door and slid into the seat, his movements a bit frantic, struggling to fasten his seatbelt, which clicked twice before securing. "What's the rush?" Han Yunque inquired, smoothly shifting gears and accelerating. "A child from the Welfare Institute is missing. Have you reported it?" "Yes, I reported it yesterday afternoon, but they still haven't found anything." Jiang Xinian gazed ahead, his fingers nervously fiddling with the hem of his trousers. He was acutely aware of the efficiency of the South City Police Department. Han Yunque pondered, asking, "Will you find her if you go?" But upon catching sight of Jiang Xinian's tightly pressed lips and pallid visage, he swallowed his words and merely said, "That little Pearl was raised by me." Jiang Xinian seemed to read his thoughts, preemptively stating, "I know her habits. I know where she likes to hide better than anyone." Han Yunque opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, pressing down on the accelerator. He steadied the steering wheel with one hand while operating the console, dialing a number through Bluetooth. "I'll call Irangwen at the South City Police Station to inquire about the situation," he explained to Jiang Xinian. "Thank you." Jiang Xinian responded. The call connected swiftly, a slightly hoarse male voice greeted him. Xiaoko, what brings you to call me? Uncle Li, I need to ask about something. Did a child from the Welfare Institute go missing yesterday in South City? What is the progress? There was a brief pause on the other end, and the tone shifted to one of caution. Is this child related to you in any way? Han Yunker scoffed softly, tinged with sarcasm. These people were still the same, always considering relations first. She asked my sister. Sister? Li Rongwen's voice rose with surprise. Yes, Han Yunker replied, maintaining a calm demeanor, his fingers lightly tapping the steering wheel. My father thinks I'm too lonely living alone and wants to adopt her. There was a moment of silence from Li Rongwen, and when he spoke again, his tone was tense yet polite. We'll immediately dispatch more personnel to search and expand the search area. Xiaoko, don't worry. And tell your father not to worry either. We will do our utmost. All right. Notify me as soon as there is any news. Han Yunker concluded decisively. Hanging up the call. Are you familiar with them? Jiang Xinian asked. Han Yunker changed lanes smoothly, overtaking a slow vehicle. Not particularly. Is that all right? What is wrong with that? Han Yunk cast a glance at him, her eyes tinged with the habitual mockery that characterized her demeanor. Some individuals are like this, unless pressed. They remain oblivious to the gravity of a situation that involves powerful adversaries. Engaging them in reasoned discourse or appealing to their sense of duty is utterly futile. Jiang Xinian fell silent, redirecting his gaze to the window. Han Yung's assessment was indeed accurate. The police station in the southern part of the city exemplified inefficiency, where evasion of responsibility was the norm. Little Pearl was not the first child to mysteriously vanish. During his youth, several had disappeared from the orphanage. Each time, the police accepted reports and initiated investigations, but ultimately, all cases dissipated without resolution, none ever solved. As Han Yunk waited for the traffic light to change, she turned her head to him. Have you informed your partner? Jiang Xinian shook his head, his voice heavy. He is on a mission. Han Yunk recalled the day when Shen Yu's demeanor was so dark it seemed he could consume Jiang Xinian whole, and gently advised, I suggest you inform him. He cares deeply for you. Jiang Xinian felt the validity of her words. The lesson was still fresh in his memory, and he dared not err again. He retrieved his phone and sent a message to Shen Yu. Chapter 54. Those not to be provoked, Mother Chun and several caregivers awaited at the entrance. And upon seeing Jiang Xinian alight from the vehicle, they hurriedly approached him. Mother Chun grasped Jiang Xinian's arm tightly, tears flooding her eyes as her voice trembled uncontrollably. Nian Nian. Jiang Xinian reciprocated by holding her icy hand, squeezing it reassuringly. His tone as steady as he could manage. It's all right, I'm back. Please, take your time and recount every detail from yesterday afternoon. As he spoke, he supported Mother Chun toward the courtyard, with Han Yunk silently trailing behind. Yesterday afternoon, Mother Chun recounted, wiping her face with the back of her hand, her voice faltering. We were playing in the yard, and little Pearl said she wanted some water. I went inside to fetch her cup. It was truly just 2 minutes at most. When I returned with the cup, little Pearl had vanished. As she spoke, tears flowed anew, her grip on Jiang Xinian's arm tightening. A younger caregiver interjected hastily, her tone urgent. We searched everywhere we could think of, alleys, the small park, nearby shops, even the places where little Pearl liked to hide during games of hide-and-seek. We even checked the trash bins. She was nowhere to be found. She paused to catch her breath, wiping her tears away. We reviewed the courtyard surveillance footage. It showed little Pearl opening the door and walking outside. Then we saw someone emerge from a van, pick her up, and take her away. Jiang Xinian listened, a chill racing from his feet to the crown of his head, his heart constricted by an unseen hand, making it difficult to breathe. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to regain composure. Did you see the license plate? He asked, his voice slightly hoarse. No, the caregiver replied, shaking her head, despair evident in her gaze. The vehicle had no plates. Jiang Xinian inquired, what do the police say? We show them the footage, and the officer claimed it was a typical case of a child going missing and instructed us to wait. No plates. Taken in a vehicle? This is a typical case of a missing child. Han Yunk leaned against the doorframe, a derisive laugh escaping her lips, laced with cold disdain. He retrieved his phone and said to Jiang Xinian, I have asked Li Rongwen to retrieve the surveillance footage from across the street. Thank you, Jiang Xinian replied. His voice taut as he nodded toward Han Yunque. Shen Mama remarked, Zai's cold hasn't improved yet. She'll be fine, Jiang Xinian interrupted, swallowing the lump in his throat with determination. She has already endured heart surgery. She'll be fine this time as well. Whether this was meant to comfort Shen Mama or himself remained uncertain. After finishing his call, Han Yunque gestured with a tilt of his chin toward Jiang Xinian and said, Let's go to the police station. Jiang Xinian nodded and instructed Shen Mama, Stay here, please, and don't go anywhere. If Zai returns, we need you here. He added, Also, inquire with the nearby shops to see if there are any overlooked clues. Shen Mama hastily wiped her face with the back of her hand, nodding repeatedly. It was just past 7 in the early autumn, yet darkness had fully enveloped the sky. Han Yunque parked the car in front of the South City police station, and as they exited, a cold breeze swept through, rustling the withered leaves, prompting them to instinctively pull their coats tighter. Entering the lobby, they were greeted by an amalgam of smoke, sweat, and alpha pheromones. Han Yunque pinched his nose and frowned at the acrid scent. The harsh, white lighting cast unflattering shadows on everyone's faces, revealing their fatigue. Only a few on-duty officers sat there, eyelids drooping as they scrolled through their phones. Han Yunque made his way directly to the reception desk and rapped on the surface. An impatient young officer glanced up. What is it? I am looking for Li Ronwen. Han Yunque replied. The officer scrutinized the two of them with disinterest, responding perfunctorily, Li's busy. Do you have an appointment? Han Yunque pulled the corners of his mouth into a semblance of a smile, devoid of warmth. Tell him Han Yunque is here. The officer furrowed his brow as if he contemplated saying something, but noticing Han Yunque's demeanor was not that of an ordinary person, he picked up the internal phone, dialed a number, and murmured a few words. After hanging up, the officer stood up instantly, a broad smile plastered on his face, bowing slightly as he gestured toward the inner office. At the end of the corridor, the first room on the left, the two men traversed the noisy lobby and proceeded down the corridor. The door to the office at the end was ajar. Han Yunque pushed it open forcefully. Inside, a haze of smoke lingered around a middle-aged man in uniform, slightly portly, who was seated behind the desk, engaged in a phone conversation. Upon seeing them, he paused, then said into the phone, I will call you back, before hanging up. With a smile, he stood up, Xiao Ke, and this is. He shifted his gaze to Jiang Xinian. Someone you should not inquire about, Han Yunque interjected, pulling out a chair for himself and gesturing for Jiang Xinian to sit as well. He got straight to the point. Have you retrieved the surveillance footage from across the street? Li Ronwen, hearing his words, couldn't help but glance at Jiang Xinian, rubbing his hands together. He wore an expression of discomfort. Xiao Ke, it's not that I'm unwilling to help, but several surveillance cameras over there are currently malfunctioning and are being repaired. Are they broken? Han Yunque interrupted, leaning forward, his elbows resting on his knees as he fixed his gaze on Li Ronwen. Uncle Li, my patience is limited. The child was lost in your jurisdiction, abducted in broad daylight, and you dare to label it as a mere missing person case? Now you tell me the critical surveillance is down? His voice was low, yet each word was laden with pressure. Li Ronwen felt a bead of sweat forming on his forehead and took out a handkerchief to dab at it. Do not fret. I will verify it immediately, he said, reaching for the telephone on the desk. There's no need for that, Jiang Xinian interjected suddenly, standing up and approaching the desk. He pointed to a specific location on a nearby area map. At the third intersection heading east, there is a convenience store named Xinglong Supermarket, and there's a camera facing the street at its entrance. If you could kindly retrieve the surveillance footage from around 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, capturing the view from west to east. Both Li Ronwen and Han Yunque turned to him, the latter somewhat surprised while the former appeared taken aback, mixed with a hint of annoyance at being interrupted. How do you know that? Jiang Xinian did not meet his gaze, his attention still fixed on the map. I used to work there and help the owner install that camera. He then turned to Li Ronwen, adding, it's high definition and has storage. Li Ronwen opened his mouth, but found no words, his expression shifting through various emotions. Ultimately, he picked up the phone and dialed a number, his tone less than cordial. Xiao Zhang, go immediately to Xinglong Supermarket and retrieve the surveillance footage from around 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon at their entrance. Yes, right now. After hanging up, The office fell into a brief silence. Li Rongwen cleared his throat twice. Young Ku, I will step outside to make a call. Han Yunker, engrossed in sending a message, did not lift his head. You can make it here. Li Rongwen stood up, pretending to head for the door. It's confidential. Han Yunker smirked, raising his eyes to meet him. Is it now confidential enough to require a personal phone call? Li Rongwen froze, a fleeting panic crossing his face before he quickly plastered on a smile. I misspoke. It's a personal matter. My wife is pressing me for when I'll return home. Han Yunker tucked his phone into his pocket, leaning back against his chair, crossing his arms and extending his long legs to block Li Rongwen's exit. You should stay put, Uncle Li. The old man will arrive in half an hour and wishes to reminisce. Li Rongwen stood there in a daze, eventually managing an awkward smile before returning to his seat. Han Yunker glanced at Jiang Xinian, exchanging a knowing look. After approximately 10 minutes, there was a knock at the office door. An officer entered, holding a USB drive. Captain Li, the surveillance footage has been retrieved. Li Rongwen took it and plugged it into the computer, executing a few commands. The screen displayed a jumbled scene, capturing a stretch of street and the passing vehicles. Fast forward to around 4 o'clock and 3 minutes, Jiang Xinian instructed. Li Rongwen dragged the progress bar, the image zipping past pedestrians and vehicles. Suddenly, Jiang Xinian called out, "Stop!" The image froze, revealing a silver-gray van at the edge of the frame, devoid of a license plate. It remained stationary for several seconds before heading south. Chapter 55, Society and My Brother Jiang Little Alpha, fixated on the screen. Captain Li, could you please adjust the surveillance for Jingming Road? Li Rongwen glanced at him, a look of discomfort crossing his face as he hesitated, moving the mouse cursor clumsily. Unfortunately, that surveillance camera was damaged a couple of days ago by a large truck and has yet to be repaired. There's nothing visible. How fortuitous, Han Yunker scoffed, leaning forward on the desk, his hands braced against it as he scrutinized Li Rongwen. Han Yunkai was about to say something when Jiang Xinian interrupted him. Since it's broken, let's forget it. Thank you, Captain Li. I appreciate your help. Without waiting for Li Rongwen's reaction, he grasped Han Yunkai's arm and led him outside. Han Yunkai stumbled slightly at the sudden pull. Regaining his balance, he turned to Li Rongwen, who was eager to follow, and said, Uncle Li, you might as well stay put. Outside, several tall bodyguards in casual attire had appeared, blocking the entrance. Han Yunkai added, it will be best if you refrain from using your phone. The old man will arrive shortly. Li Rongwen's lips twitched, his expression exceedingly grim. The two hurriedly exited the police station, and the cold wind enveloped them, sending a shiver down their spines. As Han Yunkai started the car, he inquired, where to now? Jiang Xinian hesitated before retrieving the navigation system clumsily, selecting an auto repair shop's address and handing it over to this place. Han Yunkai responded, alright. Jiang Xinian fastened his seatbelt, noting that this location was a known gathering spot for local delinquents, who were often well-informed and might possess additional leads. Han Yunkai nodded, pressed the accelerator, and the sports car roared to life, merging into the night. The vehicle halted in front of a rather dilapidated repair shop. The rusted iron gate stood ajar, and the entrance was cluttered with discarded tires and parts. A few shabbily dressed delinquents were huddled around an old oil drum for warmth, the flickering orange flames illuminating their youthful, defiant faces. The arrival of Han Yunkai's conspicuous supercar instantly drew everyone's attention. Jiang Xinian stepped out, the night breeze tousling his hair. He strode directly towards the group. Is your leader around? One of the delinquents, cigarette in mouth, scrutinized him from head to toe, casting a wary glance at the luxury car behind him. Looking for Brother Sun? The mention of this name caused a barely perceptible pause from the young Alpha, who then nodded. Wait a moment. The delinquent extinguished his cigarette and dashed into the brightly lit room behind him. Before long, a burly man clad in a leather jacket emerged, cursing under his breath. Upon spotting Jiang Xinian, he immediately fell silent, his face registering surprise and disbelief. He rushed over, arms outstretched as if to embrace him, but abruptly halted a step away, retracting his hands, his face breaking into a wide grin. Brother Jiang, it's really you. Long time no see. Jiang Xinian regarded him with a neutral expression, merely nodding slightly, Long time no see. Sun Tingnan stepped aside, gesturing eagerly. Come inside, it's cold out here, and the wind is fierce. No, thank you. Jiang Xinian declined, stating his purpose. I need your assistance with something. Sun Tingnan thumped his chest, unwavering. Brother Jiang, just say the word. Don't mention one thing, even 10 or 100 I'll help. My life is yours. Han Yunkai whistled. Looking at Jiang Xinian, you've got quite the following. Sun Tingnan's interest peaked. This brother here. You and Tino, let us discuss the matter at hand. Jiang Xinian interjected. Is there a child trafficking organization operating in this area? Sun Tingnan's smile faltered for a moment. Brother Jiang, let us talk inside. It's truly cold out. This time, Jiang Xinian did not refuse and stepped forward into the warmth of the interior. Han Yunker locked the car and quickly followed. Sun Tingnan led them through the disordered foyer and into a small office at the back. The room was considerably warmer than outside, filled with a mingled sense of machine oil, smoke, and instant noodles. In a flurry, Sun Tingnan hastily shoved a pile of dirty clothes off the sofa onto the floor and wiped the couch with his sleeve. Jiang, have a seat, he urged. Jiang Xinian shook his head. Just speak directly. Sun Tingnan's gaze flickered, his voice lowering. Jiang, there's indeed a group of people involved. He paused, a troubled expression crossing his face. I advise you not to get involved. They have strong backing, rumored to be connected to higher-ups. He indicated subtly with his finger. We little fish cannot provoke them. Jiang Xinian replied calmly. Anan, it's about Xiao Zhenju. Sun Tingnan seemed struck by lightning, springing up from the sofa and knocking over an empty beer bottle, which clattered loudly. His eyes widened, and his voice rose sharply, cracking slightly. What? Xiao Zhenju? Jiang Xinian's jaw tightened as he nodded. Did you bring people? Did you bring weapons? Sun Tingnan's tone shifted to one of urgency. Han Yunker crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow at Sun Tingnan's earlier advice. Weren't you just saying we shouldn't interfere, that we couldn't handle it? Xiao Zhenju is different. Jiang Xinian looked at him, speaking plainly. It's just the two of us. Sun Tingnan paused, then turned to retrieve a long object wrapped in newspaper from beneath the window. He tore it open to reveal an exceptionally sharp machete. All right, he declared, hoisting the machete onto his shoulder with a fierce look in his eyes. Now we have 3 people. He stepped up to Jiang Xinian. Jiang, do you remember that fight when you rose to fame? At the abandoned textile factory in the west of the city? Jiang Xinian's eyes flickered, and he nodded. That was when he was 15, having taken down over a dozen local ruffians to protect a few targeted children. Sun Tingnan continued. A few days ago, one of my brothers took a shortcut late at night and saw several unlicensed cars moving things in there. It looked suspicious in the dark. He didn't linger, afraid of trouble, and quickly slipped away. He licked his chapped lips, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Xinian. Afterward, we inquired and found out they were a group of traffickers. We initially intended to rid the world of them, but they have backing, so we didn't dare to act. The old man has arrived, and the entire police station is under control. Han Yunker turned off his phone and tucked it into his clothing. Sun Tingnan blinked. Does this brother also have backing? Han Yunker flashed him a cheeky smile, a bit sturdier than theirs. Anan, let's go check the textile factory first. Thank you, Jiang Xinian said as he walked out. Hey, Yang Yi. Sun Tingnan chased after him. Take me along. Jiang Xinian surveyed the youthful faces in the yard before turning back to Sun Tingnan. You have this group to support. There's no need. Jiang, Sun Tingnan interjected seriously, stepping closer. I said my life, Sun Tingnan, belongs to you. The auto repair shop is doing well. They won't starve. Boss. Others in the yard began to gather around. Everyone be quiet. Sun Tingnan furrowed his brows, his gaze sweeping across their faces with a broad smile. He remarked, if something truly were to happen, you managed to save me when you were merely a teenager. I have no doubt you can do so again now. Jiang Xinian's lips moved, and upon meeting the unwavering trust in Sun Tingnan's eyes, the words he intended to say were swallowed, and he simply nodded. Chapter 56. What are you doing here? The vehicle halted in the shadows, a couple of intersections away from the textile factory. The 3 alighted, stealthily advancing under the cover of night and abandoned structures. When they were approximately 100 meters from the factory's wall, Jiang Xinian raised his hand into a fist. Han Yunkai and Sun Tingnan immediately ceased their steps, concealing themselves behind a crumbling wall. We cannot approach any closer. Jiang Xinian's voice was barely above a whisper, his sharp gaze scanning the area ahead. The moonlight was heavily obscured by thick clouds, rendering visibility exceedingly poor. Han Yunkai squinted for a moment before gesturing towards the factory's entrance. At 2 o'clock, within the shadow on the inside of the gate, there's one. Sun Tingnan craned his neck for a better view, but saw nothing, unable to suppress a quiet inquiry. Where? I can't see it, Han Ge. Han Yunkai did not turn back, succinctly stating, there's a flickering cigarette, but there's one near the side entrance as well, Jiang Xinian added, leaning against the doorframe. He hasn't moved for 5 minutes. He's on guard. His eyes shifted towards the roof of the factory. The high vantage point, though obscured, was ideal for surveillance. Sun Tingnan swallowed hard, genuinely impressed. Wow, you two have sharp eyes. Han Yunkai disregarded his astonishment and addressed Jiang Xinian. The guard position is not overly strict, but it's strategically advantageous. Any unfamiliar face within 100 meters will certainly be noticed. The young Alpha nodded, pointing toward the slightly taller, abandoned water tower adjacent to the textile factory. Let us move over there. The view will be better. The trio, using the shadows of the crumbling walls, crouched and swiftly made their way to the base of the water tower. The structure was significantly rusted, yet appeared relatively sturdy. Jiang Xinian and Han Yunkai exchanged a glance, silently agreeing to climb, their movements light and nimble. Sun Tingnan observed their agile grace, gritting his teeth before stowing his machete and following suit, climbing laboriously. Upon reaching the top platform of the water tower, their vision expanded to encompass the entire textile factory. Han Yunkai retrieved a small monocular night vision device from his pocket, extending it and bringing it to his eyes for a closer look. Jiang Xinian and Sun Tingnan were momentarily taken aback, not having anticipated that he would carry such equipment with him. In the center of the factory, what appeared to be the original workshop housed 2 unmarked vans parked at the entrance. Han Yunkai reported in a hushed tone, noting the presence of at least 5 figures moving within. Jiang Xinian squinted, his fingers lightly tracing the rusty railing as he sketched the layout of the factory in his mind. The guards have changed shifts, he suddenly announced. Han Yunkai quickly directed the night vision device towards the gate. Indeed, the guard who had been smoking was now exchanging words with another individual emerging from the shadows. They conversed briefly. Is it shift change time? Han Yunkai inquired. I'm uncertain of the initial observation timing. We need to observe another round, the young Alpha replied, his gaze fixed intently below, noting the seamless execution of their routine, indicating they were no disorganized rabble. Sun Tingnan leaned over the edge of the platform, craning his neck to peer down, anxiously ruffling his hair. Can we see the children? He inquired, but the view was obscured. Jiang Xinian shook his head. Yet based on the vehicles, guard arrangements, and signs of activity, it was highly probable that this location functioned as a temporary transit point. If the little pearl had been taken by them, there was a significant chance she had been brought here, or perhaps remained within. Han Yunkai lowered his night vision goggles and turned to Jiang Xinian. It would be unwise to charge in. The guards are equipped with communication devices. I just saw one of them pressing a walkie-talkie. Should they raise the alarm, the individuals inside would have ample time to relocate or destroy evidence. The young Alpha pondered in silence for a moment, then retrieved his phone, switched off the flash, and swiftly snapped a few photos of several critical locations within the factory premises. We require precise information regarding the number of individuals inside and whether any children are present. Jiang Xinian tucked his phone away. A direct assault is not feasible. It could easily alert them. Sun Tingnan, now agitated, exclaimed, "What shall we do then? We can't just wait idly." Jiang Xinian regarded him and asked, "Ainin, is there anyone nearby, like your brother, who is familiar with this abandoned area or can approach without arousing suspicion?" Sun Tingnan furrowed his brow in thought, then suddenly slapped his thigh. "Yes, there's an old beggar who often scavenges around here. Sometimes he sneaks into the factory to find a place to sleep. I just don't know if he's managed to slip in recently." Han Yunkai raised an eyebrow. "Can you locate him?" "Absolutely," Sun Tingnan replied, preparing to climb down. "Wait," the young Alpha called out, pulling several bills from his pocket and handing them to him. "Stay safe." Sun Tingnan accepted the money, nodding emphatically. Don't worry, Jiang. I'll keep you updated. With that, he clumsily descended the water tower, disappearing into the night. On the water tower, only Jiang Xinian and Han Yunkai remained. The night breeze swept by, carrying the chill of late autumn. Han Yunkai leaned against the railing, gazing down at the dark factory below, and suddenly spoke. Did he used to roam around this area? Jiang Xinian replied with a faint acknowledgement. I grew up here. Han Yunkai tilted his head to regard him, but chose not to pursue the topic further. Before long, Sun Tingnan returned, tumbling back with labored breaths and an expression of excitement on his face. Jiang, I got some information. That old beggar said he snuck in the day before yesterday and saw them carrying several bags into the workshop, but he couldn't tell if there were children. Jiang Xinian's expression hardened as he immediately turned around. Whether or not there are children, we need to investigate. Let's go. The three returned to the broken wall where they had previously concealed themselves. Jiang Xinian picked up a piece of rubble and swiftly sketched a rough outline of the textile factory on the ground, marking the guard points and vehicle locations they had observed. Is the path behind the factory, near the wastewater treatment pool, still there? Jiang Xinian asked Sun Tingnan quickly. Yes, it's still there, Sun Tingnan confirmed eagerly, though it's not easy to traverse. That old beggar entered through there. Understood. Jiang Xinian discarded the stone, stood up, and cautioned, move quietly and be vigilant. As they began to circle around and had yet to enter the concealed path, two shadowy figures suddenly sprang from the shadows of the abandoned building beside them, moving with remarkable speed and lunging towards them. Jiang Xinian and Han Yunkai reacted instantaneously, instinctively sidestepping to block their advance, and with deft movements, each seized one of the assailants, pinning them against the wall with precision. Release them. The individual restrained by Jiang Xinian let out a low growl and struggled momentarily, utilizing the faint light filtering through the distant factory. Jiang Xinian discerned the Star Alliance insignia on the shoulder epaulette of his opponent. He eased his grip a fraction, but did not entirely release him, inquiring in a hushed tone, "Which team do you belong to?" Seizing the opportunity, the man scrutinized Jiang Xinian's reserve training uniform and, taken aback, responded, "First Fleet, 1st Battalion." "And you?" Jiang Xinian completely relinquished his hold, prompting Han Yunker to likewise release the other soldier. "1st Battalion?" The young Alpha remembered that Jiang Zhongqing had mentioned it. It was under his direct supervision, meaning they were affiliated with Brother Zhongqing. The subdued soldier rubbed his arm and nodded. "Yes, General Jiang is commanding up ahead." Jiang Xinian's eyes brightened. "Lead us there." The two soldiers exchanged hesitant glances. Jiang Xinian added, "I am Jiang Xinian from the reserves. There is an urgent matter that requires reporting to him." Upon hearing his name, one soldier seemed to recall something. Adopting a more respectful demeanor, "Please follow me." They were escorted to a makeshift command post concealed behind several crumbling walls. Jiang Zhongqing, engrossed in a tactical tablet, raised his head upon hearing the commotion and, seeing Jiang Xinian, arched an eyebrow in surprise. "Little Nian, what brings you here?" Jiang Xinian hurried forward and succinctly recounted the disappearance of the children from the orphanage, the clues leading to this abandoned textile factory, and a situation they had just uncovered. After listening, Jiang Zhongqing's expression darkened as his gaze swept over the two soldiers previously subdued by Jiang Xinian and Han Yunker. He reproached them, two official team members, caught off guard by reserves, and even countered, "Return and accept your punishment." The two soldiers bowed their heads in shame. "Yes, General." Jiang Zhongqing disregarded them further and motioned to Jiang Xinian, "Come inside." The temporary command post was equipped with communication devices and monitoring screens, the lighting somewhat dim. A figure stood with his back to them before the largest monitor, illuminated by its eerie blue light, outlining his tall silhouette. Hearing their footsteps, he turned around. It was Shen Yu, dressed in the commander's uniform. His brow was slightly furrowed, his lips pressed tightly, and his eyes betrayed a simmering irritation. Jiang Xinian was taken aback to see him here, momentarily stunned. Chapter 57. You're quite impressive upon recognizing Jiang Xinian. Shen Yu's frown deepened, his irritation almost palpable. His voice colder and harsher than usual. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Xinian halted his forward momentum. having never seen Shen Yu in such a state. At least not toward him. His heart felt as if pricked by a needle, a dull ache settling in. However, this was not the moment for such concerns. Little Pearl was far more pressing. Suppressing his discomfort, Jiang Xinian succinctly reiterated the situation. Shen Yu gestured toward Lin Hui. Take them back. Jiang Xinian stepped forward anxiously. We do not wish to participate in the operation, but we must remain. If Little Pearl is not here, we need to search elsewhere. Shen Yu's gaze swept over him, devoid of warmth, as he curtly replied, do as you wish. After speaking, he turned away, once more focusing on the surveillance screen, no longer casting a glance at them. Jiang Zhongqing quickly approached, resting an arm on Jiang Xinian's shoulder, guiding them away from the makeshift command center. Once outside, Jiang Zhongqing released his hold and quietly explained to Jiang Xinian, little brother, do not take offense. Yu is in a sensitive phase and can be a bit irritable. It's not directed at you. Jiang Xinian was taken aback, raising his eyes to meet his gaze, confusion evident within them. Does Enigma also have a sensitive phase? It was only after posing the question that he realized the foolishness of his inquiry. How could there be a sensitive phase when his first encounter with Shen Yu had occurred? Jiang Zhongqing clicked his tongue, wearing an expression that suggested disbelief at Jiang Xinian's naivety. Of course there is. It just lasts a bit longer. Typically, it cycles every 65 to 75 days. He leaned in closer, covering his mouth with his hand as if divulging a secret. Brother advises you to avoid provoking him these days. He is particularly fond of hurling insults at anyone in his path. Huier received a couple of sharp words just moments ago. However, regarding you, his gaze turned somewhat ambiguous as he lightly nudged Jiang Xinian with his elbow, implying that it might not be as simple as mere insults. Be a bit clever. Jiang Xinian felt a flush rise to his cheeks, glancing back towards the command center, and nodded. I understand. Thank you, Zhongqing. Jiang Zhongqing waved his hand dismissively. All right, you all stay over there for a while. He pointed to a pile of discarded construction materials. Find a place to sit and don't wander off. Han Yunker looked at Jiang Xinian and quietly asked, are you all right? Jiang Xinian snapped back to reality, retracting his gaze and shaking his head. He raised a hand to rub his face, his fingertips feeling cool. Sun Tingnan crouched down, curiously peering towards the command center before quickly retreating, a mix of fear and curiosity on his face. Jiang Gu, what is your relationship with that commander? He looks quite intimidating. Jiang Xinian didn't hesitate this time, blurting out, partner. Sun Tingnan paused, seemingly not processing the information initially, then instinctively replied, oh, so it's a romantic relationship. No, Jiang Xinian corrected, rubbing his eyes. It's a marital relationship. Sun Tingnan's eyes widened, his body frozen in place. After a moment, he gasped, scratching his head and muttering softly, wow, Jiang Gu, you're impressive. Jiang Xinian's Shulde. Let us find a place to sit and wait. Standing is tiring. The three moved to the pile of discarded materials, settling beside a relatively clean concrete pipe. The night breeze swept through, carrying the distinct scent of rust and dust from the abandoned factory district. Jiang Xinian silently observed the command center, his fingers tracing the rough edges of the concrete pipe. The look in Shen Yu's eyes and his cold tone lingered in his mind. He understood it was a sensitive phase, yet the heaviness in his heart remained unabated. Han Yunker leaned against the other side, closing his eyes to rest. Sun Tingnan appeared somewhat restless, occasionally stealing glances at Jiang Xinian before shifting his gaze back to the command center, seemingly still processing the information that Jiang Gu and the intimidating commander were married. After approximately 10 minutes, Jiang Zhongqing briskly exited the command center, waving them over. Jiang Xinian immediately stood up. It was confirmed. There were indeed children inside, more than one. Jiang Zhongqing spoke rapidly. The operation is about to commence. You all remain here until we bring them out. Jiang Xinian's heart tightened. Zhongqing, please take care. Jiang Zhongqing nodded and hurriedly departed. Shen Yu remained at the command point, not venturing outside. The ensuing wait felt interminably long. From afar, a few brief commands and faint movements could be discerned, but soon fell silent again. Jiang Xinian's gaze remained fixed on the textile factory, his hands clenched tightly. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. It felt as if only minutes had passed, yet it also seemed like centuries. Suddenly, the side door of the factory swung open, and soldiers clad in Star Alliance combat uniforms streamed out, some cradling children in their arms. Jiang Xinian and Sun Tingnan rushed forward, their eyes anxiously scanning the crowd for the children. Finally, they spotted little Pearl. She lay limply against a soldier's shoulder, her small face flushed, eyes tightly shut, breathing shallow and rapid. Jiang Xinian's heart sank. He dashed forward. Little Pearl. Sun Tingnan followed closely behind. The soldiers spoke rapidly. The child is in poor condition. Her breathing is weak, and she has a fever. We must take her to the medical point immediately. The two men promptly accompanied the soldier to the makeshift medical station. The attending medical staff quickly assessed little Pearl's condition, their brows furrowed. This is critical. She needs to be transported to the hospital at once. Her condition is dire, dehydrated, high fever, and possibly other complications. Jiang Xinian nodded, speaking quickly and clearly to the medical personnel. She is 8 years old, underwent heart valve surgery at 4, has type A blood, and is allergic to penicillin. The medical staff exchanged a glance with him and replied, "Understood. We will arrange for her immediate transfer to the hospital." Jiang Xinian straightened, watching as the medical team placed little Pearl onto a stretcher. Turning his head, he noticed Shen Yu standing at the entrance of the medical point, gazing fixedly at him. In the dim light, his violet eyes appeared particularly profound, swirling with agitation. Jiang Xinian furrowed his brow and grasped Sun Tingnan's arm. "Anan, follow the ambulance and take good care of her on the way. I will inform Mama Chun, and we will meet directly at the hospital." Sun Tingnan nodded emphatically. "Rest assured, Brother Jiang." He then turned and joined the medical staff. Jiang Xinian watched the ambulance depart before striding towards Shen Yu. The small Alpha seized Shen Yu's wrist, pulling him insistently into the shadowy thicket nearby. Shen Yu attempted to break free, but Jiang Xinian held on tightly, drawing him into the concealment of the trees. Once sheltered, Jiang Xinian wrapped his arms around Shen Yu's waist. The small Alpha tilted his face upward, his amber eyes filled with concern and affection. "Are you feeling unwell? Would you mark me temporarily? It might help ease your discomfort." Shen Yu turned his head, avoiding Jiang Xinian's gaze, his tone terse. "No need. We can discuss it later." He was unwilling to mark his young mate in such an environment, even if it was just a temporary mark. Yet, the small Alpha was undeterred. He knew that marking was the only way to provide solace to Shen Yu in his current state. He released one hand, unzipped his jacket, and tugged at the collar of his sweater, exposing the warm gland on his neck to the air. The voice softened, laced with tenderness. "I know you are in pain. It's all right to have a temporary mark, Shen Yu." Shen Yu's breath grew heavier, his violet eyes darkening in the night. He fixated on the delicate, pale neck of the small Alpha, swallowing hard. After a brief stalemate, he sighed in resignation and leaned down to kiss him, the gesture tinged with urgency and possessiveness. Jiang Xinian endeavored to reciprocate, attempting to convey his comfort through the kiss. When it ended, Shen Yu rested his forehead against Jiang Xinian's, their breaths entwined. After a moment's pause, he tilted his head slightly, warm lips brushing against the side of Jiang's neck, leaving a lingering imprint upon his skin. Jiang Xinian let out a soft sound, enveloped by the rich scent of jasmine that bore a profound, soothing quality. The small Alpha, unable to maintain his balance, began to slide down, but Shen Yu securely held his waist. After their connection, Shen Yu did not withdraw immediately, peppering gentle kisses along Jiang Xinian's neck. His hand cradled the soft fur atop Jiang's head as he whispered, "Are you feeling all right?" Jiang Xinian regained some composure, shaking his head and anxiously glancing up at Shen Yu. "What about you? Are you feeling better?" Shen Yu replied with a soft though in truth, he was not. This temporary marking only intensified his longing, igniting a desire for Jiang Xinian to be suffused with his essence entirely. Chapter 58. A touch away from losing control, concerned that Jiang Xinian might feel discomfort from the temporary mark, Shen Yu's large hand enveloped the small Alpha's neck, his fingertips gently kneading the tender skin that pressed against him. Jiang Xinian complied, yet his thoughts drifted elsewhere, his gaze fixated on the swiftly passing streetlights outside. Shen Yu noticed his distraction. He leaned in, pressing his lips against the corner of Jiang Xinian's forehead, planting soft kisses. The small alpha's body stiffened slightly, not leaning in as he usually would. Shen Yu halted, withdrawing his touch, and the scent of jasmine suddenly became thick and overwhelming. Jiang Xinian, stung by the shift in Shen Yu.As pheromones, snapped back to reality, turning to find Shen Yu's expression darkened and guilt washed over him. He parted his lips. Shen Yu. Jiang Xinian yearned to alleviate Shen Yu's discomfort, his fingers gliding to the side of his neck, intending to peel back the gland. No need. Shen Yu interjected sharply, seizing his wrist with precision, the grip firm, his voice husky and low. Jiang Xinian winced at the sudden pain, halting his actions, and looked up timidly at him. Are you upset? Shen Yu closed his eyes momentarily, swallowing hard. He was not an impetuous youth. How could he be displeased solely due to such matters? Yet, indeed, he was. In this sensitive phase, his possessiveness surged, an insatiable need for his partner's undivided attention and solace. Shen Yu understood that if the small alpha released even a hint of sweet peach fragrance at this moment, he would undoubtedly lose control, unable to let him leave. The thought of Jiang Xinian's unsettled heart, worried about another, regardless of their youth, only deepened his turmoil. The restless agitation, intertwined with instinct, was difficult to suppress. Jiang Xinian took a few breaths, burying his concerns for the little pearl deep within his heart. For him, Shen Yu would always be the foremost priority. Nothing could surpass that. Observing Shen Yu's furrowed brow and the unpleasant expression hidden in the shadows, his heart twisted with pain. He leaned in, yearning to embrace Shen Yu. Yet, Shen Yu preemptively extended his hand, placing his palm firmly on Jiang Xinian's shoulder. Just like this, do not move, nor speak. Jiang Xinian's heart trembled violently. Instinctively, he grasped the hand that rested upon his shoulder, its fingertips chilling. Shen Yu, in the next moment, Shen Yu covered his mouth, his palm radiating a scorching heat, his tone carrying an unprecedented stern warning. If you speak, do not move or utter a word. The little alpha perhaps would never comprehend how utterly enticing he appeared, calling Shen Yu's name with that pitiful expression, evoking an overwhelming desire to weep for him. Having spoken, Shen Yu immediately released him, pulling the cushion he had leaned against into his lap. He closed his eyes, his chest rising and falling, striving to steady his chaotic breath. The jasmine scent within the car grew tense, laden with aggression and unease. At that moment, Jiang Xinian was entirely focused on Shen Yu. The profound bond resonated with every restless note of the jasmine fragrance in the air. They lamented, pleading desperately for the soothing touch of peaches. Suddenly, Jiang Xinian lifted his head, his tone urgent. Brother Lin Hui, how long until we reach the hospital? Lin Hui glanced at the navigation and replied, if traffic permits. Approximately another hour. While that might not completely soothe Shen Yu, it would provide some semblance of calm. Jiang Xinian hesitated no longer. He lightly pressed the button to lower the partition. Simultaneously, he tore off the gland patch from his neck and tossed the cushion aside. The movements flowed seamlessly. Then, he grasped Shen Yu's shoulder and sat squarely in his embrace. Shen Yu, taken aback by his sudden action, was momentarily stunned before he could respond. He instinctively wrapped his hand around Jiang Xinian's waist, his voice hoarse and resigned. Nianzai. Jiang Xinian did not grant him the opportunity to continue. He cradled Shen Yu's face in his hands and leaned down to initiate a kiss. Under Shen Yu's tireless tutelage, the little alpha's kissing skills had significantly improved since their initial encounters, though he still exhibited a hint of awkwardness. He endeavored to replicate the movements Shen Yu had taught him, hoping to convey his apologies and comfort through this intimate gesture. After a brief interlude, Jiang Xinian gasped for breath, softly and earnestly explaining, I didn't mean to earlier. I was preoccupied with thoughts of the little pearl and didn't react in time. Sorry. Shen Yu kept his eyes closed, his breathing heavier than before, tightening the arm encircling Jiang Xinian's waist, responding in a low voice. It's all right. My tone was harsh. I apologize. I know. Jiang Xinian immediately interjected, his cheek brushing against Shen Yu.As with utter understanding and compassion in his voice. You were afraid of losing control and hurting me. Only then did Shen Yu open his eyes, playfully swatting Jiang Xinian on the side. Knowing that, you still dare to act this way? Jiang Xinian accepted the playful reprimand without flinching, instead reaching for the top 2 buttons of Shen Yu's uniform, seeking to unfasten them. Because of your discomfort, S-Class Alpha's voice was low. When I was in distress, you devotedly cared for and comforted me. I may not do as well as you, but I cannot bear to see you suffer like this. After uttering these words, Jiang Xinian felt a flush rise to his cheeks. He had never expressed such candid sentiments while fully conscious. Shen Yu grasped his hand, enclosing it in his palm and gently pressing it to his lips. S-Class Alpha attempted to withdraw his hand, murmuring, "It's unwashed and a bit dirty." "It matters not," Shen Yu replied, tightening his grip, preventing his escape. His violet eyes gazing deeply into Jiang Xinian's. Jiang Xinian averted his gaze from the intensity of Shen Yu's stare, quietly stammering, "There may not be enough time." Just give me the suppressant." Shen Yu interjected, his voice husky. Jiang Xinian immediately looked up, asking, "Where is it?" Shen Yu gestured towards the embedded mini-fridge within the vehicle. Jiang Xinian turned sideways, opened it, and a rush of cold air escaped. Inside were several neatly arranged blue suppressants alongside a few bottles of mineral water. He took one, closed the door, turned back, and extended it towards Shen Yu. Shen Yu did not take it, but simply looked at him, saying, "Administer it to me." As the car came to a stop, Shen Yu produced a new gland patch from somewhere, carefully applying it to S-Class Alpha before releasing his hold. "You go first." His voice was still somewhat hoarse, but considerably steadied from earlier. Jiang Xinian opened the door and stepped out, hastily making his way inside. Mother Chen sat anxiously on a bench outside the emergency room, repeatedly rubbing her hands together. Sun Tingnan paced back and forth, visibly agitated. Upon seeing him, both rushed over. Mother Chen grasped Jiang Xinian's arm, her voice trembling. "Nian, how is he?" Jiang Xinian supported her and turned to Sun Tingnan. Sun Tingnan wiped his face and gestured toward the emergency room, where a red light indicated ongoing treatment, stating, "I'm not sure. He has been in there for quite a while without any sign." S-Class Alpha pressed his lips tightly together, helping Mother Chen back to the bench, softly comforting her as if reassuring himself. "Everything will be all right, Mother Chen. Little Pearl is very strong." Mother Chen remained silent, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. The 3 sat side by side on the bench, and for a moment, none of them spoke. Time seemed to stretch, each second feeling particularly arduous. After what felt like over 20 minutes, the red light above the emergency room door extinguished with a sudden click. The door swung open, and a doctor clad in green surgical attire emerged, removing his mask. The 3 immediately surrounded him. The doctor, bearing the imprints of the mask on his face, spoke calmly. The arrival was quite timely. There is no immediate danger to life. Mother Chen's legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse. But Sun Tingnan and Jiang Xinian supported her on either side. The doctor continued, however, the fever and dehydration place significant strain on the heart, necessitating observation in an intensive care unit for several days to assess cardiac function. A nurse then peeked out, announcing, "The child has awakened and is relatively alert. She has been asking to see her brother Nian." Her gaze swept over the group, inquiring, "Which one of you is he?" Jiang Xinian stepped forward, declaring, "I am." The doctor nodded, instructing, "Put on a sterile gown and enter. While she is still awake, you can speak with her. Once the effects of the anesthesia wear off, she may feel discomfort and cry." "Understood." Jiang Xinian followed the nurse to don the isolation suit. Chapter 59. Understanding from a Young Age. Little Pearl lay on the hospital bed, her small frame ensnared by various medical devices and blankets. Her pallid face bore an oxygen mask, her eyelids drooping in fatigue. Devoid of spirit, a nurse softly conversed with her, attempting to elicit a smile, yet Little Pearl remained unresponsive. However, upon catching sight of Jiang Xinian entering, her eyes widened momentarily, and she made an effort to raise the hand without a foreline. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she weakly uttered, "Brother Nian." Jiang Xinian rushed to her bedside, bending down to clasp her icy little hand, gently wiping away her tears with his fingertip. I'm here. Don't cry." Little Pearl sniffled, her gaze fixated on him, her small hand gripping his finger tightly. "I missed you, brother." Jiang Xinian felt a tightness in his throat, straining to keep his voice steady. "I missed you too." "You're lying," little Pearl cried, her tears flowing more freely. "You haven't come to see me in such a long time. That uncle said if I went with them, I could find you. I really found you." A cold wave crashed over Jiang Xinian, sending a shiver through him. He gazed down at little Pearl in disbelief, the words lodged in his throat, before he finally managed to stammer, You went with them to find me?" Little Pearl weakly nodded, her eyes filled with trust and sorrow. "Brother, you haven't come in so long. I really missed you." Her words struck Jiang Xinian like a dull blade, piercing his heart and twisting mercilessly until it bled. A tremendous wave of guilt engulfed him, overwhelming him in an instant. He parted his lips, yet no words emerged. Instead, his eyes reddened as he grasped her small hand tighter. He had been negligent. He had forgotten that a group of little ones in the welfare home awaited his return. The nearby monitor emitted a soft alert, prompting the nurse to comfort little Pearl. "All right, little one, you must remain calm. We are preparing to transfer you to the intensive care unit." Jiang Xinian regained his composure, suppressing the tumult of emotions within. He hastily reassured little Pearl. "I'll be just outside. I won't go anywhere. You must cooperate with these brothers and sisters, all right?" Little Pearl regarded him and gently nodded. Jiang Xinian followed the nurse out of the ICU, the heavy door closing behind them, sealing off two worlds. He leaned against the wall, biting his lip, struggling to hold back the tears. Little Pearl's words, "Brother hasn't come in so long," echoed like a haunting spell in his ears, tormenting his conscience. Indeed, it had been quite some time since he last returned. Ever since he became involved with Shen Yu, his life had been filled with new emotions, training, and family, leaving no space for thoughts of the welfare home, where a little girl and a group of small ones awaited his return. Noticing Jiang Xinian's troubled expression, Shen Yu reached out to support him, but Jiang Xinian sidestepped. I want to be alone for a while." His voice was hoarse, avoiding Shen Yu's gaze. Avoiding everyone, he walked toward the emergency exit at the end of the corridor, his steps unsteady. Shen Yu's hand lingered in the air for a moment before slowly retracting, his gaze following until the fire door closed. The doctor emerged, providing Shen Yu and Mother Chun with a detailed account of little Pearl's current condition and the subsequent treatment plan. Upon hearing this, Mother Chun let out a long sigh of relief, her previously tense shoulders finally relaxing. She turned to Shen Yu, cautiously speaking, "Commander, please do not blame Nian. Little Pearl was raised by him. Her life is also a gift from him." When the child encountered misfortune, he felt deeply pained. Shen Yu diverted his gaze towards the woman who had nurtured his Nian. "It is all right," he replied. Mother Chin scrutinized his expression, hesitating momentarily before asking, "Are you and our Nian in a relationship?" Her inquiry was subtle, as Jiang Xinian's face filled her with both pride and apprehension. "We are already married," Shen Yu stated. Mother Chan was taken aback, and upon realizing this, tears of joy streamed down her face. "Wonderful. Nian finally has a home. A family," she repeated, attempting to smile, yet her tears flowed even more abundantly. Shen Yu gently guided her to a bench. "I brought him back from the orphanage. He is no different from my own flesh and blood," Mother Chun reminisced, managing to evoke a smile through her tears. "The only reason he didn't carry my surname is because of my bad luck in drawing lots. It was the first day of the new year, amidst a heavy snowfall, that we named him Xinian, hoping for good fortune every year. From a young age, Nian was obedient and sensible, his beauty reminiscent of a doll in a painting. Such a child was adored by adults, yet among other children, he was often envied and bullied by older kids." Mother Chin's voice softened, her heartache palpable. "We lacked sufficient hands to watch over him at all times. When he was beaten or scolded, he would never tell anyone, instead hiding away. Only when the pain became unbearable would he secretly come to me for medicine. When I asked who did it, he would just smile foolishly, trying to cheer me up instead." She wiped her tears, and nearby, Sun Tingnan followed suit, dabbing at his face. He hadn't been raised in the orphanage since childhood. He arrived there at the age of 6 after losing both parents in a car accident. By then, Jiang Xinian had already assumed the role of the unofficial big brother among the children. He had never known of this past of Jiang. Mother Chun took a deep breath, continuing to share the most painful parts. Two families came to claim him, both with favorable circumstances. However, both ultimately abandoned him. The words came with great difficulty, perhaps echoing the sentiment that Xinian was destined to have siblings. After each family took him in, it wasn't long before the women in each household became pregnant. The first time he was taken, he was just 4 years old. When we went to retrieve him, he sat on the curb, clutching the small backpack I had bought him, his face and body marked with injuries. Mother Chin's voice trembled. I wanted to confront that family, but he clung to my leg, comforting me instead, saying, "Mother, do not be angry. Xinian is not in pain. I want to go home." The second time was when he was 8. Mother Chin closed her eyes momentarily, recalling how this family was even worse. They had no intention of returning Xinian. The woman of the house would constantly beat and scold him, making him do house chores. He was merely 8, just starting elementary school. Year after year, he fell ill with high fevers, yet they never took him to see a doctor, locking him away in a storage room. Had it not been for our growing concern, prompting us to conduct regular visits and ultimately force our way inside, he might have perished. Upon returning this time, he had become withdrawn, rarely smiling or speaking, preferring solitude, harboring distrust towards everyone. We summoned a physician who diagnosed a psychological issue. At that time, I was not yet the director. My predecessor dismissed these concerns, claiming that children do not suffer from psychological problems, suggesting instead that he was merely seeking attention. She wiped her eyes with the sleeve of her garment. At 13, Xiao Pearl was placed in the welfare institution to alleviate our burden. And it was Year who named her. Xiao Pearl suffered from congenital heart disease, which struck her suddenly at 4, necessitating surgery. We had no means to pay for it, struggling to gather enough funds. Year, however, managed to procure a significant sum, enabling Xiao Pearl to survive. Chapter 60. She asked me first. Shen Yu stood in silence, his gaze cast downwards, his jaw set tightly. Thus, at that time, Year was already afflicted with depression. During the last health examination, the gravest concern was not glandular fibrosis, but rather his psychological state. The medication administered was not for bolstering immunity, but for addressing these two issues. Shen Yu initially intended to take the young Alpha to see a doctor. But he felt that the timing was not right, at least not now. Jiang Xinian was far too perceptive. If he were to learn of his condition, it would only impose a heavier psychological burden upon him, making him feel inadequate and a source of trouble for Shen Yu and others. Having finally developed a semblance of reliance and trust in Shen Yu, any revelation would lead him to withdraw swiftly, retreating into his shell once more. As for the money, Shen Yu closed his eyes. It was the second time Year had traded pheromones for it. Regarding Jiang Xinian's past, he deliberately avoided delving into it further. For the more he understood, the more powerless he felt. The chasms of the past could not be traversed or filled. He could only strive to make amends in the future, to love and cherish him well. Shen Yu glanced towards the emergency exit, nodding slightly to Mother Chun. "Please wait a moment." After speaking, he moved in that direction. He pushed open the heavy fire door, revealing an emergency exit illuminated solely by the flickering green light. Jiang Xinian sat on the steps, his back turned to him, his shoulders trembling slightly, his face buried in his arms. He knew who it was, but did not turn around. Shen Yu stood silently behind him, offering his company without words. After a considerable while, the young Alpha's voice emerged from the crook of his arm, thick with nasality. "I forgot her, Shen Yu. With you, I have a family, and I have forgotten that they are still waiting for me." Shen Yu crouched beside him. "It is not forgetting," he said, his voice resonating deeply within the confined space. "It is about beginning a new life." Jiang Xinian lifted his head, his amber eyes glistening with tears, filled with stubbornness and disdain. "That is merely an excuse. If I had gone back more often, if I hadn't immersed myself in my own life, Xiao Pearl would not have sought me out." His words were choked by emotion. Shen Yu gazed at him, his violet eyes deep and profound. He extended his hand, not to embrace him, but to gently brush away the tears rolling down his cheek with his knuckles. "Nianzai," Shen Yu's voice was steady. "This is not your fault, nor is it your burden. Their malice cannot be attributed to you. But There is no but, Shen Yu interrupted, his tone resolute. You could not have foreseen such an occurrence. You have your own life, your own future. It is impossible for you to be by everyone's side at all times. This is not negligence, it is reality. Jiang Xinian's lips moved, as if he wished to speak, but Shen Yu's subsequent action silenced him. Shen Yu raised his hand and tousled his hair with a bit more force than intended. Feeling guilt is a good thing. It signifies that you value relationships. However, shouldering all the responsibility alone is foolish. He leaned in closer, their breaths mingling. You rushed here the moment you received the news, employing every method you could conceive to uncover clues, even nearly charging in alone. You did all that was within your power, Nianzai. Jiang Xinian stared blankly at him, tears cascading uncontrollably down his face. Shen Yu sighed, his thumb caressing the dampness of his cheek, softening his tone. You are not a deity, you are merely a person. A 21-year-old who has just begun to build a life of his own, occasionally forgetting other matters in the bliss of happiness. He pressed his forehead against Jiang Xinian's and whispered, Do not bear the sins of others as your shackles. Do not punish yourself for the wrongdoings of others. Jiang Xinian looked into the violet depths of Shen Yu's eyes, finding no blame, no impatience, only love, understanding, and acceptance. Shen Yu's pheromones enveloped him tenderly, weaving a net that caught his plummeting emotions. Jiang Xinian wept in Shen Yu's embrace until the little alpha had regained his composure, and they emerged hand in hand. The harsh light of the corridor made Jiang Xinian squint. He paused, tugging at Shen Yu's hand. I wish to see little Pearl once more. Shen Yu said nothing, guiding him back towards the ICU. Han Yunck stood alongside a sprightly elder, both slightly leaning to peer through the glass. Upon hearing footsteps, they turned simultaneously. The elder straightened, his gaze landing first on Shen Yu, a smile gracing his features. You. Shen Yu nodded slightly, his tone respectful. Teacher. Han Yunck followed suit, calling out Commander. Shen Yu pulled Jiang Xinian closer, introducing him to the elder. Teacher, this is my beloved Jiang Xinian. He then turned to Jiang Xinian. Nianzai, this is General Han, Young's grandfather, and also my instructor from Military Academy. General Han's face bore no sign of surprise, his affectionate gaze appraising Jiang Xinian, nodding in acknowledgement. Jiang Xinian, I know of you. Your achievements are quite remarkable. Jiang Xinian felt a tinge of shyness, lowering his head slightly. You flatter me. Han Yunck looked to Shen Yu, reporting, Commander, those individuals from the Southern City Police have been handed over to General Jiang. Shen Yu nodded. Thank you for your hard work. The elder stepped forward, patting Shen Yu's shoulder. I have a couple of things to discuss with you. At these words, Jiang Xinian immediately released Shen Yu's hand and stepped aside. Two individuals made their way down the corridor. Han Yunck, with his hands tucked into his pockets, approached Chen Mama. Director, what procedures are required for adoption? Chen Mama was taken aback, lifting her gaze. You wish to adopt? Indeed, Han Yunck nodded, his tone casual. My grandfather has always longed for a granddaughter. Chen Mama glanced at the old General Han, conversing with Shen Yu in the distance, then looked back at Han Yunck, her voice tinged with hesitation. Little Pearl's health is poor. You must have seen that. She is not an ideal candidate for adoption. The subsequent treatments and care will demand considerable time and resources. That is of no concern, Han Yunck interjected. We are not lacking in either funds or personnel. Jiang Xinian grasped Han Yunck's arm, his throat dry. What you mentioned in the car earlier, is it true? He had assumed Han Yunck was merely applying pressure on the police, speaking offhandedly. Han Yunck turned, nodding earnestly. It is true. He gestured toward General Han. We have visited several welfare institutions, yet we have yet to find a suitable match. Just now, I looked at little Pearl through the glass, and my grandfather has even chosen a name. Jiang Xinian fixed his gaze on Han Yunck, searching for any hint of uncertainty. Han Yunck, adoption is not a trivial matter. Im alvara, Han Yunck replied swiftly. He raised his hand as if to reach for a cigarette, but then glanced at the hospital corridor and reconsidered, returning his hand to his pocket. Rest assured, once we decide to adopt, we will take full responsibility. We will cherish her, care for her, and provide her with the very best. He looked at Jiang Xinian. His tone lightened. This way, if she wishes to see you, or you wish to see her, it will be convenient. Sun Tingnan approached. glancing at Jiang Xinian and then at Han Yunk. Brother Jiang, Han here is quite agreeable. General Han is a renowned hero in our empire. His family is the same. He gave a thumbs up, shaking it lightly. Little Pearl will enjoy a life of comfort ahead. Jiang Xinian was well aware of this. He knew the Han family was a distinguished lineage, their reputation impeccable. He understood the esteemed character of General Han, a man of his word. Yet, knowing was one thing. Relinquishing the child felt as if something had forcefully hollowed out his heart, leaving it aching and desolate. Little Pearl was the child he had nurtured from infancy, feeding her spoonful by spoonful of rice water. When she had a fever at night, he held her, too anxious to sleep. When she underwent surgery, he remained by her side, never leaving. The first time she called him brother in a garbled voice, he was overwhelmed with joy, nearly shedding tears. Now, to suddenly let go was a challenge he found unbearable. Han Yunk withdrew his hand from his pocket and gave Jiang Xinian's shoulder a reassuring pat, applying just the right amount of pressure. All right, enough of this demeanor. I assure you, in the Han family, her status will be equivalent to mine. Anyone wishing to touch her must first consult me. Finally, Jiang Xinian stirred, lifting his gaze to Han Yunk. His lips parted and closed several times before he managed to utter a word. Thank you. Chapter 61. The Resplendent Nebula at Noon. After a brief reprimand, Jiang Xinian informed Han Yunk that he would not be joining him for lunch and hurried towards Shen Yu's office. The previous night, the two had returned home at dawn, and to save time, they had each utilized a separate bathroom for their showers. The young Alpha felt a flutter of nervousness. This was his first time engaging in such activities with Shen Yu while fully conscious. After lingering in the bathroom for quite some time, I finally emerged wrapped in a bathrobe. The bedroom was empty. Shen Yu was nowhere to be found. A pang of anxiety gripped Jiang Xinian's heart, fearing for his safety, prompting him to hastily make his way to the guest room. The bathroom light was on, and the sound of water dripped softly. Jiang Xinian knocked on the door. Expressing his concern, "Shen Yu, are you all right?" Silence lingered for a few seconds before Shen Yu's subdued voice responded, "I'm fine." Then, there was nothing more. Jiang Xinian waited outside for a few moments. Apart from the sound of running water, there was no other noise, heightening his unease. After a brief hesitation, he pushed the door open. Shen Yu leaned against the wall, head tilted back, breathing heavily. His light purple hair was damp, clinging messily to his cheeks, chest, and shoulders. Resembling a siren just surfacing from the water, strikingly beautiful yet androgynous, captivating the senses. Upon hearing the noise, he opened his eyes, his violet gaze locking onto Jiang Xinian, swirling with intense desire. The scent of jasmine enveloped him as the petite Alpha entered, causing his legs to weaken, and he grasped the doorframe to steady himself. Simultaneously, the sweet fragrance of peaches was coaxed out, intertwining and dancing with the jasmine within the confined space. Shen Yu hadn't anticipated Jiang Xinian would enter so boldly. Halting in his tracks, his throat working as he swallowed. The petite Alpha's gaze shifted from his astonished expression downward, then further still. After a moment of silence, he tugged at the bathrobe's ties. The fabric slipped away, pooling at his ankles. Jiang Xinian closed the door behind him and approached Shen Yu. At that moment, he realized the shower water was cold, his brow furrowing. Shen Yu immediately adjusted the temperature. Jiang Xinian stood before him, taking over the task without a word, asking with genuine concern, "Why didn't you call for me?" "My dear, you're too exhausted tonight, both physically and mentally," Shen Yu replied, wrapping his arm around Jiang Xinian's waist, the back of his hand brushing against his cheek as he gazed at him with an almost obsessive intensity. His voice rough and strained, "I couldn't bear it." Jiang Xinian paused, warmth spreading from his heart, dissipating the fleeting melancholy stirred by the little pearl, only to be replaced by a pang of sympathy. "I'm fine. I'm not tired." Shen Yu closed his eyes and placed a steamy kiss on his forehead, murmuring, "I'm not a beast." Thus, that night instilled in the petite Alpha a newfound respect for Shen Yu's patience and self-restraint, prompting him to regard him as a role model in his heart. Upon waking in the morning and seeing Shen Yu's pale, weakened face, Jiang Xinian felt a sharp pang of pain, promising to come by earlier to keep him company. However, Shen Yu was neither in the office nor in the lounge. A sudden dread gripped Jiang Xinian. He quickly pulled out his phone to call Shen Yu, but there was no answer. This only heightened his worry as he bit his lip and dialed Lin Hui. "Madam?" Lin Hui's voice was calm. Jiang Xinian got straight to the point. "Where is Shen Yu?" "There's an urgent military matter. The boss is in a meeting and should be done in about 10 minutes. Hearing that he was in a meeting calmed Jiang Xinian's racing heart slightly, but he quickly followed up with, "How is he? Is he all right?" Lin Hui held the phone, glancing through the glass window of the conference room. Shen Yu sat at the head of the table, expressionless, his fingertips tapping on the surface as he calmly reprimanded a subordinate who had erred, reducing them to a state of abject shame. He responded without hesitation, "Not too well." Little Alpha's heart momentarily lifted, his voice taut with tension. "Has he taken the suppressants?" "He has," Lin Hui replied, maintaining his composure, "but it's of little use." "Have you called Brother Feng to come and see him?" Jiang Xinian asked, urgency evident in his tone. Perhaps sensing Little Alpha's anxiety, Lin Hui reassured him. "It's common for the boss to be sensitive during this period. Try not to worry too much." Little Alpha held his phone in silence for a moment, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. "Please take care of him, Brother Lin. I'll wait for him in the office." Lin lui répondait affirmatively. After hanging up, Jiang Xinian hurriedly consumed 2 bottles of nutritional supplements, the taste slightly bitter, causing him to frown. He quickly took a shower in the bathroom, and upon exiting, sat on the edge of his bed, eager to absorb knowledge. The resources had been discreetly provided by Feng Yi ever since they had discussed having a child. They had gone to him for an evaluation. Before leaving, Feng Yi had handed him a stack of study materials, urging him to review them whenever possible. With a few taps on his screen, he found a title that seemed the least explicit and clicked on it. As the visuals sprang to life, he instantly regretted his choice. It was hard to fathom that beneath such a conservative title lay a rather risque educational video. The overly candid imagery caused Little Alpha's ears to burn, prompting him to mute the sound. His finger hovered hesitantly above the progress bar before he ultimately opted for double speed. The actions on screen sped up, appearing bizarre and comical, eliciting both laughter and discomfort. He forced himself to watch, brow furrowed, attempting to comprehend the processes. So engrossed was he that he failed to hear the door open. Shen Yu entered. Observing Jiang Xinian sitting obediently on the edge of the bed, utterly still, fixated on his phone screen, his cheeks flushed with an unusual hue. Taken aback, he cleared his throat lightly. The sound startled Jiang Xinian, who abruptly looked up, hastily pressed the screen off, and shoved the phone beneath his pillow. Shen Yu stood silently, watching his clumsy yet endearing maneuver, a smile forming in his heart. Jiang Xinian shuffled over in his slippers, reached out to steady Shen Yu.As arm, and tilted his face upward to scrutinize him. "Have you finished the meeting? How do you feel?" Shen Yu did not respond immediately, instead raising his hand to press against Jiang Xinian's forehead, feigning confusion. "Why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell?" "No, I'm fine," Jiang Xinian replied, his gaze drifting away, unable to meet Shen Yu's eyes. "And you? Are you well?" Shen Yu.As eyes flicked over Jiang Xinian's flushed ears. Choosing not to expose him, he took Jiang Xinian's hand and led him to the sofa, clearing his throat softly, his voice a bit hoarse. "Not so good." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinian's heart tightened, and he anxiously rubbed his fingers together. Had he known earlier, he wouldn't have watched at double speed. He had missed crucial introductions and communications entirely. Seeing him in such a dazed and obedient state, Shen Yu found him utterly adorable. With a low chuckle, he gently pulled Jiang Xinian onto his lap. Leaning closer to Jiang Xinian's neck, he inhaled deeply. "You've showered." Little Alpha lowered his gaze, responding softly. Shen Yu raised his hand, delicately peeling away the gland patch from Jiang Xinian's neck, leaning down to peck the skin there, sincerely exclaiming, "What a good boy. You smell delightful." Jiang Xinian felt a tickle, turning his head to find himself lost in the depths of Shen Yu.As eyes. The violet hue appeared even more profound, resembling a whirlpool teeming with splendid nebulae, imbued with an indescribable allure that left him entranced. Shen Yu cradled his face with one hand, his thumb grazing the corner of his lips before leaning down to kiss him. Chapter 62. Strawberry Cake. The little Alpha was so bewildered by the kiss that he couldn't even recall how he ended up on the bed. Shen Yu retrieved a hair tie from the bedside table and handed it to the little Alpha, saying, "Sweetheart, please help me tie my hair." He embraced him face to face, his gaze lingering on his features, as if no amount of admiration could satiate him. Leaning down slightly, the little Alpha, trembling, gathered Shen Yu's cascading locks, fumbling with the hair tie until he finally managed to secure it after 2 attempts. His amber eyes were misted with a layer of moisture. Filled with a mix of anxiety and confusion as he looked at Shen Yu, his breath shallow and rapid. Observing his state, Shen Yu lowered his voice, gently prompting, "Do we not just learn this? What comes next?" Jiang Xinian's mind was a blank. The steps he had just learned now seemed to meld into a chaotic blur, rendering him unable to recall any sequence. Shen Yu's kiss descended once more, light and tender. This chapter has been completed. Dear readers may revisit the usual place to catch up. Shen Yu looked helplessly at the tearful figure before him, wiping away the droplets clinging to his chin. "Why are you so prone to tears? You cry when you're dazed and still when you're lucid. Are you made of water, sweetheart? What should you call me? Husband?" Jiang Xinian had initially intended to request just an hour off, alongside a 2-hour break, believing that would suffice. However, he ended up taking the entire afternoon off, extending to the following day. When Jiang Xinian awoke, it was already past 3 in the morning. A bedside lamp cast a dim, warm glow throughout the room. The little Alpha struggled to open his eyes, and with the first movement, he felt an overwhelming desire to remain still. He felt exhausted, terrified. Was this the true power of the susceptibility phase? Fortunately, it only lasted 3 days, Jiang Xinian thought. If it were as long as 5 days like an Alpha's, he would surely perish. His throat was sore and dry, with a hint of irritation, prompting him to cough uncontrollably. In the next moment, Shen Yu appeared at the door, holding a cup. The little Alpha squinted to scrutinize him. The dim light obscured the nuances of Shen Yu's expression. Yet he could sense a palpable air of relaxation and joy emanating from him. Shen Yu approached, placing the cup on the bedside table. Then checked Jiang Xinian's forehead to confirm he did not have a fever. He then sat at the edge of the bed, supporting Jiang Xinian as he leaned against him. "Are you all right, sweetheart?" Jiang Xinian took a deep breath and drank nearly half the cup, shaking his head to decline any more. He nestled deeper into the blankets, choosing not to answer Shen Yu's question, but instead asking, "Are you feeling better?" Shen Yu lifted the covers and lay beside him, pulling him into a tight embrace and pressing a kiss on his forehead. "Much better. Thank you, sweetheart." Jiang Xinian remained silent, burrowing into his warmth, his cheek resting against Shen Yu's warm chest. His long, bare legs sought a more comfortable position. Shen Yu understood the little Alpha's intention and lifted his legs to rest atop his own. This brought the two closer together, instinctively and greedily absorbing each other's pheromones. After a while, Jiang Xinian finally inquired, "Where did you go just now?" "I was processing the backlog of documents from this afternoon," Shen Yu replied, his hands gently kneading Jiang Xinian's lower back. Jiang Xinian let out a soft hum, feeling embarrassed as he buried his face completely in Shen Yu's embrace, his voice muffled. "Aren't you tired?" Shen Yu, momentarily halting his playful antics, obediently retreated, focusing on giving the little Alpha a thorough massage. "You've worked hard, my dear." Jiang Xinian was taken aback, quickly realizing, "That's not what I meant. I was asking if you're tired after all that work this afternoon." Shen Yu gazed down at him, his fingers brushing back the strands of hair that fell across Jiang Xinian's forehead. "Not at all." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinian couldn't help but marvel at the strength of Enigma once more. They held each other in silence for a while longer. Suddenly, the little Alpha lifted his head, hesitantly asking, "Do we still need to?" Shen Yu fixed his eyes on him, his gaze deepening. "Are you up for it?" Jiang Xinian bit his lip. He truly felt exhausted. Even raising his hand felt like a chore. Memories of his sensitive period flashed in his mind, whenever he merely cast a glance. Shen Yu would set aside his work to accompany him, fulfilling his every desire. The little Alpha's heart softened, and he snuggled deeper into the covers. Shen Yu reacted swiftly, pinning him down and lifting the blanket. "I'll go freshen up." Jiang Xinian watched him, conflicted for a moment, then quietly offered, "Do you want me to help you?" Shen Yu cupped his face, planting a gentle kiss on his lips, his thumb caressing the little alpha's reddened eyes, chuckling softly, "Thank you, my dear." It was destined to be another sleepless night. "Brother, I know you're awake. Stop pretending to sleep." Lin Hui turned over, reluctantly opening his eyes. A youthful, almost enchanting face came into view. Xia Mingli's fair complexion accentuated his dark hair and eyes, and at that moment, he was gazing at Lin Hui with a cheerful smile. The corners of his eyes slightly upturned. Lin Hui swallowed hard, wanting to look away but found himself unable to do so. Xia Mingli chuckled softly, leaning in to peck Lin Hui's lips. "As per your suggestion, I dyed my hair back. Don't I look handsome?" Lin Hui's face flushed, and he nodded obediently, murmuring a low agreement. Xia Mingli reclined on his side, propping his head with one hand. "Brother, your blushing face is truly adorable." Lin Hui, a 26 or 27-year-old alpha, felt a bit embarrassed to be called cute, turning his head to escape the heat of Xia Mingli's gaze. Xia Mingli immediately reached out to reposition his face, refusing to let him hide away. "Did I manage to make my brother happy?" Xia Mingli asked eagerly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Are you happy?" Lin Hui closed his eyes, silently vowing never to drink again. Chapter 63. The beautiful little cat, due to Shen Yu taking leave yesterday afternoon and today. Lin Hui was also granted time off. After sending a message to Xia Mingli, Lin Hui prepared to drive home and catch up on sleep. Xia Mingli, however, was not one to miss this opportunity and called, expressing his feelings dramatically. Hearing Xia Mingli*s pitiful voice saying, "Brother, we haven't seen each other for half a month. I miss you so much," the refusal that was on the tip of Lin Hui's tongue melted away, replaced by a sense of guilt. Xia Mingli, being quite young and possessing a rather clingy disposition, often finds himself isolated due to the unique nature of his work, which indeed weighs heavily on his conscience. As he turned the steering wheel, he directed the car towards Xia Mingli's apartment. The two soon found themselves at a supermarket once more, gathering supplies. Lin Hui stood in front of the refrigerated section, holding a box of beef, momentarily distracted. Meanwhile, Xia Mingli adeptly pushed the shopping cart, filling it with potatoes, tomatoes, freshly caught fish, and a variety of seasonings. Observing his silhouette, Lin Hui felt a twinge of disbelief. This lad, seemingly untouched by the mundane, navigated the supermarket with the finesse of a seasoned shopper. At the checkout, Xia Mingli swiftly presented his card before Lin Hui could intervene. When Lin Hui attempted to stop him, Xia Mingli firmly pressed down on his hand, asserting, "You treated last time. It is my turn now." Upon returning to the apartment, Xia Mingli unloaded the shopping bags onto the kitchen counter, rolled up his sleeves, and began to bustle about. Lin Hui offered to help, but Xia Mingli gently pushed him out of the way, insisting, "You should relax. Feel free to watch television. It will be ready shortly." Tying on an apron, Xia Mingli commenced washing the vegetables. Lin Hui lingered at the kitchen doorway, observing him. With swift and even strokes, Xia Mingli sliced the potatoes, and when the hot pan sizzled with oil, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. His movements were fluid as he stirred and seasoned, completing the task in less than an hour, resulting in 4 dishes and a soup adorning the table. After removing his apron, Xia Mingli embraced Lin Hui from behind, resting his chin on his shoulder, a note of pride lacing his voice as he asked, "Brother, have you considered cohabiting with me? I shall prepare meals for you every day upon your return home." Lin Hui felt a surge of temptation, yet upon reflection, he hesitated, concerned his unpredictable work hours might leave Xia Mingli waiting in vain. He pressed his lips together, his voice slightly hoarse. "Let us discuss it later. My schedule is uncertain, and I wouldn't want you to wait." Xia Mingli's eyes dimmed momentarily, his lips pouting in a display of disappointment as he nodded in acquiescence, abandoning his insistence. Perhaps in an effort to comfort this exquisite little creature, or perhaps influenced by the remnants of alcohol from the previous evening, Lin Hui found himself considerably more proactive than usual. As they reached a critical juncture, Lin Hui regained partial clarity, his eyes widening in alarm as he glanced up at Xia Mingli. With reddened eyes, Xia Mingli resembled a petulant kitten, playfully nuzzling against him, coaxing, "Please let me." "Dear brother, oh good brother." The sight of Xia Mingli in such a state melted Lin Hui's heart. They faced each other in silence for several seconds before Lin Hui ultimately relented, reaching out to pull Xia Mingli closer, softly murmuring, "If it were not for this, I wouldn't allow you next time." Xia Mingli's demeanor was gentle, starkly contrasting with his appearance. As Lin Hui teetered on the edge of consciousness, he couldn't help but wonder internally, is this truly Xia Mingli's first time? They then shifted to the living room, where Lin Hui, unable to suppress his curiosity, posed the question, "Is this genuinely your first time?" Xia Mingli leaned in, pressing a kiss to the corner of his eye, replying, "Of course it is, brother." With a light laugh, Xia Mingli remarked, "It seems my brother is quite pleased with my academic performance." Lin Hui remained silent, turning his head to take deep breaths. "My brother has provided me with a wealth of study materials. I could share them with you. Which type of exercises do you prefer?" Lin Hui's thoughts began to drift, struggling to grasp the significance of Xia Mingli's words. "You have another brother?" Summer Mingli responded, revealing that he had a half-brother. Lin Hui acknowledged this with a slight exclamation. He had never specifically inquired about Summer Mingli's family background, believing that love was a matter solely between two individuals. Suddenly recalling something, he added, "I have a friend who also has a half-brother." Summer Mingli paused for a moment, replying, "Oh, really?" Lin Hui responded perfunctorily, preoccupied with embracing the person before him, eager to embark on a beautiful future together. Noticing Lin Hui's delayed response, Summer Mingli inquired again, "Did your brother not come home last night?" Lin Hui licked his dry lips and averted his gaze, responding vaguely. Summer Mingli chuckled softly, akin to a cat that had successfully stolen a meal, burying his head in Lin Hui's neck, nuzzling affectionately and murmuring, "Just tear it off. It's been stuck all night." Lin Hui raised a hand to gently protest, still retaining some rationality. It could lead to a quarrel. Summer Mingli propped himself up, gazing down at Lin Hui with a radiant smile. "No worries, I'll handle it." Lin Hui did not stop him from getting out of bed to retrieve the adhesive. He simply watched him lazily. Youth is indeed a blessing after a night of revelry. One can still be so vibrant and full of life the next day. Summer Mingli soon returned, a glass of water in hand. He first applied a suppressive patch on himself before offering the cup to Lin Hui's lips. Lin Hui's pheromones resembled the lingering scent of soapberry, warmed by the sun and imbued with a clean, comforting aroma that was intoxicating and enticing. As Summer Mingli leaned in, his lips barely brushing Lin Hui's collarbone, his phone rang. Lin Hui gently nudged the person atop him. "Could you grab my phone?" Summer Mingli lifted his head, a reluctant expression on his face, his lips pouting. Lin Hui caressed his cheek, explaining, "It's a private number. Not many know it." Upon hearing this, Summer Mingli reluctantly reached for the phone. Glancing at the caller ID, Zhong Qing, Lin Hui cleared his throat before answering, placing the phone to his ear. "Hello, Zhong Qing." "Hey, Hui, aren't you all working today? The boss took a day off yesterday and extended it to me. That explains why I couldn't reach him despite calling a dozen times." Lin Hui made a muffled sound, glancing at Summer Mingli, who was curling back into the blankets, giving him a half-hearted glare. The call was then transferred to Feng Yi, whose voice was laced with concern. "Hui, why does your voice sound off? You sound congested." Lin Hui, while nudging the head resting on his abdomen, replied into the phone, "I have a slight cold, cough." Feng Yi acknowledged understandingly. The recent drop in temperature makes it easy to catch a cold. Take care of yourself. If the medication doesn't help, go see a doctor promptly." Lin Hui, his breath unsteady, replied, "I know. Thank you for your concern, Brother Feng Yi. Why so formal?" Feng Yi paused. "Since everyone has the day off, I'll go buy some lamb. Shall we have hot pot tonight?" Lin Hui abruptly lifted his head, quickly distancing the phone from his mouth, taking several deep breaths. With his other hand, he pushed against the head more firmly, striving to steady his voice. I'm fine with it." Feng Yi seemed oblivious to any oddity, cheerfully planning. "All right, it's settled then. Let us gather at a U.S. place tonight. How many of you will come?" Summer Mingli halted, gazing at him expectantly. Lin Hui met his gaze, feeling a pang of sympathy as he gently patted his head, then turned to Feng Yi and said, too. Feng Yi chuckled a couple of times, a hint of excitement in his voice. "All right, see you tonight." Just as the call ended, Xia Mingli snatched the phone away. Lin Hui closed his eyes, once again reflecting on the beauty of youth. Chapter 64. "I want to marry him." Feng Yi disregarded the murderous intent emanating from the entrance, striding directly to Jiang Xinian's side and affectionately sitting down beside him. He produced a testing device to measure his hormone levels. Jiang Zhongqing placed the lamb into the kitchen, and upon emerging, he met Shen Yu's gaze, flashing a grin. Shen Yu shot him a sharp look, and Jiang Zhongqing, feeling a bit innocent, shrugged and said, "Don't look at me like that." I advised him against it. He insisted on coming, refusing to listen to my counsel. Shen Yu closed his eyes, suppressing his anger, and ascended the stairs. Jiang Zhongqing wore a slight smirk of schadenfreude as he approached the sofa, squeezing in beside Feng Yi, and leaned over to ask Jiang Xinian, "Little year, have you been doing well these past few days?" Jiang Xinian opened his mouth, his throat dry, emitting a hoarse sound, and he could only nod in response. "If your throat is uncomfortable, don't speak," Feng Yi said, rummaging through his bag to retrieve a box of throat lozenges, offering them to him. "Suck on these. They'll help, but no more than 5 a day." Jiang Xinian nodded again. Shen Yu descended from upstairs, donning a thick home jacket. Approaching the little Alpha, he silently helped him put it on and looked at Feng Yi. "How is he?" The raspy voice prompted both Feng Yi and Jiang Zhongqing to turn their attention to him. "Oh my," Jiang Zhongqing exclaimed, "I think you should have some throat lozenges too." "You." Feng Yi couldn't help but laugh, glancing at the values on the testing device. "They're normal." Jiang Xinian lifted his eyes, a hint of confusion in his voice as he quietly asked, "Isn't the sensitive period over? Do we still need a test?" His inquiry caused Feng Yi and Jiang Zhongqing to look at him again, seemingly puzzled as to why the two of them had voices that were progressively worse. Regaining his composure, Feng Yi explained, "Because you haven't had any measures in the past few days, we need to monitor and see if his reactions to you have caused any excessive stimulation or adverse effects." The little Alpha nodded, appearing to grasp the situation only partially. Feng Yi gave Shen Yu a reassuring glance as he began to pack up the equipment. Shen Yu discreetly pulled Jiang Xinian closer, allowing him to lean fully against him. Feng Yi turned to witness this scene, rolling his eyes in exasperation. How childish. What difference is there between this behavior and a puppy marking its territory? By the way, Jiang Zhongqing suddenly recalled, "Should we invite Sister Lan to join us?" Shen Yu rubbed his chin against the little Alpha's head and, in a hoarse voice, replied, "She's gone home." Jiang Zhongqing paused. "When did she leave? Has the internal strife in the Si family settled?" "It calmed down a couple of days ago," Shen Yu replied tersely, not wishing to elaborate. Jiang Zhongqing clicked his tongue. "That Si Wang moves quickly." Shen Yu merely hummed in acknowledgement. The Han family had made their rounds both overtly and covertly, so how could it not be swift? Those from the collateral branches of the Si family were not fools. Behind Si Wang stood Song Lan, and behind Song Lan were the Shun and Han families. Those individuals had long harbored resentment towards the CG Fan family, and the primary reason they had refrained from seizing power was their fear of Song Lan, the daughter of the Shun family and the adopted daughter of the Han family. This lineage was something only a fool like CG Fan could fail to appreciate. On a cold day, indulging in a steaming pot of lamb soup was indeed a source of happiness. The milky broth bubbled vigorously in the pot, its rich aroma permeating the entire restaurant, dispelling the chill from outside. Shen Yu served a bowl of soup to Jiang Xinian, who sipped it slowly. The delightful flavor slid smoothly down his throat, bringing a comforting sensation that made him squint in pleasure. Feng Yi was grumbling about Lin Hui's tardiness when the doorbell rang. He approached the door with a cheerful demeanor, thinking he might have been blocked. As he opened the door, his gaze met that of Xia Mingli standing beside Lin Hui, and his smile froze on his face, his words abruptly cut short. This was Lin Hui's first time bringing a companion to the gathering, and feeling somewhat shy, he dared not meet Feng Yi's eyes, thus failing to notice the myriad of emotions playing across Feng Yi's face. Blushing, he pulled Xia Mingli closer and introduced him, saying, "Brother Feng Yi, this is my boyfriend." Xia Mingli waved his hand with a grin, speaking casually, "Hello, brother." Lin Hui was momentarily taken aback, instinctively tugging at Xia Mingli's sleeve. Softly correcting him, "It's Brother Feng Yi." Xia Mingli grasped Lin Hui's hand, fingers interlaced, beaming at him as he said, "Let me introduce you. This is my half-brother, Feng Yi." Lin Hui's eyes widened in disbelief as he first looked to Xia Mingli, then turned to the visibly pale Feng Yi. A buzzing sound filled his mind as if something had collapsed within. Were they, the two of them, discussing the same person while working on homework last night? Lin Hui squeezed his eyes shut, his toes digging into the ground, longing to flee this country, no, this planet, immediately. Finally, Feng Yi emerged from shock, scrutinizing Xia Mingli from head to toe, letting out a few huffs of cold air through his nose. "It's windy outside. Don't block the door. Come in and talk," he said. "All right, brother," Xia Mingli obediently replied, tugging the petrified Lin Hui inside. Swiftly donning shoe covers for himself, he then bent down to help Lin Hui with his. Lin Hui remained in a daze, his gaze vacant. What sort of novel plot was this? Was he truly in a relationship with his best friend's younger brother? Was this appropriate? Was it supposed to be? As the three of them moved further inside, Xia Mingli spotted the people at the table and immediately called out, "You go, sister-in-law." Jiang Zhongqing smiled knowingly, casting a look at Xia Mingli that seemed to say, "You've done well." He pointed to Jiang Xinian beside him, adding, "This is also your sister-in-law." Xia Mingli readily acknowledged, turning to Jiang Xinian, "Hello, sister-in-law." Jiang Xinian swallowed the soup in her mouth and replied softly, "Come, have a seat." Shen Yu motioned towards an empty chair with a nod of his chin. Upon hearing Shen Yu's voice, Lin Hui reflexively made his way to the dining table. Keeping his eyes downcast, afraid to look at anyone, he felt his face flush, dizzy, with his heart racing as if he might perish at any moment. The three of them took their seats. Shen Yu cleared his throat and glanced at Lin Hui without any discernible expression. Only then did Lin Hui regain his composure, quietly greeting each person in turn. As Jiang Zhongqing heard his husky voice, he cheerfully handed over a bowl of soup, saying, "Come, come, have a sip of this warm broth. It's free of pepper, so it won't irritate your throat." Lin Hui accepted the bowl, murmuring his thanks. The gentle warmth of the bowl against his fingers provided him with a semblance of reality. Feng Yi settled beside Jiang Zhongqing, arms crossed, his expression serious as he scrutinized Lin Hui and Xia Mingli across the table. "Hui'er," Feng Yi began, his voice low and grave, "you must tell me honestly." His sharp gaze darted from Xia Mingli back to Lin Hui's face. "Did this kid witness a murder? Or do you possess some damning evidence that he holds over you?" He tapped the table with his finger. "Speak to me, brother, and I shall help you resolve this." Lin Hui, who had initially lowered his head in anticipation of Feng Yi's reprimand for abducting his younger brother, was taken aback by Feng Yi's unexpected words. He blinked in surprise, lifted his head, and hurriedly gestured with his hands, his voice slightly hoarse yet resolute. "No, brother Feng Yi, Shally is doing very well." "Well, Feng Yi acclimate," his tone rising sharply as if he had just heard an absurd joke. "Am I not aware of what sort of person he is?" Xia Mingli, meanwhile, was diligently skimming the scallions from the soup bowl for Lin Hui. Without lifting his head, he lazily replied, "Brother, one must reevaluate after a 3-day absence. You cannot always view me through the lens of the past. I'll reevaluate you." Feng Yi shot him an exasperated glare. "Hui'er is not someone you can toy with." Xia Mingli then pushed the clean soup bowl in front of Lin Hui before finally raising his head to meet Feng Yi's gaze, his playful demeanor vanishing entirely. "I'm not playing. I'm serious. I intend to marry him." Chapter 65. The happiness of a wife the moment those words left his lips. The table fell into a stunned silence, with only the bubbling of the soup pot filling the air. The shock was palpable not only among the others present, but also for Lin Hui himself, who turned abruptly to stare incredulously at Xia Mingli beside him. Marry. It was a notion he had never entertained. Before entering a relationship with Xia Mingli, Lin Hui had pondered extensively. Xia Mingli had only just graduated from university, being over 5 years his junior, and his life was only beginning to unfold. Furthermore, they were both alphas. Lin Hui had initially believed Xia Mingli's intentions were merely impulsive, a fleeting infatuation that would fade with time, leading him to reject the idea outright. However, Xia Mingli had not given up. Aware of Lin Hui's concerns, he dedicated 2 days each month to fly back from abroad just to see him, insisting on their meetings, during which they did nothing but enjoy each other's company. This persistence lasted for 2 long years. Lin Hui's heart was not made of stone. He felt he should not be so cruel. He owed it to Xia Mingli and to himself to offer a chance. Yet, throughout it all, the prospect of marriage had never crossed his mind. The failure of his parents' marriage had lodged itself like a splinter in his heart from an early age. The endless arguments, the chilling silence, and the eventual, acrimonious divorce had instilled in him a deep aversion to the very concept of marriage. He yearned for a stable relationship, but was equally terrified of the constraints and potential disintegration that a binding contract could entail. Sans signe l'extension, Xia Mingli reached beneath the table to grasp his hand, lightly scratching his palm with his fingertips, maintaining a smile as he looked at Feng Yi. "Brother, I am serious." Feng Yi, upon witnessing Xia Mingli's unperturbed demeanor akin to a dead pig unbothered by boiling water, promptly relinquished any intention to engage in further discourse with him and shifted his attention to Lin Hui. He genuinely wished to prevent Lin Hui from being subjected to Xia Mingli's antics. "Huier, Huier," Feng Yi called out twice before Lin Hui snapped back to reality. Turning his head to stifle a cough, his cheeks flushed with an unnatural hue. Instantly, Feng Yi furrowed his brow. "Are you all right? Why do you look so unwell?" He rose to check Lin Hui's forehead. However, Xia Mingli was quicker, his palm already pressed against Lin Hui's skin, his expression shifting dramatically. "You're a bit warm. You have a fever." Shen Yu approached a cabinet in the corner of the living room, retrieved a fever-reducing patch, and handed it to Xia Mingli. Observing the earnest concern Xia Mingli exhibited towards Lin Hui, Feng Yi's ire somewhat subsided. He truly could not fathom how such a grounded individual as Lin Hui could be enamored with someone as unlikable as Xia Mingli, who was detested by cats, dogs, and people alike. Shen Yu's gaze settled on Xia Mingli. Xia Mingli. Upon hearing his name, Xia Mingli looked up, meeting Shen Yu's scrutinizing and imposing violet eyes, yet remained unfazed. "Brother Yu, do you know who stands behind him?" Shen Yu inquired. Xia Mingli nodded without a hint of hesitation. "I do." Shen Yu scrutinized him for several moments, as if attempting to see through him entirely, before finally uttering, "That's good to know." Once the meal concluded, the group naturally divided into two factions. Jiang Zhongqing had initially intended to take advantage of the post-meal lull to report on work matters to Shen Yu. However, it was evident that more pressing matters had arisen. If today's situation were not clarified, Feng Yi would undoubtedly be displeased, and Feng Yi's displeasure would spell disaster for Jiang Zhongqing's anticipated blissful life. With this in mind, Jiang Zhongqing decisively took Xia Mingli's arm and pushed open the glass door to the balcony, casting a glance back at Shen Yu. Understanding the cue, Shen Yu covered Jiang Xinian with a light blanket before stepping out. The capital had already entered winter yesterday, and the night breeze bore a biting chill that enveloped the three men instantly. Jiang Zhongqing produced a cigarette case, offering one to Shen Yu before lighting one for himself. After taking a deep draw, he directed his gaze towards Xia Mingli, who leaned against the railing. "Let's get straight to the point," Jiang Zhongqing began, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "What are your intentions with our Huier?" Xia Mingli appeared to have anticipated this inquiry, his expression unchanged, his tone calm yet earnest. "I wish to marry him and spend my life with him." Jiang Zhongqing clicked his tongue, clearly skeptical of such claims. "Your brother isn't here. There's no need for pretense. Speak boldly." Xia Mingli turned to face Jiang Zhongqing, his eyes shining brightly in the night. "What I say is the truth." Jiang Zhongqing, cigarette in mouth, squinted at him, then glanced sideways at the silently smoking Shen Yu, and asked, "Do you think we believe you? How old are you? How many people have you encountered? You dare to speak of a lifetime?" Standing tall, Xia Mingli's tone was unprecedentedly solemn. "I understand that you perceive me as too young and believe my feelings for him are mere whims or a fleeting novelty. If my words seem dubious now, then let my actions speak for themselves. After all, seeing is believing." He refrained from mentioning the fact that he had silently pursued Lin Hui for 2 years. In his view, the pursuit of one's beloved ought to embody sincerity and patience, which are not to be trivialized nor used as bargaining chips. Suddenly breaking his silence, Shen Yu raised his gaze to Xiao Mingli, his violet eyes appearing exceptionally profound in the twilight. He spoke, "You're all alphas. Same-sex relationships often attract societal scrutiny and unnecessary troubles. Your life is just beginning, and your career is still in its infancy. Are you certain that, regardless of the circumstances you may face in the future, you shall never abandon him, nor harbor regrets?" Xiao Mingli met Shen Yu.As gaze unwaveringly. "Without a hint of evasion, I am certain. My affection for him transcends the distinction between Alpha and Omega. It solely stems from my love for Lin Hui." He continued, "If I were to forsake him due to external pressures, it would merely signify that my feelings are not profound enough." Jiang Zhongqing extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, crossed his arms, and leaned slightly forward, exuding an air of intimidation. "Kid, do not speak too definitively. I shall grant you another chance. Reflect carefully before you respond." "If you truly do not need to deliberate," Xiao Mingli interjected, his reply resolute, "I wish to marry him and spend my life with him." Jiang Zhongqing scrutinized him for several seconds before suddenly breaking into a grin, patting Xiao Mingli's shoulder with a firm hand, though his tone softened. "All right, you have guts, kid. But heed my warning. Should you dare to let Hui suffer, let us not even mention anything else." He gestured towards Shen Yu. "Your brother you could easily end you with just 2 punches." Xiao Mingli chuckled, infused with youthful bravado. Yet his gaze remained earnest. "There will be no need for brother you to take action. If it ever comes to that, I would rather perish." This statement caused both Jiang Zhongqing and Shen Yu to pause momentarily. Jiang Zhongqing shook his head, appearing both resigned and somewhat appreciative of the young man's reckless spirit. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to glance at the living room, lowered his voice, and leaned closer to Xiao Mingli. "May I inquire, in all frankness, do you two ever quarrel?" Hearing this, Xiao Mingli raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting to one of curiosity. He glanced at the impassive yet evidently attentive Shen Yu beside him, then retorted to Jiang Zhongqing, "Haven't you and my brother ever tried?" Jiang Zhongqing raised his chin with pride, a smile spreading across his face. "Apologies, but your sister-in-law is an enigma." The quizzical expression on Xiao Mingli's face deepened, and he instinctively exclaimed, "An enigma being subdued by an alpha?" Jiang Zhongqing shot him a look that suggested he still had much to learn. "You see, a true man is indifferent to labels. He only cares about whether his wife is happy." Chapter 66. No intent to brag the next day. At the Star Alliance Command Center, in the top-level conference room, the long table was filled with attendees. Shen Yu occupied the main seat, with the colossal Star Alliance emblem behind him. His fingertips tapped lightly on the tabletop, his gaze resting on the fresh, blood-crusted bite mark on his right hand. The sensitive period had passed. Last night, the small alpha was remarkably obedient, following his every command as if he had slipped some compliance-inducing substance into the soup. This bout of reassurance left him feeling entirely at ease, and at this moment his mood was remarkably tranquil, even verging on delightful. "Commander, esteemed colleagues." Bai Yiran was the first to rise, making his way to the projection screen, where he picked up a laser pointer and illuminated the map displayed. Based on the dismantled den and the subsequent intelligence gathered from the interrogation of Wang Zhe, we have acquired the following information. He pressed a button on the page turner, and a multitude of red dots appeared on the screen. In the capital alone, 46 confirmed trafficking dens have been identified. A suppressed gasp echoed from the audience below. Most of these dens are linked to the underground gray market, involving illegal organ transplants, pheromone black market transactions, the trafficking of living organs, and the provision of resources for individuals with peculiar preferences. Bai Yiran switched the PowerPoint presentation, revealing shocking transaction records and reproductions of medical files. A small number of den-specific purposes and connections remain under investigation. Shen Yu paused his typing. "What level of the industrial chain have we excavated?" Bai Yiran glanced at a female officer in charge of intelligence nearby. Reporting to the commander, the officer immediately stood, her speech clear and swift. "Current leads point towards several international medical conglomerates and underground banks with a complex flow of funds, yet there are overlapping nodes. She turned off the current presentation and highlighted another. One critical account, after repeated verification, has been confirmed to have long-term, substantial financial transactions with Meng Jian. As she spoke, she projected several summaries of transfer and communication records onto the secondary screen, noting that the timestamps and amounts closely align with the financial demands of the Fanya organization during several large-scale operations. We suspect that Meng Jian is one of Fanya's protective umbrellas within the parliament, or at the very least, a significant source of funding. Shen Yu leaned back slightly, picking up a thermos cup from the table and taking a sip. As he set the cup down, it emitted a soft click. An entire conference room held its breath. Is the chain of evidence complete? Shen Yu inquired. Bai Yiran responded. Wang Zhi's testimony, the financial flow, and some intermediary testimonies have already formed a closed loop. This is sufficient to apply for an arrest warrant. Shen Yu shifted his gaze to Jiang Zhongqing. General Jiang, what is your opinion? Agreed. Jiang Zhongqing stroked his chin with one hand, his gaze fixed on the PowerPoint presentation. Arresting Meng Jian would not only sever an important financial chain of Fanya, but could also extract information regarding Fanya's stronghold from him. Shen Yu fell silent for a few seconds, his fingertips lightly tracing the rim of the cup. All eyes were on him. Approved. Shen Yu picked up the electronic pen and signed the electronic order on the tablet. General Bai, you will personally lead a team to invite Councilman Meng to cooperate with the investigation. He raised his head, casting a glance at Bai Yiran. Be courteous. Do not make it too difficult for the speaker. Understood. Shen Yu's gaze swept across the assembly, lingering a few moments longer on the generals responsible for reconnaissance and operations. Regarding the remaining dens and Fanya stronghold, I hope to receive definitive news before the new year. A new year should bring a fresh outlook. Understood. Shen Yu nodded, closing the folder before him. Dismissed. The officers rose in unison, saluting before swiftly departing. Shen Yu and Jiang Zhongqing were the last to exit. Jiang Zhongqing tugged at his somewhat tight collar and glanced around. Where's Hui? I haven't seen him today. Shen Yu continued his stride toward the office, his voice devoid of inflection. The fever has not subsided. He has been granted a week off. Jiang Zhongqing acknowledged with a brief sound, hastening a few steps to walk alongside Shen Yu. He caught a glimpse of the fresh bite mark on Shen Yu's right hand and couldn't help but frown in disapproval. I must ask, can you refrain from tormenting Xiao Nian for even a day? Shen Yu did not lift his gaze, maintaining his forward motion. Which of your eyes witnessed me tormenting him? If I do not provoke him, would he gnash his teeth at you? Shen Yu chuckled lightly, raising his hand to present the bite mark before Jiang Zhongqing. A hint of pride lacing his tone. He bites, as if he were a little dog, fond of leaving marks. The two entered the office, Shen Yu hanging his coat neatly. Jiang Zhongqing casually shut the door, approached the water dispenser, and gulped down a few mouthfuls. After wiping his mouth, he crumpled the paper cup and tossed it into the trash can, confirming that there were indeed issues at hand. Shen Yu settled behind his desk, powering on his computer without lifting his head. Speak. The scouts have infiltrated. Jiang Zhongqing pulled out a chair and sat down, though the room appeared orderly. Certain details were amiss. There were more than one toothbrush in the bathroom, and the clothes hanging on the balcony varied significantly in size, indicating that he was not the sole occupant. Shen Yu paused momentarily in his typing, lifting his gaze to regard him. The anomaly was, however, that Jiang Zhongqing, frowning, had not discerned any signs of a large quantity of supplies being brought in. Surveillance from nearby supermarkets and markets had also been reviewed, confirming that Zhao Shun had not made any substantial purchases recently. Shen Yu inquired, do you suspect the existence of a secret passage? Most likely. Jiang Zhongqing nodded. Otherwise, the source of the supplies could not be explained. Furthermore, it remained unclear how they managed to evade detection when entering and exiting. Shen Yu was silent for a moment before asking, where is Zhao Ji now? Teaching at the military academy. Keep an eye on him. Shen Yu.As tone remained flat. Do not raise any alarms. Understood, Jiang Zhongqing affirmed, then recalled something. By the way, a few days ago, Zhao Shun contacted me, saying he was feeling much better and wished to invite us for a meal. Shen Yu shifted his attention back to the computer. What did you say? I didn't commit to anything, just mentioned that I would check your availability. Jiang Zhongqing studied him. So are we going? Shen Yu glanced at his schedule. I am free the night after tomorrow. Very well. Jiang Zhongqing retrieved his phone. I will respond to him. Just in case. Let us include AI as well. We wouldn't want to repeat of last time. Shen Yu barely acknowledged with a soft hum, while Jiang Zhongqing sent the message. He inquired, should we bring Xiao Yin along? Shen Yu continued typing. The reserves have begun assigning tasks. Jiang Zhongqing paused mid-message, raising his head to look at Shen Yu, stunned for a couple of seconds before realizing, wow, has it been half a month already? Time truly flies. Assigning tasks to the reserves is a tradition of the Star Alliance. The current tasks assigned to them are low in difficulty and danger. However, their level of completion and performance will directly influence subsequent allocations. Chapter 67. The arrival of the goddess of beauty Jiang Xinian stood before the mirror. Her brows furrowed as she desperately tugged at her skirt. She asked Han Yunker, who was fervently taking pictures nearby, must I wear it like this? Can't I change into a longer one? The reflection in the mirror revealed her dressed in a fitted white collared shirt paired with a black leather bodycon miniskirt. Her legs were fair, long, and straight, dazzling to the eyes. In order to better align with the preferences of the target, a striking red wavy wig adorned her head, and her makeup was meticulously applied. With this transformation, Jiang Xinian's visage became even more striking, radiating a beauty that seemed almost otherworldly. The chilliness that surrounded her intensified, and a fleeting glance at you felt akin to observing a mere dog. There was no alternative. Han Yunkai returned the phone to him, gesturing for him to view the photographs. The target had a penchant for long hair, short skirts, and the aloof demeanor characteristic of an alpha. Beside them, Yang Qintang crossed his arms, meeting Jiang Xinian's gaze, his heart racing as he licked his lips, genuinely exclaiming, Goddess Jiang, with that face and figure, you would excel as either an A or an O. Lingbo, wiping drool from the corner of his mouth, fervently nodded in agreement. I second that. Don't you find this peculiar? Jiang Xinian mused, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Han Yunkai circled around him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. It is indeed a bit strange. Wait a moment, let me fetch something. He turned and walked toward a nearby equipment box. Seizing the opportunity, Lingbo leaned closer to Jiang Xinian, his eyes sparkling. Goddess Jiang, do you need a dog? Am I suitable? This statement left the young alpha at a loss for words, and he could only stare at him in disbelief, instinctively taking a step back. Lingbo, struck by the cold yet slightly bewildered look in his eyes, dramatically clutched his chest, exclaiming, Wow, that feels amazing. That gaze of disdain, can you do it again? Jiang Xinian pressed his lips together, utterly speechless, unable to comprehend the minds of these individuals. Han Yunkai quickly returned, holding a pair of unopened black fleece stockings, which he handed to him. Put these on, and you won't look so strange. They'll also keep you warm. Jiang Xinian paused for a moment. He had just seen this item in the study materials provided by Feng Yi yesterday, and now he was about to wear them. He accepted the stockings, hesitantly glancing at Han Yunkai, who nodded reassuringly, urging him, Hurry, we have little time. Change in the inner room. We still need to review the details of the operation. This marked the first mission for the reserve team, with 12 individuals randomly sorted into 3 groups. Their group was assigned a particularly disturbing case involving a stalker who specifically targeted alphas in short skirts, having harassed over 10 individuals, creating a significant uproar, necessitating a swift capture. After reviewing the materials that morning, the 4 had decided on the most direct and straightforward method to lure the perpetrator out of hiding. Given the target's clear preferences, they would tailor a bait specifically for him. The selection of this bait was also determined by drawing lots. The young alpha stared at the paper with a pentagram he held in his hand, pausing for a few seconds before calmly accepting it. His streak of good fortune had likely been exhausted on love and marriage with Shen Yu. Han Yunkai drove, while Jiang Xinian sat in the passenger seat. Lingbo thoughtfully brought a scarf for Jiang Xinian to cover his legs. The young alpha accepted it with gratitude, draping the scarf over his lap and loosening his tense body. He took out his phone and sent a message to Shen Yu. We have set off, and we will be cautious. After a moment's thought, he chose a photo to send along with a follow-up message. Do you find this odd? I find it quite strange. Once sent, he looked up at Han Yunkai, inquiring, How is Shui doing? Han Yung turned a corner, scanning the road ahead before responding. All is well. I can eat and sleep. The old man dotes on her excessively, offering stars when she asks for the moon. Her heart is sound. The doctor says her recovery is progressing splendidly, and she will be discharged tomorrow to recuperate at home. Jiang Xinian nodded. That's good to hear. The Han family acted swiftly, completing all the necessary procedures the day after deciding to adopt. The elderly General Han bestowed upon her a new name, Han Shui, symbolizing comfort and ease. Amidst soothing Shen Yu, Jiang Xinian managed to visit a few times. Han Shui had been transferred from the ICU to a standard VIP room. Her complexion greatly improved. Surrounded by an array of new toys, with 3 caretakers attending to her every need with meticulous care. The old general devoted several hours daily to her company, sometimes reading stories, sometimes simply being present in silence. Thus, the last remnants of Jiang Xinian's reluctance and worry dissipated entirely. To genuinely love someone is to wish for their happiness and well-being, is it not? According to the information at hand, this deviant typically targets victims at a bar named Mizong. He observes discreetly for a day or two, learns the route the target takes after leaving, and follows them to a secluded area to perpetrate his assault. Curiously, his actions are limited to forced kisses and inappropriate touching. Yang Chengting remarqued, "This guy must have some unspeakable secret, right?" Therefore, Jiang Xinian and his companions merely came today to scout the location, to raise awareness, without any intention of taking action. When they arrived at Mizong, the sky had not yet fully darkened, and the bar had only a few patrons. By the bar, Jiang Xinian sat awkwardly, pressing his legs together and fidgeting with his skirt. Yang Chentang handed him a beautifully colored low-alcohol cocktail, curiously inquiring, "Jiang, do you drink?" "A little." Jiang Xinian accepted the drink, though he was not well-versed in alcohol. Han Yung patted his shoulder. "It's fine. Just sit here and sip it slowly for appearance's sake." He glanced at the time and reminded, "Have you informed your significant other?" Jiang Xinian nodded. Nearby, Ling Bo was adjusting his earpiece and, upon hearing this, turned with wide eyes, exclaiming, "Your significant other? Jiang, are you in a relationship?" Jiang Xinian, curiously lifting his glass to observe the layers, replied flatly, "I'm married." Ling Bo dramatically leaned back, exaggeratingly collapsing onto Yang Chentang, clutching his chest. "Jiang, did you hear my heart shatter?" Jiang Xinian turned to him and stated plainly, "I didn't hear it." Yang Chentang patted Ling Bo on the shoulder. "Your schedule seems quite full." Ling Bo straightened up and brushed off his hand. "What do you mean? So theatrical." Ling Bo pouted, snickered coldly, and offered a friendly gesture. "All right." Han Yung glanced at his watch. "It's about time. Let us proceed as planned." He produced a key, handing it to Jiang Xinian. "This is the key to the apartment. Remember the address?" Jiang Xinian accepted it, placing it in his coat pocket and nodding. Ling Bo leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Should I take off my outer coat now or later? It feels like the atmosphere hasn't warmed up yet." Jiang Xinian surveyed the sparse guests around them. "Let us wait until there are more people." "Agreed." Ling Bo expressed agreement and casually picked up a peanut from the bar, tossing it into his mouth. Han Yunkai stood up, adjusting his jacket. "Chun Ting and I will take a stroll down the alley by the back door to familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. Ling Bo, you stay here and keep your wits about you." "Rest assured, Brother Han," Ling Bo replied with an okay gesture. Chapter 68. Will I resolve it myself, or shall I take the lead? The bar's lights gradually became enchanting, and the music grew louder as the crowd began to gather. Jiang Xinian followed the plan, shedding his heavy coat and donning the dress that made him feel utterly uncomfortable. Perched on a high stool, one leg slightly bent and hooked around the foot of the stool, while the other dangled naturally, the tips of his toes lightly tapping the ground. As the lights danced, they occasionally illuminated his subtly made-up face. His amber eyes, framed by curled false eyelashes, appeared particularly profound, scanning the surroundings with a detached gaze that starkly contrasted with the lively atmosphere, thus creating an irresistible allure. The small alpha dismissed yet another suitor attempting to strike up a conversation, took a sip of his cocktail, and tapped his fingers rhythmically on the bar in time with the music. "Attention, at 3 o'clock, near the pillar, there's an alpha." Han Yunkai's voice came through the tiny earpiece. He is wearing a black jacket and a blue cap, and has been glancing your way frequently for the past 20 minutes. Jiang Xinian did not turn immediately, but, taking advantage of the gesture of raising his glass, stole a glance from the corner of his eye. Indeed, a figure lingered in the shadow of the pillar, adopting a somewhat deliberately relaxed posture. "I see him," Jiang Xinian replied softly. "Stay natural, proceed as planned," Han Yunkai instructed. After rejecting 2 more patrons, Jiang Xinian checked his watch, feigning fatigue, settled the bill, and rose from his seat. Deliberately not wearing his coat, he staggered slightly, leaning against the wall as he made his way outside. The gaze from behind clung to his legs, prickling against his skin. The alley was dimly lit, littered with trash bins, and the odor was unpleasant. Jiang Xinian walked along the predetermined route at a leisurely pace, ears attuned to the sounds behind him. Footsteps soft, yet undeniably trailing him. A faint smile crept onto his lips as he turned a corner, entering a quieter path. The footsteps hesitated momentarily before following suit. After a short distance, just as he was about to reach the temporary rendezvous point at the foot of the building, the footsteps ceased. Jiang Xinian did not look back, but pressed on for a moment before slipping into a doorway, slowing his breath. A few minutes later, Han Yunkai's voice came through the earpiece. He didn't follow. He paused at the intersection for a while and then turned back. Jiang Xinian exhaled in relief, glancing down at his high heels, which were beginning to rub against his heels uncomfortably. "The mission is half accomplished," Han Yunkai continued. "Let's regroup and summarize the situation." "Understood," Jiang Xinian replied quietly, emerging from the doorway, donning his coat, and preparing to join Han Yunkai and the others. Just as he took a few steps, Han Yunkai's voice echoed once more through the earpiece. "Hey, Jiang Xinian. Don't come looking for us anymore." Han Yunkai paused, his tone laced with amusement. "Your husband is here, waiting at the bar's entrance." Little Alpha paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "Shen Yu? What brings him here?" He touched his earpiece and whispered, "Received." Jiang Xinian circled around the entrance of the bar. The night breeze chilled his legs, prompting him to wrap his coat tighter. At the bar's entrance, Shen Yu stood by the car, clad in a matching coat, his light purple hair casually cascading. A hint of crimson lingered between his fingers, wisps of grayish smoke curling upward. As Jiang Xinian approached, Shen Yu slightly turned his head, his gaze first settling on Jiang's face, then gliding over the red wig, the collar of his shirt, the leather mini-skirt, and finally fixating on his legs clad in black stockings. Jiang Xinian felt somewhat uneasy under Shen Yu's scrutiny, his pace slowing as he came to a halt before him, softly inquiring, "What brings you here?" Shen Yu did not respond immediately, taking a final drag from his cigarette before discarding the stub and extinguishing it beneath his shoe. He reached out, his fingertips brushing against Jiang Xinian's wig before gliding down to his cool cheek. "To pick you up from work?" he replied, his voice deeper than usual, laced with a hint of languor. He wrapped an arm around little Alpha's waist, drawing him closer. Jiang Xinian looked up into Shen Yu's violet eyes, feeling his throat tighten. He was all too familiar with that gaze. He yearned to lean in for a kiss, even if just to brush their lips together. But noticing others nearby glancing in their direction made his cheeks flush, rendering him hesitant. Shen Yu continued to gaze at him silently, his arm tightening around Jiang Xinian, pulling him even closer. The little Alpha felt his heart race under Shen Yu's penetrating stare, hastily averting his gaze, searching for conversation. "Why are you smoking?" he stammered, recalling Shen Yu's mild addiction and his efforts to quit for him. Shen Yu placed his other hand on Jiang Xinian's face, rubbing gently. "Couldn't resist," he murmured. "Is it a craving?" Jiang Xinian probed, sensing something amiss in his response. Shen Yu did not answer directly, but countered with a question. Did the mission go smoothly? His hand, resting on Jiang's waist, rhythmically brushed against the leather fabric of his skirt. "Yes," Jiang Xinian nodded, wishing to tighten his coat, but Shen Yu's hand obstructed him. "The target is hooked. We'll reel them in as planned tomorrow." Shen Yu nodded, his gaze returning to Jiang's legs. "Dressed so lightly, aren't you cold?" "Yes," Jiang Xinian admitted honestly, the tip of his nose slightly reddened from the chill. The skirt was indeed too short. "Get in the car." Shen Yu turned to embrace him, opening the car door while shielding his head with his palm. Jiang Xinian bent to enter, the hem of his skirt riding up further. He quickly reached down to pull it down, But Shen Yu leaned in, grasping his hand. "Good boy, no one can see us now. Can I kiss you?" Jiang Xinian remained silent, but leaned in willingly. Shen Yu simultaneously held the back of his neck, the pressure intensifying the kiss. Their lips mingled, infused with a subtle scent of tobacco and familiar jasmine, claiming territory. Jiang Xinian found himself breathless, clutching the fabric of Shen Yu's shirt. However, the kiss was short-lived. Shen Yu pulled back slightly, his fingertip brushing against Jiang's lower lip, wiping away the lipstick smudge from their kiss. Jiang Xinian noticed that Shen Yu's driving was unusually swift today. He glanced at him several times, puzzled, but Shen Yu's expression remained untroubled, although his jaw was slightly tense. While waiting a red light, Jiang Xinian found himself caught off guard by Shen Yu. As the violet gaze swept over him, his heart skipped a beat, and he quickly forced a smile, awkwardly inquiring, "How is brother Lin Hui?" Shen Yu's hand slid down from the steering wheel, resting on Jiang's knee, which was clad in sheer black stockings, and he squeezed it gently. The fever has subsided. Jiang felt a tingling sensation and instinctively pressed his thighs together. Murmuring a soft "oh," as the green light illuminated, Shen Yu pressed down on the accelerator, and a sensation of speed surged through them. Jiang Xinian bit his lip, silently reaching out to grip the overhead handle. The moment the car came to a halt, with the engine still humming, Shen Yu unbuckled his seatbelt and leaned over, kissing him once more, unable to resist. While kissing, he unfastened Jiang Xinian's seatbelt and, with a firm embrace, pulled him from the passenger seat to straddle him. The hem of Jiang's short skirt rose, resting at his waist. Shen Yu slipped off Jiang's high heels, gently massaging his ankles to alleviate his discomfort. As their kiss lingered, their foreheads touched, breaths mingling. Shen Yu's gaze fixated on the top button of Jiang's shirt, and he murmured softly, "Shall I unbutton it? Or will you?" Chapter 69. "When I miss you, I get sulky." Gasping slightly, Jiang Xinian replied, "You do it." Shen Yu chuckled softly, deftly unbuttoning the first button of the shirt. "Kiss me, my good cub." Jiang obediently leaned in. As the third button was undone, Shen Yu's lips left Jiang's mouth and traced downward, leaving new marks over yesterday's remnants. While changing clothes, Shen Yu's lips brushed against Jiang's collarbone, his voice muffled. "Are they here?" Jiang Xinian immediately shook his head. "No, I changed alone in the inner room." That night, he lifted his gaze, Shen Yu's violet eyes piercing through the dim light. "How many approached you?" Jiang Xinian felt a flush creeping to his ears. Avoiding his gaze as he softly replied, "I don't remember, but I didn't speak more than 3 sentences with them." He paused and added, "I barely had a sip of alcohol. It was all for show." Shen Yu wholeheartedly believed Jiang Xinian's words. His cub would never deceive him. So obedient. Shen Yu was quite pleased, gripping Jiang Xinian's chin and kissing him again, this time with deeper fervor, an overwhelming sense of possession evident. Jiang Xinian pondered inwardly. The sensitive phase had evidently passed. Why was Shen Yu still so intense today? Shen Yu bit down on his lip, causing Jiang to open his eyes in confusion and gaze at him. "You're not focused." Jiang Xinian pressed the bitten area. "I was just wondering if you're still in your sensitive phase." "It's over." Jiang Xinian was even more perplexed. Then why today? Why is the kiss more fervent than during your sensitive period? Shen Yu fixed his gaze on him, his hand resting on the edge of Jiang's skirt. "Do we need to choose a special day for such moments?" Jiang Xinian was momentarily speechless, taken aback by Shen Yu's intent gaze. Understanding the implication in Shen Yu's eyes, he cupped his face and leaned in for a kiss, this time taking the lead. Jiang Xinian's learning ability was remarkable. In just over a month, his kissing skills had reached a level comparable to Shen Yu's. Their kiss elicited a muffled groan from Shen Yu, his grip tightening around Jiang's lower back. The tension had been building for an afternoon and evening. From the moment I received that photograph until I laid eyes on him just now, the flame of desire has grown increasingly fervent. The visual impact of his presence exceeded all expectations. His usual demeanor is obedient and composed, yet suddenly adorned in such attire. The contrast is strikingly intense. They embraced and nibbled at each other for a while, their breaths becoming disordered and chaotic. Just when Jiang Xinian believed their first destination of the evening was indeed here, Shen Yu abruptly halted. He adjusted the slightly open collar of Jiang's shirt, enveloping him snugly in his coat, and softly uttered, Let us go home. He opened the car door and lifted Jiang out in his arms. Jiang wrapped his arms around Shen's neck, suddenly recalling something. His shoes. The high heels were still left in the car. Let us change them, he suggested. Shen Yu kicked the car door shut and walked towards home. These are uncomfortable, he remarked. Jiang Xinian paused, surprised. How did you know? Shen Yu glanced down at him. Your posture while walking is off. Jiang Xinian smiled faintly, saying nothing further, burying his face in Shen's neck. As Shen Yu unlocked the door with his fingerprint, he carried Jiang inside without setting him down, traversing directly to the living room sofa. The main lights remained off. Only the floor lamp beside the sofa was illuminated, casting a warm yellow glow that outlined the furniture, creating an ambience that was both intimate and tranquil. Shen Yu settled Jiang into the sofa, but chose to remain standing. Towering over him, Jiang Xinian instinctively brought his legs together, tilting his head up to meet Shen Yu's gaze. A tempest of emotions swirling within those eyes, causing his heart to race. Suddenly, he reached out, grasping Shen Yu's fingertips and giving them a gentle squeeze. So now, do you still want to? Jiang Xinian's voice was softer than usual, laced with a hint of curiosity. Shen Yu captured his hand, enclosing it within his palm. Leaning in closer, what do you think, my obedient one? Jiang Xinian shifted slightly. I'll go take a shower. Shen Yu pressed him down, reaching to remove the wig, placing it aside with casual ease, his fingers smoothing Jiang's slightly disheveled black hair. Let me help you. Once the wig was off, Jiang Xinian felt a sudden lightness, his entire being becoming much more at ease. He nodded appreciatively. Shen Yu then lifted him once more, carrying him toward the bedroom. In the brightly lit bathroom, Jiang Xinian sat on the countertop, turning to gaze at his made-up face in the mirror, only to remember to ask, "Do you have makeup remover at home?" "I bought some," Shen Yu replied, retrieving an unopened bottle of makeup remover and a pack of cotton pads from the cabinet. Jiang Xinian was taken aback. "What did you buy this?" After seeing the photograph, Shen Yu said, turning Jiang's face back to him, locking his gaze onto Jiang's, his voice low. "Did you send the picture to anyone else?" Jiang Xinian glanced down at the black stockings adorning his legs. "I only sent it to you. I find it quite strange. Don't you?" Shen Yu poured the makeup remover into his palm, rubbing it together before gently applying it to Jiang Xinian's face. "Not strange, just beautiful." Jiang Xinian tilted his face upward, allowing him to proceed, his eyelashes fluttering. "Really?" Shen Yu affirmed, carefully wiping away the eye makeup with a cotton pad. "When does your event end tomorrow?" "Around 10 in the evening," Jiang Xinian replied. Shen Yu cleaned the other eye. "I'll come to pick you up." "All right." Once the makeup was thoroughly removed, Jiang Xinian's naturally fair skin was revealed. Shen Yu gently wiped his face with a damp towel, observing him for a moment before planting a kiss on his forehead. "The day after tomorrow, I will dine with Zhao Xuan." Jiang Xinian looked up in confusion. "Is Zhao Xuan an acquaintance?" "A friend," Shen Yu replied, his fingers tracing circles on Jiang Xinian's waist, adding, "He liked me before, but now I am unsure." After saying this, his expectant gaze fell upon Jiang Xinian's face. The young alpha merely responded with an "oh" and nodded, then lowered his gaze to observe Shen Yu's fingers drawing circles on his waist. After a few seconds of silence, Shen Yu's expression darkened, waiting for a response that did not come. With a swift motion, he tugged at the stockings, tearing them with a sharp rip. The pale skin beneath the rip was exposed, resembling a piece of exquisite jade trapped in dark mud. Jiang Xinian instinctively brought his legs together, frowning as he looked up at him. "I need to wear them tomorrow." Shen Yu ignored him, turning to adjust the shower, his tone rigid. "Buy new ones." Jiang Xinian's frown deepened as he watched Shen Yu's back, pursing his lips in contemplation. Why was he unhappy again? The young alpha retraced their earlier conversation in his mind, attempting to discern the cause, and fell into silence. The sound of rushing water filled the air, and the rising steam gradually enveloped them. Shen Yu tested the water temperature before returning to lift Jiang Xinian from the sink, bringing him directly into the shower. The warm water instantly soaked their clothes, clinging to Jiang Xinian's white shirt and revealing the flesh beneath. Shen Yu encircled him from behind, resting his chin on Jiang Xinian's damp shoulder, one hand tugging down the zipper on the side of his skirt. Water cascaded down their closely pressed bodies. "Good boy," Shen Yu's voice, muffled by the sound of water, inquired. Do you truly love me? Jiang Xinian was taken aback, turning to look at him, but Shen Yu gently held his face in place. Indeed, Jiang Xinian replied without hesitation, I love you dearly. Shen Yu's hand moved to Jiang Xinian's chin, gently squeezing it to compel him to lean back against his shoulder. The hot water splashed directly on the young alpha's face, forcing him to close his eyes. Then why do you appear so indifferent? Shen Yu's voice brushed against his ear. Jiang Xinian coughed lightly from the water that splashed into his mouth, struggling to turn his head to evade the direct stream, striving to maintain his focus. Shen Yu gazed at his flushed cheeks, his amber eyes filled with genuine confusion, devoid of any pretense or concealment. This only fueled the unnamed fire within Shen Yu, mingled with a sense of helpless frustration. Zhao Shuan, he released his grip on Jiang Xinian's chin, instead supporting his waist and turning him to face him. I stated that he liked me, and your response was merely a no without further elaboration. It was only then that Jiang Xinian realized, wrapping his arms around Shen Yu's neck and tentatively asking, Do you wish for me to throw a tantrum? Chapter 70. You must have a sense of possession. Shen Yu fixed his gaze upon him, remaining silent for a few seconds before speaking. Jiang Xinian, he addressed him formally, his tone serious. I am your Enigma, your partner. Someone has explicitly expressed affection for me, and may still hold those feelings. Your reaction should not merely be a simple "oh," followed by silence. Jiang Xinian wiped the water from his face and gazed up at Shen Yu, who was rarely so emotionally expressive, even somewhat restless. A mix of panic and curiosity stirred within him. He attempted to comprehend, but you only love me, and we are married. You just mentioned that Zhao Shuan was someone you liked in the past. I trust you. This is not merely a matter of trust, my dear. Shen Yu raised his hand to rub his brow, appearing somewhat defeated. It is possessiveness. You should feel possessive about me. Shen Yu's hand moved to the nape of the small alpha's neck, squeezing that tender flesh. Just as I would care about who looks at you, who touches you, who smiles at you. Do you understand? Jiang Xinian was momentarily taken aback, then nodded, softly saying, So you wish for me to be angry, for me to feel displeasure because others like you. Indeed, Shen Yu affirmed decisively, rewarding Jiang Xinian with a gentle kiss on his lips. I hope you feel a twinge of discomfort, that you come to question me, or at the very least show a hint of concern, allowing me to know that you would be anxious if others coveted me. His violet eyes locked onto the small alpha's. My dear, love is exclusive, laden with possessiveness. This is not a negative emotion. It is a natural human sentiment. Jiang Xinian gazed into the proximity of Shen Yu, observing the seriousness and anticipation in his eyes, causing his heart to flutter. For him, to possess Shen Yu was an immense fortune. Deep within, he always harbored a sense of unreality, a fear of loss. Thus, he preferred to maintain their relationship through understanding and trust. The emotions of sulking and jealousy were too foreign to him. I do not know how to... Jiang Xinian opened his mouth, his voice hoarse, sulking. He looked at Shen Yu helplessly, fearing you might find me bothersome, that you might think I do not trust you. Shen Yu felt a pang in his heart, realizing this issue might touch upon Jiang Xinian's deep-seated insecurities. He sighed, softening his tone, pulling Jiang Xinian into his embrace while gently patting his back. Never, my dear. Your possessiveness only makes me more acutely aware of your love for me. He kissed Jiang Xinian's forehead, urging him to assert more demands, to be a bit more domineering, if you please. Treat me as your possession, boldly claiming your sovereignty. Jiang Xinian stared at the ceiling of the Star Alliance lounge for quite some time, a singular thought racing through his mind, terrifying, utterly terrifying. More so than during his sensitive periods. Torn stockings, buttons of his shirt popped off, and a wrinkled leather skirt. The bathroom, the floor-to-ceiling window, the sofa beside the bed, in front of the mirror, from upstairs to downstairs, then back upstairs. The small alpha could not recall how he fell asleep. He only remembered Shen Yu's vividly flushed face before he closed his eyes. Jiang Xinian swallowed hard, attempting to alleviate the dryness and pain in his throat, which instead triggered a slight cough. After a few seconds, the door to the lounge swung open. Shen Yu entered, holding Jiang Xinian's thermos, his gaze immediately landing on his face. You're awake? Shen Yu sat down beside the bed, reaching out to check his forehead. Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Xinian blinked. His voice hoarse. My lower back is very sore. I don't know why, but this time after, it feels especially painful and swollen. Any exertion brings discomfort. Shen Yu placed the cup on the bedside table and gently lifted him, along with the blanket, so that he could lean against his embrace. He retrieved the thermos, pressed it open, and brought the straw to Jiang Xinian's lips. Jiang Xinian bowed his head and took a sip. The warm liquid slipped down his throat, carrying a subtle sweetness. He raised his gaze to Shen Yu. Honey water, Shen Yu explained, his fingers tenderly combing through Jiang Xinian's tousled hair. Foam, he said, this helps soothe an uncomfortable throat. Jiang Xinian nodded and took several more sips. The warm honey water eased the dryness and discomfort in his throat, providing considerable relief. Shen Yu watched him drink, his empty palm resting on Jiang Xinian's lower back, gently kneading. Aside from your back, is there any other discomfort? How about your abdomen? Jiang Xinian followed his instructions and honestly replied, it doesn't hurt, just feels a bit bloated. Shen Yu continued his gentle ministrations. The task ends today, and tomorrow I will take half a day off to take you to see Feng Yi. Jiang Xinian paused, realization dawning upon him, his eyes widening slightly. Are you saying that my reproductive system is beginning to develop? Shen Yu affirmed with a soft hum, leaning down to brush his lips against the crown of Jiang Xinian's head. Most likely. Jiang Xinian felt certain of it. Since Shen Yu entered his sensitive period, the frequent marking and nurturing had ensured that his development was well cared for. After leaning in Shen Yu's embrace for a while, Jiang Xinian shifted and inquired, where's my phone? Shen Yu reached over to the bedside table, retrieving it and handing it to him. The young alpha took it, illuminating the screen. Han Yunk had sent 2 messages, one informing him that Han Shui had been discharged and was resting at home, and the other stating a meeting at 4 in the afternoon. Jiang Xinian acknowledged with a quick reply before tossing the phone aside, his gaze landing on Shen Yu.As collarbone. He reached out to touch it. Does it still hurt? Shen Yu grasped his hand, kissing the tips of his fingers. Looking at him, it does. Oh. Jiang Xinian tensed instantly, his body stiffening slightly. Then I'll call Brother Feng Yi and ask what medicine to apply. He said this while attempting to reach for his phone. Shen Yu found his reaction endearingly cute and felt the urge to kiss him. However, Jiang Xinian avoided him. A look of worry and guilt etched on his face. Shen Yu held him back, concerned that excessive movement might aggravate his sore muscles. Be careful with your back. I'm sorry, Jiang Xinian murmured, biting his lip, his eyes filled with remorse. I'll be gentler next time. Shen Yu chuckled softly, his thumb caressing the back of his hand. It's my fault for not controlling the strength last night. Being bitten was to be expected. The young alpha's face flushed slightly as he lowered his head, his voice barely above a whisper. It's not too bad. Shen Yu ruffled Jiang Xinian's hair. Shall we get up and freshen up? Jiang Xinian nodded. Shen Yu observed his slightly flushed cheeks and glistening eyes, confirming, can you manage on your own? Yes, Jiang Xinian replied. Shen Yu leaned down and finally pressed a kiss to his lips. All right, finish washing up and we'll have a meal. Lin Hui, holding a folder, waited outside and approached him as he emerged. Shen Yu had originally granted Lin Hui a week off, but he had returned after just 1 day. It seemed that the two had decided not to discuss the matter until Xia Mingli's 25th birthday, allowing each other more time to contemplate and adjust. Boss, here is the latest testimony from Wang Zhe. Lin Hui passed a folder over. Shen Yu accepted it, flipping through the pages as he walked toward his desk. What did Meng Jian say? Lin Hui followed in his footsteps. He's quite stubborn and still negotiating. We discovered a hidden chamber in his residence, containing a substantial amount of agents that promote secondary differentiation. Shen Yu continued without pausing, his brow slightly furrowed. Has he undergone a medical examination? Yes. A comprehensive checkup was conducted. All health indicators are perfectly normal, and his glands are healthy, showing no signs of having used those agents. Shen Yu sat down behind the desk and placed a folder upon it. Is he married? Yes, he is. He has a son, an alpha, who is 15 years old. Shen Yu raised his gaze. Just differentiated? Indeed, we have verified that. His son underwent natural differentiation with no traces of drug use. The timing and level of differentiation align with genetic norms. And his spouse? She passed away during childbirth due to unsuccessful resuscitation. Meng Jian held a grand memorial service for her, widely known among many. Shen Yu fell silent for a moment, his fingertips tapping the desk lightly. Investigate the single individuals he maintains close contact with, particularly focusing on betas. Lin Hui understood and replied, "Understood. I will arrange it immediately." He paused before asking, "The meal has been delivered. Shall we proceed now?" Shen Yu nodded slightly. "Yes, please heat it up and bring it in." "All right, la lui confirmed." Turning swiftly to exit the office. Chapter 71. The pheromone issue in the Misty Bar. Jiang Xinian occupied the same spot as the night prior. His fingers delicately gripped the glass, sipping slowly from the beautifully colored low-alcohol beverage. He lowered his gaze, the thick false eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath his eyes, presenting an image both demure and distant. As the time approached, he set down the glass, stood up, and feigned a stumble, steadying himself against the edge of the bar before moving slowly towards the exit. The sequence mirrored that of the previous evening. He navigated through the raucous dance floor into the dimly lit alley. The sour odor emanating from the trash bins mingled with the cool night air, causing a shiver to run down his spine. The young alpha wrapped his coat tightly around himself, leaving it unbuttoned to allow glimpses of the dress beneath. The sound of footsteps echoed behind him, unhurried, yet imbued with an unsettling clinginess. Jiang Xinian quickened his pace, veering into a more secluded path, the footsteps immediately following suit. "Little darling, all alone?" A slightly greasy voice, laced with a smirk, called from behind, alarmingly close. Jiang Xinian swiftly sidestepped, evading the hand that sought to rest upon his shoulder. He feigned panic, his amber eyes wide and innocent, like a startled fawn. The predator, upon glimpsing Jiang Xinian's face, was struck by a greedy glimmer in his eyes, chuckling softly as he reached out again, this time aiming for Jiang Xinian's waist. "Don't be afraid. Brother will play with you." Just as the filthy hands were about to graze Jiang Xinian's side, a calm voice crackled through the earpiece. "Engage." The feeble expression of surprise on Jiang Xinian's face vanished in an instant, his gaze transforming into a chilling coldness. Pheromones surged forth, overwhelming the assailant with an intense pressure. The perverse individual was momentarily taken aback by the sudden surge of potent pheromones. Yet rather than succumbing to fear, he erupted into a wild, maniacal laughter, his gaze morphing into one of twisted excitement. "Ah, a fiery temperament, how delightful!" he exclaimed, tearing off his gland patch. A pungent wave of pheromones surged forth, attempting to clash with Jiang Xinian's own. A flicker of alarm crossed Jiang Xinian's face as he immediately sensed the anomaly. "Do not let those two approach," he commanded into his earpiece. "His pheromones are problematic." Han Yunkai promptly acknowledged understood. As his voice faded, he dashed out from the shadows at the other end of the alley. The perverse man looked triumphantly at Jiang Xinian, then cast a glance at the approaching Han Yunkai. "More accomplices? Unfortunately, your pheromones are ineffective against me." Before he could finish his taunt, Jiang Xinian yanked off the obstructive wig and discarded it onto the ground, revealing a sleek mane of black hair, his expression cold and indifferent. The once sweet scent of peaches in the air turned abruptly sharp and aggressive, piercing through the mental barriers of his adversary. The smug expression on the perverse man's face froze instantly, his complexion shifting from pale to a deep crimson, his eyes bulging. He let out a muffled groan of agony, cradling his head as he curled up like a shrimp, collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing violently. He lifted his gaze, terror-stricken, to meet the icy, disdainful stare of Jiang Xinian. At that moment, Han Yunkai had already rushed forward, kneeling on the man's back, his hands twisted behind him and securely binding him with specially designed restraints. Jiang Xinian stepped closer, looking down at the writhing figure on the ground, drooling and desperate. He frowned. "Did you apply a gland patch?" Han Yunkai freed one hand, retrieving a potent suppressive patch from his pocket and tossing it to him. The young alpha caught it deftly, tore it open, and affixed it to the man's gland. The nauseating aura was instantly diminished by more than half. Voices crackled through the earpiece as Yang Chintang's anxious tone broke through. "Jiang Shen, Hanggu, what's the situation?" Jiang Xinian replied calmly into the earpiece. "You may come over." Ling Bo and Yang Qinting hurriedly approached from either end of the alley. As Ling Bo drew near, he instinctively leaned against the wall, his face pale. Jiang Shun, rein in your pheromones. I can't handle it. Jiang Xinian regained his composure and immediately retracted his pheromones. He exchanged a brief nod with Han Yunkai, who was looking up at him. Only then did Ling Bo exhale in relief, stepping forward and sniffing the air with distaste at the subdued man on the ground. What kind of pheromones are these? They're both rancid and foul, utterly unbearable. Jiang Xinian observed the incapacitated figure with certainty. He has artificially enhanced or mutated his pheromones. Yang Qinting crouched down to inspect the restraints, confirming their security before looking up to ask, is he secured? Shall we withdraw? Yes, Han Yunkai nodded, signaling for them to come and take over. In the midst of their conversation, a sudden thought struck him. He bent down and ripped open the fabric of the man's left shoulder. In the dim light, a distorted snake tattoo emerged prominently. Han Yunkai's expression darkened. Yang Qinting gasped in disbelief, lowering his voice. A Fong people member? How could a Fong person be here? His face was etched with incredulity. They were indeed in the capital. Jiang Xinian stared at the tattoo, his brow furrowed, his voice low. It's dark under the light. Han Yung straightened up, brushed off the dust from his hands, and sneered. The most perilous places are often the safest. These rascals certainly have audacity. Arriving before by Iran was Shen Yu, clad in a sharply tailored Commander S uniform, approaching with a measured gait. Commander! The group immediately stood erect, saluting with precision. Shen Yu gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping past them to rest on Jiang Xinian, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Change your clothes. Jiang Xinian replied affirmatively and hastened towards the vehicle at the alley's entrance. Yang Qinting and Ling Bofei exchanged a quick glance, their eyes widening slightly. Lin Hui crouched to examine the man's left shoulder, rising with a grave tone. It's someone from the Fangs. Only then did Shen Yu direct his attention to the writhing man on the ground, emitting muffled sounds, instructing Lin Hui. Notify the Pheromone Research Lab for overtime. I want to see the report by tomorrow morning. Yes. Lin Hui promptly took out his phone to make contact. Having changed into the clothes Shen Yu had brought him, Jiang Xinian returned. Bai Iran, accompanied by several others, hurried over and was startled to see Shen Yu standing there, quickly standing at attention. Commander! Shen Yu glanced at him, his tone unperturbed. You're a bit late. Bai Iran's lips moved, wanting to assert he had arrived within the stipulated time, but under Shen Yu's gaze. He dared not retort and could only bow his head in silence. Take him away, Shen Yu commanded, no longer looking at Bai Iran, signaling that the team could disperse. Yes, Bai Iran sighed in relief and swiftly gestured for his subordinates to escort the person away. Shen Yu's gaze turned to Han Yunk and the others. Be cautious on your way back. Yes, Commander, they replied in unison once more. Jiang Xinian bit his lip, his eyes flickering, hesitating slightly. Shen Yu turned back, casting a light glance his way. The small Alpha immediately composed himself, quickening his pace to obediently follow. Watching Shen Yu's vehicle depart, Ling Bo could no longer contain himself, seizing Han Yunk's arm, lowering his voice, and his face alight with gossiping excitement. Wow. Jiang Shen's husband is the commander. Han Yunk swatted his hand away, his expression unchanged, warning in a flat tone. Just keep it to yourself. It's confidential. Ling Bo promptly mimicked, zipping his lips, nodding vigorously. Understood, understood. I get it. In the vehicle, Jiang Xinian regarded Shen Yu, his expression serious. That person's pheromone is problematic, resembling something induced by drugs or mutated. Shen Yu caressed his face, his tone revealing no surprise. I know. Jiang Xinian, somewhat taken aback, queried. How do you know? Shen Yu withdrew his hand, holding the small Alpha's hand, explaining, I could smell it. Jiang Xinian was even more astonished. The pheromone from the man in the alley had been largely dispersed by his own presence, the residual scent exceedingly faint and mingled with the stench of the trash. How could Shen Yu discern it? Truly impressive. Shen Yu remarked, You must be captivated by me. Chapter 72. Not a waste. Zhou Jie pushed open the door, his tone somewhat urgent. Boss, Pula didn't tea come back last night. Zhao Xuan was tidying his hair in front of the mirror and, upon hearing the remark, did not bother to turn around. It was not the first time he had spent the night away. There was no need for such fuss. Jia opened his mouth, standing still in place. Catching a glimpse of Zhou's hesitant demeanor in the mirror, Zhao Shun scoffed and set down his comb. Worried he might be fooling around? He turned around, brushing off non-existent dust from his sleeves. Rest assured, engaging in such antics requires a certain capability. A withered eggplant. What do you expect him to do? Dressed as he was, how could he possibly meet Shen Yu? Su Shi emerged from the inner room, his pajamas hanging loosely on him. He reached out from behind, touching Zhao Shun's face. Zhao Shun swatted his hand away, stepping forward to create distance. He has a preference for this type. Su Shi showed no restraint, laughing derisively. His wife is certainly not this type. He was left with no choice. Zhao Shun shot him a glare, his tone firm. That man possesses a strong sense of responsibility. If he has an affair with Jiang Xinian, he will undoubtedly take responsibility. He turned back to continue fixing his hair, lowering his voice otherwise. How could he possibly marry him? Su Shi chuckled, shrugging nonchalantly as he strolled over to the sofa and crossed his legs. That day, I created such a splendid opportunity for you, and you failed to seize it. You can't blame others. Zhao Shun's expression darkened instantly. That day, he was merely a step away from achieving his greatest ambition. Had Jiang Xinian knocked on the door just a moment later, or Shen Yu opened the door a tad slower, the position of Commander's wife would have been his. Sweetheart, Su Shi observed Zhao Shun's gloomy profile and languidly remarked, "You are far more attractive when you smile. Don't scare Shen Yu away with that expression." Zhao Shun took a deep breath, raising his eyes to meet his reflection in the mirror, forcing a gentle and harmless smile. This face was even more beautiful and refined than 2 years prior, with charm radiating from his eyes and brows. He refused to believe that he could not outshine a mere boy who had yet to fully mature. Zhou Jie watched the two, hesitating to speak again. "Boss, should we go look for Pulo?" Su Shi's gaze remained fixed on Zhao Shun, his tone teasing. "Let us wait a bit longer. If he hasn't returned tonight, we will go look for him." Zhou Jie nodded, saying no more. Su Shi stood up and walked back to Zhao Shun, embracing him and playfully tugging at the hem of his sweater, suggestively caressing it. "Stay safe. I'll be waiting for your return." A wave of nausea surged in Zhao Shun's stomach, yet he dared not push him away, managing only a forced smile as he pulled his sweater from Su Shi's grasp. "How about it handled? The higher-ups are pleased." Su Shi's expression darkened momentarily before returning to normal, his voice lowered. "Are you using my brother against me?" Zhao Shun laughed it off, picking up a coat from beside him. "How could that be? I'm simply stating the truth. I'll take my leave now." Su Shi narrowed his eyes as he watched his retreating figure. After Shen Yu escorted Jiang Xinian home, he proceeded to attend the banquet. The test results confirmed that the reproductive system had indeed begun developing and had reached the second stage. Feng, he held the freshly released test report, clicking his tongue while shifting his gaze between Shen Yu and Jiang Xinian, finally settling on Shen Yu. "Old beast, you should reward yourself less. It's only been a few days, and look at how far you've come." Shen Yu disregarded the narrowness in his words and proceeded to inquire extensively about the precautions during the developmental phase. He then examined Jiang Xinian's glands. The degree of fibrosis was within expectations and had not worsened, which alleviated Shen Yu's concerns somewhat. He ascended the stairs to change into casual attire, while Jiang Xinian accompanied him to the entrance. Shen Yu cradled his face with one hand, leaned down, and bestowed a gentle kiss on his lips. His voice softer than usual. "Be good and wait for me at home. If you find yourself bored, head to the study to read." The young alpha nodded, standing at the doorway to watch him depart before turning back inside. In the car, Lin Hui handed over a small insulated box from the passenger seat. "Boss, Brother Feng, he mentioned that this suppressor needs to be injected half an hour in advance to be effective." Shen Yu accepted the box, glanced at the instructions, retrieved the suppressor within, rolled up his sleeve, and administered the injection. Lin Hui observed his actions through the rearview mirror and continued. "We've just received news that the plurax's functionality is indeed compromised. No amount of stimulation is effective. Tests revealed that the use of medication has led to reproductive dysfunction." Shen Yu stored the used needle, pressed a cotton swab against the injection site, and once assured there was no bleeding, lowered his sleeve. Have the components of the medication been analyzed? He inquired. Not yet. Lin Hui shook his head. The earliest results will be available tomorrow. Shen Yu acknowledged with a sound and disposed of the used syringe and cotton swab into a portable trash bag, securing it tightly. He leaned back against the seat, closed his eyes, and instructed, "Call me when we arrive." L'un lui replied affirmatively. Upon reaching the restaurant's parking lot, they coincidentally encountered Jiang Zhongqing and Feng Yi exiting another vehicle. Shen Yu's gaze instinctively swept over the two, momentarily lingering on Feng Yi. The color of Feng Yi's lips appeared noticeably abnormal and slightly swollen. Jiang Zhongqing stepped forward with a smile, playfully draping his arm over Shen Yu's shoulder and lowering his voice. "Have you taken the medication?" Shen Yu brushed his hand away, straightened his coat, and retorted, "Have you?" Jiang Zhongqing shrugged nonchalantly. "It's not me they're targeting." Feng Yi approached, shooting Jiang Zhongqing a glare before addressing Lin Hui, who followed Shen Yu. "Huier, you should stay outside. Let one person wait here." Lin Hui nodded in understanding. The trio entered the restaurant's private room, where Zhao Xuan was already waiting. He wore a fitted cream-colored turtleneck sweater that accentuated his slender waist, a simple pair of blue jeans, and a long camel coat, presenting a tidy and innocent appearance. "Brother Yu, Brother Zhongqing, Brother Yi," Zhao Xuan greeted them with a warm smile, his voice soft and gentle. After exchanging pleasantries, his gaze flicked behind them. Feng Yi raised an eyebrow. "Who are you looking for?" Zhao Xuan withdrew his gaze, his expression revealing a measured mix of disappointment and curiosity. "I heard Brother Yu got married. I thought he might bring his partner along." "Him?" Feng Yi similkit. Laced with a hint of teasing, by generational hierarchy, you should refer to her as sister-in-law. Zhao Xuan's smile dimmed slightly as he stepped aside to allow them entry. "Please, go in and take a seat." The private room was spacious and elegantly decorated. Shen Yu proceeded directly to the main seat, while Feng Yi intended to sit beside him, flanked by Jiang Zhongqing. However, Zhao Xuan swiftly bypassed the two and settled next to Shen Yu. Shen Yu glanced at the two, signaling that it was of no concern. Jiang Zhongqing pursed his lips and took a seat beside Shen Yu, with Feng Yi sitting adjacent to him. Zhao Xuan picked up the menu and handed it to Shen Yu, speaking in an endearing tone. "Brother Yu, I've ordered a few dishes that you used to favor. Would you like to add a few more?" Shen Yu did not take the menu, nor did he even glance in Zhao Xuan's direction. Observing this, Jiang Zhongqing snatched the menu away, flipping through it with a loud voice. "Oh, only ordering things he likes? Why not include a few of Brother Zhongqing's and Brother Yi's favorite dishes as well? This seems rather unbalanced." A hint of embarrassment flickered across Zhao Xuan's face, quickly replaced by an apologetic smile. "I must have overlooked that, my apologies." Jiang Zhongqing chuckled, spreading the menu between himself and Feng Yi, pointing emphatically at several pricey signature dishes. Feng Yi understood the cue, waved over a waiter, and ordered 4 or 5 more substantial dishes. Once the food arrived, a lavish spread filled the table, plates piled upon plates. Zhao Xuan's mouth twitched as he maintained a smile, awkwardly inquiring, "Can the 4 of us finish all this?" Feng Yi picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of roasted goose into his bowl, responding without looking up, "If we can't finish, we can always take it to go. Rest assured, there will be no waste." During the meal, Zhao Xuan reminisced about the past, recounting amusing tales from their high school days with a calm and affectionate tone. Strangely, he maintained a remarkably composed demeanor throughout, devoid of any inappropriate gestures or words. Unlike before, he did not attempt to draw closer to Shen Yu, nor did he fixate on him with longing glances. He even kept his address to Shen Yu as Brother Yu, remaining within a relatively safe boundary without any overt expressions. This peculiar behavior puzzled the other 3. As Zhao Xuan bowed his head to sip his soup, Jiang Zhongqing exchanged a glance with Shen Yu, who shook his head in uncertainty. Given Zhao Xuan's almost fervent infatuation with Shen Yu, his subdued reaction to the news of Shen Yu's marriage seemed far too ordinary and devoid of any questioning or entanglement. Halfway through the meal, Shen Yu set down his chopsticks, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and stood up, announcing, "I need to use the restroom." Once Shen Yu closed the door, Zhao Xuan also stood up, his smile gentle. "Excuse me, I need to use the restroom as well." He did not wait for a response, hastily following after Shen Yu. Jiang Zhongxing watched the two leave in succession and nudged Feng Yi with his elbow. Should we go check on them? Feng Yi leisurely sipped his soup. No need to worry, Huier is outside. And the inhibitor that Yu is using is the latest development from the lab, capable of resisting 98 of pheromone interference. In the restroom, Shen Yu dispensed some hand soap and began to wash his hands. Zhao Xuan's figure appeared at the doorway, walking directly to Shen Yu's side. His gaze fixated on Shen Yu's profile with an almost obsessive intensity. Shen Yu caught a glimpse of him in the mirror and spoke in a flat tone. Is there something you need? Zhao Xuan stepped closer, lowering his voice to a soft, enticing whisper. Brother Yu, after such a long time apart. Don't you miss me at all? As he spoke, he deliberately released a hint of his own pheromones. Shen Yu did not respond, stepping aside to turn on the faucet and rinse off the soap from his hands. I understand that your marriage was a necessity. Zhao Xuan, relentless in his pursuit, stepped closer and suddenly reached out, grasping Shen Yu's arm while tilting his head to reveal a sweet smile. It's all right, I can. In that fleeting moment of contact, Shen Yu swiftly shook him off, causing Zhao Xuan to stagger and collide with the wall. Shen Yu cast not another glance in his direction, took a tissue to dry his hands, and turned to leave. As Zhao Xuan watched Shen Yu's retreating figure, the innocence and sweetness on his face vanished, replaced by a twisted, dark smile. He raised his gaze, glancing toward the corner, and his smile widened. Upon exiting, Shen Yu immediately noticed Jiang Zhongxing and Feng Yi standing not far away and walked toward them. Jiang Zhongxing scrutinized him from head to toe, then glanced behind him. He didn't do anything to you, did he? No, Senju replied flatly. We can leave now. Feng Yi, catching a whiff of the lingering sweet pheromones on him, frowned. I advise you to go home and take a shower before seeing Xiaoyan. Don't provoke him during this critical period. Shen Yu nodded, removing his coat and tossing it into a trash bin as he walked past. Jiang Zhongxing leaned in closer with a grin. I've already had the food packed. I'll heat it up tomorrow at noon and deliver it to you and Xiaoyan. Shen Yu acknowledged him with a nod. The three walked out side by side, but Feng Yi's brow remained furrowed. I can't shake the feeling that something's off. Zhao Xuan is acting too normally this time. No antics whatsoever. This isn't like him. I feel the same, Jiang Zhongxing concurred. When things seem unusual, there is often something amiss. Shen Yu opened the car door and settled inside. I'm leaving now. Be cautious on the road. All right. Feng Yi responded with a slight nod. Inform us if anything arises. Hearing the sound of a car parking outside, Jiang Xinian set aside his book and hurried to the window to look down. Confirming it was Shen Yu, he rushed downstairs to greet him. As Shen Yu pushed the door open, he was met with the sight of a small alpha clad in a fleece pajama set adorned with cartoon bears. A gentle smile gracing his face, exuding an aura of softness that made him appear huggable and kissable. Shen Yu averted his gaze, bending to change his shoes. The little alpha's eyes roamed over Shen Yu, tilting his head in curiosity. Where's your coat? Shen Yu straightened up after arranging his shoes. It got dirty, so I threw it away. Jiang Xinian nodded, refraining from further inquiries. He stood still, eagerly watching Shen Yu, anticipating the customary embrace they shared whenever they met in private. However, this time, Shen Yu deviated from their usual routine, sidestepping Jiang Xinian and walking straight into the house. The little alpha paused momentarily, turning to gaze at Shen Yu's back. He caught a faint whiff of omega pheromones, and his heart twisted. Taking 2 steps forward, he caught up to Shen Yu, tugging at his sleeve and looking up with a timid expression. Aren't we hugging today? His voice was softer than usual, tinged with a hint of sadness. Shen Yu stepped back, creating distance between them, only reaching out to tousle Jiang Xinian's hair. We will hug, but I need a shower first as I carry other scents on me. Jiang Xinian pressed his lips together, falling silent, but kept his gaze fixed on Shen Yu with unwavering intensity. The amber hue in his eyes had lost its earlier brilliance, now obscured by a delicate veil of mist. Shen Yu felt a chill run down his spine under the gaze of the small alpha. Just 10 minutes, he said briskly before ascending the stairs. Jiang Xinian remained rooted in place, an uncomfortable sensation constricting his heart, a mix of frustration and anger intertwined with an indescribable restlessness. Regaining his composure, the small alpha wandered upstairs absent-mindedly, first heading to the study to turn off the lights, then retreating to the bedroom. He lay on the bed, cocooning himself tightly in the blankets, burying his face into the pillow. Shen Yu emerged from the bathroom clad only in trousers. The small Alpha turned away, curled into a ball, the covers wrapped securely around him, revealing only a hint of dark hair. Shen Yu grabbed the nightgown at the foot of the bed, hastily putting it on before slipping under the covers to embrace him from behind, softly inquiring, "Are you angry?" The small Alpha's body stiffened momentarily, yet he remained silent and unmoving. Shen Yu's hand gently kneaded Jiang Xinian's lower back before sliding down to his abdomen, his palm warm. "Is there any discomfort in your waist or here?" Jiang Xinian continued to ignore him. Shen Yu paused for a few seconds, a silent smirk forming on his lips as he rested his chin on Jiang Xinian's shoulder, his tone laced with amusement. "My dear, are you jealous?" The person in his arms seemed to grasp the essence of this emotion, remaining silent for a while before responding with a soft Shen Yu tightened his embrace, his nose brushing against the gland on Jiang Xinian's neck, which exuded a clean, sweet scent reminiscent of peaches. In the bathroom, he had attempted to grab my arm, but I had shrugged it off. Shen Yu pressed his lips against the gland, aware of the lingering scent of his pheromones on his body, hesitant to pull him close immediately lest it discomfort him. Suddenly, the small Alpha turned to face him. The amber eyes shone brilliantly, locking onto Shen Yu's face. Mere inches apart, "You don't like that scent." It was not a question, but a statement. Shen Yu raised his hand, brushing his cool cheek with the back of his hand. "Indeed, I do not." "Then do you like my scent?" Jiang Xinian pressed on, a hint of unrecognized tension lacing his voice. "Absolutely," Shen Yu replied without hesitation, leaning down to inhale deeply at his neck, as if a drug addict had found solace. The small Alpha's scent was the most delightful, impossible to tire of. The warm breath he exhaled sent a ticklish sensation through Jiang Xinian, who instinctively shrank his neck, but did not pull away. The tightness in his chest suddenly loosened, and he melted into Shen Yu's embrace. After a moment, Jiang Xinian bit his lip, his voice low, yet imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. "Could you refrain from carrying other scents?" Upon saying this, he seemed to feel a bit excessive and added softly, if possible. Shen Yu's mirth nearly overflowed from his eyes. He lowered his head to capture Jiang Xinian's lower lip, gently sucking before pulling back slightly. "Very well, I promise." Jiang Xinian touched his eyes, the heaviness in his heart dissipating. "You look very happy." "Indeed, I am quite joyous," Shen Yu admitted candidly. "It was a splendid day." The small Alpha expressed his confusion. "Is it because of today's meeting?" Shen Yu, with foresight, swiftly pinched his lips between his thumb and forefinger. Under the bewildered gaze of Jiang Xinian, the words continued, "Because my dear child has shown signs of jealousy today and even made a request of me. This is indeed a significant progress." He released his grip, cupped the back of her neck, and kissed her. "This merits a reward. Sweet dreams." As for the surprise, who exactly is being rewarded here? Chapter 74. First snow in 2 weeks, the capital witnessed its first snowfall of the year. Jiang Xinian and Han Yunhua had just completed their mission and returned, their shoulders and hair dusted with a thin layer of snowflakes. Entering the dispatch center's hall, they were greeted by the chill as they sought by Iran to verify their tasks and casually check the leaderboard. With only a week left, the list would soon close. This ranking would directly determine their team assignments. By Iran, lounging with his legs crossed in front of the large screen, glanced at the impressive scores of the two and could not help but exclaim, "I must ask, dear geniuses, could you perhaps allow others a chance?" Han Yunhua approached the water dispenser, poured himself a cup of hot water, and took a sip, warmth cascading down his throat. "Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared." By Iran chuckled softly, leaning forward and lowering his voice. "Is there a team you would prefer, one that appeals to you more?" Han Yunhua shot him a sidelong glance, a smirk playing on his lips. "General, it seems you nearly inscribed 'choose me' upon your face." Bai Iran showed no sign of embarrassment. Rather, he appeared eager. "So, will you choose me?" Han Yunhua did not respond directly, but pointed his chin toward Jiang Xinian, who was engrossed in reviewing the task list. "Why not inquire with Jiang Shen?" Bai Iran sighed dramatically, leaning back against the chair. "Oh, He has been under the command's watchful eye since entering the military academy. How could I possibly compete? Jiang Xinian, having been called out, cleared his throat. His cheeks flushed with an unusual hue. Ever since entering the third phase of development, he had been prone to low-grade fevers. To monitor this, Shen Yu had gifted him a watch capable of real-time health data tracking, constantly keeping an eye on him. He raised his gaze, confusion evident in his eyes. Can we still choose which team to join? One may express wishes, by Iran shrugged, but I cannot guarantee their fulfillment. Jiang Xinian responded with a soft "oh," nodding as his attention returned to the screen, fingers scrolling through the task list. General, are their tasks worth 2 points? I wish to round it off. Bai Iran's eyes widened slightly. Isn't 298 pleasant enough? Must you insist on achieving a perfect score? Han Yunku Shaimadin, I concours. Bai Iran was about to nod in agreement when Han Yunku swiftly added, I believe 300 sounds more appealing. Bai Iran. Jiang Xinian selected the only 2-point task from the extensive list, a simple mall patrol, short in duration and close in distance. This one, then? He turned the screen toward Han Yunku. Han Yunku leaned in for a closer look and nodded. All right. The two, amidst Bai Iran's muttering about their prowess, verified their previous tasks and accepted the mall patrol. Upon exiting the dispatch hall, the snowfall had intensified. Flurries danced in the wind, cascading downwards. The world outside was enveloped in a blanket of white. Walking side by side, their footsteps crunched softly in the snow. Jiang Xinian buried his face within the thick scarf and suddenly murmured, Shoot, he does not like snowy days. Han Yunkai turned to glance at him, his breath manifesting as white mist dissipating in the cold breeze. What about you? You probably don't like them either. The young Alpha, with his nose slightly reddened from the chill, softly replied, The children at the orphanage all dislike winter, especially snowy days. Han Yunkai fell silent for a few moments, then brushed the snow off his shoulders, saying, Now it's better. You are well. Shu-Yi is well. And the South City orphanage has been renovated. All is well. Jiang Xinian did not respond, keeping his head down as he walked, leaving a clear trail of footprints behind. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Han Yunkai halted. See you tonight. Jiang Xinian nodded. See you tonight. As they parted, Jiang Xinian tightened his coat and braved the wind and snow toward the command building. Shen Yu was absent from the office. The young Alpha removed his snow-drenched coat and hung it on the rack by the door, then poured himself a cup of hot water to drink. He nestled on the sofa, pulling a nearby blanket tightly around himself, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the window. A weight pressed upon his chest, suffocating him. Every year, the first snowfall brings such inexplicable fatigue and oppression. He feels utterly devoid of spirit, yearning only to curl up in a corner. This discomfort and melancholy do not linger long. Within a day or two, it will pass. Jiang Xinian withdrew his gaze, adjusting the blanket to conceal himself further. He despises snowy days intensely. At such times, those memories he desperately wishes to forget invade his mind relentlessly. That year, a catastrophic snowstorm caused the dilapidated roof of the orphanage to buckle under the weight, collapsing halfway in the dead of night. The children huddled together in the only room that remained somewhat intact, trembling from a cold. Food was severely scarce, and they received only a meager ration of hard bread each day. With no water and no electricity, darkness and cold seemed to have no end. This was soon followed by his first experience of selling pheromones. The pain he endured then is beyond description. It was not merely physical agony, but rather akin to something being violently wrenched from his very soul. Strangely, the subsequent instances of selling pheromones remain hazy in his memory, but this particular event, every moment and every second of pain, is as vivid as if it were yesterday. When the office door swung open, Shen Yu was quietly briefing Jiang Zhongxing about the experimental data of Wen Jiuhan. His words halted abruptly upon noticing the sofa. Jiang Zhongxing and Lin Hui followed his gaze and fell silent in an instant. On the sofa curled a gray caterpillar. The caterpillar stirred, and Jiang Xinian poked his head out, his cheeks unnaturally flushed, his eyes somewhat vacant, and his voice hoarse. Brother Zhongxing, Brother Lin Hui. Jiang Zhongxing approached Shen Yu. Leaning in closer, his brow furrowed. Little Nian, are you feeling unwell? Shen Yu picked him up. Jiang Xinian leaned against his shoulder, shaking his head. No, just a bit lacking in spirit. Shen Yu remained silent, reaching to feel his forehead, which was warm to the touch, but he did not have a fever. Is that so? Jiang Zhongqing straightened up, his tone filled with concern. Shall I call Brother Feng to come and have a look? No need to trouble Brother Feng, Jiang Xinian replied, shaking his head once more. It's always like this at this time of year. I'll be fine in a couple of days. Shen Yu's hand slipped beneath the blanket, pressing gently on his lower back as he massaged it. Have the tasks been settled? Yes. I've taken on a new one, try and make a round number. Jiang Xinian buried his face in Shen Yu's neck. Seeing their intimate posture, Jiang Zhongqing understood that Shen Yu was aware of the situation and ceased his insistence. He then patted Lin Hui's arm. All right, take care of yourself. Queer, let us not linger here as third wheels. Let us head to your office and finish what we started. The two exited, closing the door behind them. Shen Yu turned his head and kissed Jiang Xinian's temple. What is the new task? Patrolling the mall. Shen Yu glanced out at the swirling snow outside, his brow furrowing slightly. What time do you start? When does it end? Gathering at 6:30, finishing at 10. Shen Yu pondered for a moment. I'll have Lin Hui pick you up. I have a discussion meeting tonight and cannot leave. Jiang Xinian lifted his head, his amber eyes filled with inquiry. Is something wrong? Yes, Shen Yu replied, his hand brushing against the young alpha's face. The person you apprehended earlier has an unusual pheromone that can resist the suppression of most alphas. Jiang Xinian, upon hearing this, did not exhibit surprise. He nodded. I sensed it during our encounter. My pheromones pressured him, but his initial reaction was not fear, but excitement. He recalled the distorted smile from that moment, his brow furrowing. It was only when I intensified my aggression that he could no longer withstand it. Shen Yu regarded him with a profound gaze. The laboratory has determined that a certain unidentified substance was used to induce a directional mutation in the pheromones. This mutation is highly unstable and displays strong aggression. He raised his hand, using his fingertip to smooth the furrowed lines on Jiang Xinian's forehead. Tonight's meeting will address this matter, and its implications may be broader than we anticipated. Jiang Xinian grasped his wrist, his fingertips slightly cool. Will there be danger? Currently, it remains within a controllable range. Shen Yu clasped his hand in his, enveloping it warmly. You must prioritize safety during your patrol tonight. Stay close to Han Yunque and wait for Lin Hui at the mall entrance when you finish. Don't wander off. I understand. Jiang Xinian nodded, burying his face back into his shoulder, inhaling the comforting jasmine scent that emanated from him. Don't stay out too late at the meeting. Shen Yu murmured a soft acknowledgement, leaning down to kiss the top of his head. Chapter 75. Thank you for your hard work, my dear inside the mall. The heating was ample, creating a stark contrast to the icy world outside. Jiang Xinian and Han Yunque shed their heavy coats, revealing black tactical uniforms underneath. Today marked the mall's anniversary celebration, drawing in a larger crowd than usual. The cacophony of voices mingled with the music from the PA system, creating a lively atmosphere. The two stood at the edge of the circular corridor on the second floor, where the view was expansive, allowing them to clearly overlook the atrium and most of the passages on the first floor. Many passers-by deliberately slowed their pace, either stealing glances or pretending to walk by, their gazes lingering on the two striking alphas. There were more people than anticipated. Han Yunque surveyed the throngs of people, while Jiang Xinian murmured in acknowledgement, his gaze settling on the atrium below. I shall take a look over there. Han Yunque indicated toward the corridor on the left. Jiang Xinian nodded, continuing to scan the crowd. At that moment, a commotion arose not far away. An Omega was pushed by the crowd, stumbling several steps and on the verge of falling. Jiang Xinian stepped forward and steadied the Omega's arm, cautioning, be careful. Thank you, thank you. The Omega exclaimed, visibly shaken, his complexion pale, as Jiang Xinian released his grip. The Omega lifted his head, revealing a phone in his hand that suddenly illuminated. Jiang Xinian's gaze instinctively flickered over, and he was momentarily frozen. The screen displayed a photograph, capturing a moment where Shen Yu, clad in casual wear with shorter hair than now, slightly bowed his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. In his embrace was none other than the very Omega before him, their cheeks nestled together in an intimate pose. In an instant, Jiang Xinian felt his blood run cold. It was as if something had lodged in his throat, rendering his breath labored and his vision somewhat blurred. Following his line of sight, the Omega glanced at his phone, and a radiant smile bloomed on his face as he eagerly explained, "This is my boyfriend. We've been together for nearly 10 years. The happiness in his voice seemed to overflow. Han Yunk approached, positioning himself beside Jiang Xinian, casting a wary glance at the Omega. He quietly inquired what happened. Startled, Jiang Xinian snapped back to reality, diverting his gaze and lowering his eyelashes, his voice barely above a whisper, "It's nothing." The Omega, placing a hand on his abdomen, added with lingering trepidation, "I truly appreciate it. If I'd fallen just now, I shudder to think what might have happened." Jiang Xinian's fingertips curled slightly as he raised his eyes to meet the Omega's, asking, "What is your name?" The Omega smiled and answered promptly, "Zhao Shun." He then glanced between Jiang Xinian and Han Yunk, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "Do we know each other? Or are you my boyfriend's subordinate?" Han Yunk's brow furrowed subtly as he grasped Jiang Xinian's arm, pulling him half a step back to shield him, and formally addressed Zhao Shun, "Apologies. We are on duty and cannot disclose personal information." "Understood." Zhao Shun nodded knowingly, his flawless, sweet smile still in place. "I must thank you once more." After a final glance at Jiang Xinian, he merged back into the crowd, swiftly disappearing from sight. Han Yunk released his grip and turned to Jiang Xinian. His brow tightly knit. "Are you all right?" Jiang Xinian stood rooted, his gaze lingering on the direction Zhao Shun had vanished, his expression inscrutable. Lips pressed together to a pallid hue. After several moments, he slowly shook his head, his voice barely audible, "I'm fine." Han Yunk scrutinized Jiang Xinian's ashen profile, his frown deepening. He refrained from pressing further, instead placing a reassuring hand on Jiang Xinian's shoulder, stating solemnly, "Let us continue our patrol." For the ensuing 2 hours, Jiang Xinian remained unusually silent. The movements became somewhat sluggish, occasionally halting as he furrowed his brow and rubbed the aching lower back. Han Yunk observed all of this, several times contemplating whether to speak, yet ultimately swallowing his words. At 10 minutes to 9 in the evening, the patrol duty concluded. The two returned to the employee corridor on the second floor and donned their coats. Vice Officer Lin should have arrived by now. Han Yunk glanced at the time. "I'll see you to the door." "No need." Jiang Xinian shook his head, his voice slightly hoarse. "I can manage on my own." Han Yunk scrutinized him for a couple of seconds, then relented. "Very well. Take care of yourself. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Jiang Xinian took the employee elevator down alone. The metallic walls of the elevator reflected his figure, his complexion appearing increasingly pallid under the cold white lights. Outside the shopping mall's entrance, snow continued to fall. Lin Hui's car was indeed parked by the roadside, its hazard lights blinking. Jiang Xinian opened the car door and slid into the passenger seat, bringing with him a chill. "Madam." Lin Hui turned to look at him, a customary gentle smile gracing his face. "Was the mission successful?" "It's quite cold outside. I've turned the heating up sufficiently for you." His words faltered as he noticed Jiang Xinian's face, grim, pale, and haggard. "Madam, your complexion is quite poor. Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Hui's tone carried a note of concern. Jiang Xinian paused momentarily while fastening his seatbelt before clicking it into place. He shook his head, his gaze resting on the swirling snowflakes outside, softly murmuring, "I'm fine. Just a bit tired. Let us go." After a moment's hesitation, Lin Hui started the car. The interior was warm, yet Jiang Xinian's hands and feet remained icy. He leaned back against the seat, eyes closed. Memories of Zhao Shua's sweet, smiling face and the affectionate photo of Shen Yu embracing the other person on his phone screen continuously flashed through his mind. A heavy ache gripped his chest, making even breathing a laborious task. The car drove into the Xinlian building, halting at Shen Yu's exclusive elevator entrance. "Madam, we've arrived," Lin Hui gently reminded him. Jiang Xinian opened his eyes, revealing a hint of red in the whites. He pushed open the car door. "Thank you, Brother Lin." As they entered the elevator, Lin Hui immediately supported Jiang Xinian. "Madam, are you all right?" Jiang Xinian leaned against the cold elevator wall, taking several deep breaths, and waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine, really. The elevator doors slid open, revealing Shen Yu waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Jiang Xinian's face, as pale as parchment, a pang of pain shot through his heart. He hurriedly stepped forward and enveloped Jiang Xinian in his arms, his palm resting on the back of his head, whispering repeatedly, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Jiang Xinian buried his face in Shen Yu's shoulder, nuzzling against him, and when he lifted his head again, his eyes were red-rimmed. A film of moisture clouding his amber irises, his voice choked. Shen Yu cradled his face, using his thumb to wipe away the dampness at the corners of his eyes, leaning down to plant a kiss on his cold lips, his tone filled with regret. Had I known it would be so hard for you, I would never have agreed to your suggestion. Jiang Xinian sniffled, holding back his tears. I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time controlling my emotions. He understood it was a plan, a facade, yet witnessing that photograph and hearing the words 10 years, boyfriend, still overwhelmed him with sorrow. Shen Yu gently grasped his cool hand, giving it a slight squeeze as he led him towards the conference room. At this stage, emotional fluctuations are entirely normal. You've worked hard, my dear. Chapter 76. At the scene a week prior, Jiang Xinian received a multimedia message from an unfamiliar number. Upon opening it, he found a collection of photographs, all dated, showcasing Shen Yu alongside another person in intimate poses. Some captured moments at a restaurant, while others depicted them strolling side by side on the street. The angles of the photographs were cleverly chosen, creating an atmosphere of intimacy that excluded any outsiders. The most recent image was from the night when the little Alpha had exhibited jealousy. Shen Yu emerged from the kitchen, preparing honey water for Jiang Xinian. Habitually, he reached to tousle the little Alpha's hair, but his gaze flicked to the screen, and his motion halted, his expression darkening in an instant. Grabbing Jiang Xinian's phone, he zoomed in on the last photograph, scrutinizing it closely before letting out a cold laugh. It's Zhao Shun. Jiang Xinian responded with a soft "oh," tilting his head to look at him, his face devoid of surprise or anger, merely inquiring, what does he want? Shen Yu set the phone aside and handed him the cup. Puel has been incarcerated for over 2 weeks. They are uncertain about what we know and are becoming restless. He sat down, wrapping his arms around the little Alpha's waist. Based on the clues extracted from Puel, it can be nearly confirmed that Zhao Shun has joined the Fawn. These photographs are intended to sow discord between us. Jiang Xinian held an unwavering trust in Shen Yu, and these ambiguous photographs meant little compared to the furrow of Shen Yu's brow at that moment. He raised his gaze, his amber eyes reflecting Shen Yu's face. His voice barely above a whisper. What benefit do they gain from sowing discord between us? Shen Yu remained silent, seemingly in contemplation. After a brief pause, Jiang Xinian spoke again. Perhaps they intend to use me against you. Shen Yu did not interrupt, merely gazing at him with his profound purple eyes, encouraging him to continue. We are almost inseparable now. It would be challenging for them to act. However, the little Alpha's tone grew colder, his expression serious. Should we have a falling out? It would create a gap. I might act independently or feel dejected, lowering my guard, thus granting them the opportunity to target me. If they manage to control me, they can threaten you. Their aim is both me and you. Shen Yu studied him for several seconds, his expression inscrutable. Suddenly, he tightened his embrace, resting his chin atop Jiang Xinian's head, responding softly. Jiang Xinian hesitated for a moment, disbelief flickering across his features. You know? Shen Yu nodded, his gaze drifting forward. I also know what you were about to say. Jiang Xinian pressed his lips together, his throat subtly moving as he spoke more softly. Is that possible? Shen Yu remained silent. Jiang Xinian lifted his head, meeting his gaze directly. This is the quickest and simplest solution. You are most aware of the situation in the East. Shen Yu scrutinized him for a few seconds before suddenly smirking. Though the smile lacked warmth, you're so eager to serve me, even before formally entering the fleet? Of course. From the day I entered military school, I have been serving you. Lin Hui pushed open the door to the conference room, and Shen Yu led Jiang Xinian inside. The room was ablaze with light, filled with senior officers of the Star Alliance seated around the table. Han Yunkai had arrived 2 minutes earlier and was currently seated beside the venerable General Han. Upon their entrance, his gaze immediately fell upon Jiang Xinian's face, filled with inquiry. Jiang Xinian met his eyes and gently shook his head, signaling that he was unscathed. Han Yunkai sighed in relief, leaning back into his chair. Shen Yu pulled out a chair next to him for Jiang Xinian to sit. Jiang Zhongxing tilted his head, casting several concerned glances, his lips moving as if to speak. Jiang Xinian offered him a faint smile, mouthing that he was truly fine. Jiang Zhongxing nodded slightly, raising a hand to stroke his chin. With everyone present, Shen Yu spoke, and the conference room fell silent. The officer in charge of intelligence analysis stood up and approached the projection screen, illuminating a set of data with a laser pointer. Based on the laboratory's in-depth analysis of the Pulu pheromone sample and its cross-comparison with the archived records in our database, he switched slides, revealing two nearly identical fluctuation curves side by side. It was confirmed that the mutation pattern of the Pulu pheromone matched the experimental data left by Wan Zhuhan 6 years ago, with a compatibility exceeding 958. An oppressive gasp filled the room. The officer took a deep breath, scanning the faces present, and solemnly declared, "This indicates that the Fangya has successfully replicated Wan Zhuhan's gland modification and pheromone directional mutation experiments." Shen Yu leaned back in his chair, his fingertips tapping rhythmically on the table, producing a soft sound. He fixated on the nearly overlapping curves, a coldness enveloping his violet eyes. Not merely a replication. Shen Yu interjected, "They are iterating." This remark sparked a flurry of discussions among the attendees. General Han remained silent, casting a glance at Shen Yu, his white brows tightly knit. Jiang Zhongxing slammed his hand on the table. What do they intend by restarting such inhumane experiments? To create an army of pheromones? This possibility cannot be dismissed. Another general responsible for military deployment spoke gravely. The consequences of such technology being applied on a large scale are unfathomable. The intelligence officer continued. Moreover, it is crucial to note that the modification of Pulu's glands does not commence in adulthood, but begins from childhood, at least prior to differentiation. It is utterly deranged. General Han slammed his cup heavily onto the table. At this moment, Jiang Xinian had also regained his composure, calmly stating, "The locations that were not investigated for their purpose last time are likely engaged in this." The report indicated that most of the abducted children were from welfare institutions. Orphans make for the best experimental subjects. A profound silence enveloped the conference room. Shen Yu's fingers, which had been tapping the table, halted, and his gaze shifted to Jiang Xinian, his violet eyes deep and contemplative. "The rationale?" Shen Yu inquired, his voice betraying no emotion. Jiang Xinian met his gaze. Orphans, having no kin or ties, if they go missing or perish, no one will pursue the matter. Welfare institutions previously only acknowledged paperwork and did not conduct family assessments. No one knows whether the one adopting you is a human or specter. Those children, possessing untainted backgrounds, are suitable for prolonged observation and pharmaceutical experimentation. Moreover, a faint curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, making them susceptible to indoctrination, conveniently nurtured into unwavering loyalists. "Damn it," Jiang Zhongxing muttered under his breath. Suddenly everything made sense. The several hideouts were heavily guarded, yet their internal structures did not resemble mere places of confinement. The meeting room was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. During my middle school years, there had been a significant incident involving mass adoptions at the welfare institution in the southern part of the city. Jiang Xinian gazed at the cold numbers and curves projected on the screen, his eyes somewhat vacant, as if he had transcended time and space, returning to that dilapidated courtyard. They selected beautiful, healthy children, aged between 10 and 14, neither too young nor too old. Jiang Xinian paused briefly before continuing, his tone devoid of inflection. Of course, there were some with striking appearances who had already undergone differentiation, yet were still chosen. He lifted his gaze, scanning the solemn faces of the generals present, finally resting on Shen Yu's ambiguous profile. If one were to connect the recent dots, Jiang Xinian articulated clearly, his speech steady. The attractive ones were designated for special services. Those meeting their criteria were subjected to experimentation. The remainder were trafficked for organs. He slightly tilted his head, as if calculating. And if the aforementioned were true, then the oldest among the selected children would now be 20 years of age. An officer seated at the middle of the long table could not restrain himself from asking, "How do you know?" Jiang Xinian turned towards him, his amber eyes revealing no emotion. "I was on site." Chapter 77. Why? And the officer appeared apologetic, murmuring, "I'm sorry, I didn't know." "It's all right," Jiang Xinian interrupted. "There is nothing that cannot be discussed." Beneath the table, Shen Yu reached out, grasping the now warmed hand of the small Alpha, feeling somewhat reassured. He raised his eyes, scanning the crowd, steering the conversation back on track. "Do we have any leads on where the secret passage beneath Zhao Xuan's residence leads?" Jiang Zhongqing immediately responded, his tone grave. "Yes, it has been confirmed." Pu Lu disclosed that the passage leads to Zhao Zi's current residence. "Zhao Zi?" General Han raised an eyebrow, instinctively straightening his posture, disbelief lacing his voice. "Which Zhao Zi?" Shen Yu looked at him, his tone resolute. "It is the Zhao Zi you are thinking of. During the turmoil in the southern region, the Zhao Zi who was a major general in General Han Zhang's forces." The meeting room fell into a profound silence once more. General Fang Zim, the only son of General Han, father of Han Yang. A decade ago, after a resounding victory in the southern region, while returning triumphantly, they fell into an ambush, resulting in near total annihilation of the troops. Both Han Zhang and his beloved Xue Qi perished. Zhao Zi was one of the very few high-ranking officers who survived that tragic event. Upon returning to the capital, he applied for retirement under the pretext of injuries, taking up a teaching position at a military school as affiliated junior high, thus distancing himself from the core circle. Han Yang looked up in shock at Shen Yu. Bai Yiran cleared his throat, shattering the suffocating silence, and quickly added, "The place where Zhao Xuan currently resides was once the home of Zhao Zi during his tenure as a major general. While I went out to find Pu Lu, our people managed to sneak in for a look. That passage is quite old, certainly not something created in recent years." Han Yunkai clenched his jaw tightly, the veins in his neck protruding, his voice strained as if forced through his gritted teeth. "Are you implying that Uncle Zhao Zi, has ties to the Fang?" Shen Yu met his incredulous gaze directly, nodding slightly. "Based on the clues we currently possess, the correlation is exceedingly strong." Anikais feast diktanat, producing a faint creaking sound. The back of his hand turned pale from the exertion, his chest rising and falling violently. Old General Han patted his grandson's shoulder, raising a hand to wipe his face, his weathered eyes bloodshot. Jiang Zhongqing observed the state of the Han grandfather and grandson, his brow furrowing into a knot as he muttered a curse under his breath. Over the years, the Xinglian and old General Han had never ceased their pursuit of the truth behind that fateful incident. They conducted internal investigations time and again, from high-ranking officers to ordinary clerks, yet they had never suspected Zhao Zi, not only because he was a surviving hero of that tragedy, but also due to the deep bond he shared with Han Zhang. Both had enlisted in the same year, entrusting each other's backs in countless battles. After Han Zhang and Xue Qi's sacrifice, Zhao Zi had wept to the point of fainting at the memorial service. Subsequently, every year during Qingming and on the anniversary of Han Zhang's death, he would sit at the grave for hours, his sorrowful demeanor eliciting pity from anyone who beheld him. Old General Han regarded him as a son. During the tumultuous period following the Han family's misfortune, Zhao Zi frequently visited to offer companionship and counsel to the old man, as well as to Han Yunkai. Suddenly, Han Yunkai sprang to his feet, the abrupt motion causing the chair legs to screech against the floor. "Impossible." His voice trembled as he glanced between Bai Yiran and Shen Yu. "How could it possibly be him? Where's the evidence? Just based on a secret passageway." Bai Yiran first glanced at Shen Yu, receiving a nod of approval before speaking in a measured tone. "This afternoon, we plan to summon Zhao Zi for questioning." The personnel sent to retrieve him were met with gunfire, resulting in 3 dead and 2 injured. Their current whereabouts are unknown. We discovered some documents in his residence that had not been entirely burned, and upon preliminary examination, they pertained to several military deployments and internal transfer secrets from recent years. Additionally, we found a damaged computer, but the hard drive remains intact, and our technical department is working diligently to restore it. Han Yunkai stood frozen for a couple of seconds, as if all his strength had been drained, and he collapsed back into the chair with a muted thud. He opened his mouth, but could produce no sound, staring blankly ahead, his pupils unfocused. Zhaoji? Why would it be Zhaoji? The very uncle who had repeatedly opened the door of the Han family home after his parents' sacrifice. The one who would ruffle his hair. Speaking with a tone filled with nostalgia and comfort, stating that little Ku was growing more and more like his father. The one who patiently sat by his bedside during those nights of nightmare, recounting tales of how Han Jing and Shueqi had fought valiantly on the battlefield, side by side with their comrades. Little Ku, your father was the bravest and most honorable soldier I have ever known. You must remember, when we don this uniform, it is to protect those who need safeguarding, and to ensure that those wicked scoundrels pay the price. Do not fear. You still have your grandfather and Uncle Zhao. Whenever you miss your mom and dad, come find Uncle Zhao, and I will tell you their stories. What a fine lad. Truly your father's son. This indomitable spirit is unmistakably the same. Once you join the Star Alliance, you must aspire to be a stalwart hero like your father, instilling fear in those wretched creatures lurking in the shadows. Those words, those encouragements, and the warmth of companionship and guidance were among the few rays of light during his dark days, serving as the vital force that sustained him and prevented his collapse, leading him to this very moment. And now, he is told that all of it was a mere fabrication. It is revolting, nauseating. Han Yunkai's complexion turned pale as he stood up, murmuring, "Excuse me, I need to use the restroom." Without glancing at anyone, he stumbled out of the conference room. Jiang Xinian squeezed Shen Yu's hand, conveying a silent understanding. Shen Yu complied, releasing his grip. Jiang Xinian immediately rose, apologizing as he hastened to follow suit. Inside the restroom, heart-wrenching retching sounds echoed. Jiang Xinian pushed the door open to find Han Yunkai, bracing himself against the sink, his back heaving violently as he faced the basin, retching but producing only bile. Jiang Xinian did not approach any closer, instead leaning against the wall by the door, quietly waiting. After a considerable time, the sounds of vomiting ceased, replaced by heavy, rapid breaths, interspersed with the sound of the faucet being turned on and off. Only then did Jiang Xinian step forward, offering a tissue. "Are you all right?" Han Yunkai did not take it. His head bowed, droplets cascading for his damp hair. He fixated on the swirling vortex in the basin, his shoulders trembling slightly. "I must." Han Yunkai's voice emerged from deep within his throat, raspy and laced with anguish. Must confront him. Han Yunkai lifted his gaze. His reddened eyes locked onto the reflection of his disheveled self in the mirror, scarcely daring to glance at Jiang Xinian. "I need to ask him why," he declared, slamming his fist onto the marble countertop, his knuckles instantly turning crimson. "Why did he cause my parents' demise?" His voice quivered, laden with disbelief and profound pain. How could he still act as if everything is normal? "Come to see me, accompany me, share those words with me." Han Yunkai sniffled, raising a hand to wipe away the moisture from the corners of his eyes. "Doesn't he fear dreaming of my parents at night?" Jiang Xinian pressed the tissue into his hand. Without uttering a word, he raised his hand and, albeit clumsily, gently patted Han Yunkai's tense back. Chapter 78. He does not wish to see me. The day after the meeting concluded, Jiang Xinian moved out, despite Shen Yu's deep reluctance. He found himself powerless to prevent it. It had already been 3 days. Zhou Jie gripped the steering wheel, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the apartment building in the distance. Was this tactic truly so ruthless? Zhao Xuan, seated in the passenger seat, leisurely sipped his milk, a nonchalant smile playing on his lips. He is just a young kid, yearning for a flawless love. Shen Yu may not necessarily have strong feelings for him, but it was evident that he held a fondness for Shen Yu. With this course of action, a conflict was bound to arise between them. He set down his cup, tapping his fingertips against the windowsill, pondering that no one could accept their spouse having an old flame from a decade-long relationship. Zhou Jie glanced at him through the rearview mirror, asking, "So when do we make our move?" "The boss is pressing for it." Zhao Xuan's smile faded, his tone growing impatient. "Always with the urgency. It's as if his life depends on it. If it were so easy to handle, would I have gone to such lengths to orchestrate this?" Zhou Jie cast another glance at him, pursing his lips into silence. Zhao Xuan clicked his tongue and inquired, "Where is Zhao Ji?" "He has been successfully brought back to the base." Ensure he is well guarded. Zhao Shuan nodded, urging caution. Understood. In the apartment, Jiang Xinian stood by the window, parting the curtain with his fingertips. His gaze lingered on a car for a few seconds before he sent a message to Shen Yu. Retracting his gaze, he approached the entrance and stood in silence for several minutes until a knock echoed at the door. The young Alpha peered through the peephole before opening the door. A slender, tall youth, donning a cap, stood before him. His gray-blue eyes were red-rimmed as he timidly addressed Jiang Xinian as brother. Jiang Xinian stepped aside to let him in, retrieving a pair of slippers and placing them by the boy's feet. Put these on. Thank you, brother, Meng Muyu replied, bending down to untie his shoelaces, his fingers trembling slightly. Do not worry too much, Jiang Xinian spoke, his voice steady. The commander and the others have gone to rescue your father. Meng Muyu nodded, following Jiang Xinian into the living room, where he sat rigidly on the edge of the sofa, his head bowed, hands resting on his knees. Jiang Xinian poured him a glass of water, noticing his discomfort, hesitating for a moment before heading to the kitchen. He scooped a generous spoonful of honey and stirred it into the water. Drink something sweet. It will make you feel better. Meng Muyu accepted the cup, murmuring his gratitude. Jiang Xinian settled beside him, the atmosphere turning somewhat awkward. He had never cared for a child of this age and was uncertain of what interests they might have. Just as he pondered what to say, Meng Muyu spoke again. Brother, is it true that Meng Jian cannot come out? Indeed. Jiang Xinian turned to him, his tone firm and resolute. The evidence is irrefutable. He will never be released. Meng Muyu cradled the warm cup, his fingers beginning to warm, and after a moment of silence, he asked, Can I see my father? Jiang Xinian paused for a moment. After he is rescued, arrangements will be made for you to meet. For an instant, Meng Muyu's eyes brightened. Only dim once more. He wouldn't want to see me. Jiang Xinian opened his mouth to offer comfort, but found no suitable words. Meng Muyu looked at him, managing a bitter smile. No one wishes to see the child born of violation. Jiang Xinian raised a hand, awkwardly patting his shoulder. Do not think that way. If necessary, you can observe through the observation window. Meng Muyu fell silent, his head drooping as he traced the rim of his cup. Observing him, Jiang Xinian felt it inappropriate to say anything further. He rose and walked to the window, parting the curtain once more. The car had vanished. He glanced at the wall clock. Are you hungry? Jiang Xinian asked. Shall I prepare a bowl of noodles for you? Meng Muyu shook his head, his voice muffled. No need to trouble yourself. Brother, I am not hungry. The young Alpha frowned. This child had rushed to stop Shen Yu's car in the morning, pleading tearfully for his father's rescue. After relaying the entire story in the afternoon, he was quietly brought to Jiang Xinian that very evening, having eaten nothing throughout the day. It's all right, Jiang Xinian replied, turning towards the kitchen. I am hungry too. Please wait a moment. The kitchen was open plan. Jiang Xinian retrieved eggs and a small handful of greens from the refrigerator, along with some noodles, his movements deft and the steps clear. Meng Muyu remained seated on the sofa, yet his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Jiang Xinian, who was busily engaged in the kitchen. The small Alpha, with his back turned, suddenly spoke, his voice mingling with the bubbling sounds of boiling noodles. Would you like a fried egg? Meng Muyu was momentarily taken aback before realizing the question was directed at him. He instinctively nodded, then recalled that Jiang Xinian could not see him, and softly replied, Jiang Xinian deftly scooped the noodles into 2 large bowls, garnishing them with fresh vegetables and golden fried eggs, pouring broth over the top before carrying them to the small dining table in the living room. It's ready, come eat, he announced. Meng Muyu obediently approached and took a seat at the table. Jiang Xinian handed him chopsticks, cautioning, Be careful, it's hot. The two shared a silence as they consumed their noodles. Halfway through the meal, Jiang Xinian's phone screen illuminated. He glanced at it. It was a message from Shen Yu. The mission went smoothly. Han Yunku is here to pick you up. Please ensure your safety. Meng Muyu paused, his chopsticks hovering, his eyes fixed on Jiang Xinian. Is it the commander? Jiang Xinian finished the last bite of his noodles, nodded, and replied calmly. The mission was very successful. He took a tissue to wipe his mouth, then turned his gaze towards the eagerly watching youth, saying, Finish your noodles, and I will take you to meet your daddy. Instantly, Meng Muyu lowered his head, disregarding the heat. and began to hastily push the remaining noodles and broth into his mouth with his chopsticks. Meanwhile, Shen Yu and Jiang Xinian sat in a small conference room at the hospital, awaiting the arrival of other leaders. Jiang Xinian had just taken a cigarette from his pack and placed it in his mouth, yet before he could light it, he heard Shen Yu's frosty voice, "Go smoke by the window." Jiang Xinian paused, removing the cigarette from his lips, and shot a dissatisfied glance at Shen Yu. "It's one thing in your car or office, but here, you're imposing too? This is a hospital," Shen Yu retorted, casting a fleeting glance at him before continuing. "Nian doesn't like the smell of smoke." Jiang Xinian was momentarily taken aback, rolling his eyes in exasperation as he shoved the cigarette back into its box and tossed it onto the conference table. Leaning back in his chair, he interlaced his fingers behind his head and let out a long sigh. "I never expected Meng Jian to be such a person." He stared at the ceiling, his tone laced with incredulity. "The memorial service I held for my late wife was so grand. I still remember it vividly." He paused, lowering his voice and infusing it with sarcasm. And yet, damn it, he was the one who caused his wife's death. He even raised Tang Huansheng's child, as if it were his legitimate offspring. How terrifying. Shen Yu halted his response, remaining silent for a few seconds before speaking in a detached tone. "You can know a person's face, but not their heart." Indeed, Jiang Xinian sat upright, slapping his thigh with fervor, feigning outrage. "If it weren't for Meng Yu risking his life to stop your car, who knows how long this would have remained concealed." After 10 minutes, people began to arrive in succession. Feng Yi knocked and entered, his expression troubled, clutching a report in hand. "The results are in," he stated, his voice somewhat hoarse. As expected, the differentiating agents found in the basement concerning Tang Huan are identical in composition and batch to those retrieved from Meng Jian's residence. Moreover, they also match the remnants obtained from Zhao Shua's dwelling. Furthermore, Feng Yi inhaled deeply, his gaze sweeping across the assembly before finally resting upon Shen Yu. His tone bore a weight of gravity as he spoke. "Tang Huan is a beta. He was forcibly transformed into an omega by Meng Jian using pharmaceuticals." Jiang Xinian furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Outrageous!" By Iran echoed, "Utterly inhumane." A nearby young officer interjected, "Worse than beasts." Shen Yu's eyes traversed the faces of the three, ultimately settling back on Feng Yi. "How is Tang Huan faring?" he inquired. "Not well at all. His glands and most organs have begun to deteriorate. That incident 15 years ago nearly drained him of all vitality. It is a miracle he has managed to survive this long." Shen Yu fell silent for a few seconds, drumming his fingers on the table. "As for Tang Huan, spare no effort in sustaining him. Feng Yi, you shall take personal responsibility." Feng Yi nodded in understanding. Shen Yu continued, "Based on the information we currently possess, Zhao Shuan is closer to the core area than we had anticipated." Chapter 79. Do you miss me? The commander was interrupted by a knock at the door, and all present turned their attention towards it in unison. Lin Hui pushed the door open, stepping aside to allow Jiang Xinian and the others to enter. Upon seeing a room full of generals, Jiang Xinian and Han Yunk immediately straightened their backs, standing at attention to salute. "Commander," they declared in unison. Shen Yu's gaze lingered for a moment on the young Alpha, offering a slight nod in acknowledgement. Following behind was Meng Yu, who appeared somewhat timid. He stepped forward, bowing deeply to everyone present, his voice thick with emotion. "Thank you. Thank you all for rescuing my daddy." Shen Yu instructed seat. The three complied, taking seats at the far end of the long table. Jiang Xinian could not contain himself, leaning forward to gaze at Meng Yu with a puzzled expression. "Young man, if you were already aware of Meng Jian's actions, why did you not report it sooner?" Meng Yu raised his head, his gray-blue eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Meng Jian forbade me from using any electronic devices and restricted my movements. I have never attended school. I have only had private tutors come to our home. Moreover, there were cameras in every corner of the house, including the bathroom. I had no private space and no opportunity to seek help from the outside world." A brief silence enveloped the conference room. "How did you know that the person confined in the basement was your biological father? Did Meng Jian inform you?" Meng Yu nodded, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Meng Jian would take me to that basement every week to see him. He told me that this was my daddy, his most beloved person, but that he was ill and needed to recuperate, so he could not live with us. He forced a smile that was more painful than tears, his voice dropping to a whisper. It was only when I was around 8 or 9 years old that I began to realize that it was not recuperation at all, but imprisonment. Jiang Xinian fished a pack of tissues from his pocket, tearing one off and handing it to Meng Muyu. The latter accepted it with a quiet thanks, dabbing at his face haphazardly. Shen Yu had learned of these matters earlier that afternoon, and, wishing to waste no further time, turned to Feng Yi. Take him to see Tang Huan. Feng Yi nodded in agreement. After the two departed, Bai Ran spoke again. Commander, shall we apprehend Zhao Xuan? Shen Yu paused for a moment before replying. Not for now. The plan remains unchanged, but we shall advance the timeline. Understood. Jiang Xinian subtly exhaled in relief, having been concerned that Shen Yu might alter the strategy out of worry for his safety. Fortunately, that was not the case. After Shen Yu assigned a few more tasks, the meeting concluded. Jiang Xinian stood by the door, waiting for Shen Yu. As Han Yunker passed by, he patted Jiang Xinian's shoulder and whispered, "Be careful on your way home." "You too?" Jiang Xinian nodded in response. Once the last person had left, Shen Yu rose from his seat and strode purposefully toward the door. Having not seen Jiang Xinian for 3 days, he felt an overwhelming longing for him. Grasping Jiang Xinian's wrist, he said nothing and led him through the corridor, descending a flight of stairs before pushing open Feng Yi's lounge door and locking it behind them. Before Jiang Xinian could steady himself, Shen Yu pinned him against the door, one hand cradling the back of his head while the other encircled his waist, descending to kiss him fervently. This kiss was imbued with urgency and yearning, their tongues entwining passionately. The young alpha was momentarily taken aback, before tilting his head slightly back, wrapping his arms around Shen Yu's neck. As they kissed, Shen Yu lowered the zipper of Jiang Xinian's jacket, tearing off his gland patch and burying his face into the crook of his neck, greedily inhaling his scent. The sweet fragrance of ripe peaches enveloped him instantly. Shen Yu sighed contentedly, akin to a drug addict finally finding solace. He closed his eyes and gently nuzzled against Jiang Xinian's neck before hoarsely asking, "Did you miss me?" Jiang Xinian, breathless, replied honestly, "I did." Shen Yu lifted his head, cupping Jiang Xinian's face, his thumb brushing beneath his eyes. "Haven't you been eating well? You've lost weight." Jiang Xinian, bewildered, instinctively touched his own face. "Not at all. I weighed myself this morning, and there was no change." Shen Yu remained silent, his hands gripping Jiang Xinian's waist with a measuring touch, affirming, "You've lost weight. Your waist feels slimmer." Jiang Xinian squirmed slightly under his grip, feeling a bit shy and turning his face away, his ears flushing. Shen Yu pulled over a chair, sitting down and drawing Jiang Xinian into his embrace, kissing him fervently, as if trying to make up for the time lost over the past 3 days. After a considerable while, they finally separated, their foreheads resting against each other. Shen Yu's violet eyes deep and intent upon him. "You must prioritize your safety." Surrounded by the scent of jasmine, Jiang Xinian inhaled deeply and nodded, "I understand." "Signal if anything seems off. Don't force yourself." Shen Yu's hand slid down his back, soothingly tracing his spine. "Our people are nearby and ready to assist." "I will be careful. You can trust me," Jiang Xinian assured, gazing into Shen Yu's close-set violet eyes. The two shared a quiet kiss for a while, savoring each other's breath and warmth, momentarily forgetting the chaos of the outside world. After a long pause, Jiang Xinian gently pulled back, breath uneven, and softly asked, "Are you coming over to my place tonight?" The moment the words escaped his lips, he felt a sudden jolt, realizing it sounded like a clear invitation. His ears flushed slightly, and he quickly clarified, "What I mean is, have you finished your work for today? Shouldn't you return to rest a bit earlier?" As he spoke, his voice dwindled, and his gaze drifted to the side. Shen Yu, observing his demeanor, felt a pang of tenderness in his heart and teased him deliberately. "What are you going there for?" He reached out, gently lifting Jiang Xinian's chin with his fingertips, compelling him to meet his gaze. Instantly, Jiang Xinian fell silent, his lips slightly parted, and his eyes blinked in bewilderment. Shen Yu chuckled softly, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "Do you want to come?" My dear, Jiang Xinian nodded earnestly. Over the past 3 days, deprived of Shen Yu's presence and the soothing comfort of his pheromones, he had scarcely managed a full night's sleep, longing deeply in both body and spirit. Suddenly, he raised his eyes to meet Shen Yu's, his amber gaze brimming with longing, and he spoke each word with sincerity. I miss you. Shen Yu felt as though something had struck him in the chest, wrapping his arms around Jiang Xinian more tightly, resting his chin atop his head, his voice low and resonant. I miss you too. He patted Jiang Xinian's back gently, saying, You should head back now. I'll finish up here and come find you. Leave the door open for me. Jiang Xinian responded with a soft standing from his embrace and adjusting his wrinkled shirt. As he reached the door, he turned back for one last glance at Shen Yu before pulling it open and stepping outside. Chapter 80. Finally, peaceful Jiang Xinian began to deliberately create opportunities for solitude. When he visited the convenience store, he would meander through the aisles leisurely, exiting only to linger on the street corner, staring at his phone for several minutes. Catching a glimpse of Zhou approaching, his heart swelled with anticipation, but to his dismay, the other merely walked past him, then returned, only to walk past again. Hesitating to take any action, he would intentionally linger at Xinglian until dusk, then walk alone down a dimly lit, seldom trodden path back to his apartment. Despite the ideal opportunity for intervention, they feigned ignorance, the car idling at the intersection, watching as Jiang Xinian returned home. After several such instances, Jiang Xinian found himself exasperated. They're utterly foolish, he remarked, incredulous. I was almost tempted to bind myself and hop into the car. It felt as though they lacked the aptitude for this line of work. On the other end of the line, Shen Yu fell silent for a few seconds before responding. They may be wary of something, afraid to act recklessly. At this rate, Jiang Xinian sighed, we've been separated for half a month, and they still haven't made a move. This is terribly inefficient. The situation in the east remained uncertain. Zhao Ji was on the run. The location of the Fang stronghold was a mystery. And every minute was of the essence. They could not afford to waste time. An online meeting was convened immediately, and the group decided to take the initiative. Zhao Xuan and Zhou Jie parked their car in the shadows beneath Jiang Xinian's apartment building, the sky darkening as the streetlights flickered to life, casting a soft, golden glow on the snow. Zhou Jie glanced at the time, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. The boss just received news. Zhao Xuan, preoccupied with his nails, lazily lifted his eyelids. What does it say? Alive is preferable, but dead will suffice. Zhao Xuan paused, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. You should have said so sooner. He turned to Zhou Jie. Where's the gun? Zhou Jie unbuckled his seatbelt, shifted in his seat, and retrieved a rectangular black box from beneath the back seat, handing it over. Zhao Xuan opened the compartment to reveal a pistol glimmering with a cold sheen. He grasped the firearm, weighing it in his hand, his fingers gliding over the icy surface of the gun, his tone laced with a hint of reproach. If I had known death was imminent, I wouldn't have waited for so long. Zhou Jie maintained his gaze ahead, his voice devoid of inflection. It was a recent decision. Zhao Xuan expertly checked the magazine, the sound of the chambering round echoing in the air, raising the gun to scrutinize it repeatedly. Then let's act tonight. Zhou Jie nodded falling silent. At 7:30 p.m., a familiar silhouette appeared punctually at the street corner, ambling towards the apartment building. It was Jiang Xinian, whose demeanor today appeared quite poor. Wrapped in a thick black long down coat, a hat pulled snugly over his head, and a scarf obscuring the lower half of his face, he resembled a ball. A fever patch adorned his forehead, and he seemed dispirited, his pallor stark under the streetlights. Zhao Xuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, his body instinctively leaning forward. Excitement lacing his voice. He must be in a vulnerable phase. He looks most weakened now. Zhou Jie fixed his gaze on Jiang Xinian as he drew nearer. Wait until he's closer. Zhao Xuan remained silent, a triumphant smile curving his lips, his right hand firmly gripping the gun's handle. Jiang Xinian walked slowly, his steps heavy, his head bowed, seemingly oblivious to the vehicle parked nearby. Just as he was about to pass in front of them, entering the optimal shooting range, a sudden loud bang erupted nearby. Zhao Xuan and Zhou Jie were instinctively drawn to the source of the noise. turning their heads in unison. In a mere second, when they returned their gaze, the area in front of the car was empty. A jolt of anxiety coursed through Zhao Shun as he unbuckled his seatbelt, leaning forward nervously to peer through the windshield. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, someone tapped on the car window beside him. Zhao Shun whipped his head around. Jiang Xinian's pallid face was staring at him through the darkened window, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. Simultaneously, Zhou-Jie's window was also being wrapped, revealing Han Yunk standing outside, arms crossed and devoid of expression. The atmosphere within the car instantly thickened. The window was fitted with one-way glass, rendering the interior invisible from the outside. Zhao Shun swiftly quelled his panic, a fierce determination flashing across his face. Without hesitation, he raised the gun, aiming at Jiang Xinian's chest. Just as his finger was about to pull the trigger, bang! This time, it was the sound of a gunshot. A sniper bullet penetrated the windshield, leaving a distinct bullet hole, and without pause, it tore through the rear windshield and continued its trajectory. Instantly, the front and back windshields were laced with a spiderweb of cracks. The bullet grazed past Zhao Shun's arm as he held the gun aloft. Frozen in place, a cold sweat enveloped him. He could sense a red dot firmly locked onto his brow. Outside the vehicle, Jiang Xinian remained standing there, seemingly oblivious to the perilous scene that had just unfolded. Han Yunk, however, gestured for him to exit the car. Zhou Jie, observing the cracked windshield, swallowed hard and raised his hands. At the moment the door swung open, several individuals surged forth, forcibly dragging Zhao Shun and Zhou Jie from the vehicle, pressing them firmly against it. Han Yunkai circled around, fixing his gaze upon Zhao Shun. This was his first meeting with him, or rather, his second. He had previously encountered him at the mall, unaware that he was the son of Zhao Ji. Now, he scrutinized the face before him, finding no resemblance to the honest and upright demeanor of Zhao Ji. Zhao Shun's cheek pressed against the cold metal of the car. As he struggled desperately, his voice piercing, "Don't touch me. I demand to see Shen Yu. What you're doing to me is illegal." He repeated his cries. "It's Shen Yu.As. I want to see Shen Yu." Han Yunkai, irritated by the incessant shouting, seized him and delivered a sharp slap to his face, silencing his outburst. "Where is Zhao Ji?" This left Zhao Shun momentarily stunned, intensifying his agitation as he writhed. "I want to see Shen Yu." With a swift motion, Han Yunkai struck him again, the force measured precisely, painful yet not grievous. "Where is Zhao Ji?" At that moment, Jiang Xinian, having concluded a phone call, stepped forward to grasp Han Yunkai's arm. "The general is on his way." Upon seeing Jiang Xinian, Zhao Shun's eyes instantly filled with tears, and he unleashed a torrent of vitriol. "You little mistress! You wretched creature! What despicable means did you employ to climb into Shen Yu.'s bed and coerce him into marrying you? You know well your own worthlessness. Just a forsaken orphan. How dare you stand beside Shen Yu? I've been with him for 10 years. We even have a child. What are you in comparison? Do you truly believe that Shen Yu harbors any affection for you? He merely pities you. You are but a passing amusement." Han Yunkai immediately tightened his grip on Jiang Xinian, carefully assessing his expression. Jiang Xinian, having been deprived of Shen Yu's pheromones for several days and nearing a sensitive period, felt a surge of agitation rising within him. He shrugged off Han Yunkai's hand, remaining silent, and strode purposefully toward the nearby shop. Han Yunkai watched his retreating figure for several moments before hastily retrieving his phone to message Shen Yu. Within mere minutes, Jiang Xinian re-emerged from the shop, clutching a grimy, oil-stained gray rag. He approached, standing resolutely before Zhao Shun, disregarding the terror-stricken eyes and intensified insults directed at him. As he grasped Zhao Shun's chin and forced the rag into his mouth, at last, the world fell silent. Chapter 81. I Miss You by Iran arrived swiftly, and the soldiers escorted Zhao Shun and Zhou Jie into separate vehicles. As Zhao Shun was shoved into the back seat, he continued to struggle futilely, emitting muffled whimpers while casting venomous glances at Jiang Xinian. Jiang Xinian and Han Yunkai, followed by Iran into another vehicle. By Iran, glancing back from the passenger seat at Jiang Xinian, who was curled up in the back with a pallid expression, furrowed his brow. "Is Xiaoyan all right? You look dreadful." like a ghost. Leaning against the seat back, Jiang Xinian shook his head with closed eyes, his voice faint. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Han Yunkai remained silent, silently messaging Shen Yu. The car fell into a brief silence. After a moment, Jiang Xinian suddenly opened his eyes, turning to Bai Iran. General Bai, please take Zhao Shun for an examination. Bai Iran paused. An examination? What sort of examination? Jiang Xinian remarked that he might truly be pregnant. Han Yang turned to him, voicing his skepticism. Jiang Xinian rubbed his throbbing temples, his tone devoid of inflection, stating that there were pills in the car, of which he had already consumed the majority. Bai Iran, without hesitation, called Shen Yu to succinctly relay the situation. The convoy did not return to the Star Alliance headquarters, but headed directly to the affiliated hospital. When Zhao Shun was escorted out of the car, a rag still stuffed in his mouth, he paused momentarily upon seeing the hospital entrance. He then turned to Jiang Xinian, who was disembarking behind him, and through the escorting personnel flashed a twisted, provocative smile. He was certain that once the test results were revealed, regardless of whether the child was Shen Yu's or not, in the absence of a DNA verification in the early stages, it would become a thorn that would deeply pierce Jiang Xinian's heart. A doctor emerged with the report and nodded towards Bai Iran and the others waiting outside. 6 weeks. The moment the rag was removed from Zhao Shun's mouth, he erupted into a heart-wrenching wail, collapsing to the ground, clutching his abdomen, tears streaming down his face as he cried out into the air. Shen Yu, I want to see him. How could he be so cruel, not only abandoning me, but does he also refuse his own child? His cries echoed through the hospital corridor, drawing numerous curious glances. He performed with such fervor, as though he were truly a pitiful omega cast aside by a heartless man. Bai Iran waved his hand, his brow furrowed tightly. Get him into a hospital room. 2 soldiers stepped forward, one on each side, lifting Zhao Shun from the floor. He immediately began to struggle, kicking his legs wildly and shouting, Call Shen Yu to see me. He cannot treat me this way, brother Yu. Han Yang glanced back at Jiang Xinian, who remained silent on the bench, his face still pale, lips devoid of color, and the edge of his fever-reducing patch curling up. Han Yang quietly inquired, Are you all right? Jiang Xinian nodded, bracing himself on his knees to stand and follow the group ahead. Inside the hospital room, Zhao Shun was restrained on the bed, his wrists secured with specially designed straps. He ceased his cries, fixating on Jiang Xinian as he entered, his gaze rife with venomous resentment. Do you think you've won? Zhao Shun scoffed, his voice hoarse from his earlier shouting. A worthless bastard like you, clinging to Shen Yu, what do you have to be proud of? Jiang Xinian remained silent, standing at the foot of the bed, his eyes cast downward, quietly observing him. Noticing Jiang Xinian's lack of response, Zhao Shun became increasingly agitated, attempting to pierce through Jiang Xinian's calm with the most vile of words. When brother Yu touches you, does he think of me? When he marks you, does he call my name? You are merely a pitiful substitute. His words grew more fervent as he sought to unravel Jiang Xinian's tranquility with the most malicious language. You, an orphan, know nothing of love. Shen Yu merely pities you. Do you truly believe he cares for you? Han Yang felt a surge of anger, stepping forward and delivering 2 resounding slaps to Zhao Shun. Damn it, it was already frustrating not being able to ascertain Zhao Ji's whereabouts, and now you keep rambling on, making it even worse. Zhao Shun stared in astonishment to Han Yunkai, a metallic taste of blood filling his mouth, momentarily rendered speechless. The ward fell into an abrupt silence. It was then that Jiang Xinian spoke, his tone devoid of emotion. 6 weeks ago was my sensitive period. He marked a high compatibility alpha, yet he shows no interest in you. Zhao Shun felt as if he had just heard the greatest joke, spitting out the bloodied foam in his mouth. No interest? How can that be? Your compatibility with him cannot possibly surpass mine. My compatibility with brother Yu is 90. Jiang Xinian averted his gaze and replied coolly, I'm afraid we are at 997. With this revelation, everyone in the room was taken aback, turning their attention to Jiang Xinian in unison. 997. This was likely the highest recorded figure since the inception of the empire. Zhao Shun gaped, a rasping sound escaping his throat, as if he were struggling to accept this truth. Regaining his composure, he trembled as he pointed at Jiang Xinian. You mean your separation these days was a ruse? A performance for my benefit? Before he could continue, Han Yunkai, now at the peak of his impatience, grabbed a roll of unused gauze from a nearby medical cart, forcefully pried open Zhao Xuan's mouth, and stuffed it inside. Han Yunkai clapped his hands, as if to rid himself of some filth. You're making too much noise. Lin Hui appeared at the doorway, knocking lightly before tilting his head towards Bai Ran, signaling him to step out for a brief conversation. After exchanging a few hushed words, Lin Hui cast a glance at Jiang Xinian and signaled him discreetly. Receiving the cue, Jiang Xinian turned to Han Yunkai and said, I'll take my leave. Han Yunkai's gaze lingered on his face for a moment. Take care of yourself. Jiang Xinian nodded and exited the ward. The two walked side by side towards the elevator. Lin Hui quietly explained, the boss is in a meeting and cannot step away, hence he hasn't come in person. It's fine, Jiang Xinian shook his head, indicating his understanding. Lin Hui inquired with concern, have you seen Brother Feng Yi? Yes, all my health indicators are normal. I am merely experiencing a heightened dependency on Shen Yu.As pheromones due to the development of my reproductive system, Jiang Xinian replied. Hearing this, Lin Hui felt somewhat reassured and pressed the button for the elevator. Upon entering the office, Jiang Xinian found Shen Yu with his back turned, drinking water. Hearing the noise, Shen Yu turned to face him. Is the meeting over? Jiang Xinian closed the door behind him. Just finished. Shen Yu set down his cup and approached, scanning Jiang Xinian's face before reaching out to touch his cheek, which felt warm, causing him to frown slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Xinian preempted him. Wait. Jiang Xinian rolled up his left sleeve, presenting his wristwatch. 36.8. No fever. Shen Yu grasped his wrist, glancing down before exhaling in relief. Do not take Zhao Xuan's words to heart, Shen Yu said softly as he helped Jiang Xinian out of his coat. Jiang Xinian cooperatively raised his arm. I understand. My discomfort stems from the long absence of your pheromones, not because of him. Shen Yu peeled the heavy down jacket from Jiang Xinian's shoulders and hung it on the nearby coat rack. Turning back, he smiled at him. Did you miss me? Jiang Xinian nodded candidly, locking the door. I missed you very much. Shen Yu slightly opened his arms. Jiang Xinian took a step forward and tightly embraced Shen Yu, burying himself in his arms like a small creature seeking solace, gently nuzzling against him. Do you miss me? Jiang Xinian's voice was muffled. Shen Yu caressed the nape of the little Alpha's neck, giving a light squeeze. What do you think, my dear? Jiang Xinian lifted his head, his expression brightening considerably, his eyes sparkling. I do. Shen Yu chuckled softly and leaned down, intending to kiss him, but Jiang Xinian turned his head away. He said we can't kiss in the office. Shen Yu paused, gazing down at the fluffy crown before him. When did I ever say that? Jiang Xinian looked at him earnestly. When we first got together, I wanted to kiss you, and you said this is the office, we can't. Shen Yu chuckled silently, realizing he had forgotten how remarkable this little Alpha's memory was. With a firm grip, he lifted Jiang Xinian into his arms and carried him towards the lounge. We can kiss in the lounge. Not only can we kiss, but we can also do other things, right, Shen Yu? Chapter 82. Do you have a boyfriend? The division ceremony was held in a small conference hall at the Star Alliance headquarters. As Jiang Xinian and Han Yunkai entered the venue, they heard a cheerful voice call out, Jiang Shun, Han Yi. They turned to see Zhang Wan eagerly running towards them, his face beaming with a radiant smile. Jiang Xinian had nearly fallen asleep amidst Shen Yu.As pheromones the previous night. The long-awaited sense of security and deep slumber rejuvenated him, and his complexion had improved significantly. Han Yunkai raised an eyebrow in surprise as Zhang Wan approached. What are you doing here? Zhang Wan puffed out his chest, a hint of pride in his tone. I was specially recruited. Jiang Xinian recalled the precise shot from yesterday and turned to Zhang Wan. You were the sniper yesterday? Yes. Zhang Wan nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Jiang Xinian affirmed, very impressive. Wow, Zhang Wan beamed. Jiang Shun, this is the first time you've praised me. Han Yunkai smirked. You made progress. Just as Zhang Wan was about to retort, a staff member on stage called for silence. Everyone, please settle down. The ceremony is about to begin. Come on, you two gods, Zhang Wan quickly urged, leading them to find their seats. The ceremony originally had 7 or 8 items on the agenda, But upon taking the stage, Shen Yu deemed it overly formalistic and tedious, opting to streamline it to just two components. One was to introduce the status of each team. The other was to announce the allocation roster. The audience was filled with reserve members and several officers. Although Shen Yu was absent, Jiang Xinian was present, albeit with an unfavorable expression, arms crossed, lips pressed tightly, and brows furrowed. Jiang Xinian's gaze lingered on Jiang Xinian's profile for a couple of seconds before joining Han Yunkai and Zhang Wan in the middle section to find a seat. The audience gradually quieted down. The host took the stage and, after a brief introduction, began to present the status of the teams participating in the allocation. Jiang Xinian listened attentively, his gaze sweeping over the dignified commanders seated before him. Han Yunkai, however, appeared somewhat distracted, tapping his fingers on his knee. The introduction segment concluded swiftly, and the host cleared his throat. Next, General Jiang Xinian will announce the roster for this year's reserve members. Jiang Xinian rose to his feet and strode confidently to the stage, where he received the list. He commenced reading the names in order, his voice resonating as powerfully as ever. With each name announced, a subtle ripple of excitement coursed through the audience. Those named displayed a spectrum of emotions, some exhilarated, others anxious, and a few visibly relieved. There was little suspense to behold. Jiang Xinian was assigned to the command center, Han Yunkai to Jiang Xinian's 1st Brigade, and Zhang Wan as well. Yang Qintang and Ling Bo were allocated to Bai Yiran's Tiger Bee squad. After the ceremony concluded, Zhang Wan grasped the sleeves of Jiang Xinian and Han Yunkai, suggesting, "It's nearly mealtime. Shall we dine together?" Han Yunkai brushed his hand away, casting him a sidelong glance. "Are you treating?" Zhang Wan chuckled, brandishing his phone. "Of course I am. My father just sent me some living expenses." Yang Qintang and Ling Bo squeezed in, raising their hands in greeting. Jiang Shun. Han Yi. Ling Bo's gaze shifted slightly, landing on Zhang Wan, his eyes sparkling as he inched closer. "And who might this be?" Han Yunkai furrowed his brow slightly, discreetly positioning himself in front of Zhang Wan to shield her from Ling Bo's overly enthusiastic gaze, murmuring, "This is Zhang Wan." Ling Bo tilted his head, peering past Han Yunkai, and flashed a broad smile at Zhang Wan. "Hello, I'm Ling Bo from Yangcheng, 23 years old, standing at 185.7 centimeters, with both parents alive. And I also have a..." Yang Qintang clapped him on the back, interrupting, "Are you on a blind date?" Zhang Wan chuckled, waving her hand amiably. "No worries. I am Zhang Van. Pleased to meet you." Han Yunkai's gaze lingered on their clasped hands for a few moments before hastily averting his eyes. "Yang Qintang inquiret. Shall we have a meal together?" Zhang Wan nodded. "I was just thinking the same." Han Yunkai turned to the previously quiet Jiang Xinian. "Is your companion allowing you to go?" Jiang Xinian nodded. "He is a bit preoccupied and can't attend to me." In response, Zhang Wan chimed in. "I know a private dining establishment with delightful cuisine. Shall we go?" Ling Bo immediately raised his hand in agreement. "Let us go." "All right," Zhang Wan said, opening his phone. "I'll reserve a private room." The 5 of them followed the crowd as they exited. The snow had ceased, and the long-awaited sun peeked through, casting a sparkle on the snow-covered ground. Ling Bo leaned closer to Zhang Wan, speaking softly, while Yang Qintang interjected from time to time. Han Yunkai, with his hands tucked in his coat pockets, walked shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Xinian at a leisurely pace. Zhang Wan, leading the way, turned back to wave. "Hurry up. You too." Han Yunkai nodded absently in response. "Did the clothes I bought for Shu-E please her?" Jiang Xinian suddenly turned to Han Yunkai. "She liked them." Han Yunkai replied, pulling out his phone to show him a photo. "When are you planning to visit her?" In the photo, the little girl wore a pale yellow crop-down jacket, her hair styled in 2 buns, her big eyes sparkling. She looked a bit plumper than before, her complexion healthier. Jiang Xinian withdrew his gaze, contemplating for a moment. "I suppose I'll wait until the sensitive period has passed." Han Yunkai returned his hands to his pockets, nodding in understanding. He had heard the old man mention that the two seemed to be preparing for a new chapter. During such a delicate phase, one must surely exert extra effort. The restaurant boasted a pleasant ambience and commendable privacy. The room was enveloped in warm hues, adorned with several evocative ink wash paintings. Zhang Wan, evidently a frequent patron, swiftly ordered a selection of signature dishes before handing the menu to the others, encouraging them to peruse and order without hesitation. Each person added another dish to the table. While waiting for the food, Ling Bo leaned closer to Zhang Wan, a smile gracing his face. Xiao Wan, I hope you don't mind if I call you that? Zhang Wan shook her head, swallowing her drink. Not at all. Ling Bo took out his phone, his tone tinged with anticipation. Xiao Wan, may I add you on WeChat? Zhang Wan smiled. That's fine. Jiang Xinian glanced at Han Yunk, who was resting with closed eyes, and scratched his nose, choosing to remain silent. The dishes soon arrived, filling the table abundantly. As they dined, the conversation naturally shifted from their recently concluded reserve training to the forthcoming fleet life. Midway through the meal, Jiang Xinian's phone rang. It was Shen Yu. He stood up and signaled to the others. Excuse me, I need to take this call. The others nodded in understanding. Jiang Xinian stepped outside the private room to answer. Hello. Shen Yu's voice came through the line, lower than usual. Are you eating? Leaning against the wall, Jiang Xinian replied, Yes, just halfway through. Come to the office after you finish, and bring Han Yunk with you. Jiang Xinian paused, instinctively glancing around. Have you eaten? Not yet. Jiang Xinian's brow furrowed immediately. Then I'll bring you something. All right, Shen Yu replied, his tone softening. Thank you, dear. What about Zhongqing and Lin Hui? Jiang Xinian inquired. They haven't eaten either. Jiang Xinian understood the situation. We'll be there soon. No rush, Shen Yu reassured him. Just enjoy your meal and be careful on the way. See you soon. Chapter 83. Don't tell him. Yet the two drove to Xinglian, where Shen Yu and Lin Hui were waiting in the parking lot. As soon as the car came to a stop, Shen Yu opened the door, taking the meal box from Jiang Xinian and passing it to Lin Hui before gently pulling Jiang Xinian out of the car. Han Yunk and Lin Hui exchanged glances and moved ahead. Shen Yu instinctively checked Jiang Xinian's forehead with the back of his hand. Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Xinian shook his head. No. Shen Yu withdrew his hand and wrapped his arm around Jiang Xinian's waist as they proceeded inside. Once in the elevator, Jiang Xinian glanced at the flickering numbers and quietly asked, Have there been any updates on Zhaoji? Shen Yu squeezed his palm and confirmed yes. Feng Yi mentioned he would meet him for an evaluation in 3 days. Jiang Xinian paused for a moment before nodding. Understood. Shen Yu looked at him sideways, his gaze tender. If all goes smoothly, this sensitive period for the young one could allow for complete marking, thereby suppressing glandular fibrosis. If things do not go well, that option was not considered. Shen Yu remained confident in this regard. Lin Hui and Han Yunk set the food in the reception area outside Shen Yu's office. Jiang Zhongqing lounged on the sofa, feigning sleep, his brow furrowed and his expression as grim as it had been that morning, resembling someone who had lost 8 million. Hearing the door open, he lifted his eyes and managed a strained smile for Jiang Xinian. Xiaonian, my dear. Zhongqing. Lin Hui passed the meal and chopsticks to Jiang Zhongqing. The latter accepted them, rubbing his temples with one hand, appearing both fatigued and irritable. Shen Yu did not rush to eat. Instead, he retrieved a document from the office and handed it to the two of them, instructing them to take a look. Han Yunk took it swiftly and flipped through the pages between them. It contained Zhou.As testimony, revealing Zhao Zi's hiding place in a mountain straddling the border between the capital and Yangqin. This location was remote, with a complex terrain that was easy to defend yet difficult to assault, featuring numerous naturally formed caves, the stronghold of the Fang clan in the capital region. Jiang Xinian feared that Han Yunk might crush the few pages in his grip and gently pulled the folder from his hands, laying it flat on the table before them. Han Yunk clenched his fist against the table's edge, gazing intently at Shen Yu with a tense voice. Commander, I request to participate in this operation. Shen Yu placed a piece of food into his bowl and responded with a non-committal grunt. Han Yunk was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a refusal. According to protocol, they, as freshly promoted newcomers, were not qualified to engage in such high-level frontline operations and were meant to remain on standby in the second line. He had prepared his arguments in advance, ready to contend for his case. After chewing and swallowing his food, Shen Yu finally raised his eyes to him and stated, Your mentor has vouched for you. Grandfather? Han Yunk was astonished. Shen Yu set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a tissue, saying, "The teacher mentioned that certain past grievances and obsessions must be severed by your own hand to progress forward." Han Yunk was completely stunned. Since learning about Zhao Zi's situation, he had refrained from returning to the old residence. He was uncertain how to face the smiling faces of his parents in the photographs, and even more so, how to confront his grandfather, who remained silent on the matter. For days, he had been unable to sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, memories of Zhao Zi flooded his mind. He felt as though a heavy stone weighed upon his heart, suffocating him. Outside the window, snow began to fall once more. Shen Yu and a number of generals were finalizing the last deployments, while the young Alpha quietly observed him for a moment before donning his coat and stealthily moving towards the door. He felt a twinge of frustration, questioning why his sensitive period coincided with these crucial days, lingering at the final stages of biological maturation. This left him hesitant to use the external suppressants, compelling him to seek out Feng Yi. Arriving at the Star Alliance-affiliated hospital, he navigated the familiar path to Feng Yi's office, knocking gently on the door. Feng Yi was engrossed in writing a report and looked up to see him, instinctively glancing behind him. Little Nian, are you here alone?" Jiang Xinian replied with an affirming sound, closing the door behind him and standing before the desk. "I would like to obtain some suppressants or relaxants." Upon hearing this, Feng Yi's brows immediately furrowed. "You come for such medication during a critical period. Does you know?" Jiang Xinian lowered his head, pursing his lips and avoiding eye contact. Feng Yi pouted, leaning back in his chair and dramatically gesturing across his neck. "Little Nian, if you wish for your brother Feng Yi to meet an untimely demise, just say so. There is no need for such roundabout antics. I hand you the medication, and instantly you will put a bullet in me." "Brother Feng Yi." The young Alpha looked up and spoke softly. "This operation is of great importance. I do not want Shen Yu to be distracted because of me." Feng Yi let out a sound of disapproval, remarking, "He is your husband. It is only proper for him to be concerned about you." Jiang Xinian immediately countered, his amber eyes locking onto Feng Yi's, marking their first significant confrontation.